Chapter 1. Version 2.0 of the system, the Divine Emperor's Beginning. In the eastern region, within the serene confines of Qingzhou, lies the unassuming Xiaoyao Sect. Here, amidst a secluded courtyard, stand a pavilion shaded by several towering trees, accompanied by the gentle whispers of flora and the occasional bark of a dog. System, I wish to sign in. In the courtyard, an elderly man, radiating an ethereal presence, gazes fervently at the heavens, his voice brimming with excitement. A century. A full century. Do you comprehend the passage of this 100 years? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in for a century. You have attained the cultivation level of a great emperor. Would you like to accept? As the system's notification echoes in his mind, the old man finds himself engulfed in a torrent of thoughts. His name is Lin Dong, a fellow inhabitant of Blue Star, who was transported to this realm a century ago. He vividly recalls the day he met his fate after a long day at work. He was joyfully walking home when, unexpectedly, a truck barreled down the street, taking him away from his former life. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself in a new world, inhabiting the body of a child and orphan, no less who was rescued by a wandering Taoist of the Xiaoyao Sect and taken as his disciple. From the lips of the Taoist, Lin Dong learned that this vast continent is known as the Tianwu Continent, where myriad races coexist and the strong reign supreme. Here, one can traverse the heavens and earth, plucking the sun, moon, and stars, with mere gestures capable of shattering mountains and rivers. The Tianwu Continent is divided into 5 regions, and Lin Dong currently resides in Qingzhou, situated in the eastern region. Initially, Lin Dong felt a thrill, believing he had joined a formidable sect, only to discover that the Xiaoyao Sect was in decline, with the Taoist being its sole member. To his despair, during the talent assessment, he found himself devoid of any cultivation potential. While most who traverse into such fantastical realms possess systems, or are born as the progeny of emperors, or saintly heirs if not that, they at least hail from noble families. Endowed with extraordinary gifts, Lin Dong, however, had nothing to his name, merely an orphan taken in by the wandering Taoist. Yet, just as despair threatened to engulf him, the system emerged. Alas, this subpar system offered little, demanding a century of sign-ins before one could attain the stature of a great emperor. With no other recourse, he resigned himself to the regimen of signing in. However, a lingering concern persisted despite being in a world of cultivation. Ordinary mortals are still bound by a lifespan of 100 years. This prompted him to recall the Tai Chi and Baduanjin he had studied during his university days, practices steeped in the profound heritage of Chinese culture, their survival through millennia, a testament to their esoteric wisdom. Thus, he, alongside the Taoist, embarked on a journey of cultivating Baduanjin and Tai Chi in this strange realm. Today marks his 103rd year, coinciding perfectly with the completion of his century-long sign-in. In a moment of reflection, thoughts coalesce? I accept, Lin Dong declared without hesitation. As his words fell, an aura emanated from him, akin to a rocket's launch, surging exponentially as his cultivation level began to ascend. Boom, boom, boom. Qi refinement stage, first layer. King stage, first layer. Saint stage, first layer. The relentless ascent continued until Lin Dong's cultivation reached the realm of the emperor, at which point it gradually came to a halt. This breakthrough did not raise any alarms, for the system had concealed the phenomena and aura that typically accompany such an evolution. Now standing still, Lin Dong transformed from an elderly man into a strikingly handsome middle-aged figure, his attire billowing gracefully in the breeze. With exhilaration, Lin Dong looked skyward and let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. After a century, I have finally endured. Suddenly, in a moment of excitement, he inadvertently released a sound. In less than 3 seconds, another noise emerged from him, and he was horrified to discover that his cultivation seemed to be plummeting. It continued to descend until he reverted to the state of an ordinary mortal, his appearance and hair aging back to their previous frail state. Curse it! System, what on earth is happening? Show yourself, ding! System anomaly. Ding! System has crashed, detaching from host. Detachment successful. Lin Dong could only stare in bewilderment. He had merely released a sound, and his cultivation had vanished. You treacherous system! You have robbed me of my emperor-level cultivation, my youth. After waiting for a century and being given hope, I am left with nothing, abruptly deserted. Yet, the system offered no response, as if it had never existed at all. As he spoke, Lin Dong's eyes dulled, and he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. He was exhausted. The thrill he had just experienced was now replaced by profound dismay. Despite dedicating 100 years to the practice of Ba Duan Jin and Tai Chi, both esteemed methods for nurturing one's spirit, could not withstand such a blow. Why had he been subjected to this? Why grant him hope only to deliver a crushing blow at the last moment, leaving him in despair? Overcome with despair, he felt his legs give way and sank to the ground. At that moment, an ethereal elder approached from a distance, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, even younger than Lin Dong, with a gaze filled with compassion. This man was Lin Dong's mentor, the Taoist of leisure. In truth, the Taoist had been present all along, observing from the shadows, witnessing the scene unfold before him. To the Taoist, Lin Dong stood there, his expression fluctuating wildly, one moment laughing, the next troubled, muttering incoherent phrases, resembling someone on the brink of madness. Such erratic behavior, this child must be suffering from senility. Indeed, his disciple was aging. Mortals could only live for a century, yet Lin Dong had surpassed 100 years. After a moment of stunned silence, he noticed Lin Dong seated on the ground. The Taoist approached quietly, placing a hand on Lin Dong to steady him, his heart aching at the sight of his once vibrant disciple, now appearing more aged than himself. "My disciple, are you all right?" He felt a profound sorrow for his student, fearing he might one day experience the heart-wrenching pain of losing a child to the ravages of time, especially seeing Lin Dong in such a state, while feeling utterly powerless to assist him. Lin Dong lifted his head to gaze at the carefree Taoist, shaking his head while forcing a faint smile upon his face. "Master, I am perfectly fine." At that moment, all he desired was to find a tranquil spot to sip some wine, thereby concluding his theatrical existence. Suddenly, a familiar system notification echoed in his mind, but this time the voice bore a more human touch. "Ding! System version 2.0 successfully bound. Ding! Esteemed Huaxia individual, thank you for your patience. This system, now in its 2.0 iteration, is at your service." The abruptness of the system's voice left Lin Dong momentarily taken aback. Tentatively, he inquired, "System, is it you?" "Ding! I am here." "Ding! This system is entirely new. The previous one, which failed to comprehend your needs, has been recalled to headquarters and dismantled." Upon hearing the system's response, Lin Dong felt a surge of relief, nearly overwhelmed with joy. "Well done." Once he regained his composure, he recalled the mention of version 2.0 and wondered how it differed from its predecessor. He promptly asked, "System, what features does this 2.0 version possess? It wouldn't require me to sign in for a century again, would it? By the way, how will my previous century-long sign-in reward be compensated?" He certainly did not wish to endure another 100 years of signing, and how many 100-year lifespans could one hope to have, especially since he was on the verge of demise. Ding! As a distinguished Huaxia individual, the previous inferior system's blunder has caused you discontent, and thus you shall be compensated with rewards 100 million times. Greater Ding! This system, upgraded to version 2.0, is designed to create the supreme force across the myriad realms. With each disciple you take in, your influence will expand, and you shall receive generous rewards. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Dong exclaimed, 100 million times the compensation? What realm does that elevate me to? No need to sign in any more. Recruiting disciples is a straightforward task. The Emperor realm was the highest level he was aware of, and with such compensation, did that not imply Lin Dong would become invincible in this world? Gratefully, he need not sign in again. He had endured a century of fruitless efforts, which was unbearable. The prospect of establishing the preeminent force across the realms intrigued him. The foremost force across the myriad realms? Let the heavens tremble. The Xiaoyao Sect is on its way. However, he had no intention of founding a sect. He recalled his master's words, expressing a desire for the Xiaoyao Sect to endure rather than fade from existence. In a state of powerlessness, then, he now possessed formidable strength and would naturally accept the position of sect leader. He intended to restore the Xiaoyao Sect to its former glory in the eyes of the world, leading it to the pinnacle of success. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a 100 million-fold critical hit and receiving a 100 million-fold compensation reward, attaining the God Emperor realm. Will you claim it? Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a novice gift package. Will you open it? Claim. Open. Lin Dong replied without hesitation. After a brief moment of anticipation, he felt a sense of unease. Surely there would be no unexpected occurrences this time. Note: the narrative primarily unfolds from the perspectives of subordinates and disciples, with the protagonist operating from behind the scenes. Reader discretion is advised. Tianwu cultivation realms, body refinement, qi condensation, spiritual sea, king, emperor, venerable, sage, great sage, sage king, semi-emperor, great emperor. Chapter 2. The supreme power of the heavens, the holy rank merely fit for menial tasks. Ding. Cultivation is being distributed. Ding. The novice gift pack has been activated. Congratulations, host, for receiving 1 sect facility card, 3 bronze level summoning cards, 1 realm enhancement card, and 1 extreme freedom technique. The system was quite considerate, providing explanations for these rewards. Sect facility card. Using this grants a set of basic sect facilities. Bronze level summoning card. Randomly summons 1 powerful emperor level being. Realm enhancement card. The user can elevate their cultivation by 1 significant realm. Note: there is no risk of the user's cultivation being insubstantial. Extreme freedom technique. The exclusive martial art of the freedom sect, capable of transforming one into myriad paths, with all paths converging into one, allowing ascension to the pinnacle of the extreme way. Note: suitable for practitioners of all attributes. It is a non-ranked, growth-oriented technique. Before Lin Dong could further investigate the other rewards and their descriptions, a surge of breakthrough energy erupted from within him. Boom! Lin Dong, previously an ordinary mortal devoid of any cultivation, instantaneously ascended to the rank of a monarch. The slightest hint of this released energy sent the nearby Taoist of freedom flying 100 meters away, landing in a disheveled heap. Witnessing this scene, the shadows in Lin Dong's heart dissipated, and he couldn't help but smile, enveloping his master in a gentle aura of protection. He then settled into a meditative posture, and in the next moment, his energy surged once again, as if there were no bottlenecks at all, propelling him from the monarch realm straight to the divine emperor realm. Yet, this time, not a trace of energy leaked out. This was by Lin Dong's design, as he wished to avoid inadvertently harming the surrounding flora. Simultaneously, Lin Dong felt an overwhelming tide of information crashing into his mind. This information was equally vital, encompassing knowledge of cultivation in these realms and combat techniques. The system simultaneously infused this knowledge into Lin Dong, allowing him to comprehend it instantaneously, ensuring he was not merely a powerful being devoid of wisdom. After a brief moment, Lin Dong slowly opened his eyes, instinctively clenched his fists, murmuring, "Is this the divine emperor realm?" At this moment, Lin Dong had reverted to a youthful appearance. But unlike before, his flowing white hair had not turned black. Instead, it had transformed into silver, bestowing upon him a dramatically altered aura. He appeared even more strikingly handsome. With eyes as deep as the abyss, clad in black attire that flowed gracefully, his silver hair billowing like a celestial being, exuding no discernible aura, resembling an ordinary mortal. How handsome is he? One need only glance in a mirror to see. Lin Dong gradually rose, his pupils reflecting countless stars. He emanated a faint sense of divine awareness. And in an instant, he surveyed the entirety of Qingzhou. In his eyes, all beings appeared as mere ants, with a casual wave toward the starry sky. Countless lifeless stars shattered and reformed. Is this the feeling of being powerful? He found himself somewhat entranced by this sensation. Recalling his former self, weak and unable to even command his own life, Lin Dong couldn't help but reflect. Truly, the heavens do not forsake those who strive. The ups and downs of life are indeed profound. From this moment forth, he vowed to seize control of his own destiny, declaring that no one could take his life, not even the heavenly principles themselves. At that instant, a voice, fraught with trepidation and frailty, broke through his reverie. "Disciple, is that you? Are you well?" The carefree Taoist stood at a short distance, leaning upon his cane while supporting his weary back. With a mixture of concern and uncertainty, he gazed at Lin Dong. Recalling the moment when Lin Dong had erupted into an exuberant laughter, intending to embrace him and carry him back to his quarters, only to be unexpectedly sent flying 100 meters away. The aura emanating from Lin Dong was strikingly unfamiliar, and he appeared rejuvenated. The Taoist felt a twinge of worry, uncertain if Lin Dong remained his cherished disciple. Could it be that he had been possessed by some ancient entity? Lin Dong found the scene rather amusing and replied with a gentle smile. Of course, I am still your beloved disciple. More genuine than pure gold, he paused momentarily before continuing. In truth, your disciple is an unparalleled powerhouse. Upon hearing this, the carefree Taoist's heart trembled. He had witnessed everything that had transpired with Lin Dong, and though it was hard to fathom, the transformation was undeniable. Lin Dong had indeed reverted to youth, and the aura he had just exuded confirmed the authenticity of this metamorphosis. A sense of joy surged within the Taoist, relieved that Lin Dong was no longer facing death. Yet an inexplicable discomfort lingered in his heart. With tears streaming down his aged face, he exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent, excellent. Regardless of what kind of powerhouse you have become, as long as you are well, I shall be at ease." He had heard tales of powerful beings who, in pursuit of higher realms, chose to immerse themselves in the mortal world, and he surmised that his disciple might have done the same. Just as Lin Dong was about to speak, the familiar sound of the system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. If one wishes to establish the foremost power across the myriad realms, recruiting disciples is undoubtedly essential. Ding. System task issued. Recruit a disciple. Upon completion, ample rewards shall be granted. Ding. To be accepted as a disciple of the future paramount force across the realms, one must possess exceptional talents. Those with qualifications below the divine tier shall not qualify as disciples. However, due to the low standards of this realm, the criteria may be adjusted. Those below the inferior saint tier cannot become disciples. Recruitment standards. Inferior saint tier may be accepted as auxiliary disciples. Intermediate saint tier as outer disciples. Superior saint tier as inner disciples. And pinnacle saint tier as core disciples. While those above the divine tier may be accepted as direct disciples. Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback. Were the requirements for discipleship truly so stringent? Given his current cultivation level, unifying the heavenly martial continent would be a trivial feat, and even unifying the star realms would pose no challenge. Nevertheless, as he aspired to establish the foremost power across the myriad worlds, the necessity for disciples within the sect was undeniable. He was well aware of the circumstances within this world. The inferior, intermediate, superior, and pinnacle saint tiers corresponded to the realms of sage, great sage, saint king, and quasi-emperor, respectively. Those possessing such qualifications, barring unforeseen events, were destined to become formidable beings within their respective realms. To comprehend the strength and spiritual energy of Qingzhou, one must acknowledge that it is among the weakest states in the eastern region, leaving one to ponder the number of prodigies it may possess. The most formidable power in Qingzhou is the Qingxian sacred land, whose mightiest champion is merely a great saint. Possessing holy tier qualifications signifies a genius so exceptional that even the ancestors of the sacred land would rise from their coffins to accept them as disciples, potentially even elevating them to the status of a sacred son. In stark contrast, within his own Xiaoyao Sect, one is relegated to the role of a mere errant disciple. In these times, acquiring a disciple proves to be quite a challenge. Just as Lin Dong was lost in thought, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. A genius disciple with divine tier qualifications is approaching. The host is advised to depart promptly and accept him as a personal disciple. Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback, pleasantly surprised by the fortune of encountering a disciple of divine caliber. It was as if he had just drifted into slumber, only to be presented with a pillow, along with the prospect of a direct disciple, one who could potentially ascend to the realm of an emperor. Although Lin Dong regarded divine tier qualifications as merely average, such talent was indeed a rarity in this vast continent, akin to finding a gem among countless stones. He mused, he is likely a child of destiny. By the usual narrative, he should currently be fleeing from pursuers. I suppose I should investigate further before it is too late and he meets a tragic end. As he turned to inform his master, he realized the absence of his mentor. Where has my master gone? Then I shall proceed to accept the disciple. He resolved to gather the disciple first and then return to update his master on the situation. He also intended to impart the supreme Xiaoyao technique to his master, ensuring they both ascended to the pinnacle of martial arts together. In an instant, he vanished from the Xiaoyao Sect. At the foot of the mountain, a striking young man clad in white, wielding a sword, was being relentlessly pursued by two sinister figures. One of the shadowy pursuers spoke with a chilling tone. "Heh, Yi Changsheng, someone has placed a bounty on your life at my blood slaughter pavilion. You would do well to surrender, no matter where you flee. My blood slaughter pavilion will find you." The other shadowy figure, impatient, interjected, "Old ghost Luo, why waste breath on the dead?" The young man in white was deftly maneuvering, desperately evading the attacks from behind. His visage was grim, blood trickling from his mouth as he muttered, "Damn it! Who seeks my life? If I, Yi Changsheng, survive this, I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death." As moments passed, his complexion grew increasingly ashen, blood continued to spill from his lips, and his once pristine white garments became drenched in crimson. His grip on the sword began to tremble, and his speed waned. Despair crept over Yi Changsheng. "This is dire. If it continues like this, I shall be caught." The implications of being captured were all too clear. In that moment, his mind raced, seeking any means of survival. Chapter 3. Accepting Disciples, the Chaotic Sword Body, the Terrifying Tower of Time and Space. Yi Changsheng pondered deeply but found no feasible escape from his predicament. Unless an extraordinary master were to miraculously appear, recognizing his potential and taking him as a disciple while intervening to save him. But how could that ever be possible? Even the storytellers dare not utter such notions. Ultimately, he chose the most desperate course of action. In the next moment, his expression transformed into one of defiance against death. Contemplating, "Very well, if I am to die, I might as well make a final stand. Perhaps I can take someone with me." With this thought, he halted abruptly, turning to the two ominous figures behind him, and inquired, "Since my demise seems imminent, could you enlighten me as to who sent you to take my life?" One of the shadowy figures impatiently retorted, "A dead man need not know so much." Just as he charged within 100 meters of Yi Changsheng, poised to strike him down, the figure known as the Old Ghost Luo stepped forward to intercept him. Old Ghost Luo cautioned, "Li Lao Gui, do not be hasty. Be wary of this young one's cunning." Li Lao Gui scoffed, visibly displeased. "What is there to fear, Luo Lao Gui? You truly cherish your life." Despite his words, he refrained from rushing in alone and instead moved to block Yi Changsheng's escape route. Old Ghost Luo addressed Yi Changsheng. "Yi Changsheng, you must understand the rules of our blood slaughter pavilion. It would be wise for you to contemplate how you wish to meet your end." The Blood Slaughter Pavilion, the most enigmatic assassin organization in the Tianwu Continent, has existed for countless ages, with branches in every region and state. As long as one possesses wealth, they can have anyone eliminated. Failure to accomplish the task simply indicates insufficient funds, necessitating an increase in payment. It is said that once a quasi-emperor, disdainful of the Blood Slaughter Pavilion's professionalism, boldly proclaimed to the world that within 3 days, they would fail to kill him. On the following day, the only remnants found in that quasi-emperor's courtyard were the remains of a headless corpse, with the severed head displayed at the entrance of the Blood Slaughter Pavilion. This incident created a tremendous stir, instilling fear in countless factions and sects, leaving no one daring to question the prowess of the Blood Slaughter Pavilion ever again. With this in mind, Yi Changsheng realized that he would gain nothing and prepared himself for a final clash with the two men. However, at that moment, a man suddenly appeared beside him, strikingly handsome with flowing silver hair, resembling an immortal descending from the heavens. This individual was Lin Dong. Where did this lad emerge from? Old Ghost Luo furrowed his brow. He failed to perceive how this person had materialized, as there was no discernible aura emanating from him. The sudden appearance of this figure unsettled him, a sensation rooted in his years of experience as an assassin. Seeing this, Li Lao Gui barked, "In the affairs of the Blood Slaughter Pavilion, those who wish to live should step aside." Lin Dong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, never once deigning to regard the two men, his profound gaze fixed upon Yi Changsheng as he calmly spoke. "Young man, I see extraordinary potential in your bones. An exceptional talent. Your future knows no bounds. This place is the foothold of my Xiaoyao Sect, signifying a connection between you and my sect. Would you be willing to join my Xiaoyao Sect and become a disciple?" Such a remarkable display of strength. Could it be that he is indeed an unparalleled powerhouse? Yi Changxing was taken aback. Even actors wouldn't dare to portray such a scene. A formidable figure has truly emerged, seeking to take him as a disciple. Then he recalled Lin Dong's words. Extraordinary talent? Is that genuinely the case? My esteemed ancestor has stated that he possesses little aptitude, and in this lifetime, he is destined to reach only the realm of a king. Could this individual be a fraud? He certainly does not appear to be one. Suddenly, Yi Changxing's eyes sparkled, and he mused. Wait, could the appearance of this person be the opportunity my mother spoke of? Upon this realization, he knew he must seize the moment. He excitedly declared, Esteemed senior, I wish to become your disciple. At that moment, the sinister figure, old Luo, growled threateningly at Lin Dong. Young man, I advise you to refrain from interfering. This is a matter for our blood slaughter pavilion. Lin Dong turned to glance at him, and with merely a look, he suppressed both old Luo and old Li to the ground, rendering them immobile. The two lay there, terrified, unable to move, exchanging stunned glances filled with shock. They had encountered a formidable adversary. Who is this extraordinary powerhouse that has suddenly appeared? Both silently prayed that Lin Dong would show mercy for the blood slaughter pavilion's sake. Lin Dong coldly remarked, when speaking with him, Do you think it is your place to interject? He then turned back to Yi Changxing, smiling lightly. You may deal with these two as you see fit, and once you are done, return to the sect with me. To accept him so easily filled Lin Dong with satisfaction. He had high hopes for this young man. Yi Changxing, still recovering from his astonishment, was roused by Lin Dong's voice. He nodded, understanding that the two would not provide him with any valuable information, and keeping them alive would serve no purpose. He advanced with a sword strike, swiftly severing the heads of both men. Turning, Yi Changxing respectfully bowed to Lin Dong, saying, I pay my respects to my master. Very well, let us return to the sect. With that, Lin Dong began to walk ahead, while Yi Changxing hastily followed. Qingshan City, this was an unremarkable tea house, home to the renowned Blood Slaughter Pavilion S branch in Qingshan City. In a secret chamber, an elderly man sat in a chair, facing a middle-aged man. The elder gazed at the shattered soul tokens before him, his expression dark and brooding, as if on the verge of erupting. The middle-aged man remained silent. This elder was none other than the leader of the Qingshan branch, the Blood Shadow Old Ghost. After a moment, the elder suppressed his fury. A mission failure? You couldn't even eliminate a mere child. The middle-aged man bowed his head, too fearful to respond. The elder continued angrily, What use are you to us? What face do we have left in the Blood Slaughter Pavilion? And how shall we explain this to the Yi family? Speak. Having received the benefits, they ultimately failed even to dispose of a worthless target, truly tarnishing the reputation of the Blood Slaughter Pavilion. The middle-aged man lifted his head and spoke slowly, My lord. I believe this matter does not pertain to our Blood Slaughter Pavilion, but rather stems from erroneous intelligence provided by the Yi family. Oh, pray tell. Unless you elucidate the situation, you might as well join them below. The elder raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The middle-aged man continued, According to the intelligence from the Yi family, Yi Changxing is at the 8th level of qi condensation and is currently venturing out alone. The two individuals I dispatched are elite assassins from our branch, both at the 9th level of qi condensation. Considering their combined assassination prowess, not to mention a mere 8th level qi condensation cultivator, even someone at the 9th level would find themselves at a disadvantage, let alone a practitioner at the Spirit Sea realm. From this information, there are only two possibilities. First, the Yi family has provided incorrect intelligence. Second, someone intervened along the way to assist him. I firmly believe in the first possibility. Yi Changxing must have concealed his true cultivation level, leading the Yi family to mistakenly believe he is at the 8th level of qi condensation, thus providing erroneous information. The miscommunication from the Yi family has resulted in significant losses for our Blood Slaughter Pavilion. Why dismiss the second possibility? It is because I believe no one would risk offending our Blood Slaughter Pavilion for a stranger. This failure in our mission is entirely due to the Yi family's blunder, and they need not offer any explanation. Furthermore, due to this intelligence error, they owe our Blood Slaughter Pavilion substantial compensation. At this thought, he couldn't help but feel quite clever for having deduced this. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes brightened, casting a somewhat approving gaze upon the middle-aged man. Excellent. The losses inflicted upon our Blood Slaughter Pavilion by the Yi family must be met with a tenfold compensation. This matter shall be entrusted to you. Yes, my lord. Enough. You may go now. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully taken on a disciple. Task rewards have been dispatched. Please check your notifications. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a bronze-level summoning card. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a time-space tower for your sect. Time-space tower. Each level of the tower flows at a different rate of time. The first level flows at 100 times the external rate. The second at 200 times. The space is boundless and filled with abundant spiritual energy, allowing one to comprehend the essence of nature, laws, and the great path, guiding individuals into different chambers for cultivation. Note: cultivating within this facility allows for a multiplied flow rate, with the aging of bones and lifespan aligning with the external world, neither increasing nor decreasing exponentially. What is this bronze-level summoning card? And a time-space tower? Truly a marvelous artifact that grants immense advantages. Lin Dong walked ahead, perusing the rewards for taking on a disciple. Previously, he had been in the midst of a breakthrough and had not had the opportunity to review the descriptions and prior rewards, thus remaining unaware of the summoning card's utility. Having finished reading, he felt a slight thrill. A bronze-level summoning card could summon beings at the Emperor realm? The prestige is undeniably high, and these beings are merely guardians of the sect. It seems that future summons will likely exceed even the Emperor realm. With these formidable Emperor-level experts, one could almost traverse the Tianwu Continent with ease, no longer needing to take action for every trivial matter. Thus, he could simply enjoy tea in the courtyard, bask in the sun, and relish his status as a powerful figure. Truly splendid. In the blink of an eye, Lin Dong and his companion arrived at the courtyard of the Xiaoyao Sect. Yi Changsheng gazed at the seemingly ordinary courtyard, which bore little resemblance to that of a sect, and found it utterly deserted save for a solitary dog. He could hardly believe that this was the sect he had joined, the Xiaoyao Sect. Suddenly, a black dog resembling a husky bounded out from the courtyard, barking at Yi Changsheng. This little black dog had been discovered by Lin Dong at the entrance of the courtyard, which he had brought back to adopt, seeking companionship. Whenever there was time, he would take the dog for a stroll. Lin Dong spoke to the black dog, approaching it to stroke its head. "Erha, this is not a stranger, so refrain from barking." The dog, Erha, obediently allowed Lin Dong to pet it, affectionately rubbing against Lin Dong's leg. "All right, Erha, go play for now. We'll take you out again when time permits." With that, Erha happily scampered off to play. Suddenly, Yi Changsheng pondered a possibility. Could it be that the Xiaoyao sect was a hidden sect? To clarify this doubt, he quietly inquired, "Master, are we the only two in the sect? What about the elders?" The sect has yet to enter the worldly realm. Thus, the other members have not yet awakened. In time, they will gradually awaken and return. Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. This statement was a result of his careful contemplation. The system would reward him with numerous summoning cards, enabling him to summon countless powerful beings, thereby averting unnecessary troubles. Upon hearing this, Yi Changsheng nodded to himself, recognizing the hallmark of a hidden power. Lin Dong observed the lad and couldn't help but chuckle, wondering if he felt he had narrowly escaped a trap, all the while comforting himself. Lin Dong continued, "Since our sect has accepted you as a disciple, Xiaoyao Sect has effectively entered the world. It is time for a transformation." With a thought, he immediately communicated with the system, open a sect facility card, and ensure this little courtyard remains intact. Chapter 4. Rebuilding the Xiaoyao Sect and Summoning 4 Emperor Guardians. Ding. Host has successfully used the sect construction card. Manifestation in progress. With a grand wave of his hand, celestial pathways began to swirl, and mountains rose from the earth. Palatial structures towered amidst the clouds, while the courtyard beneath them ascended, positioned behind the most magnificent palace. The majestic ancient palaces, including the Scripture Pavilion and Alchemy Hall, emerged, accompanied by a premium spiritual vein stretching for tens of thousands of miles, with spiritual energy surging. Finally, the protective formation of the sect materialized, enveloping the entire sect in a mist, resembling a celestial sanctuary. Yi Changsheng was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Master, such immense power. Is this the true visage of our Xiaoyao sect? Absolutely astounding. Indeed, it is as the legends speak of the reclusive sections." Fortunately, he was astute enough to join the carefree sect, seizing this opportunity. Otherwise, he would not even be worthy of witnessing this scene. Lin Dong stood nearby, a faint smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the entire sect from his vantage point, which happened to be the highest point in the compound, allowing him to behold the entirety of the sect before him. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Dong slowly spoke. Disciple, you are, in fact, the chaotic sword body. However, you have yet to encounter the catalyst that will awaken your true potential. Upon first laying eyes on Yi Changsheng, Lin Dong had activated the system panel to examine the young man's information. To his astonishment, Yi Changsheng was indeed the chaotic sword body. This revelation left Lin Dong somewhat taken aback, but it mattered little. After all, he possessed the system, and he was handsome. Yi Changsheng was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. Could it be that he was the chaotic sword body? He could hardly believe he possessed such an extraordinary physique. Indeed, he, Yi Changsheng, was the destined one, having encountered a powerful recluse who took him as a disciple. With such fortune, would his path of cultivation not be smooth sailing from here on out? He had heard tales of the chaotic sword body. It was said to be the foremost existence among the 3,000 physiques. Legends claimed that the chaotic sword body required chaotic energy for activation. Yet there was none to be found in the Tianwu Continent. Did that mean he was but a wasted body? The thought left him slightly disheartened. He had just learned of the immense power within him, only to realize he could not awaken it. Reality had doused his excitement with cold water. However, Master, does the chaotic sword body not require chaotic energy for activation? Yet, with the absence of chaotic energy in the Tianwu Continent, how could he possibly awaken it? Then, Master, do you perhaps? Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes as he seemed to grasp an idea, his gaze intensely fixed upon Lin Dong. If his master had spoken, surely he possessed a solution. Lin Dong smiled and nodded. Indeed, since I can discern your physique, I can certainly activate it for you. Previously, Lin Dong had inquired about chaotic energy from the system, which informed him that it could be found within the Tower of Time and Space. With a thought, Lin Dong commanded, System, aside from the Realm Enhancement card, utilize all rewards. He summoned the Tower of Time and Space, while simultaneously using those summoning cards. Ding. The Tower of Time and Space has manifested. Ding. The host has successfully used 4 bronze summoning cards. Summoning in progress. Summoning successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 4 Sect Guardians. Strength, Peak Emperor Realm. Characters are being inscribed. Inscription successful. The figures of Tang Fei Wang, Tang Fei Zhe, Tang Fei Rong, and Tang Fei Yao are on their way. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded, and the great Tao resonated. A thunderous boom echoed through the skies as a small tower descended from the heavens, landing firmly upon the earth. It instantly expanded, soaring into the clouds, its height seemingly limitless. Having witnessed the earlier spectacle, Yi Changsheng exhibited a more composed demeanor this time. He feigned calmness and inquired of Lin Dong, Master, what is this tower? Lin Dong smiled faintly and remarked, This is the Tower of Time and Space, which can accelerate cultivation. Within it resides the essence of chaos, capable of awakening your physique. Now, allow me to activate your potential. Hiss. The prospect of accelerated cultivation, coupled with the chaotic energy, was utterly astonishing. Such phenomena were merely tales to Yi Changsheng. Accelerated cultivation was a privilege reserved for hidden sects and supreme powers, typically accessible only to select formidable individuals and the prodigies of those sections. As for chaotic energy, a miraculous substance thought to have vanished. It was unexpected that my esteemed Xiaoyao Sect possessed such a treasure, indicating that our lineage was profoundly ancient. How remarkable! Perhaps it is only a hidden sect like Xiaoyao that possesses such profound heritage. With these thoughts, a swell of pride filled his heart. Before Yi Changsheng could fully grasp the situation, an extraordinary occurrence transpired. At that moment, 4 terrifying auras surged forth from the void. As soon as they manifested, Lin Dong swiftly shielded the entire sect. In an instant, Yi Changsheng was so startled that his back grew damp with fear as he murmured, What kind of powerful beings are these? Their auras are simply overwhelming. Lin Dong stood resolutely at the forefront, observing the 4 figures approaching. Do not be afraid. They are our own. This reassurance was directed towards Yi Changsheng. Our own? Have the powerful members of my Xiaoyao sect returned? The intensity of these auras is astounding. I wonder what level of cultivation these esteemed individuals possess. Meanwhile, innumerable sects were stirred, compelling strong figures from various regions to take notice. Countless cultivators turned their gazes towards Qingzhou, emerging from their secluded meditations. These 4 auras. Could they possibly belong to emperors? How could 4 supreme auras appear simultaneously? Could it be that great emperor-level beings have descended upon our eastern domain to engage in combat? Or is it that 4 emperors have emerged simultaneously in our eastern domain? That seems implausible. In just a moment, the auras have vanished. They were unfamiliar presences. Could it be that an ancient emperor has awakened in our eastern domain? Someone speculated. Is a grand era about to unfold? Could it be that our eastern domain is on the verge of reclaiming the glory of ancient times? In an instant, various sects began to stir, dispatching scouts towards Qingzhou, eager to ascertain the situation. They hoped to avoid any unwarranted provocations from their unwise disciples that could lead to catastrophic consequences. From the void emerged 4 figures, all male. 3 of the men wore identical attire and bore similar features, indicating they were likely siblings. One man donned a white robe. Though his appearance was unremarkable, his small, darting eyes surveyed the surroundings, giving him an air of lewdness. At that moment, the 4 men simultaneously halted and knelt on one knee in the direction of Lin Dong. Speaking in unison, "We, the guardians of Xiaoyao Sect, Tang Fei Wang, pay our respects to the sect master. Tang Fei, pay our respects to the sect master. Tang Fei Rong, pay our respects to the sect master. Outer sect elder, Duan Luda, pay our respects to the sect master." The 3 young men of the Tang family? Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the names of the 3 individuals. Yet, he maintained a composed demeanor, nodding slowly. Although a sense of unease lingered within him. "Very well, from now on, the sect shall be entrusted to your guardianship." Meanwhile, Yi Changxing was equally astonished. The presence of this individual, whose aura surpassed even that of his own ancestor by 100-fold, was merely that of a sect guardian? What on earth was happening in this world? The events of the day had left him utterly stunned. He had never experienced anything as terrifying as this in his entire life. At that moment, the 4 figures in the void exchanged glances, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. Suddenly, one of them pointed at Duan Liuda and exclaimed, "Who on earth are you? Where is my 4th brother?" Indeed, these 4 were brothers from the same sect, summoned together, only to find that their 4th brother was missing upon their arrival here. The man in white pointed to himself, saying, "Me? I am Duan Liuda, the outer sect elder. What is the matter?" I too felt the summons and returned to the sect. "What do you guardians intend to do?" "I advise you not to act recklessly." Lin Dong was taken aback. It dawned on him that something was amiss. An unexpected 6th brother had infiltrated their midst. System. Is there another malfunction? What is going on? Chapter 5. It turns out even dogs can become dizzy and fear heights. Ding. System summon error. Tang Feiyao is en route. This Duan Liuda is a supreme powerhouse, serving as compensation for the host. A supreme powerhouse refers to those who have previously ascended to the realm of the emperor, but, for unknown reasons, have fallen to the quasi-emperor level. Their demonstrated strength, though not on par with that of an emperor, remains unrivaled beneath that tier, thus earning them the title of supreme. Ding. System summon of Tang Feiyao successful. He has materialized. Good heavens, this system has malfunctioned again, yet it seems to have a sense of propriety. Lin Dong found the system quite amusing. Far more entertaining than the previous one he encountered. Observing the impending altercation among the 4, Lin Dong interjected calmly, "Enough of this clamor. Descend now. For Tang Feiyao is soon to arrive." Upon hearing this, the individuals immediately ceased their quarrel, bowing respectfully to Lin Dong. "Yes, Sectmaster." Just as they prepared to depart, a towering figure emerged from the void, exuding no discernible aura. This individual stood approximately 2.5 meters tall, appearing robust and formidable, with a solid physique. He was none other than Tang Feiyao, who had arrived a moment too late. He turned to Lin Dong and proclaimed loudly, "Tang Feiyao pays his respects to the sect master." Lin Dong nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Yes, you may go now." This young man displayed a commendable sense of humility, arriving in such an understated manner, unlike the others who seemed eager for the world to notice their presence. "Understood, Sectmaster." Tang Feiyao then turned to his 3 brothers and embraced them heartily. "4th brother, why did you arrive so late?" "Big brother, 2nd brother, 3rd brother. I encountered some delays on the way." The 4 brothers engaged in cheerful banter as they gradually descended together. the figure of Lu De, shifty and glancing about, then made his way toward the east. Lin Dong turned to his companion, Yi Changsheng, and spoke. At this moment, I can awaken your innate abilities. Are you prepared? Yi Changsheng replied, brimming with excitement. Master, please proceed. I am ready. Lin Dong nodded slightly, gesturing with a wave of his hand, and then extended a finger to touch Yi Changsheng's forehead. Instantly, a wisp of chaotic energy flowed from Lin Dong's fingertip into Yi Changsheng's brow, causing a surge of chaotic aura to emanate from within him. Sit cross-legged and attune yourself to your own energy. Guide that wisp of chaotic energy to traverse every part of your body, and your innate abilities will be fully awakened. By the way, this is the exclusive technique of our Xiaoyao Sect. Once you awaken your abilities, you may use it for your cultivation. With that, a beam of light entered Yi Changsheng's brow. Yi Changsheng nodded and immediately sat down cross-legged, calming his mind as he slowly guided the wisp of chaotic energy. Simultaneously, with a wave of his hand, Lin Dong transported Yi Changsheng into the time-space tower. Activating this chaotic sword body should take some time, but with this time-space tower, it will be expedited. Future disciples will surely cultivate with great vigor, requiring less time, thus their development will likely accelerate. As Lin Dong pondered, the system's notification chimed in his mind once again. Ding! The system has issued a task. Recruit the second disciple for the sect. The Qingxian Sacred Lands Recruitment Conference will take place in 3 days, where a genius of divine rank will emerge in Qingxian City. Please prepare to take them as your disciple. Lin Dong paused upon reading the system's task information. Just secured one disciple, and now another is being offered. A genius of divine rank at that. When did Qingzhou become home to so many prodigies? There are still a few days left, no need to rush. I shall take Yi Changsheng along to broaden his horizons, so he doesn't remain perpetually startled. Woof, woof, woof. The sound of barking snapped Lin Dong back to reality. It seemed rather profane. My dog could attest to the obscenities being uttered. Suddenly, Tang Fei Wang returned, carrying a person and a dog in each hand. The person had fainted, while the dog, upon spotting Lin Dong, began to drool and bark excitedly. Tang Fei Wang placed the pair on the ground and respectfully addressed Lin Dong. Sectmaster, this person and dog were trapped at the foot of the mountain. Sensing your aura upon them, I took the liberty of bringing them back. The dog, once set down, collapsed on the ground and began to retch. Clearly, they were somewhat dazed and suffering from a fear of heights. Lin Dong observed this scene, one hand resting on his forehead, while the other gently patted the dog's shoulder, saying, Indeed, this is the master of our sect along with his pet. You have done well. I have faith in you. The person and dog were none other than the Xiaoyao Daoist and Erha. He had not released his divine sense and had failed to notice that the Xiaoyao Daoist and Erha had sneaked out, not having secured their safety in advance. Fortunately, they were unharmed. Tang Fei Wang was somewhat taken aback, bowing his head and saying, Thank you, Sectmaster. It is my duty as a subordinate. Sectmaster, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, he respectfully performed a bow and departed, stealing a glance at the immortal wanderer lying on the ground. The master of the sect master, was he not the ancestral figure of the sect? Yet, why was his strength so feeble? Could it be that he had sealed his own powers and had yet to recover? Never mind, it was best not to dwell on it. He would remind his brothers to show respect to this man in the future. Lin Dong nodded. Yes, you may go. I shall take care of them. With a wave of his hand, a stream of spiritual energy split into two, entering the bodies of a man and a dog. Instantly, Era was fully revived, springing to its feet and rubbing against Lin Dong's thigh, whimpering with tearful eyes. It resembled a child who had endured considerable grievances, finally returning home to recount the injustices it had faced during its absence. Before long, the immortal wanderer awoke languidly. He sat up excitedly, first checking his body for any issues, glancing around nervously. Upon seeing Lin Dong, he exclaimed, Disciple, what transpired? I went out to buy some wine and nearly did not return. I was spinning in circles, fearing I would never see you again. He had initially thought Lin Dong would depart, descending the mountain to drink alone, only to encounter Era on the way back. Lin Dong felt a bit awkward, realizing that it was precisely when his master had descended the mountain that he had used the sect's facilities to confine him outside. With this thought, he decided to change the subject. Stepping forward with an unflustered demeanor, he waved his hand and gestured below, No worries, master. Look, I have rebuilt our wandering sect. It will flourish under my stewardship." The immortal wanderer was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend, before hastily getting to his feet and following Lin Dong's gaze. As he beheld the scene before him, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he remained rooted in place. His eyes misty and lips trembling, speechless for a long while. Even though 1,000 words swirled in his mind, he could only stammer out, "Good, good, good. Truly, my judgment of you was not in vain." He had expected that once Lin Dong regained his powers, he would abandon him. In his heart, he believed that the strong were heartless. Little did he know, his disciple had not only remained by his side, but had also helped him realize his dream of rebuilding the wandering sect. What a good disciple. Truly filial. He had indeed fulfilled his master's hopes. Chapter 6. The Sacred Land Accepts Disciples. All sides stir witnessing his master's emotional state. Lin Dong felt a stir within his heart. However, being a man, he was at a loss as to how to comfort another man. In this world, he had no kin, only the immortal wanderer as his master, despite the absence of blood ties. Yet, as the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. From a young age, Lin Dong had been nurtured by the carefree master, who treated him as his own child, holding a place in his heart akin to that of a biological father. Thus, Lin Dong had no compelling reason to part ways with him. Lin Dong had previously resolved to reconstruct the Xiaoyao Sect, allowing his master to cultivate alongside him as they ascended to the pinnacle of martial arts, savoring all that the world had to offer. Suddenly, a thought crossed Lin Dong's mind, and with a gentle smile, he remarked, "Master, I have just taken on a splendid disciple for you." Upon hearing this, the carefree master was filled with joy and eagerly grasped Lin Dong's arm, exclaiming, "Where is this disciple? Hurry and bring him forth for me to see." To his surprise, Lin Dong had not changed much. Despite the common notion that the strong are often cold and unfeeling, the master felt that Lin Dong remained as familiar as ever, displaying no signs of restraint. This indicated that the Xiaoyao sect had a successor, and in that moment, the master felt rejuvenated by decades. Lin Dong pointed towards the Tower of Time and Space, chuckling. "Your disciple has gone to cultivate within the tower." He paused before continuing. By the way, your disciple's cultivation level surpasses yours. When he sees you, his venerable master, with such a low level of cultivation, won't you feel embarrassed?" In truth, Yi Changxing's cultivation was not exceptionally high, merely at the qi condensation stage, while the carefree master's level was still at the qi refinement stage, indeed lower than that of Yi Changxing. The carefree master huffed in mock indignation, "You rascal! How audacious you are to jest with your master." This young man had indeed achieved success. It was time to extract some valuable insights from him. Rubbing his hands together, he urged, "Quickly, my good disciple, provide me with some unparalleled techniques and those elusive martial skills to conceal one's cultivation. Don't hold back. When you were young, I bestowed upon you many treasures, far more than I ever indulged in myself." It was imperative to secure a technique for concealing cultivation. After all, the venerable ancestor could not allow himself to be outshone by his own disciple. He had heard that such techniques enable one to resemble a hidden master. Lin Dong chuckled. "Fear not. You are my master, so you shall certainly receive your share. This is the exclusive cultivation technique of our Xiaoyao sect." With that, he snapped his fingers, and a beam of light soared into the master's brow. The carefree master closed his eyes, meticulously absorbing the information. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, astonished as he gazed at Lin Dong. "My disciple, can this technique truly be cultivated by one of my aptitude?" The principle of transforming myriad paths into one, reaching the zenith of the ultimate way, was indeed formidable. After examining it for a while, despite not fully comprehending its meaning, he sensed its extraordinary nature. In comparison to the techniques he had previously practiced, those now seemed utterly worthless. Lin Dong smiled lightly. "Of course you can. Our Xiaoyao sect's cultivation techniques do not consider aptitude. They can even enhance one's inherent abilities. Anyone, even a dog, can cultivate them." At this moment, the nearby husky barked in discontent, expressing its dissatisfaction. Lin Dong teased, "What is this? Do you wish to cultivate as well?" With that, he handed a copy to the husky as well. After the husky received this information, it kicked its legs and lay stiffly on the ground. The husky exclaimed, "Thank you very much." The carefree Taoist was startled and hurriedly approached to check if the husky was still breathing. Anxiously, he turned to Lin Dong and said, It's still alive. Is the husky all right? Lin Dong replied. It's fine. It just couldn't handle such an overwhelming influx of information and fainted. The carefree Taoist sighed in relief and said, That's good. By the way, what about the concealed cultivation technique? He almost forgot about that matter. Lin Dong chuckled, rubbing his forehead. Master, I currently do not possess such a technique, but I have a method that can significantly enhance your cultivation in a short period. It was surprising. He hadn't realized his master was so concerned about appearances. He had just inquired with the system about whether there were any techniques in the scripture repository and received the response that he needed to complete a task first and accept the second disciple of the sect for the system to unlock the techniques in the repository. The carefree Taoist immediately became intrigued. What is this marvelous method? Pray, enlighten your master. Master, I shall take you to a place for cultivation. If you diligently practice there, you will soon surpass your disciple. As for the location, there is no need for you to know. Just focus on your cultivation. Before the carefree Taoist could respond, Lin Dong waved his hand, transporting him to the second level of the time and space tower. Lin Dong believed that even if he explained the time and space tower to his master, it would take time for him to comprehend. It was better to wait until the scripture repository was open, then invite him to catch up on his knowledge. Thus, he sent him to cultivate in the time and space tower, akin to Yi Changshan. The difference was that while Yi Changshan was on the first level, the carefree Taoist was on the second, with 100-fold difference in flow rate. It wouldn't be long before the carefree Taoist's cultivation surpassed that of Yi Changshan. Lin Dong stood in place, stretching lazily. Finally nothing to worry about. Time to return, sip some tea, and bask in the sun. That is the essence of a good life. On the same day, a piece of news spread from the Qingxian Holy Land. Once the news emerged from the Qingxian Holy Land, it swiftly swept across the entirety of Qingzhou. The long-silent Qingzhou instantly erupted in excitement. Countless talented individuals from various regions of Qingzhou rushed towards Qingxian City. Hey! It is said that the Qingxian Holy Land's Disciple Recruitment Conference is about to be held. What? The Qingxian Holy Land is finally accepting disciples again? Did you just find out? I heard it will take place 3 days from now at the foot of Qingxian Holy Land in Qingxian City. Hurry, Wang brother. It's a bit far to Qingxian City. If we don't leave soon, we'll miss it. It's been 6 years, a full 6 years. Do you know how I've spent these 6 years? I have finally waited for this moment. I failed last time, but this time I will surely succeed. I must strive to enter the Qingxian Holy Land and become a disciple of the outer sect. Tong'er, you possess the demeanor of a sovereign. As your father, I earnestly hope that you can carve a path through the chaos and reach the sacred grounds this time. Brother, I have ventured to Qingxian City. I trust you to watch over our sister-in-law while I am away. Su Kuan, there is no need for you to attend the Disciple Recruitment Conference. An elder from the sacred grounds wishes to take you as a disciple. Countless sects, factions, rogue cultivators, and families from all over Qingzhou are dispatching their most gifted prodigies to Qingxian City, all in pursuit of joining the sacred grounds. Even becoming a mere servant disciple would bring immense benefits to the entire family. As the saying goes, when one ascends to greatness, even the chickens and dogs will rise. Chapter 7. The Young Divine Body and the Mysterious Maiden at the same time. In the lava valley of Qingzhou, a mystifying chasm of molten rock. Its origins shrouded in mystery and said to sporadically erupt with lava, presenting a perilous threat to those who dare approach. A youth clad in a black robe sat cross-legged upon the surging magma, his brow furrowed in anguish, as if he were enduring unspeakable torment. Beads of sweat, akin to grains of rice, dotted his delicate visage. He clenched his teeth tightly, emitting low growls from deep within. Roar, roar, roar. The boundless magma beneath him visibly diminished. Could it be that this youth was absorbing the essence of the magma for cultivation? Such a feat was truly terrifying. Nearby stood an elderly man. His hair as white as snow, his figure somewhat unsteady. He regarded the youth with a look of satisfaction. Yenner, hold on. The essence fire of the green lotus earth heart fire is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. You are on the verge of complete integration. Do not let your efforts go to waste. Your endless divine fire physique must undergo a rebirth through flames to awaken fully. Your future holds boundless potential. The youth gritted his teeth, enduring fiercely, calming his mind as he communicated with the striving for fusion. In his heart, he roared, I, Luo Yen, will surely succeed. Just wait, Lung Yanran. I shall prove to everyone that you are unworthy of Luo Yan. Moments later, the magma vanished, and the aura emanating from the young man surged, ultimately reaching the threshold of a half-step sovereign before gradually subsiding. Master, I have succeeded. The youth opened his eyes, sparkling with brilliance, and joyfully congratulated the elder. Indeed, Yinner. Splendid. The divine body coupled with the green lotus earth heart fire can fully unleash your innate talent. The elder nodded in approval, feeling both satisfied and gratified with his disciple. Master, once my cultivation reaches fruition, I shall first reshape your corporeal form. Luo Yin chuckled lightly, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes as he gazed at the elder's ethereal figure. Excellent, excellent. To have such a disciple as you. This old man harbors no regrets in this life, the elder said, tears of joy streaming down his face. Indeed, the elder was but a remnant soul, and the bracelet in Luo Yan's possession was the sanctuary for his lingering essence. His fate had not yet concluded. After wandering the eastern region for many years, he had discovered Luo Yan, a prodigy of such caliber, whose physique perfectly aligned with the techniques of his Medicine King Valley legacy. At this moment, Luo Yan inquired, Master, where are we headed next? The elder pondered for a moment, his expression icy as he replied, Let us proceed to Qingshan City. Master, what business do we have there? First, we shall reclaim some interest. Outside Qingshan City, an ancient airship streaked across the sky, racing swiftly toward the horizon. At the bow of the vessel, two enchanting young women stood gracefully. The one in green attire, with lively and inquisitive autumn-like eyes, surveyed the surroundings with curiosity. The other, adorned in a white short dress that accentuated her exquisite figure, had flowing tresses cascading to her waist. Her serene and elegant smile graced a face of breathtaking beauty. Lu Schwerer, AI-generated, no infringement. Kindly refer to the image, esteemed ones. Saintess, might we, the young woman in green began, but was interrupted by her companion in white. With a delicate hand raised, the white-clad lady said, Xiao Yin, how many times must I remind you? When we're outside, refer to me as sister or miss. Not saintess. Oh, miss, what brings us to the eastern region of Qingzhou? Shouldn't we be heading directly to the divine realm to broaden our horizons? The white-clad lady paused for a moment before responding. As we pass through Qingshan City, it happens that the Qingshan sacred land is recruiting disciples. Many prodigies are likely to be present. In a few days, we shall ascend the mountain for a glimpse of the talents from this eastern region. The girl in green looked momentarily puzzled, a flash of confusion in her bright eyes. Miss, what prodigies could possibly emerge from Qingzhou? The spiritual energy is so scarce here, and precious resources are few and far between. How could one cultivate extraordinary talents? Any state in the northern region surpasses this. The white-clad lady, her countenance serene, explained, Do not underestimate the talents from various locales. The continent is never short of prodigies. Countless powerful individuals have emerged from humble beginnings to ascend to the pinnacle of the continent, gazing down upon the myriad of beings. She paused and continued. Take, for instance, the Empress of Fragrance from the eastern region. Should we have the fortune to witness her unparalleled grace during our visit, it would indeed be a journey worth taking. Well then, since you have said so, I shall heed your instructions, Mississippi, very well. Let us first find a place to settle Xiaoyao Sect. In the backyard, Lin Dong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the sect before him. A sect of such grandeur yet devoid of vitality. It is time to recruit some disciples. Lin Dong murmured softly to himself. Two strands of divine consciousness emitted forth as he resolved to send out 2 guards to enlist some disciples for the sect. His aim was to find those with saint-level aptitude, immense determination, and virtuous character. Master, a voice called out, rousing Lin Dong from his musings. Lin Dong turned to see Yi Changsheng approaching from outside the courtyard. It was indeed Yi Changsheng, who had just emerged from the Tower of Time and Space. Feeling somewhat ethereal. Ah, splendid. You have perfectly integrated the chaotic sword body, Lin Dong observed at a glance, recognizing Yi Changsheng's remarkable state. Thanks to Master S intervention, otherwise, with my abilities, I would likely never have activated the sword body in this lifetime. Yi Changsheng scratched his head, inadvertently flattering his master. Master, I feel as though I am at an impasse. No matter how I absorb spiritual energy, I cannot make a breakthrough. I have come seeking your guidance. Through his recent cultivation, his cultivation level had reached the threshold of a half-step sovereign. He felt an abundance of power within him, yet he remained entrapped at a bottleneck, unable to advance in absorbing spiritual energy. You have reached the half-step sovereign realm, Lin Dong replied with a faint smile. He then proceeded to elucidate various cultivation methods pertaining to the sovereign realm. It was no simple feat to transcend into the sovereign level. Relying solely on the absorption of spiritual energy would likely yield no success in this lifetime. Below the sovereign realm, one cultivates with spiritual energy, while the sovereign realm demands an understanding of the energies of heaven and earth, allowing one to soar through the skies. To grasp the energies of heaven and earth, one must relax both body and mind, relying on personal insight to commune with these energies. Understanding the energies of heaven and earth cannot be rushed if one cannot break through. At this juncture, Lin Dong paused, for an overwhelming aura of a sovereign suddenly erupted from Yi Changxing's being. Master, I have broken through to the sovereign realm, Yi Changxing exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Lin Dong involuntarily twitched his lips. Indeed, it is fitting for one with the chaotic sword body to resonate with the principles of heaven and earth, achieving such a breakthrough with ease. He hadn't anticipated that this young man would achieve a breakthrough so effortlessly, leaving no regard for his master's dignity. It is all thanks to your wise teachings. Master, Yi Changxing said, his enthusiasm palpable, radiating the aura of a sovereign. How astonishing! What remarkable speed in cultivation! In such a short span, I have advanced 2 significant realms. The path of cultivation stretches long ahead. Do not let pride blind you, Lin Dong replied with a gentle smile, choosing not to divulge his own accomplishments. I shall heed your teachings, Master, Yi Changxing said while bowing respectfully. I will return to my cultivation now. With that, he headed towards the Tower of Time and Space. Go ahead, Lin Dong waved his hand. Watching Yi Changxing depart briskly, Lin Dong smiled faintly. Cultivation? Why bother with it? He had never engaged in it in his lifetime. Chapter 8. The City of Wutan, Luo Yin, and the Division of Blood Fiends in the blink of an eye. 2.5 days had passed. Qingshan City, situated adjacent to Qingxian City, appeared desolate as Lin Dong strolled down the sparsely populated streets alongside Yi Changxing, with Duan Liuda and Tang Feiyao trailing behind. In stark contrast to the bustling Qingxian City, Qingshan City seemed rather forlorn. There are so few people here. They must have all gone to the neighboring Qingxian City to partake in the festivities, Yi Changxing remarked wistfully. He had been here before, only to be hunted relentlessly by the blood fiends after leaving the city. Master, what brings us to Qingshan City? I had thought you were taking me to Qingxian City for the spectacle, Yi Changxing continued. We are headed to Qingxian City, but we will conveniently pass by Qingshan City to handle a few matters and eliminate some unsavory pests, Lin Dong replied. Yi Changxing, perplexed, chose not to question further. Following his master was sufficient for him. He had been diligently cultivating within the tower when Lin Dong had summoned him outside. Very well, master. Suddenly, their footsteps faltered as they turned their gaze ahead. At that moment, a powerful aura emanated from a nearby tea house, followed by an eruption of countless energies soaring into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Dong sensed the commotion, a slight smile gracing his lips. This was precisely the reason for his visit to Qingshan City. Accompanied by an old man, yet he is a child of destiny? How intriguing. Let us go and take a look. He then opened the system panel to examine the details. Luo Yin, young master of the Luo family from Wutan City. Physique, endless divine fire body. Gu Chun, master of the divine domain medicine King Valley, cultivation. Holy King realm, status, fragment of a remnant soul. Returning to the tea house, mere moments prior, in an inconspicuous corner sat a black-robed youth, a heavy sword strapped to his back. He sipped tea, occasionally glancing out the window. Yinner, prepare for action. I have scanned the area with my divine sense, and there is only one powerful warrior here. The rest are inconsequential. The warrior resides directly beneath this tea house, and with your current strength, you should be able to slay him. An ancient voice resonated in the boy's mind. Indeed, this individual was Luo Yin. Their target was none other than the blood slaughter branch of Qingshan City. He had learned from his master that the latter's demise was intricately linked to the blood slaughter pavilion. This visit to Qingshan City aimed to reclaim a portion of the debt, obliterate the branch, gather resources, and test the limits of his current abilities. Very well, master. Let us ensure they repay their debt. The blood slaughter pavilion had dared to strike against his master. They deserved their fate. in Luo Yan's heart. His master had bestowed upon him a second chance at life, and the blood slaughter pavilion had been marked for annihilation. With a chilling glare, Luo Yan crushed the teacup in his hand, his entire being erupting with fury. You wretches of the blood slaughter pavilion, I have come to collect my debt. All bystanders, vacate unless you wish to perish. As he spoke, flames coalesced in his hands, fireballs hurled from his grasp, transforming the tea house into an inferno. Panic ensued as countless individuals fled in terror. Those unable to react or lacking strength were reduced to ashes. What kind of fire is this? Help! I do not wish to die. How audacious this person is. In an instant, the aura of a powerful warrior locked onto Luo Yan, and countless energies surged toward him, intent on annihilation. Luo Yan unsheathed the heavy sword from his back, striking at the approaching foes with deadly intent. Half-step monarch? Who is this insolent child daring to cause a ruckus in my blood slaughter pavilion's branch? A gaunt, emaciated elder surged forth from below, his gaze fixed upon Luo Yan as though he were gazing upon a corpse. This elder was none other than the blood shadow old ghost. Yet, in the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply. Before him, Luo Yan stood as an invincible god of slaughter, drenched in blood. Each swing of his sword claiming the lives of several assassins from the blood slaughter pavilion, leaving even half-step monarchs unable to withstand a single strike. The blood that stained him was not his own, but that of the fallen from the blood slaughter pavilion. Die, all of you. A bunch of insignificant pests. Ha ha ha. What a thrill. Luo Yan continued to slash with fervor, his voice ringing with excitement. This cannot continue. If he continues to kill like this, my branch will be annihilated. The blood shadow old ghost, witnessing his comrades falling one by one, could no longer contain himself. If the higher-ups were to hold him accountable, he feared he would not escape unscathed. He had merely relied on connections to attain his position here. After such an incident, he doubted anyone would come to his aid. With this thought, he charged at Luo Yan with blinding speed, nearly instantaneously arriving behind him, aiming to deliver a lethal blow. Luo Yan raised his heavy sword and pivoted to defend. What is this? The old ghost can no longer restrain himself. The blood shadow old ghost unleashed a series of vicious strikes, each aimed at vital points. Child, you are playing with fire. Have you considered the consequences of provoking my blood slaughter pavilion? Luo Yan, undeterred, continued to clash with the blood shadow old ghost. Ha ha. I am here to slay the scum of your blood slaughter pavilion. Spare me your words. Today, one of us shall perish. The two fought evenly for a time. Unbeknownst to them, several figures had quietly materialized in the surrounding void. Moments later, the blood shadow elder found himself gradually at a disadvantage, ultimately severed of his right hand by Luo Yan. This cannot be. How is this child so powerful? Though he had ascended to the monarch level through sheer resources, he should not have been incapable of defeating even a half-step monarch. This was simply absurd. The blood shadow elder activated his blood escape technique, shattering a jade pendant in his hand, transforming himself into a mist of blood that vanished into the distance. Where he had crushed the jade pendant, a cloud of blood mist appeared in the sky. This is bad. Yenner, flee quickly. This is a distress signal from the blood slaughter pavilion. Powerful reinforcements are on their way. At that moment, a hurried voice from Guchun echoed in Luo Yan's mind. Master, are we leaving just like this? Luo Yan hesitated, his hand pausing mid-swing, reluctant to comply. Flee first. If we delay any longer, it will be too late. With that, Luo Yan ceased his hesitation and turned to depart. At that instant, a formidable aura of a sixth-tier monarch emerged, blocking Luo Yan's path. Jia. Who is this little brat daring to destroy my blood slaughter pavilion's branch? The newcomer was a young man, pale of complexion, clad in a blood-red robe, his form gaunt, as though drained of vitality. What should we do, master? A formidable opponent at the 6th level of the monarch realm. Luo Yan gazed at the man ahead, sensing the gravity of the situation. Alas, it appears I have underestimated the presence of other formidable figures from the blood slaughter pavilion nearby. Disciple, relax your body. Allow your master to lead you through this peril. Master, that is unwise. My decision is resolute. At that moment, the youthful man moved, intent on attacking Luo Yan. Once you arrive, do not depart. He was a killer from the blood slaughter pavilion, known as the Void Ghost King. Currently executing a mission near Qingshan City, he rushed over upon receiving the signal. To his surprise, a mere ant dared to provoke their blood slaughter pavilion. Suddenly, A sword light surged forth from the void, aimed at the Void Ghost King. Chapter 9. A Timely Rescue. The sixth brother takes action with a swift strike. The Void Ghost King was caught off guard, a sword slicing across his chest, blood spraying forth, revealing glimpses of bone beneath. Holy sword! Who dares to ambush me? The others were momentarily stunned. How could there be other powerful beings concealed within the void? When had they arrived, managing to evade their spiritual sensing and hide in the emptiness? Master. Luo Yin stood frozen, hesitant to act, continuously seeking guidance from his master in his mind, yet receiving no response. Who are they, and why are they coming to my aid? Even my master hesitates to respond. The Void Ghost King hovered in the void, clutching his chest. That last strike had been too swift. His instincts as an assassin barely spared him from fatal injury. He could feel an overwhelming force lingering in his chest, relentlessly assaulting his wound, preventing it from healing and exacerbating his condition, summoning a massive hand of spiritual energy. He struck out. Curse it! Who dares to reveal themselves to me? Three figures gradually emerged, as if stepping through the currents of time. With each step, the void resonated, unable to withstand their oppressive presence. At the forefront stood a striking silver-haired youth, his gaze profound like an abyss, exuding an aura both demonic and ethereal. Beside him was a dashing young man clad in white, wielding a long sword, his icy gaze fixed on the Void Ghost King. Trailing behind was a rather shabby man in white robes, his small eyes scanning the surroundings incessantly. These three were Lin Dong and his companions. The massive hand of spiritual energy dissipated before it could reach Lin Dong and his companions. The Void Ghost King, taken aback, regarded Lin Dong and his companions with a face marked by fluctuating emotions, internally cursing, "Damn it, what sort of powerful beings are these? What have the Qingshan division provoked?" Indeed, he felt as though he had stepped into a pitfall, realizing too late the gravity of his miscalculation. He discerned that the two young men in front held significant status. The young man in white wielded a holy sword, an item not easily attainable by ordinary factions. Holy weapons were treasures even saints might not possess. This is evidently the scion of a prominent family. Behind him stands a man who seems to be a bodyguard or attendant. Contemplating this, he slightly bows to Lin Dong and the others, saying, "Gentlemen, this is a matter of the Blood Slaughter Pavilion. I kindly ask that you refrain from intervening and avoid bringing calamity upon your own family." The group disregards the Void Ghost King's words, looking down upon everything with an air of superiority. Lin Dong raises his hand and sweeps away the blood mist in the sky. He was not keen on having flies buzzing around to disturb them. Beside him, Yi Changxing glances at Lin Dong, his eyes filled with inquiry. Master Lin Dong smiles faintly, understanding Yi Changxing's intent. "Go ahead, everything is under my watch. With the strength of my carefree sect, we fear no worldly powers. Let me witness how your prowess has evolved since breaking through to the King realm." Given that the Blood Slaughter Pavilion had previously hunted Yi Changxing, and although he had slain the two assassins, the enmity was established, and this matter could not simply be brushed aside. Yi Changxing needed to ascertain who sought to take his life. Now that his master had given the nod, he felt reassured to proceed. With that, Yi Changxing transformed into a streak of light, instantly charging toward the void old ghost. Luo Yin stared in astonishment at the scene, questioning where this young powerhouse had come from. He appeared to be of similar age, yet was capable of battling a six-fold King Realm expert while maintaining a clear advantage. He could hardly believe that there existed a talent even greater than himself in the eastern region. At that moment, the void beside Lin Dong stirred. Tang Feiyao emerged, dragging an elderly man with him. He first bowed to Lin Dong, then unceremoniously tossed the old man onto the ground. "Sect Master, I have brought back this old ghost." Still alive. Alive he was, albeit on the brink of death. This old ghost was none other than the Blood Shadow Old Ghost. As he attempted to flee, Lin Dong had instructed Tang Feiyao to retrieve him, which explained the presence of only Lin Dong and his two companions. Lin Dong nodded slightly. "Very well. Let us wait for Changsheng to return before properly entertaining him and conducting a thorough inquiry. Remember to treat him well." The Blood Shadow Old Ghost slowly opened his eyes, and his pupils trembled violently as if he had witnessed something unimaginable. His mouth quivered incessantly, thinking to himself, "Yi Changxing, how could he be so powerful? Even the Void Old Ghost is no match for him." His face turned ashen, and he inwardly cursed the Yi family. Damn it, the cursed Yi family. If one seeks death, they should do so alone. Why drag their branch along? Why not properly nurture their own genius instead of sending him to assassinate? Moments later, the battle on Yi Changxing's side concluded as he laid the Void Ghost King to the ground. With his first-level King Realm cultivation, coupled with the chaotic sword body and the holy sword, he felt confident that even a stronger opponent would be no match for him. Yi Changxing sheathed his sword and walked toward Lin Dong with a smile, saying, "Master, did your disciple bring you any shame?" Lin Dong smiled faintly and remarked, "Well, it's acceptable. If you cannot handle such trivial matters, you ought not to claim to be a disciple of my celestial leisure sect." All of this was within Lin Dong's expectations. Although Yi Changxing was merely at the first level of the sovereign realm, the recently awakened chaotic sword body was, after all, the foremost among the 3,000 body manifestations. Even though Yi Changxing could not fully harness its power yet, it still wielded considerable might. The primary factor lay in the terrifying lethality of the chaotic qi. Any ordinary individual who fell victim to the chaotic sword qi would find it exceedingly difficult to counteract, with outcomes ranging from death to severe injury. From behind, Duan Leota coughed lightly and inquired, "Ahem. How is it, lad? Are you accustomed to wielding this sword?" Yi Changxing replied with a smile, "It feels quite suitable. I owe my gratitude to Elder Duan for this sword." Duan Leota proudly raised his head and added, "Indeed, I treat such sacred weapons like refuse, merely discarding them in my storage ring. In due time, I shall procure a few imperial weapons for your use." "This sacred weapon is rather lackluster." Yi Changxing interjected, "Procure what?" Duan Leota responded, "Cough. Nothing, you must have misheard." Was Duan Leota truly the sort to engage in petty thievery? He merely wished for those treasures to be revealed once more. Lin Dong, observing the exchange, found amusement in Duan Leota's demeanor, realizing he was no ordinary individual, but rather a character of peculiar nature. He then spoke, "All right, let us attend to the matter at hand." Duan Leota stepped forward, delivering a kick to the blood shadow old ghost lying on the ground, causing him to yelp and roll about in distress. "Enough of this charade, old ghost. Speak. Who commissioned your assassination of Yi Changxing?" A chill emanated from Yi Changxing, his gaze icy as it locked onto the blood shadow old ghost sprawled before him. The blood shadow old ghost, lying there with an expression akin to a pig indifferent to boiling water, retorted, "Our blood slaughter pavilion has rules. We do not divulge the identities of our employers." Lin Dong smiled faintly, gesturing for Duan Leota to showcase his skills. "Old Six, these two old ghosts are entrusted to you. Employ whatever means necessary. Just ensure their lips divulge the truth. As for why they did not resort to soul-searching, for beings of their caliber, soul-searching indeed represented the simplest approach. However, Lin Dong wished for them to experience a different facet of life, believing that the journey itself was as significant as the ultimate outcome. Duan Leota grinned slyly, instantly comprehending Lin Dong's intentions. "Hee. Rest assured, Sect Master, this matter is well within my expertise. I shall handle it flawlessly." He promptly took both individuals away, for what was about to transpire might offend the Sect Master's sensibilities. The Void Ghost King shouted in bewilderment, "I truly know nothing. I was merely passing through." Meanwhile, the Blood Shadow Old Ghost displayed a disdainful demeanor, well aware of their professional training. "Very well, since this matter has been resolved, let us proceed to another issue." Lin Dong continued, his gaze gradually shifting towards Luo Yin, who stood nearby. Chapter 10. Core Disciple Luo Yin receives generous rewards. Yi Changxing gazed at the unfolding scene before him, filled with perplexity, unable to comprehend Lin Dong's intentions. In truth, they had been present all along. Yet Lin Dong had prohibited their departure, thus they remained. Upon witnessing the situation, Luo Yin was taken aback, realizing that it was finally his turn. He hastily bowed to the group, expressing his gratitude with a touch of reverence. "I am profoundly grateful for your timely intervention, esteemed seniors. I find myself at a loss to repay your kindness. May I inquire to which sect you noble ones belong? I assure you, I shall pay a visit in due course." Having just overheard the mention of the Xiaoyao Sect, he wondered if they were indeed powerful figures from that very lineage. However, what kind of force was the Xiaoyao Sect? Where was it situated? He had never heard of it before. Could it be a hidden sect? Lin Dong chuckled lightly and continued, "There is no need for a visit. If you wish to express your gratitude, now is the time. Please, esteemed senior, Be explicit. Very well, I shall be direct. My sect has descended the mountain specifically for you. Would you be willing to join the Xiaoyao Sect? Upon hearing this, Yi Changxing finally grasped Lin Dong's intentions. Did he seek another junior disciple? He could only hope this individual would not be foolish enough to reject their master's invitation, for then he would have no choice but to be unkind. From Lin Dong, he learned that he was the foremost disciple of the Xiaoyao Sect, as well as the eldest senior brother. Luo Yin was momentarily stunned. For me? Senior, you jest, he replied, incredulous. Of course not. Luo Yin felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. He stood in silence, appearing to contemplate earnestly. Master, please come forth and rescue your disciple. In his heart, he fervently called out to his master. What was he to do? Lin Dong had just saved his life, and logically, he should accept immediately. Yet, his master had not responded, leaving him in a quandary. After a brief moment of contemplation, Luo Yin hesitantly spoke. Esteemed senior, I currently have a master. I beg your pardon, or perhaps suggest an alternative that I might undertake. As if sensing Luo Yan's hesitation, Lin Dong replied, It matters not. Are you not here to join the Qingxian Holy Land? The likes of the Qingxian Holy Land is no match for our Xiaoyao Sect. We could easily dispatch any one of our members to obliterate it. Why not join us instead? Luo Yin was astounded. What kind of force was bold enough to utter such domineering words? At that moment, Lin Dong's voice rang out once more. Or do you wish to return and confer with your master, Gu Qin, before making a decision? Indeed. How did the senior know I wished to discuss this with my master? It was uncanny. Wait, how could he possibly know of my master? Luo Yin staggered back in shock. As senior, upon hearing this, Gu Qin, within the bracelet, was equally astonished. After all, he was a figure of the Saint King realm. Although he was now but a remnant of his former self, only another being of the Saint King realm could detect his presence. He had disclosed his identity to no one, and he was taken aback that the other party could perceive him. When did such formidable beings emerge in the Eastern domain? Could they be hidden masters? Since the other party is aware of his existence, it would be best to reveal oneself directly. With this thought in mind, Gu Qin swiftly emerged from his bracelet, first offering a smile to Luo Yin. Luo Yin was taken aback and hurriedly exclaimed, Master, how did you come out? Gu Qin waved his hand, signaling him to remain calm. With Lin Dong having intervened to save them, there was no longer any need for concern. If he intended to act against them, he would have done so much earlier. Then, he cupped his hands in respect toward Lin Dong and spoke, Esteemed one. I am Gu Qin, and it is an honor to make your acquaintance. Lin Dong nodded slightly. I had thought you might not dare to show yourself. Here's a proposition. Why not join my Xiaoyao Sect alongside your disciple? I will make an exception and appoint you as an elder of the Alchemy Hall. Who knows? If the mood strikes me, perhaps I shall assist you in reconstructing your body ahead of time. A 2-for-1 deal. Not only would he gain a disciple, but also an elder. As the leader of the Medicine King Valley, Gu Qin must possess commendable alchemical skills. With more disciples, they would naturally require countless elixirs. So securing a skilled alchemist would be beneficial, ensuring they would never lack for medicinal resources. Moreover, it would hasten the day when the disciples of the Xiaoyao Sect would enjoy freedom in elixirs, no, freedom in medicinal pills. Both Gu Qin and Luo Yin were taken aback by the mention of reconstructing a body. This was a matter they had long desired to achieve. Meanwhile, Yi Changxing, feeling disgruntled, suppressed his displeasure upon considering that Luo Yin might become his junior apprentice in the future. He spoke up, Hey, kid, what are you hesitating for? Look at me. I just joined the sect 2 days ago and have already broken through from the Qi condensation stage to the monarch stage. Luo Yin felt a stir of temptation, casting an inquiring glance towards his master. Gu Qin smiled gently. Yin, the decision is yours to make. Your master will always be by your side, following your heart. Senior, I am willing to join the Xiaoyao Sect, but I have one condition. I hope you can expedite the reconstruction of my master's body. He understood that his disciple was deeply loyal and had always wished to help him regain his form, though this matter could not be rushed. He was not particularly afraid of Lin Dong deceiving them. Even if the latter was a Saint King, he would risk his life to ensure they would not have it easy. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong chuckled lightly and nodded in satisfaction. Rest assured, since he is an elder of my Xiaoyao Sect, his affairs are now my concern. From this day forth, Luo Yin shall be a core disciple of my Xiaoyao Sect, and Gu Qin will be appointed as an elder of the Alchemy Hall. Obediently follow the commands of the sect master. At that moment, a notification sound echoed in Lin Dong's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a disciple. The task rewards have been distributed. Please check your inventory. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an elder of the sect. The reward has been issued. Please check your inventory. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Invincible sword body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. One realm enhancement card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. A Nirvana Ascending Dragon Pool for sect facilities. It has been manifested. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. A War God Tower for the sect. It has been materialized. Invincible sword body. Unmatched in the realms of heaven and earth. Unassailable in defense. Unparalleled in attack. Simply invincible. War God Tower. Contains infinite possibilities, housing projections of countless invincible prodigies. Upon entry, one will be matched with invincible powerhouses of the same realm. Defeating them will yield rewards, and one may even challenge those of higher realms to enhance the disciple's combat prowess. Nirvana Ascending Dragon Pool. A pool of water refined from countless celestial treasures, containing the essence of true dragons, phoenix blood, and divine transformative waters. It can be utilized to temper the disciples' physical bodies, enhance their physiques, and facilitate rebirth through nirvana, among other benefits. Note: suitable for anyone, regardless of their realm, and will adapt according to the user's physical condition. It is inexhaustible and will automatically replenish after use. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, a sect identity token. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, unlocking all resources of the sect. Access to the Divine Armament Tomb, the realm of 10,000 medicines, the sect's secret realm, and the sect's divine veins has been granted. Note: already materialized. Lin Dong gazed at the various task rewards and descriptions, feeling a surge of excitement. He planned to utilize these rewards upon returning to the sect and observe any changes that had occurred. At that moment, Duan Leota returned, dragging the blood shadow old ghost behind him and unceremoniously tossing him onto the ground. Master, this fellow has confessed. The blood shadow old ghost lay motionless on the ground, his gaze vacant and devoid of spirit, as if he had just endured a harrowing experience. Meanwhile, the Void Ghost King was nowhere to be seen, suggesting he had yet to confess. Chapter 11. The terrifying sect facilities, astonishing the master and disciple. What did he say? Lin Dong nodded slightly, turning his attention to Duan Leota. When the blood shadow old ghost caught sight of Lin Dong, a flicker of light momentarily sparked in his dull eyes. Please, kill me. I've confessed everything. Just end my life. He scrambled to his feet, pleading for mercy with tears streaming down his face. Tang Feiyao looked on in astonishment at the blood shadow old ghost, pondering silently. Is that all it took? Could this be the Master's approach to dealing with enemies? First, treat them well, and soon they become friends, after which they will reveal everything. Indeed, the Master possessed a magnanimous heart, even treating adversaries with such kindness. Unlike him, who merely sent enemies to meet their ancestors, who said that enemies must resort to violence. Sometimes, sitting down for a heartfelt conversation can forge friendships. Lin Dong, you truly have a vivid imagination. Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Duan Leota. He was bewildered by what had transpired to turn such a fearsome assassin into this state in such a brief time. Duan Leota, taken aback by the unexpected praise, hesitated to speak, glancing at Yi Changsheng with uncertainty. He said, "Do not hesitate, speak freely." "Yes, master." This old ghost claimed that he was hired by the Yi family from Qingxian City to hunt down Changsheng, though he seemed unaware of the specifics regarding who was behind it. After speaking, he cautiously observed Yi Changsheng's expression. Yi Changsheng stood in disbelief, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. He murmured, "Impossible, how can this be?" He could scarcely believe that those pursuing him were indeed members of the Yi family. Who could it be? Had there been a traitor within the Yi clan? Why were they intent on his life? Feeling a sense of helplessness, he turned to Lin Dong. "Master, I wish to return home and investigate this matter." Until this issue was resolved, he would be unable to focus on his cultivation. Lin Dong replied, "Very well, I shall accompany you." Having been in this world for quite some time, he had yet to explore the cities here. It would also be an opportunity to visit the Qingxian sacred land and observe if there were any gifted disciples. "Oh, by the way, would you two like to join us? or will you return to the sect first? Lin Dong addressed Luo Yin and his companion. With a wave of his hand, 2 white tokens appeared and flew towards them. These are your identity tokens. Take them. The 2 caught the tokens, their eyes filled with curiosity as they examined them. The front of the tokens bore a sword, with the words Xiaoyao Sect elegantly engraved, while the back indicated their ranks as elder and core disciple. Lin Dong's voice resonated once more. By entering your consciousness into these tokens, you will gain access to various sect information and cultivation knowledge. You can instantly transmit messages back to the sect from anywhere, and each month you may utilize a protective barrier twice, capable of withstanding attacks from those at the Emperor level and below. As his words concluded, Luo Yin and Gu Chun vanished in an instant. Master, they have returned to the sect. It is of no concern. I have instructed them to familiarize themselves with the sect and to cultivate diligently, with access to all resources. Yi Chongxing rubbed his hands together, looking at Lin Dong with anticipation. Master, what about my token? Having heard of the various functions of the identity tokens, he was certain that as the esteemed senior disciple, he would not be overlooked. Lin Dong waved his hand, and 3 tokens flew towards the 3 of them. They received the tokens, but before they could fully comprehend their significance, Lin Dong's voice echoed again. All right, let us attend to the matter at hand. Xiaoyao Sect Transmission Hall. Luo Yin inadvertently activated the transmission command, arriving at the reception point of the Xiaoyao Sect with the identity token. Wow, Master. The spiritual energy here is so rich. As soon as Luo Yin appeared, he was enveloped by a dense aura of spiritual energy. Is this truly our Xiaoyao Sect? Have we been transported back to the sect? Indeed, Yinner. According to the information on the token, this should be the reception point of our Xiaoyao Sect. Gu Qin flew out from his bracelet, surveying the surroundings. He sensed that the spiritual energy here was distinctly different. I never anticipated the spiritual energy to be so abundant. It must be several times stronger than that of the divine realm. Come, Master, let us go outside and take a look. Upon stepping outside, they stood in awe. Before them, spiritual energy coiled like mist, enveloping countless towering peaks, with palatial structures appearing intermittently among them. Master, am I seeing this correctly? Luo Yin turned in confusion when Gu Chun did not respond. Master? Gu Chun was staring blankly at the meandering river below the mountain peak. That cannot be mistaken, can it? This is the essence of divinity. This river is a divine vein? My heavens! Initially, Gu Chun had been somewhat skeptical when he agreed to join the Xiaoyao Sect, but upon witnessing this divine vein, his heart surged with exhilaration. With such a divine vein, not only was recovering his peak possible, but reaching that legendary realm also seemed within reach. He had assumed the Xiaoyao Sect was merely a hidden sect, but it was evident now that it was undoubtedly a divine sect. Master, what is the essence of divinity? Luo Yin inquired, somewhat perplexed. Without turning his head, Gu Qin's gaze remained fixed on the sect's divine vein as he replied. The essence of divinity is a more advanced form of spiritual energy. It is said that those who are powerful beyond the imperial realm cultivate this essence, which is believed to originate from unknown lands beyond the Tianwu Continent. A practitioner of the essence of divinity is exponentially more formidable than one who has never encountered it. The divine domain is so named because it contains this essence. Though it is exceedingly rare, the other 4 domains possess it even less. Once, the essence of divinity was abundant in the Tianwu Continent, but alas, it suffered greatly during the ancient calamity. As he spoke of this, Gu Qin's eyes reflected a complex emotion. Master, what calamity occurred in ancient times? Luo Yin questioned, intrigued. The invasion of the celestial demons. However, this is merely knowledge gleaned from ancient texts. The deeper secrets remain unclear to me. Gu Chun continued, on the Tianwu Continent, only those of quasi-imperial strength and above are qualified to vie for the scarce essence in the divine domain. Even I have only heard tales of it in my youth, never having possessed it myself. To break through to the realm of the great emperor requires a substantial amount of divine essence. Yet, the divine essence on the Tianwu Continent is insufficient to support a great emperor's ascension to higher realms, which is why the strongest here remain at the great emperor level. Yinner, I believe with your talents, cultivating in such a sect will surely lead you to transcend the great emperor realm in the future. Wow, above the great emperor? That sounds terrifying. Master, have we struck lucky this time? Luo Yin exclaimed, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Lucky? More than that. Yinner, We've hit the jackpot. To join such a divine sect where the essence of divinity flows like a river is a resource so abundant that even a dog could cultivate to the great emperor level. We must hold on to this opportunity tightly. Remember to work diligently and not bring shame to your master. Yes, master. Wait a moment. Could this tower possibly be a divine artifact? And this my heavens. Disciple, come help me. My legs have turned to jelly. Master, aren't you just a soul? How can your legs be weak? The two were utterly awestruck, like country bumpkins entering a city, overwhelmed by the various facilities of the Xiaoyao Sect. Chapter 12. The change in the Yi family and the journey to the sacred land Qingzhou, Qingxian city tearing through the void. They arrived in an instant. At this moment, Qingxian city was bustling with people. Lin Dong, Yi Changsheng, and Tang Feiyao strolled along the busy streets. As for Duan Liuda, he had returned to deal with the remnants of the Blood Fiend Pavilion. Lin Dong retracted his consciousness, a wave of secret satisfaction washing over him. He had witnessed everything that transpired between Luo Yin and the others at the sect. He had not anticipated such bountiful rewards from this disciple recruitment. The sect's facilities were nearing completion. Even he, at his current divine emperor level, could cultivate within the sect, albeit with minimal effectiveness. What the sect lacked now were disciples. And it seemed he needed to devise a faster method, as the current pace of recruitment was far too slow. We've arrived, master. That is my home, Yi Changxing said, pointing to a mansion ahead. Soon, they stood before the Yi family residence. The two guards at the entrance changed their expressions upon seeing Yi Changxing. Young master. They immediately regained their composure, speaking in unison. Lin Dong keenly observed this exchange, his brow furrowing slightly. Yi Changxing nodded, about to enter when a voice, laced with mockery, echoed from within. Ah, I thought it was someone of significance. It turns out to be our Yi family's young master returning. A young man accompanied by several guards emerged from inside. The voice belonged to the leading young man. Let us go, master. There's no need to pay them any mind, Yi Changxing said, suppressing his displeasure as he attempted to usher Lin Dong and the others inside. Stop. Do you truly believe you are still the same young master of the Yi family? The young man's voice rang out again, laced with a hint of menace. Yi Changxing paused, taken aback. Seize him. Before he could react, the young man continued, issuing the command. Yes, second young master, the guards responded in unison, drawing their swords and surrounding Lin Dong and the others. The young man stood to the side, grinning maliciously, his eyes filled with resentment as he observed the scene. In his heart, he silently mused, just a defeated dog, daring to return. Go meet your deceased parents. Lin Dong and the others refrained from intervening, simply standing by and watching the unfolding drama. This matter was a private affair within the Yi household, and they felt it inappropriate to interfere. Yi Changxing's expression shifted. Even he could discern the underlying issues. A sense of ominous premonition arose within him. The young man, Yi Kunlong, was the second son of his uncle, who had always been subservient to him. Now, these guards dared to act against him. Were they not afraid of reprisal from his father? And why had the Yi family sent people to hunt him down? The only explanation was that a tremendous upheaval had occurred within the Yi family during his month-long absence. Otherwise, how could the Yi family's members dare to pursue Yi Changxing? He had already scanned the entire Yi family with his spiritual sense and found not a trace of his father's presence, nor that of his mother. They had both vanished without a trace. This instilled a sense of unease within him, as he feared that his parents might have met with misfortune. His sole desire now was to ascertain the safety of his parents. To uncover the truth, he realized he could only extract answers from Yi Kunlong. With this thought, a chill settled in his gaze. With a swift motion, he drew his sword and struck. In an instant, several guards were cleaved in two. Yi Kunlong's smile froze in disbelief. This is impossible. To slay several guards of the Spirit Sea realm with a single sword strike. It cannot be. It is your turn now. Tell me what has transpired in the Yi family during this time, and I shall grant you a swift end. Having completed his actions, Yi Changxing fixed a cold stare upon Yi Kunlong. The latter, intimidated by the frigid intensity of Yi Changxing's gaze, stumbled back 2 steps. Feigning composure, he scoffed. Yi Changxing, do you believe you are still the young master of old? You wish to know what has transpired? Very well, I shall enlighten you. Ha! My father is now the head of the Yi family, and as for your father, he is likely unaware of where he has perished. Ha! Speak. What has happened to my father? Yi Changxing's expression turned icy, his eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent. Yi Kunlong's demeanor shifted to one of alarm. He had intended to further provoke Yi Changsheng, yet the murderous glare he received sent chills through him, compelling him to retreat involuntarily. He was uncertain whether Yi Changsheng would strike him. He was no match for him now. Your father, please, do not act rashly. My brother is now a disciple of a saintly elder. If my father learns that you dare to touch me, he will not spare you. With a resolute grip on the hilt of his sword, Yi Changsheng swiftly executed a strike, severing Yi Kunlong's right arm. Ah, how dare you sever my right? Yi Kunlong's heart-wrenching screams echoed nearby. It seems you still fail to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Yi Changsheng's hand remained poised on the sword's hilt, ready to draw at a moment's notice. Stop! Stop! Brother Changsheng, I was wrong. I will tell you everything you wish to know. With another swift motion, Yi Changsheng's sword struck again. Yi Kunlong lost a leg, collapsing to the ground, unleashing a harrowing wail. Ah, do not kill me. A flood of terror engulfed him, and he hastily begged for mercy. I shall repeat myself. Tell me everything that has occurred in the Yi family during this time. I will tell you, Brother Changsheng. I am your cousin. Please do not kill me. I will reveal all. During Yi Changsheng's absence from home, significant events had unfolded within the family. Firstly, Yi Chenglong, due to his royal physique, had caught the attention of the saintly elder and had been taken as a disciple, promising an illustrious future ahead. Then his second uncle, who was also Yi Kunlong's father, rebelled and engaged in a fierce battle with his father, seizing the position of the family head. Currently, his parents are missing, and their fate appears dire. At this thought, a chill surged within Yi Changsheng, and he swiftly extinguished Yi Kunlong's life with a single stroke of his sword, a means to vent the anger that swelled within him. In his final moments, Yi Kunlong's eyes reflected disbelief, unable to fathom that Yi Changsheng would dare to take his life. Meanwhile, the ancestral figure of their clan observed this scene in silence. Yi Changsheng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him as he gazed into the depths of the estate, fully aware that the clan's ancestor was watching, yet remained passive. With a heavy heart, Yi Changsheng stood there, lost in thought. What are you dawdling for? The voice of Lin Dong broke through his reverie. Yi Changsheng's thoughts were interrupted, and suddenly, a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. Indeed, there is still the sect. Had this been before, he might have hesitated due to the sacred land, but now he was a member of the Xiaoyao Sect. Master, you previously mentioned that the Qingxian sacred land could be easily annihilated. Is that true? With this thought, Yi Changsheng scratched his head and inquired of Lin Dong. He distinctly recalled his master's words. Of course, such a presence can be extinguished with a mere gesture. Lin Dong chuckled in response. Master, I wish to visit the Qingxian sacred land. Yi Changsheng scratched his head. With his current strength, he was capable of self-preservation, and he desired to journey to the sacred land. He wished to inquire about his second uncle and the whereabouts of his parents. At this moment, his second uncle and cousin Yi Chenglong were within the sacred land, enjoying its protection. In the 2 days leading up to the sacred land's disciple recruitment conference, an exchange conference among the forces of Qingzhou was held, and the Yi family, as a second-rate family in Qingzhou, naturally qualified to participate. Observing Yi Changsheng's demeanor, Lin Dong was well aware of his thoughts. Oh, I too shall visit the Qingxian sacred land. I will take you along. Lin Dong nodded, fully cognizant of Yi Changsheng's intentions. Coincidentally, he also wished to venture to the sacred land to see if any talents emerged. Changsheng, remember that while outside, you must uphold the reputation of our Xiaoyao Sect. If anyone from the sacred land dares to lay a hand on you, then the existence of that sacred land shall be called into question. He spoke slowly, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. How dare anyone harm my direct disciple? Lin Dong. Such an entity need not exist in this world. Even if it is the sacred land, so what? Yes, master, Yi Changsheng replied, warmth blossoming in his heart. Rest assured, your parents are safe. Do not underestimate their resilience. Lin Dong approached and patted Yi Changsheng on the shoulder, offering comfort. It should be noted that Yi Changsheng possesses the chaos sword body. Can someone with such a physique be ordinary? By the way, how did your parents meet? According to my father, when he was young, he ventured out to hone his skills and inadvertently rescued my mother, which led to my birth. Indeed, just as suspected, this is a tale where the daughter of a formidable lineage, pursued by enemies, finds herself unexpectedly rescued, leading to the blossoming of emotions, a surprising joy, and a decision to retreat from the world. Only to be forced into a corner by petty adversaries, Yi Changxing truly embodies the destined child. Let us proceed. I shall guide you there, the mentor proclaimed. Very well, master, came the reply. Chapter 13. The Saintess of the Lu Family. I, Yi Changsheng. Challenge Yi Chenglong. At that moment, deep within the Yi family estate, an elderly man raised his gaze, observing the unfolding events without intervening. Have I truly erred? Alas, I am growing old. He sighed, shaking his head before closing his eyes, murmuring softly to himself. With Yi Changxing's father's fate uncertain, he refrained from taking action. Now that Yi Changsheng had returned, his inaction also implied acquiescence to the circumstances. He indeed held a bias towards Yi Chenglong's faction, for the latter possessed remarkable talent, having been taken as a disciple by an elder of the sacred land at such a tender age. It was conceivable that he could elevate their family to new heights, transforming the Yi family into a distinguished clan within Qingxian City. His desire was merely for the prosperity of the family. What fault lay in that? At the foot of the Qingxian sacred land, a throng gathered for the disciple selection event, a sea of people awaiting their turn. Young men and women, eager and restless, yearned to excel on the heavenly ladder set to take place the following day, aspiring to make a remarkable impression and ascend the Qingxian heavenly ladder. Lin Dong led two companions to the base of the mountain, their figures ethereal, as if untouched by the earthly realm. Is there not a single individual here with sacred tier aptitude? Lin Dong surveyed the crowd, disappointment evident in his expression as he shook his head. Stepping forward, he intended to ascend the sacred land, but several young disciples of the sacred land halted their advance, appearing momentarily taken aback. The leading male disciple spoke. Halt. Which sect do you hail from? And do you possess an invitation from our sacred land? Yi Changsheng, perplexed, responded, An invitation? We are from the Xiaoyao Sect, here to seek someone. The young man waved dismissively. Xiaoyao Sect? A minor force of no renown. If you wish to visit our sacred land, an invitation is required. Yet another instance of an obscure sect seeking entry. Clearly, they were unaware of the necessity for such an invitation, and thus lacked the qualification to ascend the sacred mountain. The young man continued. If you wish to participate before he could finish, a force akin to a towering mountain descended, rendering him breathless. Yi Changsheng, feeling vexed, was poised to demonstrate his prowess when, unexpectedly, the imposing figure of Tang Feiyao intervened first. Lin Dong's calm voice resonated. Enough, Changsheng, Yao. They are merely ignorant disciples, and there is no need to trouble them. A gentle force enveloped the two, causing their forms to vanish in an instant, as if they had never existed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A group of young disciples appeared visibly terrified, gasping for breath as a chill surged through them, rising to their very crowns. The aura of the preceding elder was utterly terrifying. Their transcendent demeanor suggested they were undoubtedly formidable beings hidden from the world. Senior brother, should we report this to the sect? Such a powerful figure. No need. Huh, what are we doing? The young disciples wished to speak further, yet their minds drew a blank, as if the entire incident had never occurred, and Lin Dong and his companions had never been present. This was the result of Lin Dong's casual act of erasing their memories of the three. Observing this scene, Yi Changxing pondered deeply. Changsheng, only by demonstrating sufficient strength can one earn their respect. The powerful can establish the so-called rules. If you possess formidable power, you may well disregard them. Lin Dong's voice resonated, patiently elucidating that this world operates under such laws. Only those with great strength command the respect they deserve. Indeed, Master, Yi Changxing nodded, contemplating the implications of his words. Truly, he realized, the so-called invitation to the sacred grounds was merely a rule established by these powers. Possessing transcendent strength naturally allows one to overlook such regulations, inciting respect rather than contempt from others. At the Qingxian sacred grounds, situated atop the Qingxian heavenly ladder, a vast plaza teemed with individuals, elderly men and middle-aged figures accompanied by a throng of youth. Within the plaza, numerous arenas captivated the audience, all eyes fixated on the duels taking place therein. Amidst the throng, two striking young women stood gracefully, their beautiful eyes darting about, igniting fervor in the hearts of countless men as if they had been invigorated. At that moment, the woman clad in green spoke up. Miss, We've been watching for quite some time and have yet to see any truly remarkable talents. I doubt even Xiao Lian could triumph. Perhaps we should take our leave. It is a rare occasion to be out. Who knows when we shall have another chance? The woman in white shook her head slowly in response. There is no need to rush. Let us wait a few days. Huh? Wait for what, miss? Xiao Lian turned to Lu Shuer, puzzled, only to find Lu Shuetre staring blankly in a particular direction. Following Lu Shuer's gaze, she beheld the incoming figures, causing her to feel so enraptured that her legs nearly faltered. Wow, he is so handsome. 3 silhouettes emerged from the heavenly ladder. Leading them was a striking silver-haired youth. As if he had traversed the river of time, his eyes reflecting countless stars, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Beside him stood a dashing young man clad in white, wielding a long sword, his countenance equally handsome. Following closely was a tall and imposing figure, exuding a commanding presence. It was none other than Lin Dong and his companions. To be frank, while these individuals were undeniably handsome, they paled in comparison to our esteemed readers. It is indeed our readers who are the most striking. Lin Dong paused, turning toward the source of the voice. 2 women stood gracefully in place. Lu Shuer averted her gaze slightly, hastily redirecting her attention, feigning a demeanor of nonchalance. Ah, miss, so you were admiring handsome men, yet you didn't invite me to join. Xiao Lian remarked teasingly, a hint of mock indignation in her tone. She was taken aback that the usually elegant and serene lady could exhibit such behavior. Lu Shuer quickly regained her composure, her exquisite beauty now adorned with a faint blush, rendering her even more alluring. Xiao Lian, do not speak nonsense. I merely find these 3 individuals rather intriguing. That young man in white is undeniably a genius, while the other 2 are inscrutable. What? Miss has taken a liking to the young man in white. Lin Dong's eyes shifted, the universe within them seemingly unraveling into chaos. How fascinating. The saintess of the Lu family from the northern domain, possessing superior saint-level talent. He had not anticipated such an unexpected gain, having long abandoned hope. With superior saint-level aptitude, she could become an inner sect disciple. Whether she could join the sect would depend on fate. Not dwelling on it any further, he gestured for Yi Changsheng to locate someone. Changsheng, have you found him? He refrained from assisting Yi Changsheng in the search, wishing for his disciple to develop independence. While he subtly employed a trace of divine sense to scan the gathering, Yi Changsheng shook his head. Master, this martial arts arena is too vast. I have yet to find him. It may take some time. Even with Yi Changsheng's divine sense, he still could not locate the individual momentarily. After a brief contemplation, Lin Dong suggested, how about this? You take the stage and challenge your cousin. They will naturally appear. Yi Changsheng's eyes brightened. Master, you are indeed wise. Lin Dong chuckled. Enough with the flattery, hurry along. Without hesitation, Yi Changsheng ascended a platform, declaring loudly, Yi Changsheng of the Xiaoyao Sect, I seek your guidance. Wu Ming of the Xiaoyao Sect, I humbly request your instruction. The disciple across from him wore a solemn expression and nodded. Though he was unaware of the Xiaoyao Sect standing, any sect present here was not to be underestimated. Only second-tier sects were qualified to attend the exchange meeting. The battle was about to commence. Wu Ming unleashed his aura, exerting pressure on Yi Changsheng with the might of the 2nd level of the Spirit Sea Realm. Yi Changsheng met him with the same level of cultivation, further honing his combat experience. The Xiaoyao Sect? Why have I never heard of this sect before? Indeed, it must be some second-tier sect. Just wait, we shall soon discern their true worth. Various sects in the square engaged in lively discussions. The Holy Land organized this exchange meeting to recruit talent. During the competition among the sect's prodigies, any outstanding disciples might be accepted into the Holy Land as exceptions. The Xiaoyao Sect? Lu Shuer's beautiful eyes flickered, a slight smile gracing her lips. She had been observing this young man, only to discover that he was at the level of a king, inexplicably concealing his true power. Xiaolian, have you heard of this sect? Replying to the miss. I have not. Moments passed. The battle concluded with Yi Changsheng sweeping his sword, defeating Wu Ming. The spectators, initially astonished, soon redirected their attention to the other arenas. At that moment, Yi Changsheng uttered a statement that left everyone present in shock. I, Yi Changsheng, challenge the disciple of the sacred land, Yi Chenglong. Chapter 14. A single strike to defeat Yi Chenglong. The despicable crowd. What? Did I hear that correctly? This young man dares to challenge a disciple of the sacred land? Surely he cannot believe that defeating Wu Ming makes him invincible, to the extent of challenging a disciple of the sacred land. I see him merely as a foolish jester, likely attempting to attract the attention of the sacred land to secure a position among them. The crowd in the square buzzed with chatter, most dismissing the audacity of Yi Changsheng with derisive smiles. They doubted his capability to defeat a disciple of the sacred land, viewing his declaration as a mere ploy for attention. Countless individuals gathered, blocking the area entirely. I am curious to know who dares to challenge my disciple. An elderly voice resonated through the throng, prompting the crowd to bow and part to create a pathway. 3 figures emerged, walking side by side. The foremost was an elderly man clad in white, accompanied by a young man with striking features. The last figure was a middle-aged man in a purple robe. The young man, with his sharp brows and bright eyes, was Yi Chenglong. The elder leading them was his master, an inner elder of the sacred land. As indicated by his attire, the middle-aged man was Yi Chenglong's father, Yi Tiansong, who was also Yi Changsheng's uncle. Yi Chenglong gazed towards the platform, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the individual standing there. He exchanged a glance with his father, and a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in their eyes. They had not clearly heard who issued the challenge, only that someone was daring to confront Yi Chenglong. To their surprise, it was the pitiful Yi Changsheng who had come to them uninvited. Yi Chenglong inclined his head respectfully towards the elder, stating, "Master, I shall accept this challenge and ensure that the reputation of our sacred land remains untarnished." "Very well, go forth." The elder stroked his beard, nodding slowly in approval. Yi Chenglong leaped onto the martial arts arena, glancing at Yi Changsheng with a disdainful snort. "I never imagined you could escape from the blood-killing pavilion, yet you dare return to seek death?" Yi Changsheng remained silent, gazing at Yi Chenglong without uttering a word. He could not comprehend why they, being blood relatives, would resort to such enmity. Was there truly nothing that could be discussed amicably? Yi Chenglong continued, "And tell me who granted you the audacity to challenge me?" At this, Yi Changsheng shook his head, disappointment etched across his face. "Why must they send people to hunt me down? And what of my father?" He was aware of the long-standing discord between his father and uncle, yet he never anticipated that his own uncle would resort to fratricide for the sake of a family position, turning against his father. Yi Chenglong, upon hearing this, merely laughed derisively. "Why pursue you? Yi Changsheng, do not overestimate your significance. Your death is merely a secondary concern. You are but a dead man, with no need for such knowledge. Perhaps you should descend and accompany your parents." With that, Yi Chenglong drew his sword, unleashing a surge of energy that enveloped the arena. Emanating from his 8th tier of the Spirit Sea realm, Xianling sword technique, he unleashed a streak of azure sword light, imbued with a terrifying force, aimed directly at Yi Changsheng. Yi Chenglong's cold smile conveyed an air of disdain, his gaze directed at Yi Changsheng as if he were nothing more than a corpse. He recalled that Yi Changsheng was merely at the qi condensation stage. With his own 8th tier Spirit Sea cultivation, he could effortlessly annihilate him. Is this lad truly a disciple of the sacred land? He is indeed remarkable. His first strike employs a royal-grade martial skill, and the aura of his Spirit Sea stage feels not weaker than that of the pinnacle. Indeed, it is said that Yi Chenglong possesses imperial body talent, having been admitted into the sacred land as an exception. In such a short time, he has already reached this level of prowess, given time. Ah, look over there. This boy is nothing but a pathetic weakling. I wonder which trash sect he hails from, standing there like a statue. Instantly, the crowd in the square erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Yi Changsheng paid no heed to the surrounding murmurs. He gripped his sword and struck forth. A gray sword radiance sliced through the air, charging directly at the azure sword light. The aura of the 1st tier of the royal realm erupted, shocking the onlookers into silence. The atmosphere grew so still that even a pin drop could be heard. This youth possesses royal realm cultivation? Such youthfulness in a royal realm. It was known that even the heads of their second-rate forces merely reached the royal realm. Crack! The 2 sword lights collided, and the azure light was extinguished, while the gray sword light surged forth at an astonishing speed toward Yi Chenglong. Not good. Yi Chenglong's pupils contracted, too late to evade. With a sickening thud, the gray sword radiance struck him, causing blood to erupt violently as he was sent careening backward, crashing into the training ground. This scene transpired in an instant, leaving the crowd aghast, having underestimated Yi Changsheng's hidden depths. They had believed it impossible for Yi Changsheng to surpass Yi Qinglong. Yet, with his actions, Yi Changsheng delivered a resounding slap to the faces of all who doubted him. No one dared to belittle Yi Changsheng any longer. And no, it cannot be. How could you possibly be stronger than I? You are merely at the qi condensation stage. You must be employing some trick. This cannot be real. Yi Qinglong lay on the ground, his expression one of horror and disbelief. Yi Changsheng approached him, stating, "You cannot even withstand a single blow. What sort of trash disciple from the sacred land are you? And as for all of you, would you care to step up for a duel?" As he spoke, he stepped forward, preparing to stomp down fiercely onto Yi Qinglong's chest, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Those lacking in strength would be looked down upon. While they could belittle Yi Changsheng, he would not tolerate any disparagement towards the Xiaoyao Sect. Upon catching sight of his second uncle, he paused momentarily, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Yi Changsheng had initially contemplated ending Yi Qinglong's life, yet ultimately restrained his impulse, deciding to spare him. If his second uncle refused to divulge the truth, then Yi Qinglong might still serve a purpose. He firmly believed that his second uncle would have no reservations regarding his precious son. Yi Tiansong sensed the murderous intent and felt an immediate sense of foreboding. He could not ascertain whether Yi Changsheng would dare to act in front of the crowd. He was unwilling to take that gamble. After all, this was his beloved son, and nothing could go amiss. With this thought, Yi Tiansong immediately confronted Yi Changsheng with a furious rebuke. "Yi Changsheng, are you seeking death? It is merely a martial arts competition, yet you dare to resort to such ruthless measures." As he spoke, he cast a glance at the expression of the elders standing nearby. The elder wore a grim expression, observing the unfolding events with indifference. Indeed, it is merely a minor competition, yet this youth resorts to such brutality. I concur, his actions are indeed quite vicious. Such a cold-hearted individual, if allowed to grow, will inevitably wreak havoc in Qingzhou, leading to irreparable consequences. The onlookers in the square chimed in, each voice contributing to the condemnation of Yi Changsheng, eager to see him dealt with swiftly. Having finally found an opportunity to curry favor with the sacred land, they felt compelled to seize it without reservation. As for the potential repercussions of offending the Xiaoyao sect, they dismissed it with a scoff. With so many sects present, even the sacred land would think twice. Would the Xiaoyao sect dare to act against such a formidable assembly? Many factions maintain neutrality, unwilling to wager everything. Could a sect that produced such a young and talented monarch be trifled with? They certainly could not afford to offend them. Perhaps the crowd was aware of the implications, as they were seasoned individuals, yet they remained unperturbed, harboring a sense of luck. As for the so-called genius, if snuffed out, can it still be deemed a genius? Observing the sagacity of those around him, the white-clad elder nodded in satisfaction. Well, seeing this individual's ruthless nature, I have decided to strip him of his cultivation to prevent future misdeeds once he grows powerful. Do any of you dissent? His aged yet commanding voice resonated throughout the arena, leaving no room for objection. Very well, we have no objections to the elder's decision. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out across the square. I, Lu Shui-er, the saintess of the northern domain Lu family, have objections to the elder's decree. This individual has merely displayed his true prowess, and there is nothing ruthless about it. Chapter 15. Lu Shui-er intervenes, slays Yi Qinglong. The crowd fell silent, astonished that someone would dare defy the elder of the sacred land. In the center of the square, a woman gracefully stepped forward. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down to her waist, and she wore a white dress that accentuated her exquisite figure, her long, slender legs captivating all who beheld her. Lu Shui-er could not bear to witness such a prodigious talent being extinguished, and thus felt compelled to intervene and save him. Who was this woman? I just heard her mention the northern domain Lu family. Could she be from the reclusive Lu family? The white-clad elder was infuriated, casting a cold glare at Lu Shui-er. Humph! What of the Beiyu Lu family? In my Qingzhou territory, it is the Qingxian sacred land that holds sway. As the elder spoke, the formidable pressure of his venerable presence enveloped the area, descending upon Lu Shui-er like an overwhelming tide. To his astonishment, there were indeed those undeterred by death, bold enough to provoke the authority of their sacred land within its very heart. Lu Shui-er, summoning her peak kingly prowess, barely managed to withstand the oppressive force. Unfazed, she replied coldly, Is this the manner in which your Qingxian sacred land conducts itself? Such ruthless tyranny. Merely offering a dissenting opinion prompts you to unleash your pressure upon me. This matter shall not be forgotten by the Liu family. In due course, our elders shall pay you a visit. Yet, inwardly she lamented. Had she brought along her protector, she would not have found herself in such a precarious position. Upon sensing Liu Schwetter's cultivation, the onlookers were taken aback once more. Another at the peak of kingly rank, such youth accompanying such power. Many among the heads of families present found themselves eclipsed by her prowess, questioning whether they had indeed squandered their years in vain. What has become of this world? The elderly man in white wore a countenance as dark as stormy waters. As a respected elder of the sacred land, how could he endure being chastised publicly by this young girl? Where could he hide his shame? And what of it? Whether you are the saintess of the Liu family or the head of the family matters not. The affairs of the Qingxian sacred land are none of your concern. I advise you to refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you. Otherwise, do not blame this old man for using his power to discipline you. His gaze was icy as it locked onto Liu Schwer, exuding a clear intent to discipline. I shall see who dares to harm a member of my Xiaoyao Sect. Tang Feiyao strode forth, his voice resonating with an indomitable authority that instantly silenced the crowd, instilling a sense of awe. With him present, no harm would befall Yi Changsheng. Though he emitted no visible pressure, an intangible weight bore down upon those assembled, as if any attempt to move would result in instant annihilation. This instinct told them that he was no ordinary individual. The elder in white's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and alarm. Who was this formidable figure? To elicit such pressure even from him? Could he be a sage? Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation. Pray tell, what is the meaning of this? Are you here to besiege a disciple of my Xiaoyao Sect? A voice, ethereal yet commanding, resonated through the air, instilling both reverence and trepidation in the hearts of those present. Lin Dong appeared, his towering figure exuding an aura of greatness. His gaze deep and indifferent as he surveyed the assembly. He spoke with an air of detachment. You dare to threaten the life of my sect's disciple? Is your life truly so insignificant? He had merely been probing the situation, and in that brief moment, Yi Changsheng had become the target of their ire. Truly, the child of destiny attracts attention wherever he goes. Master, sect leader. It is they? Indeed, they are together. He must have a plan. Upon witnessing the arrival of the two, Liu Schwer felt a heavy weight lift from her heart. The earlier peril had prompted her to step forward in defense, as she had not spotted their figures amidst the turmoil. The crowd exhibited a spectrum of emotions, reverence, relief, and terror. Who could have anticipated that this young man held such formidable connections, accompanied by two powerful guardians? Grateful for their silence, they realized that speaking out would have offended these mighty beings. Some were overwhelmed with fear at the thought of incurring the wrath of such strong adversaries. The elder in white regarded Lin Dong with a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. Esteemed guest, this is our sacred ground. Before he could finish his sentence, old fool, if the young cannot defeat you, then the elder will do it for them. Do you intend to bully me with your status? Do you truly believe that my Xiaoyao sect is without defenders? Lin Dong's expression remained indifferent, his tone frigid. His consciousness enveloped the area, and he was acutely aware of the unfolding events. Since this old wretch sought to harm his beloved disciple, let him first experience the agony of witnessing his prized pupil perish before him, rendered utterly powerless. Let him feel the weight of oppression and the anguish of losing a disciple. I shall let you experience what it means to be utterly helpless. Changsheng, eliminate Yi Chenglong. He serves no purpose. At that moment, Lin Dong's voice resonated in Yi Changsheng's ears. Yi Changsheng was momentarily stunned. Yes, master. Though uncertain of his master's intentions, he was unwaveringly obedient to his commands. No, you dare. The elder in white, ablaze with fury, charged at Yi Changsheng in a desperate attempt to save Yi Chenglong. Yi Changsheng disregarded the elder, lowering his gaze to Yi Chenglong, and with a swift motion, his sword fell. Yi Chenglong's head rolled away, gradually coming to rest at Yi Changsheng's feet, his eyes wide open in disbelief. He could not fathom that he had met his end in such a manner. He had just entered the Qingxian sacred land, and his martial journey had only just begun. Most tragically, he died in front of his master, crushed beneath the foot of one he had always looked down upon, slain by a single stroke. No, you truly dare. The elder in white was beside himself with rage, astonished that Yi Changsheng had the audacity to act thus. Then go down and accompany my disciple. He raised his hand, intent on crushing Yi Changsheng in a single motion. Humph! Tang Feiyao exuded a wave of pressure, advancing with astonishing speed. A formidable force that bore down upon the elder in white like an impending storm. This was dire. The elder's complexion shifted dramatically as he sensed a terrifying aura approaching from behind. What an overwhelming presence. It was beyond his capacity to contend with. What to do? The communication jade token given to me by the sect leader. He hastily produced a jade pendant from his robe, shouting, "Sect leader, save me." Crack. In an instant, the elder was crushed by the overwhelming force, reduced to nothingness. Silence enveloped the plaza. The onlookers dared not make a sound, fearful that any noise would draw Lin Dong's attention. If even the elder of the sacred land could be slain, what hope did they have? At that moment, Lin Dong's calm voice echoed once more. "Now, let us also deal with those who dare to speak ill of my Xiaoyao Sect." Boom. The minds of the crowd trembled in shock. What? This individual is exceedingly domineering. Could he truly dare to act against such a multitude of forces? Everyone held their breath in anticipation. With so many factions present, he surely could not recall which ones had spoken out. Some harbored a glimmer of hope. Lin Dong continued. "Remember to keep Changsheng's second uncle. He still holds some value." "Understood, sect leader." Boom. As Tang Feiyao prepared to strike, a terrifying aura emanated from the heart of the sacred land. It was the unique presence of a powerful sage. "Cease at once. Who dares to disturb my sacred land and lay hands upon our elder?" At that moment, a voice of authority resonated throughout the sacred land and even across Qingzhou. A wave of joy surged within the hearts of the crowd. Wonderful! A strong figure from the sacred land had intervened. They were saved. With a sage's strength at play, what could the Xiaoyao Sect do? Lin Dong lifted his gaze, a slight smile gracing his lips. "I've caught a big fish. Indeed, this is the strategy one favor." As anticipated, the novels of my past life were not misleading. Strike one and a multitude fall. This act was also to establish dominance and prepare for the formal emergence of the sect. Bang, bang, bang. Countless individuals in the square erupted, their souls scattering without leaving a trace. Before their demise, they wore smiles, as if the imminent death bore no relation to them. The remaining powerful figures in the square trembled in fright, their legs turning to jelly. They were all thankful they had refrained from mocking words. No matter, they had lived another day. That was already quite remarkable. Damn it! If you do not provide my sacred land an explanation today, you shall join them in death. At that moment, a solemn and powerful voice echoed from afar, belonging to a middle-aged man. Chapter 16. Suppressing the Sacred Land's Crowd. An unexpected turn. The crowd turned their gaze skyward, where countless dark figures approached rapidly. Upon closer inspection, they were numerous silhouettes soaring through the air, a chilling aura enveloping the surroundings. At the forefront was a middle-aged man, his appearance, attire, and commanding presence indicating he was the sovereign of the sacred land. Following him were a throng of elders, middle-aged individuals, and youths. They must have been elders and disciples rushing to lend their support upon hearing of the unrest in the sacred land. Lu Shui's beautiful eyes flickered. She was curious how they would respond. "Humph, how dare you speak so arrogantly?" Tang Feiyao's eyes, like copper bells, widened as he beheld the approaching crowd from the sacred land. He was about to make his move. Lin Dong interjected, "Io, leave some alive." "Understood, sect leader." His anger flared, and an overwhelming aura instantly enveloped the area, the terrifying imperial might directed at the flying figures of the sacred land. Such audacity! To insult my sacred land so brazenly. Watch as in an instant, the members of the sacred land were rendered powerless, plummeting from the skies to the ground below. The previous formidable presence vanished entirely, and they were all forced to the ground, unable to move. What kind of power is this? Lu Shui's delicate lips parted in shock, her astonishment rendering her speechless. With but a mere hint of pressure, a saint was rendered utterly powerless. It is worth noting that even his father was merely a formidable figure within the saint realm. Does this not imply that had his father been present, the outcome would have been no different? Contemplating this, her beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at Lin Dong, filled with wonder. This man is the lord of the free and easy sect. Surely, such a powerful being serving as a guardian must possess unfathomable strength and a remarkable background. What is this aura? How can it be so overwhelming? Please spare me, esteemed senior. Hurry, summon the ancestor. The members of the Qing Xian Holy Land lay grievously injured on the ground, wailing in despair. The middle-aged man leading them, disregarding any semblance of dignity, cowered in fear upon the ground, his lips quivering incessantly. Emperor's might. After a long moment, those two words surfaced in his mind. This imposing pressure felt as heavy as a mountain. While the others remained oblivious to its significance, he understood. This was the might of an emperor, indeed. There are but few emperors in the entire eastern region. Moreover, many of these emperors had not emerged from seclusion for countless years. Having ventured into the divine realm, he had been fortunate enough to witness the grandeur of an emperor. Little did he expect that the people of the Qing Xian Holy Land would be so short-sighted as to provoke such a formidable figure. It seemed that heaven had deemed it fit to bring ruin upon their holy land. Holy Master, you must think of a way. Should we not summon the ancestor from his coffin? Yes. I do not wish to die. Holy Master, please, summon the ancestor. The members of the Qing Xian Holy Land clamored, each suggesting that they beseech the ancestor to emerge from his coffin. In their hearts, the ancestor was invincible. It is futile. Even if the ancestor were to emerge, he would still be unable to escape death. The Holy Master of the Qing Xian sighed in resignation. Having given up on struggling, the members of the Holy Land were perplexed, unable to fathom the Holy Master's meaning. Did he truly believe there was anything their ancestor could not resolve? After all, their ancestor was a being of the great saint realm. Yet, unbeknownst to them, in the presence of an emperor, the great saint realm is no more significant than an insect. At that moment, their revered ancestor was also pinned within his coffin, unable to move under the weight of the pressure. Just then, the Holy Master of the Qing Xian heard footsteps and looked up to see Lin Dong and his companions approaching. The Holy Master lay on the ground, akin to a broken rag doll, unable even to stir. With a bitter expression, he implored, esteemed seniors, I am unaware of how my Qing Xian Holy Land has offended you. We are willing to offer compensation. If that is insufficient, we are prepared to become your vassal force. I beseech you, please spare these innocent disciples. He could conceive of no other recourse. Hoping that these esteemed individuals would take pity and spare the innocent disciples of the Qing Xian Holy Land. The others were bewildered, questioning why the Holy Master was so humble. After all, they were a distinguished Holy Land. Holy Master, why are you being so bitter to end our lives? Yes. Holy Master, we silence. Do you comprehend whom you are addressing? The crowd was struck with horror and confusion, yet they complied with the Holy Master's command, falling into a hushed silence. Let me make things clear for you. Lin Dong was a man of reason. He slowly approached them, looking down from a height. You from the Qing Xian sacred land are truly tyrannical. Are the lives of your disciples not innocent? And what of my disciple's life? Should he be sacrificed simply because he lost in a competition? Lin Dong had no intention of sparing them. As for the conditions set by the sacred lord of Qing Xian, he found them utterly lacking in allure. As for compensation, how absurd. Killing them would still be his gain. The subordinate forces were even less significant. They were merely a minor sacred land, devoid of any growth potential. Being a man of reason, Lin Dong felt it necessary to enlighten them, lest they misconstrue him as unreasonable. Pausing briefly, Lin Dong continued, Furthermore, did you not just say for me to stay and accompany them? You truly dare to say that? What a jest. With Lin Dong's cultivation at the level of an empyrean, there was no one on this continent who could threaten him. The sacred lord of Qing Xian implored once more, Great Emperor. No, esteemed senior, I hope you can overlook the transgressions of a petty individual and spare their lives. I am willing to pay for my previous actions, hoping to exchange it for their slim chance of survival. In his haste, the sacred lord inadvertently let slip a critical detail. An empyrean-level powerhouse? Heavens, what had they just heard? The crowd was utterly stunned. They mourned for the fallen and lamented having provoked an empyrean. Now, it was clear, no one could save them. Wait, a dreadful thought simultaneously crossed the minds of the crowd. The aura sensed a few days ago was similar to this one. Could it be another empyrean? Surely not all from the Xiaoyao Sect. How terrifying. Simply horrifying. The members of the sacred land were stricken with fear. It was the end for them. They had provoked an empyrean, and even their ancestors would be unable to protect themselves. An empyrean, a legendary figure they had never even hoped to meet. Only heard tales of. Little did they expect to encounter one today. only to pay with their lives. At that moment, the people of the Qingxian sacred land finally grasped the implications of the sacred lord's words. Realizing this, they fell to their knees, begging for mercy. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. He calmly declared, "Any forces unrelated to the Qingxian sacred land, if you wish to avoid death, may leave." Countless individuals turned and fled, exerting every ounce of strength to vanish like shooting stars into the distance. At that moment, a shadowy figure attempted to sneak away. Yi Tiansong, did this sect grant you permission to leave? Indeed, this person was Yi Chongqing's uncle, Yi Tiansong. Lin Dong had not forgotten the purpose of his visit. Yi Tiansong halted, rooted in place, and meekly exclaimed, "Esteemed senior, I have no connection with the Qingxian sacred land." As he spoke, he immediately dropped to his knees. Incessantly begging for mercy, Lin Dong stood with an air of indifference, hands clasped behind his back, choosing to ignore the unfolding drama. He beckoned to Yi Chongqing. "Come here." "Chongqing." "Yes, master." Yi Chongqing soared in from a distance, his demeanor shifting upon seeing his uncle. His eyes narrowed with cold fury as he advanced, seizing Yi Tiansong by the robe, demanding, "What have you done to my father and mother?" Yi Tiansong lifted his gaze, showing little surprise at Yi Chongqing's arrival. He did not resist, allowing Yi Chongqing to grip his robe. With a self-deprecating smile, he uttered, "If I were to divulge the truth, would you spare my life?" Yi Chongqing hesitated, unsure of how to respond, and turned to Lin Dong for guidance. Lin Dong replied, "This matter is yours to decide. I shall not interfere." Yi Chongqing paused, contemplation evident in his eyes. Suddenly, a twist of fate occurred. Yi Tiansong erupted in rebellion, and with his fifth level of King's realm prowess, he captured the unprepared Yi Chongqing, pressing a dagger to his throat. Chapter 17. Raising a hand to annihilate the Holy Land. Could a great calamity be upon us? Yi Tiansong had aspired for his son to become a dragon, but today he faced the grim reality of sending a white-haired person to mourn a black-haired one. Overwhelmed with sorrow, he cried out to Lin Dong, "Spare me, or I shall slay this wretch." Lin Dong regarded the scene with disdain, replying coolly, "You vastly overestimate your own capabilities." He then addressed Yi Chongqing, saying, "Remember, mercy towards foes is cruelty towards oneself." Lin Dong had been watchful of Yi Tiansong's furtive maneuvers, refraining from intervening. This was a perfect lesson for Yi Chongqing, a necessary encounter to cultivate his understanding of the martial world's brutality. Without first-hand experience, how could he grasp its harsh realities? Lin Dong had discerned that Yi Chongqing was straightforward, ill-equipped to employ cunning or to guard against treachery, as sword practitioners often possessed a forthright disposition. Perhaps this experience would teach him a valuable lesson. With a flicker in his gaze, Lin Dong's eyes momentarily transformed into profound voids, drawing Yi Tiansong's spirit into their depths. To uncover the whereabouts of Yi Chongqing's parents, Lin Dong resorted to the soul-searching technique. He filtered out extraneous information, focusing solely on details pertaining to Yi Chongqing's lineage. After 3 breaths, Lin Dong opened his eyes, watching as Yi Tiansong slumped backward, lifeless. Having delved into Yi Tiansong's memories, he grasped the entirety of events that transpired. It was Yi Tiansong who had dispatched individuals to the Bloodslaughter Pavilion, offering a bounty for Yi Chongqing's assassination, all while concealing these machinations from the public eye. The upheaval within the Yi family was anything but ordinary, with the shadows of the Holy Land lurking behind the scenes. Yi Qinglong's master had sent a formidable King's realm expert to assist Yi Tiansong in seizing the position of family head. Yi Chongqing's father, Yi Tianqiong, had been severely injured by this King's realm expert's strike. In a moment of crisis, Yi Chongqing's mother had produced a void teleportation talisman, whisking Yi Tianqiong away from the Yi family. Thus, Yi Tiansong ascended smoothly to the position of family head. Meanwhile, Yi Zhentian, the ancestral figure of the Yi family, possessed merely half a King's realm cultivation and could only bear silent witness throughout this ordeal. Lin Dong conveyed all of this to Yi Chongqing. Upon hearing that his parents were safe, Yi Chongqing felt a wave of relief wash over him, lifting the heaviness from his heart. However, he was not yet inclined to return to the Yi family. At that moment, Lin Dong addressed Yi Chongqing with a grave demeanor. "From now on, at any time, never let your guard down. This time, your master was by your side. Otherwise, you would have no idea how perilous the outside world could be. Upon hearing this, Yi Chongqing recalled the recent events and felt a shiver of fear. Indeed, had it not been for his master's presence, he might never have had the chance to see him again. This marked the second time his master had saved him. Remember, your master will not always be by your side. You must face the challenges ahead on your own. Yes, disciples shall heed the teachings of my master. Enough of this. The matter here is settled. Return to the sect and devote yourself to your training. Yes, master, I shall train diligently and will not disappoint your expectations. Yi Chongqing clenched his fists. Having experienced this ordeal, he understood all the more the significance of strength. Had he possessed formidable power at that moment, none of this would have transpired, and his parents would not be missing. He silently vowed to dedicate himself to his training upon returning to the sect, yearning for greater strength. Everything he possessed now was bestowed upon him by Lin Dong, and he swore fervently to repay Lin Dong's kindness in the future, ready to face any challenges for the sect. At that moment, Lin Dong spoke to Tang Feiyao. Yao, I leave the rest to you. Our sect does not wish for anyone from the Qingxian Holy Land to survive beyond today. The insult they had inflicted upon both him and the sect, alongside their audacity to harm his disciple, rendered their existence unnecessary. Chongsheng, let us depart. Lin Dong beckoned Yi Chongqing to leave with him. Yes, master. Suddenly, just as Lin Dong was about to take his leave, he remembered Lu Shuai. With her saintly qualifications, she possessed considerable potential. What means could he employ to recruit her into the sect? Having already accepted 2 male disciples, it would be pleasant to have a female disciple as well. For the sake of aesthetics, right. First, he would coax her into the sect, and then, Chongsheng, that young lady just now came to your aid. Why not invite her to our sect for a visit? With this thought, Lin Dong addressed Yi Chongsheng. Is that appropriate, master? Yi Chongsheng scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Not at all. Go ahead. Upon receiving his master's encouragement, Yi Chongqing approached Lu Shuai and respectfully clasped his hands together, saying, I, Chongqing, express my gratitude for your noble assistance today. As a token of appreciation, I would like to invite you to visit my Xiaoyao Sect. I wonder if you would be willing? Lu Shuai was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that her unintentional act of aid would lead to an invitation to the sect. Since you extend such a sincere invitation, I shall not impose too much, she replied gracefully, quickly regaining her composure. Her purpose for coming to the eastern region was to experience its splendor, so she graciously accepted the invitation, her heart filled with anticipation, curious about what the Xiaoyao sect might be like. Unexpectedly, a formidable being at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, an invincible entity within the Tianwu Continent, finds himself relegated to the role of a mere guardian in the illustrious Xiaoyao Sect. What manner of sect possesses the audacity to treat an emperor in such a way? Could it be the ancient divine sect? And what of those 2 individuals? What realms do they inhabit? Tang Feiyao stood aloft above the Qingxian sacred land, raising his hand to unleash a colossal palm of law that enveloped the entire sacred site before crashing down with tremendous force. Thus, the Qingxian sacred land, which had stood resilient in Qingzhou for countless generations, met its demise. Yaozi, what on earth are you doing? Why have the sect leaders departed? At that moment, Duan Liuda hurried over, his gaze fixated on a certain point within the abyssal chasm before him, his eyes gleaming with a hint of excitement. This wretched sacred land dares to lay hands on the sect leader's direct disciples and speaks irreverently to the sect leader. It is a waste of air for them to continue existing, Tang Feiyao declared with overwhelming authority. Despite his somewhat naive appearance, his formidable physique commanded respect, leaving no room for underestimation. Indeed, they are deserving of annihilation. Nothing of concern. I shall return to the sect to report. Go ahead. I, old Duan, will inspect matters over there. By the way, if the sect leader inquires about my absence, you may inform him that old Duan is checking for any survivors within the sacred land. Duan Liuda promptly responded, eagerly rubbing his hands together as he rushed toward a specific direction within the sacred site. If any disciples of the sacred land were still alive and witnessed Duan Liuda heading that way, they would be astonished to discover that he was headed toward their ancestral grounds. Within the ancestral grounds of the sacred land, a coffin lay prominently placed. An elderly man with gray hair rested inside, his eyes tightly shut. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Emperor's might? He sensed an overwhelming aura of imperial power locking onto him, rendering him utterly immobile. After a prolonged moment, a colossal hand descended from the heavens. As he faintly perceived the might of that hand, his face turned ashen, and he closed his eyes once more, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. The emergence of an emperor heralds the advent of calamity, does it not? Alas, what force could remain unscathed under such calamity? Sigh, having lived for so long, I have had my fill of life. To perish beneath the great calamity of the celestial demons. Perhaps this is simply my fate. In his final moments, these were his thoughts. Yet, he would never come to realize that it was not calamity that had arrived, but rather the deeds of his overly dutiful disciples. Chapter 18. The name of Xiaoyao resounds through the eastern domain at the foot of the mountain. Time rewinds several dozen breaths. From the mountain, a multitude of terrifying auras surged forth. The onlookers were taken aback, gazing upwards in confusion, utterly perplexed. What is happening? Could it be that a great battle has erupted within the sacred land? One by one, figures emerged from the heavenly staircase of the Qingxian sacred land, each displaying expressions of horror, their energies fully unleashed, as if they were exerting every ounce of strength they possessed. Frantically, they dashed down the mountainside, as if pursued by the very specter of death. It's terrifying. There's a great emperor. Get away from me, you plant. Who dares to hold me back? Son, do not blame your father for his ruthlessness. As the ancient saying goes, a son sacrificed to the heavens possesses boundless power. I shall burn more offerings for you when the time comes. Father, I do not wish to die just yet. Second father, save me. My mother says you are my true father. Some even forsook their own offspring in their desperate flight, abandoning them on the mountainside to fate. What on earth was happening? The crowd below was filled with confusion. As they were about to voice their inquiries, a multitude of even more formidable presences surged forth behind them. They turned to behold countless powerful figures hastening from all directions, having heard the words of those descending from the sacred ground. An elderly man spoke in a deep voice. Is this the Qingxian sacred land? I never expected that this humble Qingzhou sacred land would witness the emergence of a great emperor. A middle-aged man, exuding an impressive aura, remarked, Is the imperial might emanating from here? A seemingly ordinary man's eyes sparkled with excitement. Quickly, inform the family to bring lavish gifts to the Qingxian sacred land. We must not miss this opportunity to forge connections. A square-faced, middle-aged man stepped forward, calling to the crowd, Hasten, let us ascend the mountain together. I believe that with so many forces arriving with sincere intentions to pay their respects, even a great emperor would personally receive us. With that, the square-faced man led the charge upward. Ever since the emergence of a great emperor's presence in the eastern domain days prior, they had been dispatched by their respective factions to gather intelligence. However, the whereabouts of such powerful figures were elusive. If they did not wish to be found, it was impossible for mere mortals to uncover their trails. Just as they were on the verge of despair, another powerful aura of a great emperor appeared, guiding them to their destination at last. Some strong individuals charged straight up the mountain without a care for others, while more cautious ones paused below, assessing the situation. Yet, there were still skeptics among the strong, doubting the recent claims. At that moment, a plain-looking man clad in white approached the staircase and intercepted a gray-robed man hastening down the mountain. May I inquire, esteemed sir? Are you seeking death? Get out of my way. Don't impede my descent. If you wish to die, do so alone. The white-clad man's gaze turned icy, his aura unconsciously pressing down upon the gray-robed man. The latter froze in place, unable to move. Could it be that today was the day the heavens sought my life? Having narrowly escaped one calamity, I now encounter this cunning cockroach. Noticing this, the white-robed man's expression softened considerably. Can you now answer my questions honestly? The gray-robed man nodded. Is there indeed a great emperor on the mountain? The white-robed man inquired. Suppressing his anger, the gray-robed man hastily affirmed, Yes, venerable one, there is a great emperor on the mountain. Upon hearing this, the white-robed man disregarded the gray-robed man and charged directly up the mountain. The arriving crowd's eyes gleamed with excitement. Indeed, it is the emperor. Quickly, we must not allow other factions to seize the opportunity first. Let us make ourselves familiar before the emperor. One by one, they dashed towards the Qingxian sacred land with fervor. Meanwhile, those who had just descended the mountain were perplexed. Had they lost their minds? Why the desperate rush to court death? The man in the gray robe finally reached the base of the mountain, casting a wary glance upwards. I have finally escaped. Then, as if recalling something, a chilling smile crept upon his face, and he thought, who dares to intimidate me? Acting so arrogantly? Let them perish. As the words left his lips, an invisible pressure enveloped the crowd. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted. A colossal hand materialized above the Qingxian sacred land, casting a shadow over the entire area before crashing down. Boom. The onlookers beheld an enormous abyss where the sacred land once stood, as if the Grim Reaper had just brushed past them. After a brief moment, gasps of disbelief echoed from the mountainous base. Hiss! Could it be I did not see correctly? The sacred land has vanished. Obliterated. They had narrowly escaped annihilation alongside the sacred land. Who can elucidate this situation for me? Oh, weren't there a throng of individuals fleeing down the mountain moments ago? Instantly, countless gazes turned towards those who had descended. The onlookers, filled with curiosity, were here to seek admission into the sacred land. Although the recruitment event had failed to materialize, they dared not voice any grievances. The sacred land was an unattainable force for them, let alone one capable of destruction. With the sacred land annihilated, what hope was there for discipleship? They could only remain as spectators, mere bystanders to the unfolding drama. Those who had not reached the sacred land bore unfriendly expressions. What a jest! They had nearly been led to their doom by this group. How could they harbor goodwill? Was it not said that the Qingxian sacred land housed powerful emperors? The fleeing individuals replied, "You merely inquired if there were emperor-level beings atop the mountain. We answered truthfully. You did not ask further. Yes, there were emperors. But they were there to obliterate the sacred land. It was their fault for not clarifying the situation before rushing in to meet their demise. Whose fault was that? Did you not witness our desperate flight down the mountainside? Yet you charged upwards, seeking your own destruction? Through inquiries, the truth emerged. The elders and the sect leader of the sacred land, in their arrogance, had dared to strike at the leader of the carefree sect and his direct disciples, showing disrespect to the emperor sect's leader, thus incurring the wrath of the emperor sect's master, who commanded the emperor to obliterate the sacred land. No trace of sympathy was found in the crowd's eyes. Instead, they wholeheartedly endorsed the carefree sect's actions. How could a dignified emperor be insulted by such lowly beings? Those who had refrained from charging upwards sighed in relief, grateful they had not rushed in. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to ashes. As for those who had ascended and could not escape, their fates were likely sealed as well. No force would risk offending the formidable sovereigns for the sake of these insignificant individuals. Rather, such powers would come forth to offer apologies. This is the realm of martial arts, where the weak are preyed upon and the strong reign supreme. Xiaoyao Sect. This is the esteemed imperial sect. The crowd eagerly produced their sound transmission jade talismans, conveying this news back to their respective factions. Instantly, the eastern region erupted in excitement. The name of Xiaoyao Sect spread like wildfire throughout the entire eastern region. Leaders of various powers hastily dispatched emissaries to inquire about the whereabouts and nature of Xiaoyao Sect. Numerous factions aspired to become subservient to the Xiaoyao Sect. What perplexed the powers of the eastern region was the apparent absence of any trace of Xiaoyao Sect. It was as if it had never existed. Despite their exhaustive searches through the eastern region and ancient texts, they had never encountered any mention of this imperial sect. Could it be that an ancient hidden divine sect had emerged? As for those lesser sects, they were regarded with disdain, scarcely acknowledged. Meanwhile, Lin Dong and his companions had returned to their sect, where Yi Changxing graciously guided Lu Shui and the others on a tour of the premises. The sights and experiences along the way left them utterly astonished. Chapter 19. Divine Transformation Water as Common Drink. Enlightenment Tea merely a simple brew? In the backyard of Xiaoyao Sect, a gentle breeze rustled through the trees outside the pavilion. Lin Dong sat within, a steaming cup of tea before him. In the distance stood 2 tea trees, entwined with the profound laws of the Tao, exuding an aura of mystery. These were the legendary Enlightenment tea trees. It seemed they were a reward bestowed by the system, and he was eager to savor their flavor. The tea is just passable, Lin Dong remarked after tasting the Enlightenment tea, which had a hint of bitterness followed by a subtle sweetness. He felt no extraordinary sensation. It was indistinguishable from ordinary tea and offered him no unique effects. He had long returned to the sect to enjoy his tea, allowing the 3 young ones to entertain themselves. Inside a magnificent hall of Xiaoyao Sect. Please, ladies, take a seat and have some water to quench your thirst. Yi Changsheng invited Lu Shuer and her companion to sit, pouring them each a glass of water. The two sat somewhat distracted, clearly still in shock, struggling to regain their composure. Yi Changsheng, however, was relatively unfazed. Having previously endured the overwhelming experience of founding the sect, he possessed greater resilience. "Oh, you ladies sit for a moment. I shall brew you some tea," he said with a gentle smile, the simplicity of their interaction drawing them closer together. He retrieved a packet of tea leaves from his storage ring, a clandestine gift from his master. "Yi Gongzi, why not let Xiao Lian handle this? She excels at such matters," Xiao Lian volunteered, stepping forward. "Surely not. It would be improper to have a guest labor," Yi Changsheng replied with a light chuckle. "It's quite all right. Xiao Lian is accustomed to it. Such tasks are meant for her," she said cheerfully, accepting the tea leaves and deftly preparing the brew. Lu Shuer picked up the water cup before her, and, parched and astonished, she drank it down in one gulp. In the next instant, her beautiful eyes widened as an enigmatic sensation enveloped her. It felt as though her understanding had been elevated, leaving her utterly astounded. "This is, young Master Yi, this is no ordinary water, is it?" Lu Shuer inquired anxiously, a flicker of realization dawning within her. "This water? Quite ordinary, really, just the sect's daily water. Oh, by the way, my master mentioned this is the divine water of creation," Yi Changsheng replied candidly. "The divine water of creation, said to have fallen from the heavens at the dawn of time, possesses the power to transform one's comprehension and innate talent." Yet, to Lu Shuer, these words struck like thunder. "Heavens, truly such a divine object," Lu Shuer exclaimed, her face paling in astonishment. The divine water of creation was a legendary entity, and she had never imagined she would have the opportunity to partake of it. Rooted in place, she struggled to regain her composure. Moments later, the tea was brewed, and Xiao Lian poured tea for the two of them. Yi Changsheng gestured for Xiao Lian to take a seat, courteously stating, "My master says our sect has no fine teas, just this humble brew. Please forgive the lack of hospitality. Young master Yi certainly has a way with jest." Lu Shuer replied with a wry smile, not believing his words. If they had brought forth the divine water of creation, how could the tea be anything less than extraordinary? With graceful hands, she lifted the teacup and drank deeply. The warm tea transformed into a gentle current, flowing from her tongue into her being, instantly permeating her entire body. She felt an extraordinary connection to the cosmos, as if she had entered an entirely different state of existence. This tea, it must be the legendary Enlightenment tea. She understood well that any tea presented by the imperial sect could not be inferior, yet she had never anticipated it would be Enlightenment tea. Her heart swelled with unparalleled astonishment. Truly, the legendary divine sect was remarkable, unveiling two divine items at once. To drink the divine water of creation as mere water, and to regard the Enlightenment tea as simply coarse tea. Determined not to miss this opportunity for epiphany, she promptly closed her eyes to contemplate the power of the heavens and earth. "Mississippi." Xiao Lian gasped in surprise, her concern for her mistress evident. "It's nothing. Do not disturb your young mistress. She has merely entered a state of enlightenment. Let her seize this rare opportunity." A figure materialized from the void. Seemingly from antiquity, Lin Dong appeared at the forefront, preventing Xiao Lian from interrupting Lu Shuer. Having nothing pressing to attend to, Lin Dong had come to observe. "Master, Xiao Lian, pay your respects to Sect Master Lin." Xiao Lian quickly bowed, her heart filled with joy. Is the young mistress truly entering enlightenment? How wonderful. Come, sit down and enjoy a cup of tea. Perhaps you too may gain your own fortune and insights, Lin Dong suggested. Without hesitation, Xiao Lian nodded and took a sip of tea, soon entering her own state of enlightenment. Observing this scene, Yi Changsheng felt a surge of curiosity. Not well versed in the art of tea, he had yet to experience its flavor. Could it be that his master's tea held some peculiar charm? With this thought, he lifted the teacup and drank deeply as well. This was his first encounter with the elixir, and an ethereal sensation enveloped him. He felt as if he had transcended into a realm of celestial grace. "Changshan, close your eyes and attune your heart to the essence of the universe," came the voice of his master, Lin Dong. Without hesitation, he obeyed Lin Dong's command, promptly shutting his eyes and delving into contemplation. Lin Dong, seated at the head of the table, leisurely sipped his tea. The reactions of the others did not surprise him. The Tao Enlightenment tea bore no significance for his level of cultivation, yet for Yi Chongxing and the others, it was an invaluable treasure. Moments later, Lu Xuer's aura began to surge dramatically, reaching the first level of the Emperor realm. However, her momentum showed no signs of abating as she progressed towards a breakthrough into the second level. With a wave of his hand, Lin Dong separated Yi Chongxing and Xiao Lian into another space, ensuring they would not disturb Lu Xuer at this critical juncture. Concurrently, Yi Chongxing and Xiao Lian experienced a surge in their own cultivation. It was only after Lu Xuer attained the 7th level of the Emperor realm that her aura gradually stabilized. After a brief moment, she opened her enchanting eyes, glimmering with delight. Upon noticing Xiao Lian in a state of enlightenment, her heart swelled with joy for her. "I am Lu Xuer, honored to meet you, Master Lin." She rose respectfully before Lin Dong, who occupied the foremost seat. "I extend my deepest gratitude for your kindness in treating us with such a precious divine artifact. It is indeed a privilege." Her bow conveyed heartfelt appreciation for Lin Dong's generous hospitality. While this treasure may hold little value for a formidable being such as Lin Dong, for them, it represented an extraordinary opportunity. Just a sip of the Tao Enlightenment tea had propelled her from the pinnacle of the monarch realm to her current state. Truly, the tea lived up to its illustrious reputation, coveted even by beings of the Holy Realm and beneficial to emperors. If those powerful beings were to discover how Lin Dong utilized such a treasure, they would surely cry out in outrage at the perceived squandering. The Tao Enlightenment tea was of immeasurable worth to those of their caliber, as only through the comprehension of greater laws could one ascend to another level. "There is no need for such formality, my dear. It is merely humble tea," Lin Dong replied nonchalantly, extending a gentle aura to support Lu Xuer. She stepped aside, awaiting quietly. In that moment, thoughts of her father and grandfather crossed her mind. If only she could bring some back to them. If they could achieve breakthroughs, they would no longer have to suffer from their injuries. Cursed be the celestial demon clan. As these thoughts coursed through her, her initial joy morphed into sorrow. "Is there something weighing on your mind, Miss Lu?" Lin Dong inquired, having sensed her emotional turmoil. After a brief silence, Lu Xuer mustered her courage and spoke. "May I inquire, Master Lin, if your esteemed sect possesses more Tao Enlightenment tea, could you possibly sell a portion to me?" She gazed at Lin Dong, her eyes shimmering with hope. "If it is what you seek, it would be no trouble for me to gift you some," Lin Dong replied calmly. They were merely acquaintances. Yet Lu Xuer was willing to risk the ire of the Holy Land to offer them aid. What was a mere cup of tea in comparison? Moreover, from now on, we are all comrades. "No, Master Lin, this is far too precious. The young lady may graciously accept your sect's goodwill, but I cannot accept such a gift." Lu Xuer hurriedly declined, for even if she wished to purchase this much enlightenment tea, she could not afford it. "In our sect, the enlightenment tea is merely an ordinary beverage. This bag of tea is a gift for you, my lady." With a wave of his hand, Lin Dong conjured another large bag of enlightenment tea, which flew towards Lu Xuer. This Lu Xuer gazed at the bag of tea, a hint of indecision flickering in her eyes. Suddenly, a thought brushed across her mind, and she resolutely declared, "This item is of paramount importance to me, and I have compelling reasons to accept it. However, I have no means to repay such generosity. I am willing to remain by your side as a maidservant in gratitude for Master Lin's immense kindness." Lin Dong was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a reaction from Lu Xuer. His intention was merely to accept her as a disciple of the sect, not to take her into his household. A maidservant is unnecessary, but what? At his words, Lu Xuer's gaze dimmed, yet a glimmer of hope remained. Chapter 20. Summoning Ancient Deities. Lin Dong merges with the Invincible sword body. However, if you were to join my Xiaoyao Sect and become one of our disciples, then this tea shall be a welcoming gift on your initiation. Lu Xuer was astonished. "Master Lin, with my qualifications, can I truly join the Xiaoyao Sect?" Lin Dong replied with a gentle smile. "With your superior saint-level aptitude, you are eligible to become an inner disciple of my Xiaoyao Sect. The saint level is categorized into lower, middle, upper, and supreme grades, correlating to various ranks: servant, outer sect, inner sect, and core disciple. With her superior saint-level aptitude, Lu Xuer could indeed become an inner disciple. Master Lin, I, Xuer, am willing to join the Xiaoyao Sect." Overwhelmed with joy, Lu Xuer eagerly inquired further. Upon witnessing the extraordinary treasures of the Xiaoyao Sect, she had thought it would be impossible for her to join. To her astonishment, she found herself eligible. Joining the Xiaoyao Sect was an immense opportunity for her. Excellent. There are no significant ceremonies. Simply perform a deep bow to me, and that will mark your official initiation. Lin Dong nodded and smiled at Lu Shuer. The ancestors of the Xiaoyao Sect were long gone. By the time he reached his master, the sect had lost its former glory, and this was the best he could offer. Lu Shuer then performed a deep bow toward Lin Dong. Disciple Lu Shuer pays respects to the sect master. Indeed, from this moment forth, you are an inner disciple of the Xiaoyao Sect. Here is your identity token. Once your senior brother Changsheng completes his breakthrough, he will guide you through the cultivation grounds of our sect. Lin Dong nodded slightly and raised her up with a wave of his hand. To his surprise, he had inadvertently welcomed Lu Shuer into the sect. Fate is indeed wondrous. By the way, since you are now a disciple of Xiaoyao Sect, should you require assistance, feel free to ask. Our sect's strong will surely come to your aid. Keep this enlightenment tea well, as it is a welcoming gift from our sect. With a casual wave of his hand, a token and a pouch of tea flew before Lu Shuer. He understood her need for the enlightenment tea and thus, without hesitation, offered it, for she was a disciple of his sect, and there was no need to inquire about the reason. Master, Shuer extends her deepest gratitude. She shall surely dedicate herself to the sect in the future. Lu Shuer expressed her thanks with a bow, her heart warmed by the master's generosity. She had not anticipated such magnanimity from him, tightly grasping the two items. Lin Dong was pleased to have successfully brought Lu Shuer into the fold. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully recruiting a disciple. The task rewards have been dispatched. Please check your inventory. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a silver-level summoning card. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving a realm enhancement card. Note, this makes 3 unused cards in total. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a small world for the sect. Silver-level summoning card, capable of randomly summoning a powerful being from true god to ancient god realm. Small world of the sect, an independent space beyond the universe. Boundless and infinite, capable of relocating various sect facilities into this small world, while maintaining equivalent functionality in other worlds through avatar facilities. Disciples may teleport using their identity tokens. Once recognized by the host, it can be summoned at any time. He reveled in the rewards he had received, and the system delivered as promised. Upon reviewing his rewards, he realized there were still some he had yet to utilize, which he planned to do at an opportune moment. At that moment, Yi Changsheng and Xiao Lian simultaneously ceased their cultivation, opening their eyes. With joy, Yi Changsheng proclaimed, "Master, I have broken through to the Emperor realm." Xiao Lian, filled with excitement, flew towards Lu Shuer to congratulate her. Yi Changsheng's realm had advanced from the King realm to the 4th stage of the Emperor realm, while Xiao Lian had reached the 8th stage of the King realm. Lin Dong, however, felt little surprise. He had anticipated this ever since Yi Changsheng's prior breakthrough to the King realm, knowing that his cultivation was as effortless as eating or drinking. This was largely due to Yi Changsheng's chaos sword body, which was profoundly attuned to the heavens, allowing for nearly seamless cultivation. As for Xiao Lian, her progress was somewhat hindered by her innate limitations, resulting in her attaining only the King realm. Well, not too shabby. But you still fall short of your junior sister's prowess, Lin Dong nodded. He then gestured towards Lu Shuer, not intending to discourage Yi Changsheng, but unexpectedly, he had spoken out. Lu Shuer stood elegantly, offering a slight bow to Yi Changsheng. Shuer greets her senior brother. Yi Changsheng was momentarily taken aback, pondering when this Miss Lu had become his junior sister. He glanced at Lin Dong, admiration gleaming in his eyes, astonished by the master's swiftness. Lu Shuer blinked her lovely eyes, finding her senior brother rather endearing. Indeed, Shuer is now your junior sister. All right, if there's nothing else, you may take your leave. Take your junior sister to familiarize herself with the sect. Your realms are comparable. You may engage in some sparring. Lin Dong smiled and waved his hand, signaling their departure. Before vanishing from the spot, leaving Yi Changsheng and Xiao Lian in the grand hall, exchanging glances of mutual curiosity. Let us go. I shall take you for a stroll. Yi Changsheng broke the silence, his voice resonating with an air of authority, although he felt somewhat unsettled by the unexpected arrival of a beautiful junior sister. He believed that familiarity would breed comfort over time, as is often the case with enduring relationships. In the Eternal Realm, Lin Dong returned to his quaint courtyard and immediately claimed dominion over the sect's miniature world, aptly naming it the Eternal Realm. Upon his return, he found himself once more in the serene backyard of this realm. The facilities here bore a striking resemblance to those of the sects in the Tianwu Continent, indicating that everything present here was also found within the Tianwu Sect. However, the structures appeared grander and more enigmatic, with an expanse that seemed boundless. Lin Dong was quite fond of this place, though he wished for a touch more vitality. Resolutely, he decided to seek out some small creatures to infuse the area with life. System: merge with the Invincible Sword Body. Ding. Merging with the Invincible Sword Body. 99. Merge successful. A chilling aura of sword energy emanated from his being, as his cultivation soared to celestial heights, surrounded by an array of sharp, ethereal sword energies. Such a formidable constitution would typically attract divine retribution. However, as Lin Dong was situated beyond the universe, he was shielded from any heavenly punishment. Even upon returning to the Tianwu realm, after merging with the Invincible Sword Body, Lin Dong felt an overwhelming surge of power, a sense of invincibility swelling within him. Upon introspection of his dantian, he discovered a small sword floating therein, a sword embryo, a companion entity of the Invincible Sword Body, destined to evolve alongside its master. Yet, this sword embryo had yet to fully manifest and required the absorption of its master's essence and countless resources for nurturing. Once it reached maturity, it would instantly attain a realm equal to that of its master. This sensation is utterly exhilarating. Lin Dong reclined in a grand armchair, crossing his legs, and closed his eyes, basking in the warmth of the sun. How delightful it would be if a lovely lady were here to massage my shoulders. This thought led him to reminisce about Lu Shuer's graceful figure, although he deemed her unsuitable as a personal attendant due to her lack of stature. As a dignified celestial sovereign and the esteemed leader of the profound Freedom Sect, he believed that only a fellow empress of equivalent celestial prowess would befit such a position. Moreover, she must possess an enchanting allure, and he nodded to himself in agreement. Indeed, however, there are none on the Tianwu Continent. Perhaps I should consider hiring a few empresses to attend to my needs. He mused. If all else fails, an empress of the great emperor realm would suffice. He recalled having recently acquired a cultivation card, though he felt his current prowess was adequate for the time being. Presently, he was exceedingly strong and had no intention of utilizing the cultivation enhancement card just yet, choosing to save it for after his departure from the Tianwu Continent. Instead, he resolved to use the summoning card to see what formidable being he might conjure. System: activate the silver level summoning card. Ding. Host has successfully utilized the silver level summoning card. Summoning in progress. Summoning successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the inner elder, Situ Feng, of the sect, whose realm is at the pinnacle of the ancient god stage. I never imagined my fortune would be so splendid. I have drawn the ultimate card. A silver level summoning card featuring the highest cultivation. Lin Dong was thoroughly amused by his own luck. In his previous life, fortune had seldom favored him. Even scratch cards led to nothing but losses. To think that now his luck had turned for the better. Could this be the fortuitousness bestowed upon him after becoming a formidable being? At that moment, a figure descended from the void, exuding an overwhelming aura. The individual was a middle-aged man, clad in a blue robe, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, exuding an extraordinary presence. A blue longsword hung diagonally at his left waist, while a token of an inner sect elder of the carefree sect dangled on his right. Inner sect elder Situ Feng pays respects to the sect master. Elder Situ, the task of guarding the sect on the Tianwu Continent is entrusted to you. Go forth. Yes, sect master. I shall not disappoint you. After Situ Feng departed, Lin Dong closed his eyes, continuing to recline in his armchair, contemplating the future development of the sect. System: is the flow rate of the time-space tower only effective within the tower itself? After a prolonged silence, Lin Dong abruptly inquired. Chapter 21. The Plan for Recruiting Disciples and the Horrors of the Divine Weapon Tomb. Ding. Responding to the host, the time-space tower can alter the flow rate of the entire Eternal Realm. The maximum flow rate has been unlocked, reaching 1,000 times the normal speed. 1 year in the Tianwu Continent equates to 1,000 years in the Eternal Realm. Lin Dong was taken aback. He had merely asked casually, never expecting such a revelation. Wait, do the sects in the Tianwu world also possess time-space towers? And does the flow rate apply to them as well? Lin Dong had not paid much attention to this during his time at the sect. Ding. Responding to the host. Indeed, the Tianwu Continent is effective. The flow rate of the Carefree Sect's mountain range has been synchronized with that of the Eternal Realm. Since your departure from the sect a few hours ago, over 400 days have passed in the Tianwu Continent. Incredible. That meant while only a year had elapsed in the outer world, a millennium had unfolded in the Eternal Realm and the Carefree Sect's mountain range. Lin Dong's consciousness swept across the Tianwu Carefree Sect. At this moment, Luo Yin was battling legendary prodigies within the Battle God Tower. Under the guidance of Guchun, he had broken through to the third level of the Emperor Realm. That old fellow Guchun had been diligently cultivating those sacred and divine herbs in the Divine Herb Valley. His spirit had recovered to the status of a sacred king, striving to reach the level of a quasi-emperor. Both were following Lin Dong's arrangements, utilizing all the resources of the sect to achieve their current realms. A grand plan began to take shape in Lin Dong's mind. Now, the sect was brimming with resources. The facilities were complete, lacking only disciples and elders. He merely needed to send a batch of individuals in, allowing them to utilize the resources for their cultivation. Talent was not an issue. The water consumed by the sect was the divine creation water, capable of transforming a person's aptitude. He only needed to find individuals with commendable perseverance and character. Those who could pass through the heart training ladder would suffice. In a year or so, they would have matured, and he would have warriors at his disposal. The thought brought him immense satisfaction. Without delay, Lin Dong arranged for the sect to recruit disciples, intending to wander the Tianwu Continent. Upon arriving in this world, I have yet to traverse the entire continent. I must surely explore the wonders it holds. Moreover, I shall capture some small creatures and bring them here for cultivation. Thus, it is decided. I shall rest for a few days before proceeding. In the Celestial Freedom Sect, as time flows, a few days have swiftly passed. Junior brother, are we nearing the divine weapon tomb? Yi Chongxing inquired anxiously, eager to arrive without delay. Senior brother, junior sister, just ahead lies the divine weapon tomb. Not long ago, I acquired a formidable great sword within, Luo Yin replied, gesturing towards the immense valley before them, while fondly patting the great sword at his back. His face radiated affection as he expressed his pride. Look at your smug demeanor. I assure you, the weapon I obtain will undoubtedly surpass yours. Yi Chongxing retorted with a dismissive smirk. Beside them, Lu Shui'er gracefully chuckled, delicately covering her lips with her jade hand. During these past few days, Yi Chongxing and Lu Shui'er had encountered Luo Yin, who had spent the most time in the sect and thus served as their guide. The trio quickly bonded. Luo Yin initially believed that Yi Chongxing had been away for over 400 days, perplexed by their prolonged absence. Upon learning the truth, they were astonished to discover that time within the sect flowed numerous times faster than in the outside world. However, they soon became accustomed to this revelation. In the span of a few days, the three explored many places within the sect and were now en route to the Divine Weapon Pavilion. As for Xiaoyan, she had requested Tang Feijia to escort her back to the northern region, carrying the Enlightenment tea to her family to aid the patriarch and the ancestor in their recovery. Through Luo Yin, they learned that the Divine Weapon Tomb harbored countless weapons, accessible only to those with destiny. The acquisition of any weapon was entirely reliant on fate and could not be forced. Luo Yin had previously obtained a divine weapon, its caliber evidently high, capable of severing Yi Chongxing's sacred weapon with ease, evoking envy from both him and Lu Shui'er. Thus, they entrusted Luo Yin to lead them, hoping for a chance to acquire a divine weapon as well. In the distance loomed an immense valley, dotted with countless weapons, emanating an invisible pressure from their presence. Yet, this pressure was contained within the grand formation of the divine weapon tomb, revealing only a trace of its essence, posing no threat. Otherwise, with their current strength, they would be instantly crushed to dust. Goodness, what an intimidating pressure. These weapons must surely exceed the rank of sacred weapons, do they not? Are all of these imperial weapons? My heavens, how many could there be? Lu Shui'er gasped in astonishment, her hand delicately covering her crimson lips. Both Yi Chongxing and Lu Shui'er sensed the overwhelming aura, comparable to that of the sect's guardians, confirming their imperial nature beyond doubt. As for Luo Yan's imperial weapon, It did not exude imperial might simply because his current strength could not unleash even 1% of its power. Yi Changsheng forcibly suppressed his astonishment. As the senior brother, he must maintain his dignity before his junior siblings. Indeed, it comes as no surprise to me. This aligns perfectly with the esteemed reputation of my carefree sect. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of sophistication reminiscent of Lin Dong. However, his hands, resting behind him, trembled slightly. After all, we are speaking of imperial weapons. How I wish to possess one myself. Observing the reactions of the two individuals, Luo Yin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Look at you two, so naive and inexperienced. He gestured toward a grand formation on the right side of the valley. Senior brother, junior sister, you may take turns unleashing your aura or physical prowess. Junior sister, you may go first. I shall follow closely behind. Yi Changsheng said politely to Lu Shuer. In that case, I shall take the lead, Lu Shuer replied with a gentle smile, stepping forth and, in the blink of an eye, appearing at the center of the formation. Humph, she uttered softly, and in an instant, the formidable aura of a seventh-tier sovereign erupted forth. Countless weapons within the armory of divine weapons shuddered slightly, yet none flew out. Wow, junior sister's aura is truly formidable. I wonder what kind of weapon she will acquire. Luo Yin remarked, a mix of astonishment and curiosity evident in his voice as he gazed at the elegant figure in white within the formation. After a brief moment of stillness, no weapons emerged, and Lu Shuer's expression dimmed slightly. Just as the two were about to offer words of comfort, a chilling aura began to emanate from her being. She was the Xianbing sacred body. Suddenly, a streak of light surged from the distance, halting before Lu Shuer. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a blue and white staff, radiating a brilliant white light. She extended her hand to grasp it, closing her eyes to absorb its essence. This weapon, known as the Xianbing staff, was of imperial grade and had once been wielded by a Xianbing sacred body. Ah, I see. This is why it chose me as its master. Xianbing staff, fear not. I shall not tarnish the reputation of the Xianbing sacred body. From this day forth, let us protect all that I hold dear together. The Xianbing staff hummed in response, as if acknowledging Lu Shuer's vow. Congratulations, junior sister, on acquiring such a divine weapon. Indeed, your talents are truly extraordinary. After a round of praise, it was Yi Changsheng's turn to step forward. He swiftly entered the center of the formation, emanating the aura of the chaotic sword body. In an instant, countless divine swords resonated, soaring into the sky, swirling amidst a cacophony of sword cries and resplendent radiance. Heavens, what kind of physique does senior brother possess to summon a myriad of swords in homage? Lu Shuer gasped, her lips slightly parted in awe. I cannot fathom it. I sensed something exceptional about senior brother before, a presence that seemed to threaten me. Luo Yin replied gravely, shaking his head in disbelief. Both were acutely aware that Yi Changsheng, being chosen as the direct disciple of the sect leader and becoming the esteemed senior brother of the carefree sect, was indeed remarkable. At that moment, from the depths of the armory of divine weapons, a familiar aura emerged akin to that of Yi Changsheng. A streak of light darted forth, swiftly entering Yi Changsheng's dantian. Chapter 22. The chaotic sword of divine artifacts and the celestial fragrance empress. Yi Changsheng was taken aback. He had not discerned what the object was before that beam of light darted inside him. Hurriedly, he directed his focus inward, discovering a small sword quietly suspended within his dantian. What is this? This is the companion sword embryo of the chaotic sword body. However, as your chaotic sword body awakened postnatally, this sword embryo lacked the nurturing essence of chaos, and thus could not be birthed. At that moment, Lin Dong's voice resonated within Yi Changsheng's mind. This sword embryo is yours to command, and once it fully forms, it will attain the level of a divine artifact. Chaotic sword embryo, embrace this influx of information, and you shall comprehend my words. Instantly, a torrent of information flooded into Yi Changsheng's consciousness, detailing the essence of the chaotic sword body. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, brimming with excitement. Good heavens, it truly is the chaotic sword embryo. Through the insights provided by Lin Dong, he had come to grasp the significance of the chaotic sword embryo. I, Yi Changsheng, am destined to awe the universe. Initially, he had merely sought a reliable sword, but unexpectedly, he had acquired a life-bound divine weapon. The emergence of this sword embryo filled him with newfound vigor. "Senior brother, are you all right?" At that moment, the slightly anxious voice of Lu Shuer reached him. Yi Chongxing turned to the two individuals beside him, who, unbeknownst to him, had approached with curious expressions fixed upon him. "Of course, I'm perfectly fine. Why do you both look at me with such expressions?" Yi Chongxing was momentarily perplexed. Lu Shuer was the first to respond. "Just now, a beam of light flew into your body, and you stood there unresponsive. No matter how we called you, you remained still, and now you suddenly act like this. Indeed, you had us deeply worried, senior brother. Had it not been for the sect master assuring us that we need not be concerned, we would have shaken you awake ourselves." Luo Yin chimed in, exasperated. Only then did Yi Chongxing realize his actions had caused them concern. He promptly shared the fortuitous news of his acquisition of the chaotic sword embryo. The two were utterly astonished. They had anticipated Yi Chongxing would be remarkable, yet they were unprepared for the revelation of his extraordinary constitution. This was the foremost physique among the 3,000 paths. Duan Liuda, observing from the shadows, could hardly believe his eyes. Imperial weapons, all imperial weapons, and even divine artifacts beyond imperial weapons. What a pity that I, old Duan, lack the capability, otherwise I would ensure you all bask in the light of day once more. He had visited this place a few days prior, managing only to attract a single imperial weapon to recognize its master. Hearing the commotion, he returned, only to find that these disciples of the sect had acquired imperial weapons. He flexed the claw in his hand, grateful to have obtained it. The claw of the broken realm. It could shatter any great formation. What a pity that during his last visit to the sacred land, he had returned empty-handed. It is entirely Yaozi's fault for being so heavy-handed, obliterating the sacred site and leaving this old man with naught but 8 inches of earth. Next time, I must take the initiative. Eastern region within a grand hall adorned with ancient charm, a breathtakingly beautiful woman donned in a blue skirt occupied the foremost seat. Her figure was graceful, her visage flawless. And particularly captivating were her long, slender legs, pale and delicate, drawing the eyes irresistibly. This woman was none other than the renowned Empress of Heavenly Fragrance of the Eastern region. The Empress of Heavenly Fragrance slowly opened her enchanting eyes and spoke. "Xiaoyao, have you uncovered the identities of those 3 individuals?" Her voice, akin to a celestial melody, resonated within the hall. "Your Majesty, the information regarding the 3 from the Carefree sect remains elusive. However, there have been eyewitnesses who beheld their true forms." Shortly thereafter, a maid approached, bearing several scrolls. "Xiaoyao has had them illustrated. These are their portraits for your Majesty's perusal." As she spoke, the maid unfurled the first scroll, revealing the image of a young man. The Empress of Heavenly Fragrance fixed her gaze upon it. This young man possessed striking features, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, clad in garments as white as snow, tall and holding a long sword. This individual exhibits considerable allure. He appears youthful and should be a disciple of the Carefree sect. Next, the maid simultaneously unveiled the remaining 2 scrolls. The other 2 figures included one with silver hair clad in black, and another who was robust in stature. Their forms and attire were shrouded in ambiguity. "Ah, Xiaoyao, you underestimate the formidable beings of this world. Such great ones as the emperors are not easily captured in likeness, unless they consent or there exists a karmic connection allowing for their portrayal." The voice of the Empress resounded once more, tinged with a hint of resignation. The maid, upon glimpsing the portraits, was taken aback, quickly kneeling in apology, trembling as she spoke. "It was my oversight. I implore your Majesty to impose punishment. It is of no consequence. This is not your fault. You may leave now." The Empress of Heavenly Fragrance gestured, signaling for her to depart. Cursed be the celestial demon clan. During this period, they have been stirring restlessly, their motives unclear. In the eastern region, numerous factions have vanished without a trace. Could it be the work of these demon clans? It seems the only way to meet the Carefree sect is for this Empress to venture forth personally. Upon hearing this, the maid promptly rose, expressing her gratitude, and hastily exited the hall. The Carefree sect is indeed tyrannical, daring even to slay those under this Empress's command. After a while, the melodic voice of the Empress of Heavenly Fragrance echoed once more in the hall. She reclined languidly in her chair, her jade hand gently brushing her forehead, her long, fair legs exposed to the air. She murmured softly, "At present, the celestial demon clan stirs, leaving me to ponder how many more days of tranquility await our Tianwu Continent. A few days prior, there had been several imperial pressures in Qingzhou, for at that time, she was locked in a standoff with the demon emperor of the eastern region. Daring not to act rashly, she could not personally pay a visit. Instead, she had dispatched subordinates from the Holy King, only to have them unexpectedly slain by the carefree sect's hand. She initially believed them to be allies, but little did she expect the Xiaoyao Sect to be so elusive, now completely vanished from sight. As she lost herself in thought, a sudden ethereal voice echoed within the hall, announcing its presence before the figure could be seen. "Fair maiden, what troubles you so? Who are you? I request you to reveal yourself." The Empress of Heavenly Fragrance responded, her heart racing while maintaining her composure. Who could this individual be? How could someone appear silently within her grand hall? If this person intended to harm her, then are you speaking ill of the Xiaoyao Sect behind my back? I happened to pass by and took the liberty of visiting uninvited. The mysterious voice resonated once more, and from the center of the hall, a figure materialized out of nowhere. The man seemed as if he had traversed through the ages. Stepping into the river of time itself, he was Lin Dong. Xiaoyao Sect? The Empress of Heavenly Fragrance's gaze sharpened as she scrutinized Lin Dong, noting the similarities in attire and appearance with a figure from 3 paintings. Wait, I cannot detect even a trace of his aura. It is as if he exists beyond the realms of this world. How could there be such a formidable being? Could it be that he has transcended the mundane? Has he ascended beyond the emperor level, reaching the realm of true divinity? He refers to himself as the sect's master. Could he truly be the leader of the Xiaoyao Sect? I hope he harbors no ill intentions towards me. In light of this, the Empress of Heavenly Fragrance composed herself and inquired, "Might you be the sect master of Xiaoyao?" "Indeed, that is I. I am curious as to the purpose of your visit, esteemed sect master." "Oh, is it not you who wishes to meet me? I have been here quite some time. It would be remiss of you not to extend the hospitality of your abode, would it not?" Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure evident in his tone. Before the Empress could respond, Lin Dong casually took a seat on a nearby chair. "I shall have someone bring tea forth. Servant, bring tea for this esteemed young man." The Empress of Heavenly Fragrance regarded Lin Dong with curiosity. "Did you come here to discuss matters concerning the Celestial Demon Clan?" she probed tentatively. Lin Dong was the only man in this world she could not decipher, and she was uncertain of his intentions. The Celestial Demon Clan? Those few wretches? They are hardly worthy of our sect's intervention. Lin Dong scoffed dismissively, exuding an air of authority. A mere elder from our Xiaoyao Sect could effortlessly obliterate them with a mere wave of his hand. The Empress of Heavenly Fragrance's gaze intensified. Arrogant, this man was astonishingly so. The Demon Emperor was beneath his notice. What kind of power does the Xiaoyao Sect truly possess? Her curiosity only grew deeper. It was not mere arrogance on Lin Dong's part. He indeed possessed the capability, merely speaking the truth. Though currently, Xiaoyao Sect had only one inner sect elder, Situ Feng, who was a formidable force, eliminating several demon emperors and true demon realm cultivators from the Tianwu Continent was indeed a trivial matter. However, if it concerned the Celestial Demon Clan from that unknown territory, it was likely beyond Situ Feng's current capabilities to handle. As for the elder of the 6th virtue, let us dismiss that notion entirely. The lady need not speculate any further. In light of this, I shall clarify my intentions, Lin Dong remarked, his voice clear and resonant once more. Indeed, my purpose for visiting this time is to invite you to become my maid. Chapter 23. Accepting an Empress as a maid. The Bloodslaughter Division of Qingzhou a maid? The Heavenly Fragrance Empress paused, momentarily taken aback. Her expression soon darkened, and she coldly retorted, "Xiaoyao Sect leader, I advise you to choose your words wisely. Do not presume that just because I cannot defeat you, you may act with impunity. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not allow you to succeed." She was the esteemed Heavenly Fragrance Empress of the Eastern Domain. When had she ever endured such humiliation? "Someone, escort this emperor out." "Ah, my dear lady, do not be so hasty. I believe the remainder of my words will pique your interest." Lin Dong smiled mysteriously, his words startlingly audacious. "Do you not wish to recover from the hidden injuries you bear?" The Heavenly Fragrance Empress's heart jolted. How did he know of my hidden injuries? Could it be that he possesses a means to heal them? Yet she maintained her composure, her curiosity ignited as she pondered Lin Dong's ulterior motives. "The conditions I offer are beyond your capacity to refuse." Lin Dong spoke with an air of strategic confidence, continuing nonchalantly. Let me clarify what being my maid entails. It is not as you might imagine. You would merely be required to serve tea, fetch water, and provide massages. He glanced at the heavenly fragrance empress. Noticing her expression softened slightly, though she remained silent. He pressed on. As for the conditions I am offering, they cannot be fully articulated here. You must experience them firsthand to understand why they are indeed what you cannot refuse. For you, this represents an immense opportunity. After witnessing it, you will surely comprehend the magnitude of this chance. Now, having said all that, I shall take you to a place for a closer look. Before the heavenly fragrance empress could respond, Lin Dong waved his hand, and they vanished from the location, reappearing in the secluded courtyard of the Xiaoyao Sect. Release me, you cat. What are your intentions? The heavenly fragrance empress's face paled, struggling like a small kitten ensnared by its captor. Surveying her surroundings, she soon found herself rooted in astonishment. Spiritual energy? Laws? Divine principles? My heavens, such an abundance of spiritual energy and divine laws. Where's this place? She turned to Lin Dong, disbelief shining in her beautiful eyes. Could it be that this is heaven? Does such a place truly exist in the Tianwu Continent? This is the abode of my Xiaoyao Sect. Should you accept the role of my maid, you may cultivate here. I speak with sincerity. Lin Dong smiled faintly as he spoke. The heavenly fragrance empress, still in disbelief, pointed at herself. Am I truly permitted to cultivate here? Indeed. Lin Dong affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, the heavenly fragrance empress's heart soared with joy, her face lighting up like a blooming garden in spring, radiating beauty and charm. At this moment, Lin Dong was oblivious to the surrounding circumstances. With an enchanting allure, she remarked, "That's splendid." Such a profound aura and cultivation technique would not only allow her wounds to heal, but also offer the opportunity for her to advance further in her abilities. Cursed demon emperor, once I break through, I shall witness your demise. Suddenly, it seemed she recalled something. Wasn't the maid supposed to? She delicately clasped her shoulders, adopting a captivating demeanor as she gazed at Lin Dong, asking, "You wouldn't contemplate any improper actions towards me, would you?" Lin Dong replied with a faint smile, exuding an air of virtue, and addressed the heavenly fragrance empress. "Haha, a woman like you is hardly of interest to me. Let me clarify our situation succinctly." The heavenly fragrance empress nodded, attentively listening. Lin Dong continued, "We are currently in an employment relationship. You are responsible for all my daily needs, such as serving tea, washing my feet, and providing massages, among other tasks. After every 5 days of work, you will enjoy 2 days of rest, working 7 hours a day, with the remaining time at your discretion to either cultivate or return to your faction. Do you accept these terms? 2 days off. How could she be so ungrateful? This was a legitimate arrangement. If she refused, he would simply seek another. Others would be eager for such an opportunity. Lin Dong felt a slight nostalgia for his past life. He turned his gaze to the heavenly fragrance empress, curious about her reaction. "I accept," she quickly replied. "By the way, what is your name, young lady?" After all this time, Lin Dong had yet to learn her name. He was too disinterested to consult the system panel and preferred to ask directly. "My name is Tianxiang. You may simply call me Tianxiang, master." "Tianxiang?" Lin Dong shook his head. "Everyone calls you Tianxiang. I wish to be distinct from them. Then let us call you Chuanxiang." Lin Dong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, nodding in satisfaction, contemplating whether he could eventually gather all 4 seasons to alternate their duties. Chuanxiang twitched her lips at such an absurd name. Yet, for the sake of her cultivation, she bore with it. She forced a smile and said, "Thank you, master, for the bestowed name. I shall heed your commands. This is your maid's token. It contains information about the Xiaoyao Sect and allows you to enter and exit at will. Additionally, this martial skill is called the Divine Massage Technique. Practice it whenever you have time, as you will use it to provide massages for me." A token and a book flew forth, which Chuanxiang promptly caught. "Thank you, master." Lin Dong nodded, preparing to depart. "Well, unless there is something else, I shall take my leave. You may cultivate here." He paused, as if recalling something, and added, "Oh, by the way, I nearly forgot to mention that the flow rate here is 1,000 times that of the Tianwu Continent. Thus, you need not worry about any significant events occurring outside. Before I return, you may cultivate here at your leisure." Chuanxiang was taken aback. Before she could respond, Lin Dong vanished from her sight. What? 1,000 times the flow rate? She found it difficult to believe, even doubting whether her ears had deceived her. After all, she was an empress. The prospect of accelerating her cultivation seemed utterly terrifying. Though there were many grand formations and precious artifacts in the world capable of hastening one's training, they operated under the laws of time and temporal principles. However, such effects were only significant for the weak of lower realms. For a powerful figure like her, the impact would be negligible. Now, Lin Dong claimed he could offer her 1,000-fold flow rate, which truly astonished her. She harbored no doubt regarding the veracity of Lin Dong's words, as she sensed no reason for him to deceive her. In this place, where the essence of the divine was so dense, and with Lin Dong as the esteemed leader of the carefree sect, his profound cultivation was unfathomable. She had just tested her abilities. With her current strength, she had no qualifications to resist before Lin Dong. Contemplating this made her somewhat speechless. As a dignified empress, she could hardly believe that one day she might become someone else's servant. Yet, being Lin Dong's attendant was not a source of shame for her. Rather, it represented a tremendous opportunity that she must grasp tightly. Bored, she flipped through the martial techniques Lin Dong had given her, and her beautiful eyes instantly widened in astonishment. Wow! Divine-level martial techniques, which are a tier above imperial-level techniques. She hadn't anticipated that the sect leader would casually present her with a divine-level technique, albeit an auxiliary one. What kind of sect was this, so rich in divine essence and possessing divine-level techniques? It was truly formidable. At that moment, she simply yearned to step outside for fresh air. As she approached a corner of the courtyard, her gaze fell upon a scene that left her utterly stunned. She stood frozen in place, her long, pale legs trembling slightly, murmuring softly, "What kind of sect is this?" This was merely her initial foray into the carefree sect, and she realized that the deeper she delved, the more she could sense its terrifying nature. In the eastern domain, at the Bloodfiend Branch Pavilion in Qingzhou, Bloodsan, how goes the investigation regarding the Qingshan City branch that I entrusted to you a few days ago? A chillingly sinister voice echoed, unsettling to hear. A figure clad in a blood-red robe sat at the head of the grand hall, savoring a cup filled with a crimson liquid. This man was none other than the master of the Bloodfiend Branch Pavilion in Qingzhou, Blood Vengeance Tian. Chapter 24. The Terror of the Bloodfiend Pavilion. The Golden Demon Saint report to the Pavilion Master. I have gathered information regarding the destruction of the Qingshan City branch through various clues. A figure flashed into the center of the hall, revealing a middle-aged man who reported, however, this matter seems to involve significant entanglements. Speak, Blood Vengeance Tian coldly uttered. What entanglements could exist that would instill fear in the Bloodfiend Pavilion in Qingzhou? Yes, Pavilion Master, the middle-aged man felt a chill run through him. This matter came to light when I discovered a survivor from the Qingshan City branch during my visit to Qingshan City, from whom I learned of these developments. According to the words of this individual, the assassination attempt on a certain cultivator named Yi Changsheng by the branch of Qingshan City was thwarted, which may invite vengeance upon them. Upon finishing his statement, the middle-aged subordinate lowered his head, refraining from further speech. His Blood Vengeance Tian swirled the contents of his cup, taking a delicate sip before slowly articulating. Is this a matter that requires my guidance? Issue a Blood Vengeance order to hunt down Yi Changsheng. Regardless of his identity or affiliations, he will not escape the relentless pursuit dictated by my sect's decree. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man broke into a cold sweat, his lips twitching involuntarily. He quietly cautioned, Sect Master, this individual is named Yi Changsheng. He may very well be the Yi Changsheng of the Xiaoyao Sect. Blood Vengeance Tian's gaze turned frigid, and his words burst forth, to offend my Blood Vengeance Sect. I care not for the so-called Xiaoyao Sect. Suddenly, he paused, the icy demeanor in his eyes giving way to profound dread as the cup slipped from his hand. The Xiaoyao Sect, was that not the recently renowned imperial sect? How could it be? This wretched band of fools dared to provoke a direct disciple of the imperial sect? This was dire. He had entangled himself in karmic retribution. In an instant, a chill of death enveloped his heart as he gazed towards the heavens. It was as if, through the boundless void, he beheld an unforgettable scene. A towering figure stood firm, his feet planted upon the starry river, his magnificent form supporting an entire cosmos. This man was none other than the illustrious Tang Fei Wang, who had ventured out. Whoever insults my Xiaoyao sect shall be annihilated, he declared, his expression devoid of emotion, his gaze chillingly resolute, thus sealing their fate. With a single palm thrust, transcending vast distances of space, he struck down with immense force, obliterating the entire outpost. Rip! In the eerily silent void, the sound of tearing space echoed. The colossal palm, bearing the overwhelming might of an emperor, crushed the vast expanse, traversing unimaginable distances to engulf the entire Blood Vengeance branch, descending with alarming speed. As he beheld that enormous hand approaching, Blood Vengeance Tian was consumed by profound terror. It was over, the might of the emperor. How could the emperor himself intervene to eradicate his Blood Vengeance branch? He could not fathom why such a formidable being would concern himself with the musings of an insignificant insect. In his final moments, he wished to cry out, "It's an injustice. I merely misspoke in the heat of the moment." Never did he anticipate becoming ensnared in karmic consequences, leading to his demise. Boom! The giant hand descended with ferocity, extinguishing all vitality. What was once a glorious territory now bore only the imprint of that colossal palm. The Blood Vengeance branch, a significant entity within the divine realm, was obliterated. This event stirred countless powerful beings from their slumber. They marveled at the occurrence, applauding in awe. Such wretched vermin, lurking in the shadows, had been purged for the greater good. Some powerful figures speculated that with the emergence of the Eastern Domain Emperor, a monumental epoch was on the horizon. The manifestation of an emperor's strength reverberated throughout the Eastern Domain. Even if the main sect were to learn of this incident, they would surely not risk offending an emperor for the sake of a mere branch. Sigh, my elder brother remains as tempestuous as ever. Tang Fei shook his head with a rueful smile, yet he wholeheartedly endorsed his brother's actions. The blood slaughter pavilion indeed deserves annihilation. His gaze shifted to a distant point, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. Indeed, there exists a remarkable talent that could be invited into our sect. In a desolate mountain hollow, a scholar knelt before two graves, his expression vacant and motionless, a strip of white cloth bound around his head. His name was Ru Jing, a 20-year-old scholar from the kingdom of Liu, who had journeyed to take the imperial examination. He had succeeded in the examination, only to be usurped by another bearing his name. Due to his lack of connections within the kingdom, he heard the news that the impostor was a relative of the royal family. The kingdom had long succumbed to corruption, leaving the common folk without hope, and the examination was merely a formality. Despondent, he returned home, but upon his arrival, he found his home in disarray, his parents lying lifeless in a pool of blood. All that held value and sustenance had been stripped away. Overwhelmed with grief, he buried his parents and mourned before their graves, abstaining from food and drink for 3 days. He could not fathom why the heavens were so unjust, treating him thus. Because you lack strength, without strength, you will be at the mercy of others. A gentle voice resonated in Ru Jing's ear. A figure appeared behind him, Tang Feirong, standing with hands clasped behind his back. The more he observed, the more satisfied he became. This youth possessed the bearing of a great sage, worthy of being inducted into the sect. This was the task entrusted to him by the sect leader, to recruit disciples. What must I do? Ru Jing's voice emerged hoarse, filled with confusion and despair. You must grow powerful enough that even the heavens cannot dictate your fate. If the heavens are unjust, then you must defy them. And how can I grow powerful? How can I defy the heavens? Join my Xiaoyao Sect, and we shall empower you to become such a person. Will you consent? Yes, I am willing. Thus, the world gained a chivalrous scholar, a sword-wielding hero who championed righteousness and vanquished evil. In Fengyan City, this was a remote town in Tianzhou, sprawling over 10,000 miles, with a population barely exceeding 1 million. Cackling. A deafening demonic sound echoed through the void, resonating across the horizon. Cackling. I am Jin Kuan, the demon saint. Today, I emerge from my seclusion, feeling rather famished. You are fortunate to serve as my blood sustenance. Tremble, you ants. The ground fissured, and from it emerged a shadow clad in black robes. Strangely, its legs were not human feet, but 2 golden claws. It was named Jin Kuan, an ordinary member of the Golden Rooster clan, who inadvertently acquired supreme resources, leading to rapid ascension in power. He had established the Golden Rooster clan's foothold in the mountains and had been in seclusion for 250 years, now emerging due to a craving for earthly delicacies. This is bad. It is a demonic cultivator. Everyone flee. A great demon has arrived. Help. I do not wish to die. I have yet to marry and have children. Someone, save me. The populace gazed in horror at the figure in the black robe. Countless individuals fleeing in panic, as the entire town descended into chaos. Cackling. The figure cloaked in black hovered above, cackling with sinister delight. It reveled in the expressions of terror and the frantic escape of the crowd below. Suddenly, its form began to swell, and an enormous golden-clawed rooster materialized in the void. Its plumage shimmered with a golden hue, reminiscent of a majestic golden rock. However, the prominent comb atop its head unmistakably indicated its avian identity. As it cackled with malicious glee, the size of the bird was unfathomable, perhaps spanning hundreds of miles, far too large to be contained by 10 roasting spits. Have you all had your fill of the spectacle, little ants? In the face of my absolute power, you can only submit to being devoured, transformed into my strength. Just as despair gripped the hearts of the people of Windcloud City, who believed they were destined to become the blood offerings of the Golden Demon, an abrupt voice echoed across the sky. What is this creature? A transformed chicken? Chapter 25. Grilled Chicken Wings, a Culinary Delight. The demonic clan's conspiracy half of a devouring demon body? Came the murmurs from the void, tinged with a hint of regret. What was the golden-clawed demon up to? Was it truly starting with a mere chicken and evolving into a coin? Cackle, cackle. And who might you be to bring me offerings? The golden demon scoffed, dismissing the presence of yet another self-proclaimed hero. You are not worthy to know who I am, and you wish to consume me? Lin Dong retorted disdainfully. Stepping forth from the void like a celestial being, his form ethereal and shrouded in mystery. Then allow me to send you on your way. With a cold snort, Lin Dong unleashed a surge of crimson essence from the golden demon, who found itself utterly powerless to resist. My power, why is it waning? The golden demon felt its strength plummeting, panic flooding its expression. It then glared at Lin Dong, shouting in fury, "Spare me, esteemed one. I, Kuan, have erred. I shall abide by my place as a mere chicken henceforth." The golden demon wailed in agony, prostrating itself before Lin Dong. With an indifferent gaze, Lin Dong waved his sleeve, binding the demon to the city walls. Ladies and gentlemen, this demon has been subdued by my hand. If it survives for 3 days, its soul will disperse thereafter. Feel free to vent your frustrations at will. With that, Lin Dong took a step and vanished into the ether. He had merely passed through and intervened upon witnessing the scene. The matter of accepting disciples had already been entrusted to the 4th young master of the Tang family. As he took a moment to wander the continent, he entrusted that crimson essence, along with a tome of devouring demon arts, to a man named Sh. This individual had been selected by Tang Pharaoh from those who raised Gu. He possessed notable talent in the way of the sword, and with this body, he would undoubtedly thrive. From that moment on, the carefree sect gained a formidable blade, all set to vanquish their foes without mercy. "We are grateful for the intervention of the celestial being," the townsfolk proclaimed, their faces imbued with gratitude and reverence, kneeling in thanks to Lin Dong. In their eyes, he was akin to a divine savior, delivering them from peril. "Quickly, I must rend this demonic cultivator into 1,000 pieces, for my heart harbors an insatiable hatred." A man, with his trousers stained, grasping his groin with one hand while wielding a blade in the other, charged towards the demon cultivator. "No! How dare you insignificant insects treat me this way? I shall annihilate you all." A multitude surged forward, venting their fury, desiring to flay him alive and drink his blood. To their astonishment, they observed that the demon's wounds were mending on their own. Is this what that esteemed individual referred to as the ability to defy death for 3 days? What a formidable technique! Goodness, is that a chicken wing? What a colossal chicken wing! One man severed Jean Kuan's hand, which instantaneously transformed into a large chicken wing, while Jean Kuan's hand grew back anew. "My friend, may I have that chicken wing? I adore roasted chicken wings. They are my favorite delicacy. Only you crave it. I too relish it. Go fetch your own." Witnessing this, the surrounding cultivators began to set up a barbecue, indulging in a self-service feast. "Since he wishes to consume us, let us partake of him in his presence." "Oh, demons, you fiendish creatures, do not harm me." Jean Kuan, the demon saint, shrieked in anguish, perceiving the crowd as a horde of malevolent spirits. Little did he know, he was far more terrifying than they could ever be. The wheel of fortune had simply turned. I beg you, spare me. This chicken is rather tough. You fail to understand. It is merely that this chicken is too old. These chicken feet are as hard as iron. Impossible to roast or chew. With so many delectable parts, why would you desire the feet? Do not touch there. Indeed, the wheel of fate had turned. Jean Kuan, tormented, watched as the others feasted, his cries of despair echoing as tears streamed from his mouth. His wailing resonated throughout the city for 3 full days and nights. Ultimately, he departed this world with a countenance of liberation, lamentably unable to savor even a single bite of the enticing barbecue. In an unnamed valley, thunderous roars erupted. Countless streams of spiritual energy surged forth, creating gaping holes in the surroundings as massive boulders plummeted, resounding with deafening crashes. Within the valley, several youths at the first level of chi refinement pursued a boy of the body refinement stage, clamoring for his defeat. Hurry! Seize that brat and incapacitate him for his former arrogance. Qin Tian, were you not boastful during your body refinement days? How is it that you cannot even surpass the chi refinement stage now? Indeed, Luo Gu speaks the truth. Why do you now scurry like a frightened dog? The boy of the body refinement stage, bloodied and silent, wielded his fists to fend off their relentless assaults. The 4 or 5 youths encircled him, attacking from a distance, leaving him no chance to retaliate. Unarmed and unable to reach them, how could he hope to contend against their onslaught? He felt discontent. Why was it so arduous to breach the barriers of the body refinement stage? Why is it that his former subordinates, once defeated, can now turn the tables and bully him instead? Is it the battle saint body? Lin Dong appeared in an ethereal space within the valley, raising his hand in a sweeping motion. Indeed, the continent harbors numerous prodigies. He had traversed it without earnest observation, merely collecting those who seemed suitable. The group of youths instantly reverted to their previous state of physical cultivation. My spiritual energy is gone. How is that possible? There's a ghost. Run. No, wait. This kid is peculiar. I feel the same. We should retreat. In a state of panic, one youth was the first to flee. Damn it. Qin Tian, how dare you? A piercing wail echoed through the air. Seeing the youths revert to their former state, Qin Tian charged like a ferocious beast, tearing the arm from one of the boys. We must flee. Those of us at the physical cultivation level stand no chance against that scoundrel. We should scatter and escape. Upon witnessing the scene, the remaining youths hurriedly dispersed in all directions. What a wall. How is there a wall here? I've encountered it too. Me as well. Ghosts. Having taken only a few steps, it seemed as though they collided with an invisible barrier, yet the space before them remained utterly empty. Qin Tian pursued relentlessly, delivering punches that shattered the internal organs of one youth. You madman, Qin Tian. Everyone, attack together. He is injured. We outnumber him. Indeed, if we do not act now, we will be picked off one by one. Seeing the situation, the others charged towards Qin Tian. The valley swiftly transformed into a primal battleground, where combat was the most straightforward approach, each strike landing with brutal force. Moments later, the valley was awash with blood and strewn with dismembered limbs, leaving only Qin Tian standing amidst the chaos. Though he swayed precariously, drenched in blood, he stood firm, bolstered by an unwavering will. Impressive, indeed. My sect has not misjudged you. Lin Dong's calm voice reverberated throughout the valley. Qin Tian, I am deeply grateful for your timely intervention, esteemed senior. Qin Tian promptly bowed in respect to Lin Dong. May I know if you would accept me as your disciple? I, Qin Tian, pledge my life to you without a hint of resentment. He was acutely aware that a powerful figure must have aided him from the shadows. Otherwise, he would not have survived this day, nor could he have vanquished those novices. He swayed on the brink of collapse, intending to kneel in gratitude to Lin Dong, when he felt a gentle force supporting him. Very well. From this day forth, you shall be a disciple of my Xiaoyao Sect. Lin Dong waved his hand to steady Qin Tian, nodding with a serene smile. A promising student indeed, among the few disciples he had just accepted. It was Qin Tian who proactively sought this bond. Today, in a moment of joy, why not take on another direct disciple? Alas, his aptitude may not suffice. Thus, he would be welcomed into the sect for now, with the possibility of becoming a direct disciple in the future. Upon receiving Lin Dong's approval, Qin Tian was overcome with excitement. Thus, the Xiaoyao Sect gained a new warrior, known as Qin Tian, in the realm of celestial battles. One bows to none but Lin Dong. Meanwhile, the demon clan is concocting a grand scheme. Chapter 26. Undercurrents, Earthworks of Lin Dong in the Divine Realm. In the demon state, A suffocating miasma casts the entire sky into a dark crimson hue. This vast expanse is predominantly inhabited by the demon clan, while the other races serve merely as their livestock. At this moment, within the grand hall of the demon palace, an awe-inspiring edifice, countless formidable beings of the demon clan have gathered, engaged in discussions of great import. What momentous affair could warrant the assembly of our clan's strongest from all 4 domains? Ha ha ha. It must surely be a matter that will reverberate across the continent. We shall await the pronouncement of Lord True Demon. Numerous powerful figures of the demon clan are stationed here, with emperors from the other 4 domains also present. Yet, this location remains the stronghold of the demon clan on the continent of Tianwu. The demon clan, an alien species, is characterized by their dual horns, fearsome claws, and those of purest bloodline possess wings. Endowed with extraordinary talents, their physical prowess rivals that of ferocious beasts. Their nature is brutal and bloodthirsty, preying upon myriad races, including humanity. The origins of the demon clan trace back to the ancient era, spanning tens of millions of years. Their invasion of the Tianwu Continent aimed to claim dominion and enslave the diverse races as their sustenance. In response, the myriad races rose in defiance. The ensuing battles birthed countless wars, yet the strengths of both sides remained evenly matched. After a stalemate lasting several 100,000 years, the mightiest of the demon clan were kept at bay from the Tianwu Continent. However, some managed to slip through the cracks, with countless demons infiltrating the realm through spatial rifts. For millions of years, their ambitions to invade the Tianwu Continent have never waned. Gradually, the myriad races found themselves in a weakened state, unable to withstand such overwhelming numbers of demons. Ultimately, the demon clan seized vast territories, forcing the inhabitants of Tianwu to concede, delineating certain regions for the demons and signing peace accords with them. Within the grand hall of the demon palace, a figure whose visage is obscured, adorned with wings and dual horns, emanates a malevolent aura. This being, Blood Wushang, is the leader of the demon clan on the Tianwu Continent, a formidable entity of the true demon realm. Flanking him are 30 demon emperors seated in 2 rows, representing the entirety of the demon emperors on the Tianwu Continent. Additionally, several dozen demon sovereigns stand respectfully at the side of the hall. How prepared are you from the 4 domains for our altar? When can we activate our clan's artifact, the Demon Pillar? Blood Wushang gazes down coldly at the assembly of his kin. Once the Demon Pillar is activated, the might of the demon clan shall instantly descend upon the Tianwu Continent. At that moment, the entire realm will belong to the demon clan, and the myriad races shall be enslaved, reduced to mere sustenance. The demon clan has awaited this moment for countless millennia. He could finally leave this wretched place. Report to the true demon lord. The southern region is prepared and ready to activate the grand formation at any moment. Report to the true demon lord. The western region is likewise prepared and can initiate the grand formation at any time. The 2 demon emperors licked their lips in excitement, speaking leisurely. They were the celestial demon emperors stationed in the western and southern regions, respectively. What of the Bloodshred and Red Luo from your regions? Why do you remain silent? Shui Wushang furrowed his brow, letting out a cold snort as he turned his gaze towards the 2 demon emperors, demanding an explanation. Forgive me, true demon lord. The northern region still lacks sufficient blood offerings. It will take but half a year to prepare the grand formation. The demon emperor, known as Bloodshred, quickly bowed his head in submission. Forgive me, true demon lord. The blood offerings in the eastern region are of too low a caliber to provide the pure and potent blood energy required for the grand formation. Progress is slow, and thus it will take a year to initiate. The Red Luo demon emperor, guarding the eastern region, spoke helplessly, wishing for a swifter resolution. It was all due to that wretched woman from the eastern region, who watched over their celestial demon clan like a fierce tigress. Useless wretches. I do not wish to hear any excuses. You have 1 month to gather sufficient blood energy, or I shall offer you both as sacrifices to the grand formation. Shui Wushang coldly huffed, a tempest of demonic energy roiling within the hall, an invisible pressure of bloodline dominance emanating forth, suffocating the 2 celestial demon emperors to the point of breathlessness. Understood, we shall complete the task. The 2 celestial demon emperors quickly acquiesced, daring not to defy Shui Wushang's orders. They understood the terror of Shui Wushang, having witnessed countless powerful members of the celestial demon clan perish at his hands. The Celestial Demon clan lacked no talents. With purer bloodlines, their strength increased, yet they were inherently subdued by bloodline hierarchies, making it difficult for ordinary celestial demons to transcend such ranks. Upon their demise, countless demon monarchs would ascend to become demon emperors. Having risen through the brutal methods of the Celestial Demon clan, their existence far more ruthless than that of the Tianwu Continent. With clear hierarchies, the strong commanded respect, enforcing absolute rule and obedience. Enough, you may leave. I shall summon you again in a month. Shui Wushang waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies, signaling the celestial demons to depart. Yes, we take our leave. The powerful members of the Celestial Demon clan dared not voice any complaints, promptly rising to exit. Were the myriad cultivators of the Tianwu Continent to witness this scene, they would surely question the reliability of their eyesight, exclaiming it to be impossible. These were the renowned and tyrannical celestial demon emperors of the continent. Once they had departed, the vast hall fell into silence once more. None could foresee that the Celestial Demon clan was concocting a cataclysmic conspiracy, a dark tide poised to engulf the entire continent. Xiaoyao Sect. In the back courtyard. Not bad. Xuanxiang's skills have improved significantly. To what level has she mastered her massage technique? Lin Dong reclined in a sunlit armchair, basking in the warmth while enjoying Xuanxiang's massage, nibbling on some small fruits. Such a life was simply delightful. Returning to the sect leader. Xuanxiang has already cultivated the massage technique to the second level. Xuanxiang, with a face full of reverence, delicately used her fair and tender jade-like hands to massage Lin Dong's legs. As for the Xiaoyao Sect, decades have swiftly passed. During this time, several events transpired. The Xiaoyao Daoist achieved significant progress in his cultivation and ventured out of the sect, claiming he was in search of a suitable partner for Lin Dong. Lin Dong did not impede his master's quest for happiness. Instead, he wholeheartedly supported his master's endeavors. The disciple's cultivation speed is quite impressive, Lin Dong mused, surveying the sect with his spiritual sense. Among the earliest disciples, Yi Changsheng and his companions had already ascended to the realm of saints. The other disciples, who joined subsequently, primarily found themselves at the realms of venerable or sovereign, though several exceptionally gifted prodigies had attained the saintly realm as well. Given them a little more time to cultivate, they would undoubtedly shake the continent with their prowess. Lin Dong had also established a decree: no disciple shall leave the sect without reaching the great saint realm. Initially, he contemplated a more stringent requirement for the disciples to achieve the emperor realm before departing, but he deemed that expectation overly ambitious. The great saint realm was already sufficiently formidable in the Tianwu Continent. To be honest, Lin Dong found himself eagerly anticipating the day when the Xiaoyao Sect would truly make its mark upon the world. When it does, the name of the Xiaoyao Sect would resonate across the continent, heralding a time of dominance for them. Has that rascal Erha truly reached the venerable realm? Lin Dong sighed in mild astonishment. He never anticipated that Erha would diligently cultivate to such heights. The techniques he had casually provided were not expected to be taken seriously, yet this creature had indeed committed to mastering them. According to Yi Changsheng, this fellow was incessantly scavenging for food, consuming countless resources daily. It was a wonder he had not broken through sooner. Moreover, his physical form had grown remarkably robust. Yet Lin Dong was indifferent to these resources, as he was abundantly wealthy. As for the old man Gu Chun, he had successfully reconstructed his body and had now ascended to the quasi-emperor realm. In recent days on the Tianwu Continent, Lin Dong had dispatched the 4 young masters of the Tang family to recruit talents for the sect. During his travels across the continent, he couldn't help but take on 2 disciples upon encountering exceptional individuals. Regrettably, the local fauna were of impure bloodlines and lacked the desired qualities, so he refrained from bringing any small animals back. Even the beasts of divine lineage did not meet his standards. They appeared rather unappealing. He resolved to venture beyond the Tianwu Continent to capture more suitable creatures in the starry skies later. The rewards from the system are truly bountiful. Lin Dong smiled faintly, for he had become utterly affluent. In recent days, the sect had welcomed numerous disciples, and he had reaped ample rewards. Chapter 27. Golden Summoning Card. Summoning 18 mighty beings, he had thoroughly exploited the system. No, rather, he had received countless rewards from the system. He possessed over a dozen realm-enhancing cards alone, along with an equal number of summoning cards, and the other rewards were countless. He even worried whether the system would have anything left to bestow upon him. Finding a bug is truly exhilarating. Lin Dong reveled in this moment, his rewards abundant, leaving him unconcerned about resource shortages. He couldn't help but admire himself, having nearly transformed the system into a personal treasure trove. As for the rewards that held little value for him, he cast them into the sect's treasury. The prodigies he received were overseen by the esteemed fourth young master of the Tang family. Those who met the requisite qualifications could ascend to become disciples of the sect. Conversely, those lacking sufficient aptitude were all directed to a designated location. This was a secret base he established in the Eternal Realm, where they could diligently cultivate, striving to join the Celestial Sect at the earliest opportunity. After traversing the continent, Lin Dong returned to recline, while the subsequent talents were collected by the fourth young master of the Tang family. With such a stunning beauty by his side, one might wonder how many children a normal man would have by now. It had been over a decade, surely. At least some children would be in elementary school by now. Yet Lin Dong remained an innocent fledgling, with the celestial fragrance empress often questioning his disposition, pondering if he had some issue in that regard. With such a magnificent beauty in his presence, he exhibited no reaction whatsoever, continuing to eat and drink without a care. It was as though he had activated a sage mode to its fullest extent. Lin Dong shook his head, contemplating whether to gather all these talents into an affiliated sect of the Celestial Sect. When the time came, they would need to choose a name. What should it be? Explosive Heaven? Alas, such deliberation was taxing. Never mind, it would be best to utilize the summoning cards for now. System: use 6 bronze-level summoning cards, 6 silver-level summoning cards, and 6 gold-level summoning cards. Gold-level summoning cards, capable of randomly summoning a powerful being ranging from the Divine King realm to the Divine Emperor realm. Beep. Host successfully used 6 bronze summoning cards. Summoning in progress. Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 6 sect guardians: Duan Yuanji, He Ming, Tang Yun, Luo Tianwei, Mo Yin, and Han Changyu. Strength: Peak of the Emperor realm. Beep. Host successfully used 6 silver summoning cards. Summoning in progress. Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 peak inner sect elders of the ancient god realm, Ji Wuhui and Bai Zhan, and 4 peak outer sect elders of the true god realm, Chu Fengsheng, Zhou Yuan, Hui Dao, and Mu Yunkai. Beep. Host successfully used 6 gold summoning cards. Summoning in progress. Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 peak core elders of the Divine Emperor realm, Yi Tian and Su Loi, and 4 peak inner elders of the Divine Lord realm, Xiao Se, He Chao, Yu Jun, and Wei Tianqing. Characters are being delineated. Visualization complete. 2 divine emperors and 4 divine lords. Fortune smiles upon me. Lin Dong remarked nonchalantly, regarding the other powerful beings as inconsequential to his present self. These combatants remain unnecessary in the Tianwu realm. It is time to prepare for an expansion of influence beyond Tianwu. Lin Dong's consciousness had explored the lands beyond the Tianwu Continent, an unknown territory where a multitude of cultivators were repelling the demonic forces, preventing them from invading their homeland. The mightiest on both sides were powerful beings of the Divine King realm. Lin Dong had no intention of intervening. He preferred to let the disciples of the sect establish the illustrious reputation of the Xiaoyao Sect. Regardless, my fellow disciples of Xiaoyao will take action. Beyond the realm of the unknown lay a vast expanse of starry sky, populated by countless continents and planets akin to the Tianwu Continent, with star domains scattered across their surfaces. Yet, all of these existed within the cosmos, where myriad races thrived and formidable beings abounded. The cultivation realms of the starry sky comprised True God, Celestial God, Ancient God, God King, God Lord, God Emperor, Divine Sovereign, God Monarch, and Ancestral God. At present, Lin Dong resided within the realm of God Emperor, though should he so desire, he could effortlessly ascend to the Ancestral God level in mere moments. However, he was rather indolent and not inclined to make any moves. He awaited the time for a formal expedition into the starry sky, when his cultivation would soar to unimaginable heights. Moreover, he possessed the invincible sword body. Even if his cultivation fell short, he would remain utterly unmatched. A tremor coursed through the void as 18 figures descended, their feet treading upon the sun, moon, and stars, shattering the emptiness to stand majestically in the ether. 16 men and 2 women, clad in diverse attire, each bore the emblem of the Xiaoyao Sect at their waists. Simply standing there, they emanated an overwhelming aura that engulfed the entire sky. Hiss, what is happening? Who are these individuals? Their presence is so potent I can scarcely breathe. Could they be here to cause trouble for our Xiaoyao Sect? Impossible. That would be akin to courting death. The terrifying aura swept across the scene, leaving countless disciples momentarily breathless. Yet, they displayed no signs of fear, only casting sidelong glances, for they understood that should a powerful being invade, the sect's protectors would act promptly. They had heard from the senior disciples who arrived earlier that the venerable elders of the sect were away on training. Could these be the elders returning? As the crowd pondered, a clear, melodious laughter resonated throughout the gathering. Indeed, dear brothers and sisters, there is no need for alarm. These are the powerful beings returning to our sect. You may all continue with your pursuits. The crowd turned to bow in unison, seeing Yi Changsheng, his face adorned with a warm smile, standing tall amidst them. Beside him stood the elegant and refined Lu Shuer, though a fleeting shadow of worry flickered in her eyes. It is the eldest brother and sister. Since the eldest brother has said so, it must be true. Indeed, look at their waists. They all bear the tokens of our Xiaoyao Sect. Ah, I see. Having spent considerable time in the Xiaoyao Sect, everyone had naturally come to recognize Yi Changsheng, their eldest brother. Upon hearing these words, the crowd resumed their activities, dispersing to various corners of the sect to cultivate, striving for an early breakthrough into the great sage realm. When the time came for the Xiaoyao Sect to officially emerge, they would be able to contribute to its glory. These were disciples summoned by Lin Dong, each having endured significant life events and persevered, possessing commendable character and a personal pursuit of cultivation. Shuer, what troubles you? Are you still worried about your family? Yi Changsheng approached Lu Shuer, gently inquiring. Although Lu Shuer made every effort to conceal her hint of worry, it was nonetheless perceived by Yi Changsheng. Lu Shuer nodded, her eyes flickering with a trace of concern once more. Indeed, not long ago, Xiaoyan sent word that although both my grandfather and father have recovered, the demon clan has been stirring restlessly in the northern region. The two exchanged tender glances, locking eyes with one another. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds affection. During this period, they had frequently trained and ventured together, their feelings gradually deepening, their relationship occupying a peculiar space that neither dared to breach. It was unexpected that even Yi Changsheng, who was notoriously straightforward, seemed on the verge of winning Lu Shuer's heart. Meanwhile, our Lin Dong remained a solitary figure, though he was accompanied by a loyal dog. As the adage states, in a trio, one must inevitably remain a lone wolf. Thus, Luo Yin chose to focus on his own cultivation, preferring to keep his distance. Just as the two were poised to take the next step, the jade pendant in Lu Shuer's embrace began to flicker. She hastily took it out to examine, her heart filled with unease. She formed a hand seal, and the pendant emitted a cacophony of noise, followed by the bright, melodious voice of Xiaoyan. Miss, you must return to the family at once. The demon clan has arrived again. With that, the sound ceased abruptly. Lu Shuer clutched the pendant tightly, her heart brimming with anxiety. Exchanging a glance, Yi Changsheng discerned her worry and, as if resolved, declared firmly, Shuer, I will take you to explain the situation to our master. I believe master will surely permit us to leave the sect. But, Lu Shuer's tone was urgent yet tinged with hesitation. There is no but, trust me. Yi Changsheng spoke with an unwavering dominance, and with that, he grasped Lu Shuer's hand, leading her towards the back courtyard. Lu Shuer offered no resistance. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Yi Changsheng felt a twinge of apprehension. Was he truly on the verge of meeting her family before their relationship was even established? The summoned individuals reappeared at the entrance of the sect's grand hall, awaiting Lin Dong's summons. At that moment, Lin Dong's voice echoed in their minds simultaneously. I have a task for you all. Upon hearing this, the group paused, exchanging puzzled glances, unsure of the intent. However, their confusion was fleeting. As they dared not defy or question Lin Dong's orders, they promptly vanished, each setting off to fulfill their assigned missions. The tasks for those above the divine realm consisted of recruiting talents both within and beyond the continent for the sect. The primary objective was to seek out individuals who, despite being deemed waste, unexpectedly rose to prominence, besting all their peers. Alternatively, They sought out unknown individuals who, in a brief span, broke through to become extraordinary geniuses, possessing unique physiques yet unable to activate them. All such talents were to be brought back to the sect and placed under the unified management of the fourth young master of the Tang family. As for the guardians of the Emperor realm, their duties remained unchanged, to safeguard the sect. After orchestrating these tasks, Lin Dong reclined in his armchair, closing his eyes to restore his spirit, indulging in a brief afternoon slumber. The sect master is indeed an extraordinary figure. It seems he requires no cultivation. His strength remains unfathomable. The Empress Tianxiang gazed with utmost reverence, her heart filled with astonishment. The more she came to understand the sect leader, the more she could perceive the terrifying depths of his power. If Lin Dong were to hear this, he would undoubtedly retort, "Why bother cultivating? With my advantages, what need is there for further training?" Moreover, he would add, "I am already invincible. I have yet to exhaust the potential of my cultivation resources." Observing the situation, Chuanxiang wisely withdrew to the side. Why were there not the four maidens of spring, summer, autumn, and winter? It is simply due to the scarcity of female emperors in the Tianwu Continent, none of whom could capture Lin Dong's admiration. As Chuanxiang contemplated entering a meditative state, the memory of the formidable beings she had just witnessed resurfaced in her mind, prompting her to ponder, those powerful figures, what realm of strength do they embody? Their aura is utterly suffocating. None among that group was weaker than her. Their presence was as terrifying as an abyss, all surpassing her in might. She recognized 6 of the auras with a sense of familiarity, astonishingly identifying them as peak emperors. The Xiaoyao Sect is truly shrouded in countless mysteries. Each layer she peeled back revealed yet another deeper enigma, leaving her insatiably curious. Enough of this idle thinking. I shall focus on my cultivation. The hidden injuries on the Empress Tianxiang had fully healed, and her cultivation had advanced further, now reaching the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. At my current level, I remain inferior to that demonic emperor. I must strive to break through to the 5th level of the Emperor realm, so I can crush him effortlessly. Moreover, my other self has received word from the family that the Tianma clan is beginning to stir again. I wonder what schemes they are concocting. However, as she closed her eyes, she sensed 2 auras approaching from afar. One of the auras was familiar to her. It belonged to Lin Dong's eldest disciple, Yi Changsheng. She quickly sent a message to Yi Changsheng, saying, "Your master is resting. If you have matters to discuss, wait until he awakens, and I shall inform you to come then." Yi Changsheng halted midair. Lu Shui'er, her expression anxious, inquired, "Changsheng, what is wrong?" As Yi Changsheng was about to respond, he heard Lin Dong's languid voice. "It is of no consequence. Come up." "Yes, master." Yi Changsheng descended with Lu Shui'er to the courtyard, where they beheld Lin Dong lounging beneath a tree, enjoying the shade. "Changsheng, what brings you to seek me?" Lin Dong asked, stretching slightly. Despite his daily slumber, his mind was traversing realms far beyond. Everything transpiring in the Xiaoyao Sect and the continent was under his complete control. Sleep, too, can be a form of cultivation. Lin Dong was tempted to exclaim, "How lonely it is to be invincible." Just as Yi Changsheng was about to speak, Lu Shui'er suddenly gasped in astonishment. Tianxiang Empress?" Turning to look, Lu Shui'er was filled with exhilaration, her delicate hand gently pointing towards Chuanxiang, who was massaging Lin Dong. Lu Shui'er could scarcely believe her eyes. Heavens, what did she just witness? The awe-inspiring empress, renowned throughout the Eastern domain, serving as a maid in my Xiaoyao Sect, massaging the sect leader? She was a figure of her utmost admiration. Her journey to the Eastern domain had been solely to witness the empress's extraordinary presence. Never did she anticipate encountering her in such a way. It is indeed not surprising that Lu Shui'er reacted so strongly, for the backyard is universally acknowledged as a forbidden zone. Typically, apart from Lin Dong's master and his direct disciples, others are not permitted to approach the mountain and the backyard lightly. Well, for now, I am merely the sect leader's maid. You may call me Chuanxiang. The heavenly fragrance empress stated, her expression unwavering. How infuriating that she was recognized, being exposed so brazenly. Did she, the esteemed empress, not care for her dignity? Beside her, Yi Changsheng maintained his composure, exhibiting no signs of shock. He was not well acquainted with any empress and had only encountered Chuanxiang a few times. Knowing her to be the maid of his master, he tugged at Lu Shui'er's sleeve, softly advising, "Shui'er, what are you doing? Remember why we are here." Lu Shuer instantly regained her senses, hurriedly closing her lips, though her gaze remained filled with admiration as she looked at Lin Dong. Truly, he was the enigmatic sect leader, capable of captivating even the empress. Master, we wish to leave the sect. Shuer's family is facing an urgent matter, and she wishes to return home. Yi Changxing spoke, his tone somewhat apprehensive. Are you also hoping to pay a visit to your father-in-law? Lin Dong paused momentarily, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he teased. Upon hearing this, both of them felt their ears flush with embarrassment. Lu Shuer lowered her head, too shy to meet Lin Dong's gaze. How did you know what I intended to do, master? Yi Changxing scratched his head awkwardly. No, I merely intend to assist Shuer's family. Enough, I grant your request. Who cannot see through your little thoughts? Lin Dong waved his hand, playfully reprimanding them. At his words, both of them felt a surge of joy in their hearts and quickly expressed their gratitude. Thank you, master, for your benevolence. Thank you, sect leader, for your kindness. Lin Dong continued. Go to the sect's treasury and select a few fine gifts to take with you. Do not let others look down upon us. Remember, you are a disciple of the Xiaoyao Sect. Your actions represent our sect's image. Do not hesitate in your endeavors. Your master will support you. Upon hearing this, Yi Changxing's eyes glistened with emotion. Indeed, his master cared for him dearly. With his parents absent, the affection from his master felt truly wonderful. Just as Yi Changxing was about to express something heartfelt, Lin Dong closed his eyes and waved his hand, signaling for them to depart. Seeing this, the two bowed respectfully. I take my leave, master. I take my leave, sect leader. Yi Changxing grasped Lu Shuer's hand and hurriedly left. North Region Lu family secret realm. This place is a veritable paradise, where spiritual energy flourishes and mist swirls, surrounded by ancient trees that rise like dragons, towering into the clouds, with numerous ancient palaces and towers nestled within. A young boy bent down to pick up a stone, and when he raised his head again, terror filled his expression as the stone slipped from his fingers. What is this? He beheld a blood-red cloud drifting in from the horizon, which swiftly began to stain the surrounding sky crimson, transforming the entire expanse into a blood-red hue, as if a calamity were descending. Drip drop. The stone fell to the ground, and the boy quickly regained his composure, shouting urgently, "This is bad. The celestial demon clan is coming again." As the words fell, a luminous barrier swiftly enveloped the area, signaling the imminent arrival of formidable adversaries. This was the ancestral formation of the Lu family, typically reserved for moments of life and death, as its activation demanded an immense expenditure of resources. Damn the Celestial Demon Clan for returning once more. How infuriating. The Celestial Demon Clan, so relentless in their pursuit, with the vast expanse of the northern region, why must they target our Lu family? This is sheer audacity. Indeed, even a cornered dog will leap over the wall. If it comes to it, I would rather perish than not confront those demonic wretches directly. Within the formation, countless individuals ceased their tasks, all eyes directed towards the exterior. Expressions varied. Some were filled with terror, others brimming with rage, while some bore a complex mix of emotions. Amidst the cacophony, voices of indignation and vitriol reverberated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures emerged from the palace's loft, their gazes grave as they peered outside the formation. A mass of ominous black clouds loomed from the distance, encasing the entire formation, evoking a sense of impending doom akin to dark clouds threatening to engulf a city. Cackling. Delicious morsels of blood, your demon grandpa has arrived. Quake in fear, you ants. From within the black clouds, piercing demonic voices echoed. Upon closer inspection, one would discern numerous shadowy figures entwined with malevolent energy, their expressions ghastly as they reveled in raucous laughter. Chapter 29. The Celestial Demon Clan's army approaches. Lu Daosheng of the Lu family. At the Lu family square. How are the injuries of the family head and the elder? Alas, the prospects for our Lu family appear dire, murmured a stooped elder clad in white, his tone heavy with foreboding. What does it matter? Even if I, Lu Tiancheng, must perish, I shall take a few of those demonic spawn with me, declared a robust young man, striding forth with an air of command. Indeed, when have the sons of the Lu family ever cowered? First, we must ensure our lineage continues. As for us old bones, death is but a triviality, huffed an irascible elder, waving his sleeve dismissively. After enduring several previous battles, the The Liu family had suffered grievously, with countless lives lost and loved ones separated. Their sentiments towards the celestial demon clan were steeped in profound hatred and a thirst for vengeance. Everyone understood that the protective formation could only sustain itself for a few days. Ultimately, a confrontation with the celestial demon clan was inevitable. Thus, it was wiser to engage in battle sooner rather than later. Whoosh! A figure clad in blue appeared at the forefront of the assembly. It was a middle-aged man, tall and dignified, standing resolutely in the void. This was Lu Daosheng, the family head and father of Lu Shuer. Family head. The crowd bowed in unison upon recognizing his presence. Family head, grant us permission to engage. I long to clash with those demonic wretches. Yes, family head. We fear not death, and shall take down as many celestial demons as possible. Everyone, listen to me. Lu Daosheng raised his hand, prompting silence among the assembly. I understand the fervor that resides in your hearts, and thus, the elder and I have resolved to engage in a desperate battle against the celestial demon clan. Upon hearing these words, the crowd exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared concern in their eyes. Yet, esteemed family head, your injuries alongside the ancestors. Indeed. Lu Daosheng turned to face the members of the Lu family behind him, his commanding voice resonating throughout the assembly. Fear not. For both the family head and the ancestor have fully recovered from their wounds, and each elder has elevated their cultivation to unprecedented heights. This time, when the demon clan invades, we shall ensure they return empty-handed, utterly annihilated. The Tao Enlightenment tea brought back by Xiao Lian had significantly bolstered the family's overall strength. With the addition of several venerable experts and 2 saints, not to mention the tremendous growth in cultivation among him and his fellow powerful members, he felt confident in leading the family to repel and even eradicate the detested demon clan. Splendid. The ancestor is magnificent, and the family head is formidable. The crowd was filled with exuberance, some even with tears of joy, their spirits soaring as they shouted with fervor and excitement. Curse those demon wretches. Just wait until I come for you. Those vile demons, I have endured for so long. It is finally time to tear you apart. Father, I finally have the opportunity to avenge you. The atmosphere was electric, with everyone eager to rush out and eradicate the demon spawn. Once again, Lu Daosheng's authoritative voice rang out in the hall. However, before we proceed, preparations must be made. To ensure safety, we must gather the elderly, women, and children in one place, ready for relocation, and we must preserve some embers for the Lu family. Daofan, I entrust this task to you. Once accomplished, we shall initiate our counteroffensive. The man in the gray robe stepped forward promptly, clasping his fists in salute. Yes, family head. Daofan will make the necessary arrangements and fulfill the task. Lu Daosheng nodded and addressed the assembly. I ask all the sons of the Lu family to cooperate with Daofan in executing the preliminary tasks. Once this is concluded, our family will commence the counterattack. Are the sons of the Lu family prepared? Ready at all times. We, the sons of the Lu family, fear nothing. Dark clouds loomed ominously. Countless tendrils of demonic energy surged forth, clashing against the barrier of the Grand Formation, creating ripples across its surface. Jia. From the swirling black clouds emerged numerous members of the demon clan, waves of demon soldiers charging toward the Grand Formation, clad in pitch-black armor and wielding dark weaponry. Their expressions were grotesque, cackling maniacally while uttering eerie demonic sounds. Among them, even the weakest demon soldiers were at the Spirit Sea realm, with many commanders reaching the Emperor and King realms. Listen up, let us shatter this Grand Formation, and we shall feast upon delectable blood. The commanders of the demon clan directed their troops. The demon soldiers, driven by their leader's words, grinned wickedly, exerting their full strength to assault the Grand Formation. Behind the veil of black clouds lay dozens more, with those currently charging merely serving as cannon fodder. The true pinnacle of the demon clan's combat prowess resided within these formidable demon warriors. Ultimately, the fate of the conflict rests in the hands of these individuals. Each figure exudes an overwhelming aura of dark magic. They are both men and women, all fixated on the luminous screen, continuously licking their lips, their eyes glimmering with an eerie crimson light. This group of high-level blood food is truly tantalizing, a veritable delicacy of the mortal realm, promising a sumptuous feast, remarked a woman from the demon clan, whose beauty was as lethal as a scorpion. her gaze shimmering with red light as she unconsciously extended her long tongue to caress her scarlet lips. I wonder what this group of blood food is still struggling for. They might as well come forth and allow our clan to indulge, growled a robust man clad in pitch-black armor, swinging his fist with a ferocious demeanor. With so many formidable beings from our demon clan mobilized, this mere human territory is utterly within our grasp, spoke a gaunt man with a visage reminiscent of a cunning wolf. Upon hearing these words, several individuals turned their gaze toward the 13 thrones ahead, their eyes filled with admiration and their expressions steeped in profound respect. Seated in the ethereal thrones were 13 members of the demon clan, 3 of whom occupied the foremost seats. Those worthy of such esteemed positions were all-powerful beings of the great demon saint rank or higher. The 3 seated at the forefront were particularly distinguished, being of the grand demon saint realm. The remaining score of demon clan members stood respectfully behind the thrones, all of them being formidable figures of the demon sovereign level. Lord Bloodcloud, may I inquire why the demon emperor has summoned such a formidable force to invade the northern domain? Asked a captivating woman from one of the thrones, perched delicately upon the lap of a tall figure, her tone sweet and alluring. This imposing figure was known as Blood Lin Yun, bearing the title of Bloodcloud Demon, the youngest among the 3 grand demon saints present. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Even I lack the privilege to know, let alone you, replied Bloodcloud Demon, his expression icy as he tightened his grip on the wooden armrest adorned with a rabbit motif, his voice laced with a chilling tone. His strong reaction was warranted, for this matter was of great significance. Even he was unaware of the demon clan's true intentions, and he was acutely aware that a fatal decree had been issued from above. The mission must be accomplished, or the consequence would be his demise. Humph. If you choose not to speak, so be it. No need to exert yourself so. If the throne breaks, there will be nowhere for you to sit, teased the enchanting demoness, her gaze filled with a playful reproach as the throne shook under Blood Lin Yun's forceful touch. This playful glance stirred a peculiar sensation within Bloodcloud Demon, prompting him to reconsider as he cast an enigmatic look at the beguiling demoness. This formation will require at least 3 days to breach, unless this group of blood food is foolish enough to emerge themselves. Perhaps, Bloodcloud Demon mused with a sly smile, addressing another figure seated on a nearby throne. Ghost Chi, I find myself rather famished. I shall take my leave for a meal. Do remember to inform me should anything arise. With that, he vanished alongside the alluring demoness from the throne. Youth is indeed a blessing, Bloodcloud. That lad cannot even endure this brief moment. Does he not comprehend its critical significance? Ghost Chi shook his head, remarking that anyone could see through Bloodcloud's trivial thoughts. Still dining, one fears he might one day perish in the embrace of a woman. Chapter 30. The onslaught of the celestial demons. The battle commences. Meanwhile, Yi Changsheng and Lu Shuer had already set forth, making their way to the Lu family in the Northern Territory. At the Lu family, countless formidable warriors gathered in the plaza, their spirits soared high, brimming with martial fervor as they gazed upon the figure ahead, Lu Daoxing. Amidst them stood Xiao Lian, clad in battle attire, transforming her typically lively demeanor into one of striking valor amidst the crowd. I hope Miss receives my message and arrives promptly, she thought, her resolve unwavering. Yet a shadow of concern lingered in her eyes. Having attained the rank of a monarch, her prowess was on par with the family's most gifted talents. She was determined to contribute to the Lu family's efforts, ready to take to the battlefield against the generals of the Celestial Demon Clan. The members of the Lu family united in purpose, their collective battle spirits surging as they awaited Lu Daoxing's command. With a single utterance, they would fearlessly charge forth to confront the ruthless and bloodthirsty celestial demons. Lu Daoxing's authoritative gaze swept across the gathered disciples of the Lu family. Such solidarity is indeed commendable, reflecting the noble spirit of my kin. Today, the celestial demons shall face the full might of the Lu family, ensuring they return whence they came, never to return. Esteemed warriors, the celestial demons have invaded our homeland, slaughtering our kin, and we shall not rest until they are avenged. Today, as the head of this family, I lead you all to safeguard our home, to eradicate the celestial demons, and restore peace to the Lu family. Are the brave sons of the Lu family prepared? We are ready. We are prepared. Countless voices erupted in response, echoing Lu Daoxing's rallying call. The atmosphere surged with fervor, as the hearts of the warriors intertwined, coalescing into a magnificent dragon of indomitable spirit, ready to be unleashed. Activate the Grand Formation. Sons of the Lu family, join me as we march forth to vanquish the celestial demons. In an instant, the luminous veil of the formation dissipated swiftly. The attacking celestial demons momentarily faltered. From all directions, the shouts of the Lu family surged forth as countless figures charged into battle. Ha ha ha! The blood feast approaches. It is the scent of sustenance. As they beheld the charging warriors of the Lu family, the celestial demons' expressions contorted with malevolence, their crimson eyes filled with lust and greed, ravenously inhaling the surrounding air. Kill! 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 An uproar of battle cries ascended as the warriors of the Lu family surged forth, propelled by an unmatched conviction towards the celestial demons. Charge forth, demon spawn. Your grandfather has arrived. Ha ha ha! Curse the celestial demons. I shall take one with me even in death. Ha ha ha! If I can trade my life for 10 celestial demons, it would be worth it. The clamor of battle resonated, reverberating throughout the expanse of heaven and earth. Countless demons from the celestial demon clan fell, while some members of the Lu family succumbed to their foes, lying in pools of blood. Xiao Yan, resembling a valiant general, relentlessly struck down the demons on the battlefield, with each swing of her sword resulting in numerous adversaries collapsing. This is dire. The demon clan possesses an abundance of formidable warriors this time, she remarked solemnly. Amidst her relentless combat, she glanced towards the horizon, where an array of terrifying auras surged skyward. In haste, she retrieved a jade pendant, intending to send another message to Lu Shuer. What is this? This cursed jade pendant is ineffective. There must be another way. Seeing the pendant's dim glow filled Xiao Yan with anxiety. Suddenly, a blade of dark energy imbued with demonic essence sliced through the air from behind, leaving a gash on her shoulder. Curse it! I must first confront the enemy. I shall fight while retreating and devise a means to inform the young mistress. On another front, the skies were divided into two battlefields. It was here in the heavens that the true outcome of this conflict would be determined. In one of these aerial arenas, countless figures clashed in combat. For a moment, neither side seemed to gain the upper hand, caught in a delicate stalemate. However, the members of the Lu family wore expressions of concern as the situation appeared grim. This was due to the overwhelming number of powerful demons opposing them, with some of their warriors forced to face two enemies simultaneously. Damn it! Take this punch, you bunch of rascals! Shouted an elder with fiery red hair, as he smashed through a demon lord from the opposing side, his temper flaring. Upon their arrival, the Lu family was astonished by the sheer number of demons. Yet, with no choice but to engage, they charged forth to fight alongside one another. The enemy boasted dozens of demon lords, while they had only a little over 20 powerful warriors of their own. Although they were slightly outnumbered, the disparity in strength was not immediately evident. This was largely thanks to their patriarch, who had somehow procured the mystical enlightenment tea, which significantly bolstered the overall strength of the Lu family. Had it not been for this, they would have lacked even the power to contend with the celestial demon clan. Nonetheless, the sheer number of formidable demons this time posed an insurmountable challenge. Within the protective formation, they were cut off from any reconnaissance of the demon clan's strength, as well as any information regarding local reinforcements. Their hopes rested solely on the patriarch and his capabilities. Elder Yunhua, temper your aggression. These demons possess tough skin and resilient flesh. Identify their weaknesses and deliver a decisive blow, one of the white-clad middle-aged men from the Lu family instructed, engaging two enemies at once, using his 5th-tier prowess against two 4th-tier opponents. With a swift stroke of his sword, he sent one of the shadow vulture demons flying 3 zhang away, relaying his thoughts to the elder. If their spiritual energy were to be depleted, they would no longer stand a chance against these demon lords. The demon's physical fortitude was formidable, as the ordinary human cultivators focused primarily on spiritual energy and principles, neglecting the cultivation of their physical forms. Thus, on a physical level, they are no match for these demons. At this moment, the sacred war rages on. From afar, a terrifying aura of sanctity emerges, revealing 6 saints from the Lu family engaged in combat with the demon saints of the celestial demon clan in the void. Colorful forces of law burst forth from their hands, colliding incessantly as the dreadful sanctity envelopes the entire sky. Damn it! The Celestial Demon Clan has dispatched such a multitude of formidable warriors. Thankfully, we have already informed Dao Fan to send out the family Ember. Lu Daoxing faces two adversaries, momentarily holding his ground, as the overwhelming aura of sanctity surges forth, striking at the two foes. As a fourth-tier saint, he battles against two powerful opponents from the Celestial Demon Clan, one at the third tier and the other at the fourth tier of demon saints. It is entirely my fault for overestimating my capabilities. His expression darkens as he perceives the grim state of the battlefield. The Lu family finds itself in an exceedingly disadvantaged position. Meanwhile, the ancestral elder, at the third tier of the Great Saint realm, contends with two formidable demon saints from the Celestial Demon Clan, revealing that the Lu family holds no advantage whatsoever. I feel immense shame towards the Lu family, unworthy to face our ancestors. A wave of guilt washes over him, as he grapples with profound anguish, deeply aware of the family members engaged in battle below. It is they, the higher echelons of the family, who made this grievous decision, sending the valiant sons of the Lu family to their demise, plunging the clan into perilous straits, potentially leading to its utter annihilation at his hands. I wonder if those families will send aid to support the Lu family. He has notified those esteemed families with whom the Lu family has maintained ties, hoping that they will come to their aid upon receiving the news. Unbeknownst to him, the forces of the northern region are, like them, suffering under the onslaught of the Celestial Demon Clan, likely overwhelmed and unable to assist. Of course, should it be the ancient and deeply rooted powers, the situation may be different. Chapter 31. Elevating the Disciples' Cultivation. The Celestial Freedom Sect will arise. He never imagined that the Grand Lu family would find itself in need of external rescue. He did not anticipate the involvement of Lu Shui. Even if he had, he would not disclose the family's plight to her. For he does not wish for Lu Shui to return, not wanting to place her in jeopardy. The Lu family pales in comparison to those esteemed families. A sigh escapes Lu Daoxing's heart. This is, in part, due to the shallow foundation of their clan, which cannot compare to those venerable powers. The Lu family has only recently ascended to the ranks of hidden aristocracy, lacking substantial heritage. The strongest member of the clan is merely a great saint. On the other side, in the Great Saint battlefield, the ancestral elder of the Lu family contends alone against two demon saints. Little did I expect the Celestial Demon Clan to harbor such insidious ambitions, dispatching two demon saints. The Lu family is in grave peril. His expression betrays a hint of distress as he wields a peak saint weapon, barely capable of withstanding the onslaught of the two demon saints. He continuously maneuvers the sacred weapon, conjuring blue forces of law to fend off the attacks of the two formidable demon saints before him. Two formidable demon saints bore stern expressions, their hands conjuring formidable laws that relentlessly assaulted the elder of the Lu family. In the eastern region, at the same time, not only were the major forces of the northern region besieged by the Celestial Demon Clan, but various factions throughout the eastern region also faced the same onslaught. The heavens and earth were shrouded in darkness, countless rivers of blood staining the lands of the eastern region, as innumerable souls fell amidst the crimson pools, their wails and cries echoing far and wide. Boom, boom, boom. The demon soldiers, savage and bloodthirsty, with blood-red eyes and fierce visages, wielded their spears, mercilessly reaping the lives of myriad beings. Countless weak factions were invaded by the brutal Celestial Demon Clan. Those of the top-tier powers either fled or were annihilated. The obliterated factions were left with little more than scattered bones, yet some factions persisted in their desperate struggle, sheltering within their protective formations. Xiaoyao Sect Master. Chuanxiang wishes to take a leave of absence for a while. I hope you will grant her request. The Empress of Heavenly Fragrance tenderly massaged Lin Dong, her voice soft and cautious, as if fearing he might refuse. Lin Dong's eyelids twitched slightly before he slowly opened his eyes, his profound gaze sweeping over the Empress of Heavenly Fragrance, and he spoke in a measured tone. Oh, you wish to return to guard the Tian family? Is it not true that your family has not yet faced an invasion from the Celestial Demon Clan? A sudden shock coursed through the Empress. Yet recalling Lin Dong's vast capabilities, she felt less surprised. Indeed, Master, it is true that the Tian family has not yet been invaded by the Celestial Demon Clan. However, as one of the imperial families of the eastern region, we have a duty to protect the common folk from peril. The Tian family will dispatch some of our strongest warriors to assist the various factions in the eastern region, thus leaving our own ranks somewhat vulnerable. Therefore, I must return to the family to ensure our defenses against potential sneak attacks from the Celestial Demon Clan. You present a valid point. Do you truly believe the Celestial Demon Clan has not anticipated this? Do you think the strong from the Tian family can successfully venture forth to provide aid? Lin Dong nodded thoughtfully, articulating his perspective. Do you not think the Divine Realm has overlooked the invasion of the Celestial Demon Clan in the eastern region? Why have we not yet witnessed any reinforcements or the emergence of powerful beings from the Divine Realm? Upon hearing this, the Empress's pupils constricted, a plethora of terrifying thoughts flooding her mind. Master, do you imply? Could it be that powerful beings from the Celestial Demon Clan will appear, obstructing the other factions and rendering them unable to provide support to the eastern region, leaving the eastern region isolated and defenseless? Heavens, what are the Celestial Demon Clan up to? Indeed, their ambition knows no bounds. They seem intent on reigniting conflict with our continent. Haha. If you believe it to be so, then go ahead. I grant you permission. Lin Dong chuckled lightly, showing no sign of dissent towards the Empress, appearing entirely unconcerned. However, internally, he contemplated whether to allow the disciples of Xiaoyao Sect to emerge prematurely, yet their current prowess still seemed insufficient. It was not out of a sense of pity for the world that Lin Dong sought to send his disciples forth to save others. Rather, he believed that the Tianwu Continent was the homeland of these disciples and should not be so ravaged by the Celestial Demon Clan. He trusted they would feel an unwavering obligation to act. Lin Dong aspired to dominate the heavenly martial continent, envisioning it as his domain. And it was inconceivable that he would permit the Celestial Demon Clan to wreak havoc upon it. In an instant, the heavenly fragrance Empress vanished from her location, her perception of Lin Dong teetering between belief and skepticism. Her sole desire was to return to her clan to validate her thoughts. After her departure, Lin Dong solidified his own intentions. He resolved to send forth a contingent of disciples from the Free and Easy Sect. Prior to their emergence, he intended to bestow upon them an opportunity, contingent upon their strength to meet the requirements for their ascension. All disciples shall convene at the square 3 days hence. Our sect grants you a chance for transformation. Today, the eastern region of the heavenly martial continent faces an invasion by the Celestial Demon Clan, with smoke of war rising everywhere and conflict rampant. After careful consideration, our sect has decided to dispatch 200 holy beings, 100 grand saints, and 20 holy kings to emerge in due course. We shall eradicate the demons and uphold the righteous path, thereby establishing our sect's renown and authority. The selections will be made in 3 days. Let us observe the performances of our disciples then. Lin Dong's commanding voice resonated throughout every corner of the Free and Easy Sect. How splendid! After joining the sect for so long, I can finally contribute. Damn those celestial demons. I shall slay every one I encounter. Heavens! Is our Free and Easy Sect truly about to emerge? The sight of so many powerful beings will surely astonish the continent. Countless disciples of the Free and Easy Sect, upon hearing the announcement, emerged from various sect facilities, each eager and brimming with excitement. In the eastern region, at the Tian clan, upon her return, the heavenly fragrance Empress promptly dispatched formidable warriors to aid the eastern region. Indeed, as Lin Dong had predicted, the Tian clan's reinforcements, having scarcely departed the clan, were intercepted by the Celestial Demon Clan. A sense of heaviness enveloped the heavenly fragrance Empress. She found herself unable to intervene, for the Demon Emperor was also watching her with keen interest. If what the sect master stated is true, does that not imply that the powerful beings of the divine realm are likewise obstructed somewhere? What then would become of her dominion over the eastern region? What recourse remained? The heavenly fragrance Empress pondered deeply, yet her mind yielded no solutions. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, her beautiful eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, will the sect master lend his aid? Given his awareness of all this, he surely would not remain idle. In the divine realm, at the Sea of Realms, this location marks the boundary between the divine realm and the eastern region. Legend has it that this was once a vast continent, which transformed into a sea following ancient cataclysms. That battle shattered the heavens and split the earth, leaving countless mountains and rivers in ruins. This site was one of the primary battlegrounds. Since that time, the eastern region has been cut off from the divine realm, leading to a depletion of spiritual energy. Ordinary individuals often spend their entire lives unable to escape the eastern region, let alone set foot into the divine realm. From a distance, one beholds an endless expanse of ocean, teeming with myriad sea creatures. Countless figures stand defiantly upon the surface of the water, locked in a standoff. Chapter 32. The Divine Realm's powerhouses blocked. Wang Tung of the Wang clan comes to aid. The Celestial Demon Clan, what is your intent in obstructing us here? Do you wish to declare war against the myriad races of Tianwu? A voice, imbued with profound anger and laden with inquiry, reverberated across the surface of the sea. Oh, it seems you are mistaken in your assumptions about us, came a sinister voice in response, shrouded in malevolence. We have merely come to engage in a friendly exchange with you. There is no talk of war. On the surface of the sea, two factions stood in stark opposition. One group, adorned in varied attire, comprised both men and women, predominantly of human descent. The opposing force, clad mostly in dark robes and armor, exuded an aura of malevolence. Their eyes aglow with a blood-red hue. Their faces bore wicked and grotesque smiles, accompanied by the haunting echoes of demonic laughter. Both factions numbered in the hundreds, each radiating an aura of dread. They consisted of powerful beings within the realm of saints, and even those beyond that level remained silent in the background. These were the formidable representatives sent by various factions of the divine domain, confronting the forces dispatched by the Celestial Demon Clan. As Lin Dong had mentioned, the divine domain was indeed aware of the situation in the eastern region and had dispatched numerous powerful beings. Yet, all had been thwarted by the Celestial Demon Clan, unable to proceed to the eastern region for aid. Whether you are misunderstood or not, you know full well what has transpired in the eastern region. One of the divine domain's strong men retorted. Why waste words with them? I say we should simply engage in battle with these wretches, another proposed. Enough. If we are not to fight, then I shall return to my wife and children, a voice chimed in. Same here, echoed another. The strong men of the divine domain exchanged heated words. Some were concerned for the eastern region, eager to confront the Celestial Demon Clan, while others remained neutral, offering sardonic remarks from the sidelines. Those advocating for the eastern region grasped the precarious nature of their situation, while the indifferent ones seemed unconcerned, merely fulfilling the tasks assigned by their factions, indifferent to the prospects of aiding the eastern region. Ha ha ha. Come. It has been far too long since I savored delectable blood, one of the Celestial Demon Clan's warriors exclaimed with unrestrained enthusiasm. Ah, the aroma of blood. Such a delightful scent, another chimed in. Come forth. The myriad races are but mere fodder. The Celestial Demon Clan reveled in their excitement, their laughter echoing with abandon. For a moment, neither side engaged in combat, remaining locked in a tense standoff upon the ocean's expanse. In the northern region, at the Liu family estate, several hours had passed. The figures on the battlefield had notably diminished compared to before, with casualties on both sides. I swear, even if I perish, I shall take one of you demon scum down with me. An elder shouted, cornered by two demon lords, his breath ragged and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. No, Elder 4, hold on. I will assist you. The members of the Liu family cried out in agony, desperate to rush to his aid. Yet, how could the Celestial Demon Clan allow such interference? Their laughter rang out, brazen and mocking. One after another, the assaults grew fiercer, clinging to them like a tenacious adhesive, rendering any hope of rescue impossible. I do not regret being born into the Liu family, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh, igniting every ounce of his being to achieve a sublime transformation, instantly propelling two members of the demon clan away. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged toward that formidable opponent and embraced him. Boom. His self-detonation, a cataclysmic explosion from a powerful elder, equated to a strike of double his full strength, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that enveloped the battlefield. Elder 4th. The esteemed members of the Liu family watched in horror as their revered elder was besieged to death, yet they found themselves powerless to lend aid. Witnessing their comrades fall one after another intensified their anguish. They howled in torment, their eyes bloodshot, tears of crimson streaming down their faces. At that moment, the Liu family's disadvantage became starkly apparent. Only a handful of venerable warriors remained, while the demon clan boasted over 30 formidable demons. The Liu family's elders were largely engaged in 1 versus 2 battles, and some even faced 3 adversaries simultaneously. The situation was dire. The demon clan's demon lords reveled in their malice, exuding overwhelming malevolence. They pressed the Liu family warriors relentlessly, leaving them to defend in a state of utter frustration. This crushed their morale. And just when their spirits sank to the lowest depths, boom, 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 from afar, a dozen powerful presences surged forth, startling both sides into momentary stillness as they assessed the approaching figures, uncertain whether they were friend or foe. I am Wang Tung of the Wang family. Leading our warriors to provide support, a youthful voice rang out from the distance, preceding the arrival of its owner. Upon hearing this, the Liu family felt a surge of hope. Wonderful! The Wang family has arrived, they exclaimed. I, Elder Liu Daoyan, express our heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the Liu family to our esteemed friends of the Wang family. To their surprise, they were not fighting alone. Allies had come to their aid. The Liu and Wang families shared a bond of kinship, invigorating the spirits of those present, restoring their determination. The arrival of the Wang family felt like a rejuvenating elixir, igniting their desire to eradicate the accursed demons. Yet, acknowledging their own limitations, they merely aspired to repel the vile demon clan. From the distance, a multitude of figures emerged, both male and female, radiating the aura of venerable warriors. Leading them was a striking young man with piercing eyes and a commanding presence, wielding a long spear. He soared through the air, accompanied by a throng of companions, exuding the aura of a youthful general. In truth, the Wang family had also faced an onslaught from the demon clan. However, their ancestral sage had awakened, dispatching the demon warriors with lethal precision, leaving those who fled and those who perished, thus allowing them to arrive swiftly for support. Moreover, their mission to assist the Liu family was not solely an act of goodwill. They harbored another purpose. Esteemed elders, there is no need for further discussion. Our immediate priority is to drive back the demon clan. In due time, we shall indulge in celebration. Wang Tung led the charge, swiftly engaging a third-level dignitary of the celestial demon with fervent ferocity. Very well, let us fight side by side and cleave through the celestial demons. A middle-aged swordsman from the Liu family followed closely, striking with his sword and responding with a hearty laugh. A smile finally graced the faces of the Liu family members as chaos erupted around them, each seeking their respective opponent. With the assistance of the Wang family, the disparity in numbers was negligible, resulting in predominantly one-on-one confrontations. Damn it, I did not anticipate that these humans would receive reinforcements. The demon lords of the celestial demon race were taken aback, their expressions darkening upon witnessing the arrival of Liu family support. Hours passed, and Wang Ting executed a magnificent strike. His spear pierced the body of the celestial demon lord he faced, impaling him and causing the demon to collapse helplessly into the void. The Liu family members gasped in astonishment, unprepared for Wang Tung's ferocity. Truly, he is the pride of the Wang family. This revelation caused the faces of the Liu family dignitaries to flush with embarrassment, igniting their competitive spirit and intensifying their attacks. Despite their prolonged efforts, they had managed to vanquish only a few demon lords, merely holding their ground. Now, with one stroke, this young prodigy had claimed a demon lord's life, compelling them to acknowledge their own limitations. With the arrival of the Wang family's formidable allies, the battlefield began to shift in favor of the Liu family, as they united in their efforts against the celestial demons. Simultaneously, several teleportation arrays on the ground activated, releasing hundreds of thousands of warriors. More members of the Wang family arrived to provide support, boosting the morale of the Liu family warriors, who fought alongside their newfound allies. Slay. Slay to recover our losses. Slay 3 to gain double. Slay 10 to reap great rewards. Together, the two families relentlessly wielded their blades, engaging in fierce battles against the celestial demon army. In the heavenly battlefield, two powerful saints from the Wang family joined the fray, tipping the scales from an 8 to 10 disadvantage, significantly alleviating the pressure. I, Liu Daosheng, stand here, expressing my gratitude to the esteemed friends of the Wang family for traveling such a great distance to assist us. Once this crisis is averted, the Liu family shall host a grand feast to honor you all. Liu Daosheng was pleasantly surprised, filled with profound gratitude towards the Wang family. He never anticipated their arrival, a sign that the Liu family's fate was not yet sealed, indicating that their lineage would endure beyond this day. The situation gradually began to tilt in favor of the Liu family, with the dawn of victory approaching. Both battlefronts were evenly matched, and as the tide began to turn, the most decisive battlefield involving the Liu family patriarch remained grim, with circumstances growing dire. Chapter 33. Yi Changsheng takes action. Dominating the Great Demon Saint at this moment in the Great Saint battlefield, the Liu family patriarch was locked in combat against two Great Demon Saints. The Wang family had not dispatched any Great Saints to their aid, as such formidable beings, representing the pinnacle of a family's strength, were not easily sent forth. Typically, they remained stationed within the family to guard against enemies seeking vengeance or unforeseen threats. Although battles involving formidable beings of the sacred realm seldom conclude swiftly, with victory and defeat not easily discernible, the patriarch of the Liu family now found himself in a state of decline. Despite wielding a peak sacred weapon, he could not withstand the immense toll it exacted. Cursed be this fate. I refuse to accept such an outcome, he lamented. His recent surge in cultivation had filled him with confidence, yet he could not have anticipated the disheartening turn of events. Before him stood two mighty demon saints, both in their prime, exhibiting peak combat prowess and vitality. In contrast, the Liu patriarch, now advanced in years, suffered from waning vigor and could not match their strength, leading to his rapid descent into despair. At that moment, an unforeseen change transpired. A demonic claw emerged from the void behind the Liu patriarch, imbued with an overwhelming essence of demonic law. This is dire. How could another demon saint appear? His gaze sharpened as he realized that the presence of two demon saints was already beyond his capacity to withstand. He could only tilt his body slightly to evade a portion of the imminent threat. The claw transformed into a hand, descending upon the Liu patriarch's waist with tremendous force. Caught unprepared, he was struck by the demonic hand and sent soaring backward, crashing through countless mountains over a distance of 1,000 feet. Ha ha ha, just an old relic, and you two have yet to subdue him after all this time. Where has your training gone? A chilling voice echoed through the void as a tall figure, enshrouded in demonic energy, emerged. Humph, Xiaoyan, you are not in a much better position. Aside from your underhanded schemes, what genuine prowess do you possess? The Blood Hunter demon scoffed, casting a cold glance at the Blood Cloud demon. The Blood Cloud demon's expression darkened, his tongue licking his lips as he savored the moment. The source of his displeasure being it was likely a sentiment shared by anyone in his position. Enough, enough. Cease your bickering. Delay could invite unforeseen changes. Let us first dispatch that old man, interjected Gui Qi, hastily intervening to diffuse the tension. This is troubling. Why does yet another aura of a demon saint emerge? The patriarch is in peril. Liu Daoxing's face darkened, feeling helpless. They had been closely monitoring the battlefield where the patriarch fought, for it was the key to determining the fate of the conflict. The two saints of the Wang family exchanged glances, a sense of retreat blossoming within them as their movements grew lighter. They were merely sent to assist and had no intention of sacrificing themselves. As the pillars of the Wang family, each saint was indispensable and would not recklessly risk their lives. Another demon saint has joined the fray. Wang Teng's gaze sharpened, his battle spear pausing as he surveyed the battlefield of the sacred realm. He found himself at a crossroads, grappling with uncertainty. Should I reveal my trump card? He hesitated, contemplating whether to employ the hidden resources bestowed upon him by the elders of his clan. As the son of the clan leader and the most distinguished prodigy of the Wang family, he enjoyed the favor of the elders, possessing numerous means of self-preservation. Even in the event of the Liu family's defeat, he could depart with his fellow generals of the Wang family unscathed. The three formidable demons of the Celestial Demon clan stepped forward, arriving above the fallen ancestor of the Liu family in mere moments. Before them lay an immense chasm, with thick smoke billowing upwards. Their gazes fixed upon the scene below, yet none wished to take the lead and investigate. Strange, there is not a trace of aura. Could it be that this old man has perished so easily? Bloodhunt spoke first, his tone laced with doubt and gravity. Humph, what is there to worry about? Is it not just a half-dead old ghost? Look how frightened you are, you two cowardly old fools. Blood Cloud scoffed disdainfully at Bloodhunt before plunging down alone. Moments later, a deafening crash echoed from below, followed by Blood Cloud's frantic voice. Not good. This old ghost is feigning death. Ghost Chi, Bloodhunt, hurry down and assist me. The two exchanged glances, a glimmer of schadenfreude evident in their eyes, and slowly made their way to help. It was time for that young man to face some hardships. Otherwise, with his arrogance and carefree demeanor, he deserved a good beating. Suddenly, a sense of danger arose. A streak of sword light descended from the heavens, radiating an unmatched force, blocking the two from reaching their comrade. They hurriedly dodged to the side, channeling their demonic principles to defend themselves. Suspended in the void, their expressions darkened as they gazed at the source of the sword light. Cursed be the ambush. The hand they had raised to fend off the sword light went numb, blood and flesh mangled, as torrents of crimson spilled forth. This strike was formidable. They were eager to discern the identity of their assailant. As the void shifted, a figure clad in white emerged, a striking young man standing amidst the ethereal expanse. He appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, with sharp brows and bright eyes, his flowing white attire accentuating his tall and lean frame. A long sword clasped firmly in his hand. This individual was Yi Changsheng, who had hastened from the Carefree Sect. They had arrived just in time, appearing when all believed the Liu family's ancestor was on the brink of collapse. While they acted separately, Liu Shuer, who accompanied them, had gone to provide aid on the battlefield. You demons of the Celestial Demon Clan are despicable, such brutality and inhumanity, daring to invade Shuer's family. Yi Changsheng's eyes brimmed with disdain as he spoke coldly. Vile human brat, daring to disrupt our clan's grand designs, Ghost Chi exclaimed, startled by the arrival, yet relieved at the same time. A mere child, still fresh from adolescence, emanating the aura of a fifth-level saint. Their earlier attack had been a miscalculation, leading to Yi Changsheng's surprise strike. Blood Hunt, let us subdue this ignorant youth who dares to launch a covert attack upon us. He urgently beckoned Blood Hunt, who met his gaze, and together they advanced to capture the young man. A mere celestial demon clan, what is there for my Carefree Sect to fear? Yi Changsheng sneered, advancing rather than retreating. He wielded the Chaos Sword, striking fiercely as he confronted two adversaries. Defying the odds of 1 against 2, he steadily gained the upper hand, forcing his opponents into a retreat. The two great demon saints were increasingly alarmed, astonished that Yi Changsheng, with his cultivation at the saint level, could overpower them so effortlessly. Today, I, Yi Changsheng, disciple of the free and easy sect, shall cleave through the heavenly demons and elevate our name. His youthful voice resonated throughout the heavens. A brilliant sword light cascaded down from the heavens like a setting sun's rainbow, slicing through the air with a multitude of sword energies that raced like lightning, carving a profound ravine across the distant mountains and valleys. Chapter 34. The Invincible Sword Cultivator and the Ice Saintess. Both demon saints were sent flying, landing 100 paces away before they could stabilize themselves. Their bodies bore the marks of an invisible sword energy, leaving behind numerous terrifying wounds. Oh, what an intimidating force of the laws, one of them gasped. The wounds were tainted by a dreadful power that incessantly corroded, preventing them from healing. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting shock and murderous intent. Damn it, where did such a terrifying prodigy of the human race emerge from? At such a young age, achieving the saint level and capable of fighting beyond his rank. This growth could not be allowed to continue. He must be extinguished here. Who dares to court death? Yi Changsheng sneered, standing majestically in the void, resembling an invincible sword deity, his star-like gaze surveying the two great demon saints. Is that all you've got? I expected more. He had long since cultivated an indomitable spirit, unafraid even of the unparalleled prodigies within the God of War Tower. Moreover, these two were mere brutes, lacking any true prowess. Aside from their marginally superior cultivation level, the two demon saints fell short compared to Yi Changsheng in terms of battle experience, comprehension of the laws, weaponry, techniques, and physical prowess. In his sect, he relentlessly battled the invincible prodigies of the God of War Tower day and night. He dared to claim second to none in battle experience within his realm. The fusion of chaos and the sword path laws is simply too powerful. Even these two demon saints are no match, Yi Changsheng mused within. The levels of comprehension of the laws vary. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to grasp. The strength one could wield grows more formidable, with some rare talents mastering two laws simultaneously. Yet, Yi Changsheng was even more extraordinary. Mastering two supreme laws, he was truly a humanoid prodigy. His comprehension encompassed both chaos and the sword path, with his understanding of the chaos path reaching the 8th level of the saint realm. His grasp of the sword path, though slightly weaker, was at the 5th level. leading his adversaries to mistakenly perceive him as merely at the 5th level of the saint realm. He possessed an unwavering belief in his invincibility, unafraid of any formidable beings in existence. The chaos sword he wielded was terrifying, having been nurtured to the level of a divine artifact under his care. Engaging these two demon saints, who had only comprehended a single law, was akin to slicing through vegetables. Alas, they are employing their innate divine abilities. At that moment, Yi Chongqing's gaze sharpened, as if he had beheld something truly terrifying. He swiftly unleashed two formidable sword energies, aiming to thwart the two from utilizing their divine powers. In the distance, the auras of Guiqi and Shui Lai surged ominously, their faces contorted with a grotesque ferocity, their mouths continuously emitting low growls. Their presence became increasingly malevolent, their garments suddenly ripped apart as 4 additional arms emerged, granting them a total of 6. Ha ha ha, you truly are a prodigy, forcing us to reveal our trump cards. Thus, you shall remain here. The two deftly evaded Yi Chongqing's form, the wickedly sinister sounds emanating from Guiqi's mouth. Should an individual of lesser cultivation hear this, they would either be reduced to a state of idiocy or suffer a catastrophic demise. Damn it, they have indeed succeeded. Yi Chongqing halted abruptly, a rare seriousness manifesting upon his face. The scene before him was strikingly reminiscent of the depiction of the 6-armed demons from an ancient tome he had perused. It was said that only those of the demon race with a bloodline purity of 60% or above could awaken as 6-armed fiends. Once awakened, their power would multiply several-fold, contingent upon the strength of their physical form and bloodline. The stronger the body, the greater the force they could withstand. The more potent the bloodline, the more their power would exponentially increase. In truth, this was his first encounter with the demon race, an evil lineage about which he possessed little knowledge. Most of what he understood was hearsay or derived from ancient texts. Now, witnessing them firsthand, they were indeed as the texts had described, if not more brutal and bloodthirsty. Although Yi Chongqing had initially held the upper hand, the overall strength of his adversaries had now increased several times over. He found himself in a 1 versus 2 scenario, where he could only slightly prevail, rendering it impossible to slay either foe. The two great demons roared in fury and charged toward Yi Chongqing. Refusing to back down, he surged forward, and the three engaged in a fierce duel. Guiqi, Shui Lai, how dare you betray me? From the depths, the furious roar of the blood cloud demon echoed. Since Yi Chongqing had arrived on this battlefield, only a fleeting moment had elapsed. Wang Tung thrust his spear forth like a dragon, sending his opponent flying 10 zhong away. Before turning to gaze at the great saint's battlefield, momentarily frozen in place. Whose sword was that? He had just been pondering whether to reveal his own hidden cards when he found himself momentarily entranced. To his astonishment, an invincible sword cultivator had arrived. The brilliance of that sword resonated within him, emanating a profound sense of invincibility, embodying the very path he sought. He yearned to rush into the great saint's battlefield, eager to behold the grandeur of the sword-wielding figure. Alas, given his current strength, he could not approach that vicinity. The terrifying remnants of the laws were potent enough to obliterate him in an instant. Yi Chongqing of the Xiaoyao Sect? Could he be the disciple of the imperial sect who has garnered much acclaim recently? Wang Tung immediately connected the dots to the renowned Xiaoyao Sect, his heart swelling with boundless admiration for them. Meanwhile, on the sacred battlefield, amidst the ongoing battles, a profound unrest lingered in the hearts of all. They were enveloped in astonishment, grappling with the revelation of how the Liu family had summoned such an extraordinarily potent sword cultivator, while simultaneously being awestruck by the unparalleled might of the sword that emanated from afar. How chilling it is! Suddenly, the onlookers felt a drastic drop in temperature, which was perplexing for beings of their caliber, as they were all formidable saints. Heightened vigilance took hold as they scrutinized their surroundings. Snowflakes began to descend from the heavens, and a figure clad in white emerged from the void. A breathtakingly beautiful woman, garbed in a flowing white dress, descended like a celestial being, leaving the crowd speechless. "Shuer, how have you returned?" An anxious voice broke the spell, drawing their attention. "Saintess, you must leave at once." The members of the Liu family quickly regained their composure, urging Liu Shuer to flee. Is this woman truly the saintess of the Liu family? Pondered the two saints from the Wang family. "Shuer, it is perilous here. You must depart. Your father lacks the strength to protect you any longer." Lu Daosheng, engaged in fierce combat with the two demonic saints, shouted anxiously. He had presumed his daughter still resided at the realm of the sovereign and feared she would be crushed by the overwhelming aftermath of the terrifying loss. Little did he know, Lu Shuer had already attained the realm of the saints. "Father, fear not. Shuer is now strong enough to protect you and the Lu family," she replied, her heart warmed by his concern, shaking her head with a smile. She was no longer the little girl of yore. "Shuer, what are you saying? Did you not hear me? You must leave." Lu Daosheng was bewildered, desperate to shield Lu Shuer from any misfortune. Chapter 35. Slaughtering Saints as One Would Slaughter Chickens. "The Smoke Demon King Father, I have grown," Lu Shuer said with a gentle smile, radiating the aura of the seventh tier of the Saint realm. She gracefully soared towards the battlefield where Lu Daosheng was engaged, confronting one of the powerful demonic saints. "Shuer, your cultivation." Lu Daosheng was struck with disbelief upon sensing his daughter's seventh-tier saint cultivation. How could she have reached such heights in such a brief time? Until now, he had been unable to perceive her true level, as she had not exuded her aura. Now that Lu Shuer had attained the seventh tier of the saint realm, she surpassed her father's fourth tier. Previously, Lu Daosheng's anxiety clouded his judgment, preventing him from discerning how Lu Shuer stood unfazed amidst the chaos. What kind of sect is the Xiaoyao Sect? His curiosity intensified. What sorcery had allowed his daughter to acquire such formidable strength in such a short span? Lu Shuer turned to her father, a serene smile gracing her lips. "Do not worry, father. There is even greater power yet to unveil." With a delicate hand, she parried the assault of the female demonic saint, while her other hand summoned countless icy laws, delivering a devastating blow to her adversary. The frosted jade palm. Chilling to the bone, an overwhelmingly frigid force struck the female demonic saint, leaving her reeling from the impact. The law swiftly breached her defenses, enveloping her entire being and transforming her into a resplendent ice sculpture, devoid of life. This was a martial technique that Lu Shuer had discovered within the Sutra Pavilion, a form of imperial-level martial art that resonated profoundly with her cultivation. In no time, she mastered it to an introductory level, possessing formidable penetrating power and offensive capabilities, enabling her to instantly encase her adversaries in ice. With a single palm strike, the ice sculpture shattered into countless shards, swirling through the air. A saint-level demon of the third tier could not withstand Lu Shuer's assault and perished in an instant. "Father, allow me to handle this demon tribe. You assist the other seniors," Lu Shuer said with a radiant smile as she countered another attack from a demon. "Very well," Lu Daosheng replied, somewhat dazed, nodding as he flew to another battlefield to aid a fellow Lu clan warrior engaged with two demon saints, defending against one of them. This sequence of events transpired in mere moments. Not just Lu Daosheng, but everyone else remained stunned. Could this truly be our Lu clan saintess? How could she surpass even the strength of us old-timers? The Lu clan saints exchanged incredulous glances, each mirroring the astonishment in the other's eyes. However, their hearts brimmed with joy, for the family had produced an unparalleled genius. The two saints from the Wang clan were utterly astounded, their initial thoughts of retreat dissipating. It was terrifying beyond measure. Never did they expect the Lu clan's saintess to be more extraordinary than their own young master. They felt compelled to support her unwaveringly. After two more exchanges, both demon saints met the same fate, and Lu Shuer dispatched a fourth-tier demon saint. Her killings were bloodless, instilling a sense of dread among the remaining 8 demon saints. Though Lu Shuer might not possess the same monstrous talent as Yi Changxing, she was invincible against opponents of her level, effortlessly dominating weaker foes. During her time in the sect, she had battled against the unrivaled prodigies within the War God Tower, managing only to reach a stalemate with them. Unlike Yi Changxing, who could slay invincible prodigies, she was confident in her own invincibility within the same realm in the Tianwu Continent. Thanks to the countless resources of the sect, her Xianbing sacred body ascended to the Xianbing divine body, evolving into a divine form, and she comprehended advanced laws, particularly the extreme ice law. She charged once more towards a third-tier demon saint, embodying a celestial being delivering judgment upon a deeply sinful demon. This particular demon was grotesquely ugly, characterized by a sharp, monkey-like visage. "Stay away from me," the demon whimpered in terror, retreating in distress. He wished to escape, but with his kin slain by Lu Shuer, He yearned to flee at once. Yet, Lu Shuer would not permit his escape. In a flash, she appeared behind the demon, delivering a forceful strike. Instantly, the demon transformed into an ice sculpture, shattered by Lu Shuer's delicate palm. "Father, I leave this battlefield in your capable hands. I shall assist the ancestors," she declared after vanquishing 3 demon saints, clapping her jade-like hands, smiling at Lu Daosheng, before vanishing from sight. Everyone was left in profound astonishment. Did she truly eliminate the 3 revered demons so effortlessly? Upon hearing the latter words from Lu Shuer, the crowd was left utterly astounded. They had witnessed the instantaneous demise of saints, yet this took place on the battlefield of the great saints. Could it be that she possesses capabilities that rival those of the great saints? Lu Daosheng did not intervene. A smile graced his face as he allowed Lu Shuer to advance. He understood that his daughter had matured, and an overwhelming sense of pride and contentment swelled within him. On the battlefield of the great saints, Lu Shuer and Yi Changxing each faced a formidable demon saint. Lu Shuer wielded the imperial weapon, the Ximbing staff, channeling its latent power to conjure countless ice arrows that shot towards the blood hunter, the great demon saint. Even though she could only unleash a mere fraction of the imperial weapon's might, it was more than sufficient to challenge a being of the great saint realm. The blood hunter could only hastily defend himself, his heart filled with astonishment and an overwhelming surge of murderous intent. Where did such prodigious talents arise? He had initially anticipated an easy encounter with a delicate young woman, yet he found himself confronted by a fierce adversary who wielded an imperial weapon, compelling him to struggle for defense. With Lu Shuer aiding him, Yi Changxing felt no pressure and grew bolder with each clash, unleashing waves of terrifying sword energy from his hands. The sword energy pierced through the defenses of Gui Qi, inflicting grievous wounds upon him. Gui Qi could only passively endure the onslaught, his body marred by the relentless strikes of Yi Changxing's sword energy. "Damn it, I will surely make you suffer for this." Gui Qi seethed inwardly, consumed by a desire for vengeance against Yi Changxing. With Lu Shuer's arrival, the tide of battle swiftly tilted in favor of Yi Changxing. As they pressed their advantage against the 2 demon saints of the Tianwu clan, a chilling and malevolent voice echoed throughout the battlefield, accompanied by an oppressive force that enveloped the entire arena. "Gui Qi, Blood Hunter, you have performed commendably. Indeed, the Lord of Smoke and Ghosts has arrived. Let us witness how these 2 young prodigies meet their demise." Gui Qi and Blood Hunter exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shared malice. It was they who had conspired in secrecy to summon the Lord of Smoke and Ghosts, intent on extinguishing these 2 human prodigies. This is bad. Another powerful entity is intervening. Yi Changxing and Lu Shuer's expressions changed drastically as they hastily repelled their opponents. "Hand them over. I take great pleasure in extinguishing the prodigies of myriad races." 2 colossal demonic claws emerged from the void, radiating terrifying power as they reached for Yi Changxing and Lu Shuer. Realizing the imminent danger, Yi Changxing and Lu Shuer swiftly unleashed their mightiest attacks in defense. "With a single sword, I shall part the heavens and cleave the firmament." A resounding cry of the sword echoed as Yi Changxing swung the Chaos Sword, releasing an unparalleled wave of chaotic sword energy that surged towards the colossal claw. He continued to wield the Chaos Sword, unleashing a barrage of formidable sword energies directed at the demonic claw. Yi Changxing was violently hurled away, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, as the terrifying residual force of the law pressed upon him, causing his internal organs to feel as though they were on the verge of shattering. With all his strength, he managed to barely fend off the monstrous claw. Frost, never to decay. Lu Shuer conjured numerous ice walls in front of her, impeding the advance of the claw. Adjusting the power of the imperial weapon to a mere fraction, she formed a colossal ice arrow aimed at the claw. Though Lu Shuer was not as formidable as Yi Changxing, the claw, while diminished in strength, still bore down upon her with terrifying ferocity. The speed of the attack was overwhelming, leaving her powerless to evade. "This is not good." Her delicate face turned pale as she could only watch helplessly as the claw descended upon her. Should it strike, it would surely leave Lu Shuer either dead or grievously injured. Chapter 36. The Emperor Strikes. The Sacred King Falls. The Sect Token. A glimmer of hope ignited in Lu Shuer's dimmed eyes as she recalled the Sect Token and hastily summoned it with her spirit. She had almost forgotten that the token still had 2 protective shields yet to be utilized. In an instant, a luminous barrier enveloped her entirely. As the claw lunged forth, it struck the barrier with ferocity, only to be instantly obliterated. Emerging unscathed from the shimmering shield, Lu Shui's white gown billowed in the wind, leaving her entirely unharmed. Seeing this, Yi Changsheng from afar finally felt a sense of relief. The two hurriedly drew closer to one another, aware that a hidden formidable foe still lurked in the shadows, presenting a dire threat. Cackling. It is said that the human race is exceptionally cunning. With countless hidden cards up their sleeves, this indeed proves true. A hunched, wiry figure materialized from the void, exuding an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. He was the Dark Demon King of the Tianwu clan, the Smoke Demon King. His beady eyes fixated on Yi Changsheng and Lu Shui, surveying them with the gaze of a predator admiring its prey. He had never intended to capture them outright. With expressions grave, Yi Changsheng and Lu Shui stood ready for battle. Subordinate Ghost Qi pays respects to Lord Smoke Demon. Subordinate Blood Hunter pays respects to Lord Smoke Demon. Upon the appearance of the Smoke Demon King, the two formidable demon saints, Ghost Qi and Blood Hunter, promptly bowed in deference. Very well. Your contributions will merit a reward upon your return to the clan. Smoke Demon's small eyes flicked toward them, speaking indifferently. Thank you, my lord. Upon hearing this, the faces of Ghost Qi and Blood Hunter lit up with joy as they hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Cackling. You two little mice, if you have any tricks left unplayed, now is the time to unleash them. I offer you an opportunity. Smoke Demon cast a mocking gaze at Yi Changsheng and Lu Shui, noticing their silence. He continued, Do you wish to live? I offer you a chance to join my Tianwu clan. I can spare your lives. You shall receive boundless resources, far exceeding what the human race can provide, along with powerful strength. The Smoke Demon exuded an air of unshakable confidence. He believed that Yi Changsheng and his companion would undoubtedly be tempted by the conditions he laid before them. This method had proven effective time and again. When faced with death, they had no alternatives. Many prodigies of the human race had previously succumbed to similar conditions simply to survive, only to be assimilated and reduced to mere shadows of their former selves within the ranks of the demonic clan. What do you think? Regrettably, today he encountered disciples of the Xiaoyao Sect, who had witnessed far more daunting scenarios than this. A glance exchange between Yi Changsheng and Lu Shui revealed mutual disdain. What was that barking? What a pathetic demonic clan. Even a mere hound would refuse to associate with them. How absurd. The boundless resources and formidable facilities of the Xiaoyao Sect were incomparable to anything that trifling demonic clan could offer. Damn ants, since you wish for death, I shall grant you that privilege, the demon saint of smoke remarked, his fury ignited upon perceiving their contempt. The terrifying domain of laws erupted, enveloping the space around them. The overwhelming force of the domain bearing down upon Yi Changsheng and his companion. He had been acutely aware of their petty actions throughout. Those insufferable brats dared to provoke his authority even when facing imminent demise. The domain of laws was a manifestation of a sacred king's mastery over the laws, reached through unparalleled comprehension. Employing the power of the domain against foes would yield distinct results. Yi Changsheng and Lu Shui suddenly felt immobilized, hastily attempting to summon their tokens to teleport back to their sect. However, they paused, their expressions brightening at the sound of a familiar voice. Who dares to lay hands on the disciples of the Xiaoyao Sect? Do you seek to court death? A cold scoff resonated through the air, a dense imperial aura emanating forth, shattering the previously formed domain in an instant. The Demon King of Smoke spat out a mouthful of blood, his countenance filled with terror, his entire being seemingly deflated. The domain was intricately linked to him. Its collapse inflicted severe injuries upon his person. Before the Demon King could make his next move, a colossal hand emerged from the void, seemingly unremarkable, yet imbued with terrifying imperial power. I take great pleasure in crushing ants, a voice of authority declared. This is bad. Where did this emperor come from? The Demon King of Smoke was paralyzed with dread, utterly devoid of any means to resist. As expected, the enormous hand swiftly seized the Demon King, effortlessly squeezing him as one might squash a mosquito, resulting in his complete obliteration. The once mighty Demon King of the demonic clan met his end. The fall of a sacred king reverberated through the heavens. Countless powerful beings in the northern region turned their gazes toward the direction of the Lu clan. An emperor had emerged. A flicker of hope ignited within the hearts of many. Members of the Lu clan were utterly astonished. They felt an overwhelming aura approaching, followed by the ominous sign of a sacred king's demise. That aura seemed reminiscent of an emperor's presence. Could it be that an emperor from the northern region had intervened? This was splendid. With an emperor's involvement, everyone hold on. The Lu clan is saved. Buzz. A towering figure emerged from the void, as if propping up a vast expanse of sky. It was none other than Tang Feiyao, a man of formidable stature. Lin Dong harbored concerns about Yi Changsheng and his companions venturing out unaccompanied, which is why he summoned Tang Feiyao to join them, prepared to intervene should they encounter insurmountable challenges. As a direct disciple of the sect leader, Yi Changsheng was required to present himself with great dignity upon leaving the sect, for they valued a certain level of prestige. Tang Feiyao's eyes, resembling two brass bells, were fixed intently upon the pair, Gui Qi and his companion, causing them to tremble in fear, especially with the demise of Yan Gui still fresh in their minds. Before a being of such strength, they could hardly stir up any trouble. As the saying goes, the wheel of fortune turns. Just moments ago, they had been unbearably arrogant in Yan Gui's company. Yet now they cowered like frightened dogs. Disciple Yi Changsheng and Lu Shuer offer their respects to the great Emperor Feiyao, and we are immensely grateful for your assistance. Yi Changsheng and Lu Shuer hurriedly bowed. Tang Feiyao was somewhat familiar to the two, despite being merely the sect leader's protector. However, as a being of the Emperor realm, Yi Changsheng felt that proper respect was due. Great Emperor? The utterance of Yi Changsheng's words sent a jolt through the pupils of Gui Qi and his companion. They could not have misheard. Indeed, they were in the presence of an emperor. It seemed that the aura emanating from him was akin to that of the emperors of their own clan, albeit far more terrifying. To perish at the hands of an emperor would indeed be a twisted honor. Ah, Yi, my direct disciple. And Miss Lu need not be overly formal. Perhaps you should handle these two? Tang Feiyao, seemingly unperturbed, nodded and gestured towards Gui Qi and his companion. Lu Shuer glanced at Yi Changsheng, who appeared to be deep in thought. The two adversaries were in a state of acute anxiety. Great Emperor, allow us to manage these two ourselves. There is no need for your direct intervention. Yi Changsheng finally spoke, having conceived a plan. He had yet to test its efficacy, and it would be intriguing to gauge its power. Very well, I entrust them to you. Tang Feiyao's voice resonated like thunder before he vanished from sight. Yi Changsheng nodded, understanding that Tang Feiyao had once again become one with the void, and that no perilous situation would arise without his notice. Do you wish to preserve your lives? I offer you a chance. Unleash your full strength against us. Yi Changsheng smirked as he addressed Gui Qi and his companion. If you manage to kill us, you may depart unscathed. At these words, the eyes of the two adversaries brightened. They had a sliver of hope for survival. They must seize this opportunity. What do you say? Yi Changsheng believed that engaging in further combat with the Celestial Demon Clan would be essential to uncover their weaknesses. Only then could they aim for their complete annihilation. Applying pressure might yield unforeseen results. Do you speak truly? What if he intervenes? Gui Qi, the great demon saint, replied skeptically. Yet, faced with the threat to their lives, they had no choice but to take the gamble. I have already conferred with the elders of my sect. You need only exert your utmost strength. Whether you survive depends solely on your capabilities. Yi Changsheng reached into his storage ring and retrieved a handful of healing sacred pills. He promptly shoved one into his mouth, chewing it as if it were a sweet confection, while his injuries steadily mended. Very well, I await your challenge. Gui Qi exchanged a glance with Blood Hunter, and in an instant, their combat prowess surged as they ignited portions of their essence and lifespan to attain greater strength. Their cultivation levels skyrocketed, each breaking through one or two minor realms. In a heartbeat, the battle reignited. 10,000 swords to the sect. After a mere 2 exchanges, Yi Changsheng unleashed a formidable attack. How is this possible? A sage possesses divine power? Gui Qi found himself pierced by the thousands of swords, pinned in the void. His eyes wide with disbelief and resentment. What a farce. Even they, the great demon saints, did not possess such divine power. To witness it manifested in 2 prodigies was utterly shocking. How delightful. You're truly pathetic, unable to withstand even 3 of my strikes. Yi Changsheng shook his head, displaying a demeanor of indifference, while calling out to Lu Shuer. Shuer, put in a bit more effort. We await you. In truth, Yi Changxing merely felt a bit constrained in the fight and longed for a satisfying victory. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuer smiled radiantly, intensifying her assault. Divine Sealing for 1,000 miles. After 10 exchanges, Lu Shuer executed her divine technique, encasing Blood Hunter in ice. In the face of Blood Hunter's incredulous gaze, she obliterated him. Shuer, this divine power is truly formidable. Indeed, it has enabled our strength to surge several-fold in an instant. Previously, neither of them had utilized divine power. It was a hidden card. The divine essence in the Tianwu Continent was exceedingly sparse, and using it would likely hinder recovery. Therefore, they could only await the opportune moment to strike with overwhelming force. Of course, even if Lu Shuer employed divine power, it would not suffice to withstand the grasp of the Smoke Demon King, as the disparity between them was too vast. The two then separated to carry out their individual tasks. At the back courtyard of the Carefree Sect, the spring breeze swept through, making the willow trees sway. Lin Dong lay leisurely beneath a tree in the courtyard, basking in the sun, retracting his consciousness. He had witnessed everything that transpired between Yi Changxing and his companion, and he wholeheartedly endorsed Yi's performance. When faced with insurmountable odds, it was perfectly reasonable to retreat with one's companion, unlike those foolish protagonists who insisted on fighting and ended up losing their loved ones. Who says one cannot develop cautiously while escorting a companion? A figure appeared before the courtyard. It was Tang Fei, one of the 4 young masters of the Tang family. He stood still, not disturbing Lin Dong. What news? Lin Dong inquired. Reporting to the sect master, the disciples have successfully completed their training. Oh, how is the cultivation of the sect's disciples? Reporting to the sect master, all of the over 1,000 disciples have reached the Sage Realm. Among them, 666 disciples have attained the Great Sage Realm, while 88 disciples have even achieved the Saint King Realm. There are still 26 quasi-emperors and 9 great emperors, disciples retrieved from beyond the Tianwu Continent. Furthermore, there are some disciples whose cultivation levels are so profound that even their subordinates cannot perceive them. Lin Dong nodded with great satisfaction, pleased that most of the disciples had seized the opportunities presented to them. With everyone reaching the Saint Realm, their gains exceeded Lin Dong's expectations. The current Xiaoyao Sect could be deemed immensely powerful, with the weakest disciples already at the Saint level. While this was sufficient for the Tianwu Continent at present, it remained far from adequate for Lin Dong. He had previously overlooked the disciples from beyond the Tianwu Continent, which came as a pleasant surprise. Have the disciples chosen to be sent to the Tianwu Continent been selected? Lin Dong pondered briefly before continuing, replying to the sect master. I have selected a total of 200 Saint Realm disciples, 100 Great Saint Realm disciples, and 20 Holy King disciples. Everything is ready and awaits your approval. Tang Fei replied respectfully. Excellent. You shall lead them this time, Lin Dong commanded. Annihilate the Eastern region's Heavenly Demon Clan and obliterate their strongholds as well. By the way, once this mission is accomplished, summon your 3 brothers. Our sect intends to bestow upon you all a significant opportunity. Lin Dong waved his hand, signaling Tang Fei to depart. Tang Fei, filled with excitement, clasped his fists in salute and hurriedly retreated. Surely, the opportunities bestowed by the sect master could not be trivial. The potential of these disciples was evident, with some even transcending multiple realms and others leaping across several major boundaries. Let our Xiaoyao Sect embark on the conquest of the myriad realms from this very step. Lin Dong's face broke into a smile. The opportunities granted to the disciples were merely a slight manipulation on his part. He utilized his own strength, employing the divine principles of the temporal spatial path to establish a grand formation, amplifying the sect's foundational capabilities 1,000-fold, thus accelerating the cultivation of all disciples within. By harnessing countless resources, which they could not access, he enabled them to cultivate, allowing their realms to continuously ascend in a short span. Ultimately, the heights they could reach depended on their own fortunes. The sect's regulations stipulated that disciples could claim corresponding resources for their cultivation. For instance, the mystical enlightenment tea could only be utilized by Lin Dong himself, yet by granting it to his disciples, he could elevate their realms instantaneously. This formation was still in operation, allowing the disciples to continue their advancement. The courtyard once again fell silent, leaving Lin Dong alone. I must find an opportunity to venture out into the world, I have yet to see what lies beyond. Lin Dong resolved that after establishing dominance over the continent, he would gather all disciples for a period of closed-door cultivation before sending them forth to conquer the stars and seas. By that time, he wished to explore the world himself, experiencing the wonders beyond. The Xiaoyao Sect's dispatched disciples were but a fraction of their force, merely a preliminary engagement in the eastern region of the Tianwu Continent. Lin Dong sensed that a great calamity was imminent for the Tianwu Continent, a confrontation between the heavenly demons and the pinnacle of myriad races. He contemplated whether to take the initiative or to await the impending catastrophe. Do not ponder too much. When the time is ripe, everything shall become clear. At that moment, it will be the time for all disciples of the Celestial Freedom Sect to emerge, and with the current strength of the sect, they will be more than capable of handling the situation. There remain some disciples who have yet to be dispatched, and Lin Dong reassured them to focus on their cultivation. In due time, a stage will present itself for their talents. These disciples from the starry expanse are quite impressive. In the future conquest of the cosmos, they may very well serve as the vanguard. As Lin Dong extended his consciousness, he cast a glance over the starry disciples. These prodigies, retrieved from the celestial realms by the elders, indeed began their journeys from a markedly different starting point, leading to a significant disparity in their prowess. The cultivation levels of these disciples far surpassed those of the current disciples from the Tianwu Continent. On the other side, in the land of no return, chapter 38, the God King disciple Xiaoyao Wang Teng's intentions in the land of no return. It was birthed from the great calamity of antiquity, residing within a sea of stars beyond the Tianwu Continent. It has safeguarded the continent for countless ages, witnessing innumerable wars and the rise and fall of countless prodigies and heroes. Here, myriad cultivators abound, most hailing from the Tianwu Continent. They are the heroes of the Tianlu, defending against the celestial demon clan and sacrificing everything for the common folk of the Tianwu Continent. Great emperors can lead their strongest followers through the path of no return to enter this land. However, once they leave the continent, they can never return, thus earning its name, the land of no return. In a quaint courtyard, a young man clad in a white robe appeared, holding a teapot in hand. "Master, seeing you so troubled, is there something weighing on your mind?" he inquired, pouring tea for the elder who was engaged in a game of chess with him, curiosity evident in his tone. The elder, with hair as white as snow and a stooped figure reminiscent of an elderly sage, gazed into the distance with murky eyes. Not receiving a response, the young man continued, perplexed. For countless years, the celestial demon clan has been rampant, repeatedly pressing towards the starry sea. This time, they have been driven back by our myriad clans to the depths of their lair. Shouldn't this be a cause for celebration? Why then do you still wear a frown? The young man looked at the elder, his mind racing with thoughts. It was well known that this elder was once a legendary war god, revered by multitudes. Yet now, the once mighty god King Tianxian, known throughout the land of no return, had single-handedly infiltrated the heart of the celestial demon clan during the great calamity. With unparalleled courage, he battled 3 god kings, slaying countless experts of the celestial demon clan. He even vanquished one of the god kings before the other 2, instilling fear within the celestial demon clan. Ultimately, he departed with grace, worshipped by many, and serving as a beacon for aspiring heroes across the myriad clans. Now, however, the tides of time have transformed everything. The once great hero has faded into obscurity, hidden from the world, known only by name but not by visage. However, you perceive only that the celestial demon clan has retreated to their lair, as if they have found some semblance of peace, do you not? Yet, do you perceive the tumult beneath the surface? The aged voice of the elder Tianxian resonated, his murky gaze fixed upon Xiaoyao. He recalled more than a century ago, during his patrol in the land of the lost, when he stumbled upon an infant, helplessly crying on the streets. Abandoned at such a tender age, the sight was heart-wrenching. He could not bear to leave the child behind and took him home. Cradling the infant, he noticed the pallor of the child's complexion. Upon investigation, he discovered an anomaly. The infant had suffered excessive blood loss and was missing a piece of bone from his waist. Around the child's neck hung a jade pendant inscribed with the name Xiaoyao. Thus, Elder Tianxian took him in and nurtured him as his sole disciple. He was quite satisfied with his disciple's innate talent. At a young age, Xiaoyao had already attained the realm of true God. exhibiting even greater ferocity than Tianxian had in his youth. The elder had always regarded Xiaoyao as his successor, yet he still required further refinement. Time, however, waits for no one. Is it possible that the demon clan is scheming behind the scenes once more? Xiaoyao's heart sank at the words. He lacked the profound insight of his master, unable to perceive matters with such clarity. The demon clan appears to be regrouping their forces. Yet the manner in which they assemble their troops suggests they are gathering strength for some ulterior motive. Elder Tianxuan's murky eyes turned once more toward the horizon, and he sighed deeply. Master, I sure how wish to inquire further, but Elder Tianxian raised a hand, signaling him to refrain from asking more questions. However, I foresee that the ultimate battle will soon be upon us, and your current strength is still insufficient. I assign you a task. Dismantle all 9-star demon pits and eradicate the true gods guarding them. The elder's voice rang out again, this time laced with gravity. Dismantle all 9-star demon pits? Xiaoyao was taken aback, suspecting he had misheard. The strongest in a 1-star demon pit was at the Demon King level, while the mightiest in a 9-star demon pit reached the true demon realm. 1 star signifies a challenge of 1-star difficulty. 9 stars denote 9-star difficulty. As a mere true god of the 3rd tier, how could he contend with so many true demons? A single misstep could lead to a brutal onslaught from the demon clan. 9-star demon pits housed countless true demons, including those at the pinnacle of the true demon realm. He harbored grave doubts that his master was not sending him to his doom. Before he could voice his concerns, Elder Tianxian spoke again. If you cannot complete this trial, do not return. In my eyes, you are no longer my disciple. With a wave of his hand, Elder Tianxian dispatched Xiaoyao to one of the demon pits for his trial. However, from this point onward, I can offer you little assistance. This is where my aid ends. The elder rose, gazing into the distance, lost in his thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, his seemingly trivial actions would ultimately save the entire land of the lost. In the northern domain, the Lu clan. At this moment, the war within the Lu clan had come to an end. Yi Changsheng and Lu Shuer, through relentless struggle, succeeded in vanquishing 2 formidable demon saints. Subsequently, they reverted to their usual routine, parting ways to assist the members of the Lu family, maximizing their efforts to minimize casualties. Yi Changsheng went to aid the ancestral figure of the Lu family in subduing the Blood Cloud Demon Saint, while Lu Shuer ventured to the battlefield of the saints, effortlessly defeating a minor demon saint with just a few strikes. The ensuing battlefield became a one-sided massacre. A number of powerful figures from the Lu family, in conjunction with those from the Wang family, systematically eliminated the numerous demon warriors and lesser minions. Such insignificant foes hardly warranted the involvement of these esteemed beings. They could merely sit back and enjoy their tea. The formidable members of the Wang family, along with select strong individuals from the Lu family, invited Yi Changsheng and others to the council hall, where they were graciously entertained. Victory had been achieved. The battlefield regained its tranquility as the members of the Lu family began to clear away the remnants of war. The dawn of triumph enveloped them. After several hours of conflict, their spirits had remained taut. Standing upon the ground, the Lu family gazed skyward, closing their eyes to savor a moment of respite. Feeling an overwhelming fatigue wash over them, following their relaxation, they turned their attention to tidying the battlefield, with the intention of rebuilding their shared homeland and restoring vitality to this cherished place. Inside the grand hall of the Lu family, please, esteemed guests, make yourselves comfortable. Consider this your own abode, boomed the jovial voice of Lu Daosheng, who occupied the seat of honor. The powerful figures of the Lu family settled on the left, while those of the Wang family took their places on the right. Lu Shuer stood gracefully, akin to a refined lady, her countenance adorned with a gentle smile as she stood beside Lu Daosheng. As for Yi Changsheng, he nestled in a corner, sipping the modest tea offered by his master. Aside from Lu Shuer, no one recognized him. The chaos of battle rendered everyone oblivious to his achievements. He had chosen a secluded spot to enjoy his tea, though the hand that held his cup trembled slightly. How to face his future father-in-law for the first time. There was no escaping the encounter. Although their relationship remained unconfirmed, he could not help but feel a tinge of anxiety. After all, it was their first meeting, and a little nervousness was entirely natural. He would eventually grow accustomed to it. Shuer, please pour tea for the esteemed elders. Lu Daosheng beckoned to Lu Shuer, who nodded gracefully in acceptance. That is quite unnecessary, Master Lu. We cannot impose upon the saintess, interjected one of the Wang family's saints hastily. Indeed, Master. The saintess is too precious for such trivialities. I shall summon some servants to attend to this. Another Lu family saint exclaimed as he hurriedly rose and exited the hall. Having witnessed Lu Xuer's prowess, they dared not ask anything of her. Lu Xuer beamed, enchanting those present, leaving them spellbound. Is this truly the daughter of the Lu family's head, the saintess of the Lu family? Wang Ting occupied the first seat on the right, a faint sigh escaping his lips as he beheld the scene before him. Such icy purity and ethereal elegance indeed matched his stature. Since his arrival, he had been observing Lu Xuer, his mind rife with speculation. This woman must undoubtedly be the saintess of the Lu family, and as expected, he was correct. Indeed, the union with Lu Xuer was the very purpose of his visit. Wang Tong, being of pure Yang constitution, had come to offer his assistance to the Lu family, with the intention of proposing a marriage alliance. Although it might seem somewhat demanding, the Wang family possessed considerable influence, and the Lu family would surely not decline such an offer. These two contrasting Yin and Yang constitutions were, in fact, a match made in heaven, perfectly complementary and mutually beneficial. Should the two become partners on their shared path, the potential for astounding synergy was undeniable. I must find an opportunity to broach this subject. I cannot let this chance slip away, Wang Tong mused inwardly. Chapter 39. A Chaotic Matchmaking. The Emperor's Aura of Yi Changsheng. Lu here expresses his gratitude to the Wang family for traveling such great distances to assist us. I, Lu Daoxing, shall remember this favor. If the Wang family ever requires assistance, the Lu family will undoubtedly respond without hesitation. Your sentiments are appreciated, Lu family head. The two parties engaged in polite exchanges. Before long, the elder sage returned, accompanied by two maidservants who entered the grand hall. The maidservants swiftly prepared tea, serving it to everyone shortly thereafter. Ah, the feast is still being prepared. I kindly ask everyone to wait a moment and enjoy some tea in the meantime. Lu Daoxing said with a gentle smile from his seat of honor. Ah, it is no trouble at all. The guests quickly waved their hands to indicate otherwise. As a token of gratitude, I, Lu Daoxing, propose a toast with tea in place of wine to all present. Ah, the head of the Lu family is indeed gracious. Indeed, the Wang family and the Lu family are already interconnected. It is only right that we lend our support. The members of the Wang family promptly raised their teacups, and both sides shared a toast, resuming their conversation. Suddenly, Lu Daoxing turned to Lu Xuer, still somewhat concerned, and inquired, Xuer, where is your grandfather? He is not in any trouble, is he? Oh, father, you needn't worry. Grandfather sensed that he was on the brink of another breakthrough and has entered seclusion to cultivate. Lu Xuer replied, affectionately massaging Lu Daoxing's shoulders, her beautiful eyes playfully blinking at Yi Changsheng. Yi Changsheng pretended not to notice, lowering his head to continue sipping tea. Yi Changsheng had presented a sacred pill to the ancestor of the Lu family, which had stirred great excitement within him. Initially reluctant to accept, the ancestor was compelled to acknowledge Yi Changsheng as his granddaughter's senior brother upon learning of their relationship, insisting that he must consider Yi Changsheng as a grandson-in-law. Unable to resist the temptation, he ultimately concocted a plausible excuse to accept the offering, reasoning that they were all family, and it mattered not who partook. This young man, who displayed such remarkable prowess in battle, must be the first genius of the Wang family. Wang Tong? An elder from the Lu family inquired, stroking his beard with a smile. All eyes turned towards Wang Tong. With a chuckle, Wang Tong replied, This humble Wang Tong pays his respects to the esteemed elders of the Lu family. He rose with great courtesy, offering a respectful bow to the esteemed members of the Lu family. The elders of the Lu family nodded in satisfaction, having previously been too engaged in battle to truly observe him. Now, upon closer inspection, they recognized that Wang Tong of the Wang family was indeed an extraordinary individual, having reached the realm of a supreme being at such a young age. On the battlefield, he exhibited remarkable valor, emanating an aura that even those of their esteemed status found elusive. He was rightly hailed as the most gifted individual of the Wang family in millennia, as it was said that the Wang family's sacred king once remarked upon Wang Tong's imperial potential, affirming his exceptional nature. Witnessing him today, they found no fault in this assertion. Indeed, it is as such. Ha ha ha. I, Lu Heir, have never misjudged a person, proclaimed one elder of the Lu family. His eyes closed yet brimming with pride. The youth are the true heroes. We are merely growing old, remarked an elderly member of the Lu family, stroking his beard and shaking his head. Ha ha ha, indeed. With such a prodigy, one wonders which young lady could be worthy of him, laughed another elder with a boisterous demeanor. In unison, both the Lu family and the Wang family elders turned their gazes towards Lu Shuer. Unfazed by the elders' matchmaking intentions, Lu Shuer was accustomed to such happenings. Wang Teng, witnessing this, felt a surge of joy. He thought to himself, the elders of the Lu family are quite the allies, perfectly aligned with my intentions. He had been yearning for an opportunity to broach this subject. Esteemed elders, you flatter me. Wang Teng rose once more, bowing with genuine warmth. This time, he did not sit down immediately but continued with a cheerful demeanor. Regarding the matter of marriage you mentioned, I must admit, I find it rather intriguing. My elders have been urging me to find a partner, yet I have yet to encounter someone suitable. I have long heard of the Lu family's sacred maiden, renowned for her beauty and grace. Today, I find her even more astonishing than I had imagined. As he paused, his gaze turned towards Lu Shuer, causing the eyes of two sacred beings from the Wang family to widen in alarm. They had surmised Wang Teng's intentions and hastened to intervene before he could speak further. Dear young master, please refrain. She is a formidable sacred being, capable of dispatching others with ease. You, a mere supreme being, should not bring disgrace upon yourself. However, Wang Teng had already taken the initiative. May I inquire if the sacred maiden is already betrothed? As his words resonated through the hall, all eyes shifted to Lu Shuer, while the two sacred beings from the Wang family could only facepalm in resignation. Only Yi Changxing remained oblivious, absorbed in his tea. There was no saving grace here. He was unaware that his potential romantic interest was being claimed by another. Excuse me? Lu Shuer was taken aback. She stood there, bewildered, wondering how the conversation had centered on her. Ah, please do not look at me. Such matters are for you young people to decide among yourselves. She attempted to interject. But Lu Daoxing stepped forward to ease the tension, ensuring Wang Teng would not be left in an awkward position. After all, the Wang family had come to their aid. And as a young master of the Wang family, it was vital to ensure his dignity remained intact. Let us see if you can win my daughter's affection. The matter of the union depends on her feelings. It concerns her lifelong happiness and cannot be treated lightly. It must align with her own desires. Haha. Uncle is jesting. Matters of affection are indeed dictated by fate. They cannot be forced. Wang Teng smiled brightly, feeling undeterred, rather believing there was still hope. Thank you, young Master Wang, but I already have someone in my heart, and he is here today. At that moment, Lu Shuer's cheeks flushed crimson, her voice barely above a whisper, as her beautiful eyes turned toward Yi Changxing in the corner. Oh, let me see him. Lu Daoxing's expression turned astonished. It was none other than the low-key young Master Yi. He had assumed that young Master Yi was merely Shuer's senior brother, not anticipating a deeper connection. Lu Daoxing's expression grew solemn, as if recalling something from the Xiaoyao Sect and bearing the surname Yi. Even he could not discern the true nature of this young man. Could he possibly be that legendary sword cultivator? Hiss, to be so young, yet capable of contending with great saints, truly a prodigy. A vague suspicion began to form in his mind, and the more he observed Yi Changxing, the more he felt satisfied. Wang Teng of the Wang family, with his imperial demeanor? Haha, my son-in-law possesses the bearing of an emperor. Wang Teng also turned to look, feeling an odd sense of familiarity upon seeing Yi Changxing. Yet he could not recall from where. And annoyance began to stir in his heart. Who is this person? Why does he resemble a pretty boy? Could he possibly be more outstanding than me? I, after all, possess the demeanor of an imperial figure. Is the duck that was within my grasp now taking flight? No. I must see what kind of prowess this individual possesses to capture the heart of the Lu family saintess. If only he knew that Yi Changxing was that invincible sword cultivator, he would not dare to be so arrogant even if given 10 times the courage. With this thought, he laughed heartily, casting a mysterious smile at the esteemed guests in the hall, and said, Esteemed elders, as you enjoy your tea, do you not feel that something is amiss? The assembled guests exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. They indeed felt something lacking. Yet they were curious about what this young man was truly up to. Younger brother Wang Teng has an idea. Seeing their reactions, Wang Teng continued, How about I compete with that young brother? The The loser shall drink 6 cups of wine at the upcoming banquet. What do the esteemed elders think? We have no objections. It is up to you and that young brother to decide. Upon hearing this, the strong members of both families exchanged knowing smiles. The cunning intentions of Wang Tung were apparent to these seasoned foxes. They understood the game without needing to voice it, for who among them had not once been young? With the approval of the powerful, Wang Tung strode towards Yi Changxing. Chapter 40. Yi Changxing versus Wang Tung. Lu Shuer had just intended to convey a message to Yi Changxing when she was interrupted by Lu Daoxing. Fear not. This is a battle between men. Do you not trust young Master Yi? The Wang family has rendered favors to our Lu family, and we cannot speak ill of them. Lu Shuer remarked, Father, I understand your concerns, but you are overthinking it. I merely wish for Changsheng to be a bit gentler in his actions. Lu Shuer was exceptionally astute. Wang Ting felt something was amiss. His gaze towards her held a hint of lechery, which she had already perceived but chose not to confront. She had never held Wang Tung in high regard, yet refrained from exposing his intentions out of respect for the Wang family, who had shown kindness to her own. The formidable figures from both families observed as Wang Tung approached Yi Changxing. Their curiosity piqued. Seated in a corner, Yi Changxing was preoccupied with thoughts on how to win over his future father-in-law when he was abruptly interrupted by a rather unfriendly voice. Hey, brother. Tea can be rather dull. Why not engage in a contest with me to entertain our esteemed elders? Yi Changxing looked up to see Wang Tung striding towards him. His face somewhat flushed. What manner of fool is this, resembling someone who has overindulged? Yet, we are merely partaking in tea. Could he be intoxicated by it? What's this? Are you so intimidated by my renown that you are rendered speechless? Wang Tung confronted Yi Changxing, his eyes brimming with challenge, though internally he remained cautious. The young man before him exuded an aura that suggested he could be a formidable adversary. As Yi Changxing lifted his gaze, he noticed the collective attention of the onlookers fixated upon him. A contest? Who fears whom? Bring it on. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly accepted. Fearing that Wang Tung might reconsider, he had been lamenting the lack of opportunity to impress his future father-in-law, and this challenge was serendipitous. If he were to shy away from this contest, it would be a disservice to his master. Wang Tung was taken aback. How had this boy suddenly come to his senses? Let us proceed to the courtyard for our duel, Yi Changxing quickly suggested, stepping outside the hall first. Recognizing that it would be difficult to demonstrate his skills within the confines of the building, Wang Tung, undeterred and brimming with confidence, followed closely behind. The elders from both families exchanged glances and erupted into hearty laughter, marveling at the exuberance of youth. They too exited the hall, eager to witness the contest between the two young men. In the square, untouched by the ravages of war, a pristine arena awaited. A gathering of powerful figures took their places along one side, debating who among the two in the center would emerge victorious. In the middle of the square stood Yi Changxing and Wang Tung, facing each other. Yi Changxing appeared ethereal, standing tall and slender, wielding a branch he had found, while his other hand rested behind his back. Dressed in white, his attire billowed in the wind, reminiscent of a celestial swordsman. In contrast, Wang Tung brandished a spear, exuding valor and might, akin to a seasoned general who had triumphed in countless battles. Where is your weapon? Why wield a mere branch? Wang Tung furrowed his brow, a tinge of irritation creeping into his voice. He was perplexed. Did this young man hold him in such low regard that he refused to draw a proper weapon? Strike whenever you wish. As long as one harbors the spirit of a sword, even a branch can serve as a weapon. Yi Changxing replied with a gentle smile, shaking his head. Then let us engage in battle. Upon witnessing this, Wang Tung was consumed by fury, emanating an aura that signified his mastery at the 3rd level of the esteemed realm. The surrounding formidable warriors acknowledged this power with silent nods of approval. Wang Tung brandished a long spear and charged fiercely toward Yi Changxing, intent on delivering a decisive blow to demonstrate his prowess to this audacious youth who dared to underestimate him. He aimed to showcase his spear technique, and if the boy were to be crippled in the process, it would be of no concern to him. With the spear in motion, he vanished from sight, reappearing 10 meters diagonally ahead of Yi Changxing, gathering his strength before thrusting toward him. Flying dragon in the sky, Wang Tung, gripping the spear, struck upward with the ferocity of a dragon, propelled by an indomitable force, crashing toward Yi Changxing. Is this truly your utmost effort? Yi Changxing, holding a branch, lightly pointed it, exuding an aura equal to that of Wang Tong. A torrent of boundless sword energy surged forth, effortlessly countering Wang Tong's attack. Damn it! He is indeed formidable. No matter how hard Wang Tong exerted himself, his spear could not advance an inch further. You are strong. He withdrew his force, propelled backward by the residual energy, retreating several dozen meters. His expression darkened slightly. He had not anticipated Yi Changxing's power to be so overwhelming. Recognizing that they were both on equal footing as masters of the third level, he was astonished that Yi Changxing could so easily withstand his most powerful strike. Under normal circumstances, he would have relished the challenge. However, the stakes were different now. A defeat would bring shame upon the Wang family. The surrounding powerful figures were equally taken aback, realizing the depth of this young man's concealment. Even they, seasoned veterans, could not see through him. Such a level of strength would make even their established masters reconsider their approach. They were astonished at how effortlessly Yi Changxing had neutralized the attack. And now they awaited what would unfold next. Members of the Lu family exchanged glances, as if they had come to a realization, having returned alongside the Saintess. They were all from the Free and Easy sect. Just wait, Changxing has yet to make his move. Lu Shueter smiled brightly at this moment, her pride evident. I recognize my strength, but is this all you can muster? Yi Changxing's expression was grave, yet his tone carried a hint of disappointment. Wang Tong's face darkened, rendered speechless by Yi Changxing's words. Then it is my turn to act. Suddenly, Yi Changxing's aura shifted dramatically as he slowly waved the branch in his hand. A gray sword light surged forth, wielding an unrivaled might as it sliced toward Wang Tong. Wang Tong was struck with panic, staring in disbelief at the figure before him in white, feeling the oncoming, invincible force. He froze in place. This aura, he too was a sword cultivator. Could it be him? I concede. Realizing the futility of resistance, he chose to surrender, for he understood that he could not withstand this sword strike. Moreover, being defeated by him was not a dishonor. The gathered crowd was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Wang Tong's sudden concession. They had not directly confronted the radiant sword light, thus unable to fully grasp its essence. It felt eerily familiar, yet they struggled to recall where they had previously encountered such a sensation. However, the experts from the Lu family exchanged glances, as if coming to a realization. As the sword light approached Wang Tong, it began to dissipate slowly, resembling a flickering firefly. Just as Yi Changxing was about to speak, Wang Tong interjected. Are you Yi Changxing? The Yi Changxing of the Free and Easy sect? His gaze was earnest as he cautiously communicated telepathically. You recognize me? Yi Changxing nodded, somewhat bewildered. Could it be that his formidable reputation had reached the Northern Territory? He completely forgot about the time he had shouted in excitement during the battle between two formidable demons. Is it truly you, esteemed one? Chapter 41. Clinging to the esteemed one's leg, speculations of the Lu family experts. Esteemed one Wang Ting's eyes brimmed with admiration, though he felt a tinge of embarrassment. It was indeed him, the unparalleled sword cultivator who had bravely contended against the demon lords. The recollection of his previous actions filled his cheeks with heat. He had rashly challenged this individual, even attempting to seize something from him. Fortunately, he was not the type of eccentric sword cultivator who might have cleaved him in two with a single strike. What nonsense, esteemed one. Yi Changxing was taken aback. Was this lad truly sober? Wang Tong rushed over, wrapping his arms around Yi Changxing's leg. Esteemed one, I admire you immensely. Would you allow me to become your disciple? Not only was Yi Changxing stunned, but the onlookers were equally taken aback. The confrontation had reached a critical juncture, and tea had already been served. Just moments ago, the two had been poised for battle, yet now they stood there in shock, abandoning their conflict. Were they truly to acknowledge brotherhood at this juncture? Could you kindly release me? I am not the esteemed one you speak of, and there are so many witnesses, Yi Changxing replied, feeling a bit awkward. Wang Tong glanced at the crowd, then turned back to Yi Changxing, speaking softly. Esteemed one, I understand. I know that you powerful beings prefer to remain low-key. My intention was not to expose your identity in front of so many. However, your sword strike against the two demon lords was simply magnificent. It utterly captivated me. At that moment, he seemed unconcerned about his own status or dignity. If he could become the esteemed one's disciple and learn even a single technique, that would prove far more valuable than mere pride. Besides, being the disciple of an esteemed one was not something everyone could achieve. Yi Changxing was taken aback. His undeniable charm was simply uncontainable. He had not anticipated that this individual would be so perceptive, utterly captivated by his extraordinary presence. No, he needed to temper this allure. He had no interest in men. Brother, does the free and easy sect still accept disciples? Do you think I, as a humble disciple, am worthy of such an honor? Seeing that Yi Changsheng remained silent, Wang Tung continued, You must first obtain my master's approval before you can join our Xiaoyao sect. Later, I will take you back to the sect to see what my master has to say. Yi Changsheng hastily helped Wang Ting up, realizing that continuing to hold him was not beneficial for either of them. His master had once mentioned that if he encountered a talent worthy of recognition, he could bring them back to the sect for evaluation. This young man seemed promising, though he still paled in comparison to the disciples of Xiaoyao sect. However, with proper guidance, he could transform from a mere chicken into a phoenix. Very well, I shall heed your arrangements, elder brother, Wang Tung replied with satisfaction, quickly rising to his feet. By the way, your name is Wang Tung, correct? Yi Changsheng inquired. Yes, elder brother, I am Wang Tung, he confirmed. You need not call me elder brother. If you are fortunate enough to join our Xiaoyao sect, simply refer to me as senior brother. Once I inform the elders of my clan, I will immediately take you back to the sect, Yi Changsheng promised. Understood, elder brother, Wang Tung replied. At that moment, a group approached hastily. Our future son-in-law from the Liu family is indeed quite handsome at first glance, one remarked. Who would have thought his strength would be so formidable? Defeating Wang Tung of the Wang family with a single move, another added. The members of the Liu family scrutinized Yi Changsheng with knowing looks. After all, he was to be their future son-in-law, capable of slaying powerful beings and possessing the bearing of an emperor. Young master, we were unaware that you had an elder brother. One of the Wang family's strong warriors queried. Indeed, young master, are you so excited because this gentleman is the long-lost eldest son of the family head? Another asked. The Wang family's formidable figures had arrived, and several elders were clamoring with questions for Wang Tung. Unaware of the Liu family's Sanus's fortune, they could not fathom Yi Changsheng's true identity. You know nothing, Wang Ting thought darkly, his expression darkening. He longed to drag these old fogies out for a fight. What are you thinking? I have become quite familiar with this brother at first sight, as the saying goes. One does not truly know a person until they have fought together. He managed to suppress his urge to scold them, speaking kindly instead. Ah, I see. The Wang family's elders nodded in understanding, their expressions reflecting this newfound clarity. Changsheng, what was that all about just now? Lu Shuer called out, waving her hand as she strolled over, linking her arm with Lu Daosheng. He wishes to recognize me as his elder brother and desires to join our Xiaoyao sect. He inquires whether we are still accepting disciples, but that matter must be discussed with my master. I will take him back to the sect to meet my master and then return to find you, Yi Changsheng explained, scratching his head and glancing at Lu Daosheng, uncertain of how to address him. Should he refer to him as uncle? Just as he stood there, feeling somewhat awkward, Lu Daosheng chuckled heartily. Ha, Changsheng. Simply call me uncle. There is no need to be overly formal. With a gentle smile, he patted Yi Changsheng on the shoulder, recognizing the young man's discomfort. After all, he had once been in similar shoes. This prospective son-in-law was increasingly to his liking. Regarding the matters of the Xiaoyao sect, Lu Daosheng did not inquire too deeply. Greetings, uncle. Ah, young man, splendid. You can hold your liquor, I presume? Let us indulge in a drink together at the banquet later. And we shall not return until we are intoxicated. The two engaged in a casual conversation, leaving Lu Shuer, the central figure, somewhat overlooked. Lu Shuer blinked her beautiful eyes in surprise as she observed the camaraderie between them. Uncle, before that, I must escort Wang Tung back to the sect first. Yi Changsheng scratched his head. Lu Daosheng paused, about to speak, but Yi Changsheng continued, Rest assured, uncle, I shall return shortly. Oh, if that is the case, then I shall await your return, and we shall not leave until we are inebriated. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng refrained from further comment. Hey, Wang Tung. How did your instructions go? Yi Changsheng approached Wang Tung. As the saying goes, one often becomes acquainted through conflict. Yi Changsheng had not anticipated that this journey would also yield him a younger brother to bring back to the sect. Wang Tung turned with a grin. Big brother, I have nearly completed my instructions. I just need to say a few more words before we can set off. He quickly turned back to address the group of Wang family experts. If I do not return, it means I have joined the imperial sect. Please assure my father and ancestors not to worry. Big brother, we can leave now. Where are we headed? Wang Teng turned back, excitedly rubbing his hands together. Very well. Stand still, relax, and do not resist. I shall transport you back to the sect. Yi Changsheng placed his hand on Wang Teng's shoulder and spoke softly. In an instant, the two vanished from their location. The first time may cause a bit of dizziness. Do not be anxious, take deep breaths, and relax. Wang Teng felt a sudden darkness envelop him, a whirlwind of sensations swirling around as Yi Changsheng's words echoed in his mind. We have arrived. Yi Changsheng's calm voice resonated once more. Truly, the Imperial Sect's teleportation technique was extraordinarily sophisticated. Before Wang Teng could further marvel at the experience, a blinding light struck his eyes. Upon closing them briefly, when he opened them again, he was met with an entirely different world. The scene before him was breathtaking. As ethereal energy wafted through the air, clouds drifted lazily in the sky, and countless rare and exotic creatures soared above, shrouded in mist. In the distance, majestic peaks stood tall, and between them, ancient, elegant pavilions and magnificent halls appeared intermittently. Below these mountains flowed a continuous river, presenting a truly celestial vista. Wang Teng stood in a daze, rendered speechless for quite some time. This is overwhelmingly awe-inspiring. Eventually, he managed to utter those few words. Chapter 42, Wang Teng's Awe. The war god Qin Tian Yi Changsheng stood upright beside him, delaying the introduction to Lin Dong. He quietly observed the spectacle, feeling an immense pride swell within him. There was no denying it. The sect was indeed formidable. Experiencing such profound shock was a rite of passage for every disciple upon their arrival at the Xiaoyao Sect. He had grown accustomed to such matters. Suddenly, Wang Teng closed his eyes, as if struck by a profound realization, and his aura began to ascend in increments. His presence surged from the 3rd level of the Venerable Realm to the 6th level before gradually stabilizing. Have I achieved perfection in my spear Dao? Wang Teng found it hard to believe. He had not consumed any potent elixirs. However, the abundance of the ethereal power in this place was undeniable. It was the sheer volume of unclaimed Daoic energy that had facilitated his breakthrough. With my cultivation at only the 6th level of the Venerable Realm, could it be possible for me to comprehend the laws within this realm and leap into the ranks of prodigies? He felt an exhilarating rush of excitement. He primarily practiced 2 forms of ethereal power, for his combat Dao had yet to reach fruition. He had only attained a minor success, relying on combat to achieve completeness. As for attaining perfection in the spear Dao, it would grant him the opportunity to grasp the laws of the spear ahead of time, allowing him to become one of those legendary prodigies. Venerables specialize in ethereal power, choosing one or multiple paths to achieve the pinnacle of their realm by comprehending the complete essence of their chosen Dao. Only upon grasping a fragment of the laws can one ascend to the sage realm. A prodigy capable of mastering 2 laws could suppress their advancement, but upon fully comprehending both, they would experience unforeseen effects upon breaking through. Suddenly, Wang Teng appeared to have an epiphany. If this was his situation, what of the disciples of the Xiaoyao Sect? Brother, do you cultivate in a place like this? With this thought, Wang Teng turned his head, his intelligent eyes gazing at Yi Changsheng. Indeed, what you see before you is merely the tip of the iceberg of the Xiaoyao Sect. Yi Changsheng stood with his hands clasped behind him, his eyes sparkling like stars as he regarded Wang Teng, a hint of pride evident in his brow. Truly formidable. Wang Teng marveled sincerely, and then, as if struck by another thought, he cautiously inquired, Brother, do all the disciples here possess terrifying cultivation like yours? Haha, that remains uncertain. I have been away for a while. Given the diligence of my junior brothers and sisters in the sect, my cultivation has likely been surpassed by them. Yi Changsheng shook his head with a hint of helplessness. There was no other way. The junior disciples of the Xiaoyao Sect were exceedingly hard-working. Just as Wang Teng was about to continue his questioning, Yi Changsheng interrupted him. Enough, you are not yet a disciple of the Xiaoyao Sect. Knowing too much may not be beneficial. I will share only this much for now. Let me first take you to meet the master. All right. Wang Teng nodded, allowing Yi Changsheng to lead the way. He understood that he was merely an outsider at present, and he felt fortunate that Yi Changsheng was willing to share so much with him. Wait, I shall take you to a place first. If you succeed there, I will then take you to meet the master. Yi Changsheng reconsidered and decided to bring Wang Teng to the heart training ladder first. It was the first trial that the current disciples of the sect faced before admission, One must pass it to qualify as a disciple of the sect. System. Please check his information panel. Wang Tong, the eldest son of the Wang family from the northern domain, possesses a physique known as the pure yang sacred body, with exceptional qualifications at the sacred level. Wang Tong. Upon encountering this name, Lin Dong was momentarily engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts, reminiscent of a novel from his previous life. However, the current Wang Ting merely holds the status of a quasi-emperor, despite his outstanding sacred qualifications. Given the vast number of disciples at the free and easy sect, there is no shortage of followers. It is time to elevate the standards for accepting new disciples. Wang Tong, with your aptitude, you are currently only worthy of being an outer sect disciple in my free and easy sect. Do you consent? Lin Dong's authoritative voice resonated with an unfathomable depth as he fixed his penetrating gaze upon Wang Tong. In the courtyard, Yi Changxing stood respectfully, while Wang Tong appeared somewhat apprehensive beside him. His presence here signified that he had successfully traversed the heart training ladder. Wang Tong felt a chill run down his spine under Lin Dong's scrutiny, as if being observed by a terrifying abyssal beast. I am willing. He suppressed the fear within and hastily acquiesced. Very well, then wait here for the time being. A disciple will soon arrive to escort you and provide you with your identity token, as well as help you acclimate to the sect. Changsheng, please stay for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Dong spoke calmly. In a flash, a striking figure appeared, a woman clad in red, exuding confidence. Master, I will take this junior brother down, she said, first bowing to Lin Dong, and then nodding courteously to Yi Changsheng before leading Wang Tong down the mountain. Changsheng, during your absence from the sect, I have bestowed an opportunity upon our disciples. Now, their cultivation levels have all reached the sage realm. Many have even surpassed you, achieving the great sage or even the sage king realm. Lin Dong remarked thoughtfully. Master, I understand. Once I return from the Lu family, I shall devote myself to diligent practice, Yi Changsheng replied, marveling at his master's formidable prowess and silently resolving to train earnestly upon his return. As the eldest senior brother, your current cultivation may be somewhat inadequate. You are at the prime age for cultivation, and it is imperative that you train more. Women will only hinder your swiftness and prowess in battle. Do you comprehend? Lin Dong gazed at Yi Changsheng with a weighty sincerity. Yi Changsheng was taken aback. He realized that the reason his sword's might was formidable yet lacked sharpness might be precisely as his master indicated. Enough. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Before Yi Changsheng could respond, Lin Dong dismissed him. Yes, master. Yi Changsheng bowed and withdrew. Lin Dong's words reverberated in Yi Changsheng's mind, as if he were pondering something profound. This child, I hope he does not overthink it, haha. Lin Dong shook his head with a wry smile. He had not anticipated that his casual remark would resonate so deeply with Yi Changsheng. He merely wished for Yi Changsheng to focus on his training. The statement had been a mere afterthought. In the eastern domain, Dongxian Prefecture, lies the hidden family of the Qin clan. In what should have been a serene sanctuary, the atmosphere now resembled that of an apocalyptic scene. Countless crimson hues stained the horizon, while the structures below lay in ruins, their remnants stark against the blood-soaked ground. A multitude of individuals fought valiantly against the demonic forces, risking their lives to defend their homeland. Above, the sky was divided into 3 battlegrounds, where dozens of holy beings, great saints, and several powerful sacred kings clashed in a fierce aerial confrontation, the oppressive aura of their divine might surging with intensity. The members of the Qin family were utterly exhausted, their spirits weighed down by despair. They had endured nearly a full day of combat, relying solely on their indomitable will to continue the fight, just as they were on the brink of hopelessness. Believing they would perish in this cataclysmic battle, a resonant laughter echoed across the battlefield, followed by an overwhelming surge of holy power. I, Qin Tian, a disciple of the Xiaoyao Sect, have come at the behest of our sect leader to assist the forces of the Eastern Domain in eradicating the demonic tribe. A young man clad in a blue robe emerged from the void, his countenance resolute, his posture upright, his fiery golden eyes surveying the chaos of the battlefield. This individual was none other than Qin Tian, a cherished disciple of Lin Dong, endowed with the formidable battle saint body. Chapter 43. The emergence of the Xiaoyao disciple. Each displaying their might before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Qin Tian brandished a staff and surged towards the sacred king battleground. delivering a decisive blow to the crown of a formidable second-tier demon king of the demonic tribe. Take that, you insignificant demon king. Receive my strike. Though the sacred king managed to react, the force of the blow was too overwhelming, causing him to bleed profusely from his orifices and sent him hurtling away for thousands of feet. The three combatants momentarily distanced themselves, the two demon kings glaring intently at Qin Tian, fearful of suffering a similar fate. I, Qin Tian, express my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the Chun family for the assistance from the Xiaoyao Sect. The Chun family's sacred king was filled with overwhelming joy and promptly bowed in respect to Qin Tian. Though he could have retreated against three opponents, his kin were fighting below. Fear not, I shall handle these three insignificant demon kings. You should assist your family, Qin Tian replied with a confident smile, advancing toward the two demon kings. Qin Tian was taken aback by Qin Tian's audacity, a flicker of worry crossing his mind as he opened his mouth to speak. Unity transforms into three clarity. Turning his gaze toward Qin Tian offered a reassuring glance. In an instant, two identical clones of Qin Tian appeared beside him, exuding the same aura and power. The three Qin Tians exchanged knowing smiles before simultaneously charging at the two terrified demon kings. Additionally, across the battlefield, a multitude of Qin Tians emerged, all targeting the forces of the demonic tribe. Damn it, where did this prodigy come from? One of the male demon kings felt an inexplicable tightening within, his complexion shifting from dark to a shade of crimson as he beheld Qin Tian advancing with his staff. In mere moments, the three members of the demonic tribe were left in disarray, overwhelmed by Qin Tian's onslaught. Truly remarkable. The Xiaoyao Sect has indeed nurtured such an extraordinary talent. Qin Tian darted into the fray, tirelessly aiding his kin, and with his prowess, he effortlessly obliterated swathes of foes, all while grappling with his own astonishment. I had long heard of the illustrious reputation of the imperial sect, yet to witness it today was truly an eye-opening experience. How absurd! What sorcery is this? Where did all these identical human brats come from? Oh, how dare they strike at me? Please, spare me, don't pierce me. The expressions of the demonic entities shifted dramatically, instinctively covering their bodies. How wonderful! The disciples of the imperial sect have arrived. We are saved. The imperial sect is truly formidable. Sister-in-law, do not weep. I have avenged my elder brother. From now on, I shall look after you. He is so handsome. I am utterly enamored. There are so many of them. The members of the Chun family gazed at the countless valiant figures of Qin Tian with immense excitement, their hearts filled with profound gratitude towards the carefree sect. Among them were love-struck maidens, their eyes filled with admiration. After all, throughout history, beautiful women have always cherished heroes. In Kanglan Prefecture, Kanglan City, countless celestial demons rampaged through the city, wreaking havoc without restraint. The four prominent families of the city attempted to resist, but found themselves outmatched. Just as despair and terror gripped the myriad cultivators, a voice imbued with righteous vigor resonated through the air. I, Ru Jing, a disciple of the carefree sect, have come at the behest of our sect master to aid the various powers of the eastern region, willing to eliminate the celestial demons alongside my fellow Taoists. Standing amidst the void, Ru Jing held a tome of wisdom in his left hand and a brush in his right. With each stroke, he unleashed terrifying scholarly sword chi, executing the formidable celestial demons. Countless celestial demon warriors fell beneath this onslaught, igniting a spark of hope within the hearts of the citizens. Ru Jing, at the 8th level of the Great Sage Realm, fought valiantly against three opponents, using the book as a shield and the brush as a weapon, swiftly dispatching three low-level great demon saints of the celestial demons. He elegantly slaughtered the celestial demons in the city before departing to the next faction. As the townspeople looked up, witnessing the blood-red skies gradually dissipate, they finally realized that the war had come to an end. All they remembered was that the imperial sect had sent someone, a scholar-like cultivator, who descended from the heavens, rescuing them from their dire plight. From that moment on, the name of the carefree sect's scholar sword sovereign began to spread across the eastern region. In the eastern region, Yanzhou, the secluded family, the Bai clan, blood offerings. Countless celestial demon soldiers assaulted the grand formation, their faces twisted in grotesque expressions. Crack, crack, crack. Numerous fissures appeared in the formation, and just as it was on the verge of collapse, Buzz. A blade of light sliced through, scattering celestial demon flesh in every direction, disintegrating them in the blink of an eye, leaving not even a bone behind. I, sure, a disciple of the Carefree Sect, have come at the behest of our sect master to eradicate the celestial demons. A hoarse voice echoed as a man clad in black robes emerged from the void. Wearing a ghostly mask, he was engulfed in the darkness of his robe, emanating a terrifying demonic aura. Sure wielded a massive blade, and with a mere flick of his hand, countless celestial demons fell, his figure eerily vanishing from sight. Ah, a demonic cultivator. No. Countless celestial demons perished beneath Shure's blade, their anguished cries echoing, as they perceived the figure before them as utterly terrifying. A terror more fearsome than the celestial demon clan itself. In less than 10 breaths, not a single member of the celestial demon clan remained. Crimson Tears, well done. But you're still hungry. Come, let us seek more blood to drink. With a caress of his beloved blade, the devourer vanished in the blink of an eye. The members of the Bai family exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom the scene before them. What sheer horror! The term devourer of demons surfaced in their minds. This was the devourer of demons from the Celestial Freedom Sect. A youth appeared above the dominant Xiao clan, wielding a 1-foot-long sword. A blaze of otherworldly fire erupting around him, as if a fire deity had descended. He slew 2 formidable demon lords, incinerating millions of celestial demons, leaving only the name of the Celestial Freedom Sect, Luo Yin, who was thereafter revered as the Flame Saint. In the dominant Daotian sect, a young man rode upon thunderclouds, emerging into the void, brandishing a warhammer. With a single strike, the heavens trembled, and torrents of lightning cascaded down like a cataclysmic storm, causing countless celestial demons to perish beneath the wrath of the thunder, preserving only the disciples of the Celestial Freedom Sect, who remained nameless and were dubbed the Thunder Saint by the masses. In the Tai sect, a woman wielded a divine whip, slaying 2 grand demon saints. With a single lash, it transformed into 1,000 whips, unleashing a barrage of strikes that buried innumerable celestial demons beneath its fury, leaving only the name of the Celestial Freedom Sect's Lu Tianyi, who was honored as the Lu Saint. In an instant, legends of the disciples of the Celestial Freedom Sect spread throughout the Eastern Domain. Countless factions in the Eastern Domain were rescued from peril, having alleviated the crisis of the Celestial Demon Clan's invasion, offering mutual support and communication. Without exception, it was the disciples of the Celestial Freedom Sect who had come to their aid, and they were all the Celestial Freedom Sect is truly terrifying. The saints. The disciples sent by the sect are all above the realm of saints. Moreover, many are disciples of grand saints and holy kings. Surely the disciples of the imperial sects in the central domain cannot boast such ferocity? The people harbored immense gratitude and boundless curiosity towards the Celestial Freedom Sect. In the Eastern Domain, at the encampment of the Demon Clan. Clap, clap, clap. Within the Hall of Souls, countless black life tokens shattered, signifying the demise of numerous powerful entities of the Celestial Demon Clan, all falling at the same time. Chapter 44. 1 Palm to annihilate 3 emperors. The divine battle, damn it. What kind of force is this Celestial Freedom Sect, daring to disrupt our grand scheme? The Crimson Demon Emperor bellowed in rage, crushing the armrests of his throne to smithereens. If this matter remains unresolved, my life is forfeit. It seems this emperor must take matters into his own hands. Retrieving his consciousness, the Crimson Demon Emperor rose, prepared to take action. Suddenly, he lifted his head sharply, his pitch-black, profound gaze fixed upon the sky. At that moment, an aura of terror enveloped the heavens, as a towering figure stood, coldly surveying the assembly of the Celestial Demon Clan below. I am Tang Fei, a guardian of the Celestial Freedom Sect, dispatched by the sect master to obliterate the Eastern Domain encampment of the Celestial Demon Clan, leading the disciples of the Celestial Freedom Sect to eradicate all celestial demons in the Eastern Domain. With a voice of authority echoing across the continent, countless factions stirred, and the powerful emperors awakened, casting curious glances towards the source of the proclamation. Is the great emperor truly among us? And is it the Celestial Freedom Sect? Such overwhelming might. It is the apex of an emperor. They are intent on annihilating the Eastern Domain's demon clan. The Celestial Freedom Sect wields considerable influence. This is bad. The apex of an emperor. The Crimson Luo Demon Emperor's expression shifted drastically as he tore through the void in an attempt to flee. Yet, the fabric of the void proved exceptionally resilient, and with terror etched upon his face. He could only summon the other two demon emperors to join him in a desperate effort to resist. What kind of power does the Celestial Freedom Sect possess that even their guards are emperors? As a titanic hand descended from the heavens, an overwhelming force surged within him, compelling him to strike out with a fist. No, it is the Pinnacle Emperor. How is it possible that even the guards are of such caliber? Crimson Luo, you have doomed us all. As the colossal hand descended, a terrifying divine power and imperial might bore down upon them. Even they, as emperors, found themselves unable to withstand it, their essence slowly being obliterated. Tang Feijia clapped his hands, indifferent to the cries of the ants below, poised to depart when he noticed something unusual. What is that? It remains unscathed beneath my full-force strike. Tang Feijia's gaze fixed intently on a particular spot deep within the demon clan's stronghold. There stood an immense, blood-red altar, safeguarded by a grand formation, its luminous barrier flickering with crimson light. Surrounding the altar were countless statues of demons, each one snarling and grotesque. Yet the most peculiar aspect was, the ground of the altar was adorned with mysterious patterns, flowing with a substance reminiscent of blood, continuously converging towards the obsidian demonic pillar at its center. An eerie sight indeed. What in the world is this? Tang Feijia approached with curiosity, extending his hand only to be thwarted by the formation's barrier, preventing any advance. Realizing this, he unleashed a powerful punch, yet the formation remained impervious. This formation is incredibly sturdy. My full-force strike elicited no response. Who could have constructed such a thing? Could it be a scheme of the demon clan? Let me try again to see if I can break through. I cannot return to report to the sect master empty-handed. With this thought, he unleashed a flurry of punches, and upon delivering the final blow, he paused to observe the formation's response. Crack! Crack! The formation's barrier emitted a series of sharp sounds, followed by the emergence of fissures. It's effective. Let us deliver a few more strikes. Tang Feijia felt a surge of joy at this sight, and then unleashed several more punches, causing the formation to shatter. An overwhelming stench, laden with a nauseatingly sanguine essence, assailed his senses, provoking a wave of nausea that compelled Tang Feijia to cover his mouth and nose. What in the world? How has the demon clan constructed such a repulsive formation? What are they truly after? Tang Feijia fought against his urge to retch, glancing around, yet he could not discern the true purpose of this array. Could this formation be drawing blood, channeling countless lifeblood into this demonic pillar? Are they attempting to activate it? Before him stood a towering, obsidian pillar that pierced the heavens, igniting his curiosity as it flickered with a sinister crimson glow. The eerie atmosphere enveloped him with discomfort, and an inner voice urged him to obliterate this place. Why ponder so much? Let us first shatter this grand formation, he declared resolutely. With a mere lift of his hand, countless forces of law materialized behind him, transforming into a vast ocean. He resembled a god of the sea, commanding the waters as they surged toward the altar. Even if the celestial demon clan is indeed conspiring, my Xiaoyao Sect shall not cower, he proclaimed, standing in the void with an imperious tone. With a swift motion, he conjured a trident, its imposing presence aimed at the altar. Endless void. He unleashed a barrage of law-infused attacks upon the altar. In the divine realm of Tianwu Prefecture, within the grand hall of the demon palace, an enraged voice reverberated throughout the chamber. Curse it! Who has disturbed the bloodthirsty sacrificial formation I set in the eastern region? I shall rend him limb from limb. A terrifying aura surged forth, enveloping the entirety of Tianwu Prefecture, causing countless members of the celestial demon clan to prostrate themselves in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Curiously, their expressions bore no trace of anger. Instead, they exhibited an overwhelming reverence. That useless Qi Luo, one muttered. It better not be a peak emperor who has intervened, otherwise, it will spell trouble. I must investigate. Blood Wushang, filled with fury, rose from his shattered throne. For the formation could withstand only 100 strikes from a peak emperor before succumbing, beyond which it would shatter like parchment. He stepped forth, vanishing from the hall. The oppressive weight that had burdened the celestial demon clan dissipated, prompting them to respectfully bow towards the demon palace before resuming their tasks. Blood Wushang tore through the void en route to the eastern region, but as he reached the boundary sea, his countenance darkened ominously. Boom. A surge of law-infused divine power collided with him, halting his advance. Ah, our esteemed Lord Blood, in such a hurry to do what? A teasing voice called out, as a figure materialized in the void ahead. This was Long Chun, the most formidable being of the Tianwu Continent, standing at the first level of the true God realm. He had long been a thorn in Blood Wushang's side, preventing this formidable true demon from wreaking havoc upon the realm. To attain the true God realm, one needed merely to condense a divine power law gem, engaging in combat through the laws of divine power. Long Chun, I have no time for your prattle today. Step aside, or I shall not hold back. Blood Wushang's gaze hardened, a tempest of demonic energy swirling around him, exuding an aura that suggested he would resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Am I to fear you? Then let us fight. Long Chun retorted with a cold smirk, embodying the spirit of a stubborn pig that fears not the boiling water. Neither could overpower the other, as they remained eternal adversaries. I, Long Chun, stand here today. You shall not pass to the Eastern Domain unless you tread over my lifeless body. He had been closely observing the Eastern Domain, likely due to some commendable deed performed by the Emperor of the Unfettered Sect. This must have incited such wrath in Shui Wushang that he yearned to venture into the Eastern Domain. With this in mind, Long Chun could not possibly allow Shui Wushang to proceed. It was just after the Emperor of the Unfettered Sect had made his statement that Long Chun sensed Shui Wushang's fury vanishing from the Demon Sea. Anticipating that Shui Wushang would come to the Eastern Domain, Long Chun directly intercepted him at the boundary of the sea. Even he was somewhat intrigued by the emergence of the Unfettered Sect, so mysterious and powerful, leaving him in the dark. Damn it! Shui Wushang, in a fit of rage, unleashed a terrifying surge of demonic energy, an overwhelming malevolence sweeping across the sea, charging towards Long Chun. Long Chun, undeterred, launched himself at Shui Wushang. This is bad. It is the lord and the leader of the demon clan run the onlookers, who had previously held themselves high above the waters, suddenly wore expressions of terror, scattering in all directions. Those powerful beings unable to escape were engulfed by the oppressive aura, struggling as if drowning. Chapter 45. Return to the sect. A treasure emerges? In the northern domain, the Liu family. At this moment, the Liu family had returned to a scene of tranquility. Although the number of people appeared somewhat diminished, the members of the Liu family were diligently engaged in rebuilding their beautiful abode, showing no signs of fatigue, each face adorned with smiles. At this time, outside the grand hall of the Liu family, Yi Changsheng and several others were bidding farewell to the strong members of the Liu family at the entrance. Brother Yi, or rather, nephew Yi, do visit often. Today, your uncle Liu has enjoyed himself immensely. The Liu family will always welcome you. Lu Shui and Xiao Lian stood nearby, supporting the inebriated Lu Daoxing. Remember not to repeat this visit. Arriving with so many gifts, it feels rather embarrassing. As he spoke, Lu Daoxing feigned displeasure. Yet his smile was so wide it seemed it could stretch to his ears. Very well, uncle, please return to rest. Yi Changxing found himself at a loss for words in response to his elder's remarks, scratching his head and hastily agreeing. At this moment, he felt invigorated, showing no signs of having consumed alcohol, as he needed to return to the sect to dispel the effects of the wine with his divine power. Father, take a good look at what state you're in. Lu Shui chided from the side, pinching her father's arm with a playful ferocity. Do you not consider your own capacity for drink? To be in such a state and still show yourself, calling everyone brother as you drink. Ah, daughter, you do not understand. I am merely joyous. Enough of this. Remember to bring Changxing back to play sometime. Lu Daoxing released Lu Shui's support, waving his hand unsteadily. Xiao Lian swiftly extended her hand to steady Lu Daoxing, smiling sweetly as she spoke. Miss, please return. I am here with uncle, so there is no need for concern. All right, Xiao Lian, I entrust him to your care. Remember not to let him drink excessively. Longsheng and I shall take our leave now. Lu Shui walked behind Yi Changxing, glancing back every few steps while advising Xiao Lian. I understand, Mississippi. With Xiao Lian here, you can rest assured and return to the sect to focus on your cultivation. Changxing, why are you hurrying? Do you have something on your mind? Lu Shui's beautiful eyes were fixed on Yi Changxing's retreating figure, her tone laced with concern. Ever since their return to the sect, he had become somewhat peculiar, despite his attempts to conceal it. However, with her keen intellect, she could see through him, clearly sensing the shift in his demeanor. Shui, Yi Chongxing suddenly halted, his gaze complex as he regarded Lu Shuer, hesitating to speak. Chongsheng, go ahead, I'm listening. Lu Shuer smiled gracefully, akin to flowers in full bloom. I believe we should concentrate on our cultivation for now. Once we attain our goals, we can discuss matters of the heart. In the eastern region, at the outpost of the Heavenly Demon Clan, countless powerful figures from various regions surrounded the outpost, creating a barrier that was impenetrable. Before them lay the outpost, now shrouded in an overwhelming imperial might that rendered them unable to approach, their divine senses unable to penetrate the vicinity. Previously, a Saint King, dismissing the warnings of others, insisted on probing with his divine sense. Now, he lay beneath a tree, dazed, muttering incoherently. His injuries were relatively mild, for he had not perished in soul. Otherwise, he would have met his end on the spot. Wow, the Emperor of the Carefree Sect is extraordinarily powerful, having bombarded this place for 2 days and nights. Indeed, the dense imperial aura lingers, finally beginning to dissipate after a night. I wonder what transpired here. I cannot wait to find out. I wish to descend immediately. Why the urgency? None of your concern. My wife is about to give birth. Oh, and what of you, good sir? Why do you wish to depart? My wife is also about to give birth. She said no one is home, and I should return first. Could it be that your daughters are the same? Countless powerful warriors debated animatedly, some growing increasingly anxious. Curiosity about the events unfolded here consumed them. They speculated on what the Emperor of the Carefree Sect was attacking and what could withstand such ferocity. Could it be a treasure? Goodness, this is astounding. A middle-aged man exclaimed, his elegant accent drawing the attention of those around him. Soon, a cacophony of voices erupted, all faces reflecting shock as they beheld the unfolding scene. Ahem, this heavenly demon outpost reeks terribly. It resembles a dung heap. A noxious air permeated the surroundings, its indescribable scent invading his nostrils, causing him to cough violently, nearly ascending to the heavens on the spot. Cough, cough, cough. As the crowd stood in shock, they hurriedly covered their mouths and noses, enveloping themselves in their protective spells to thwart the toxic invasion. Before them, the numerous imperial auras gradually dissipated, unveiling a breathtaking sight. From their vantage point high above, they beheld an immense handprint. Where the handprint lay, an expanse of vacuum formed, leaving nothing in its wake. Only a pitch-black demonic pillar remained erect, standing defiantly, while beneath it lay the most concentrated imperial aura of the area, shrouded in a distant haze. What is that? Let us hasten to investigate, a keen-eyed youth urged, beckoning the others to follow. Yet, as he took a step forward, he noticed that the crowd remained motionless, all eyes fixed upon him. All present were seasoned veterans. None were willing to be the first to venture forth. Humph. At that moment, a cold snort echoed from nearby, and a figure draped in a black robe stepped forth, disregarding the gazes of others as he soared toward the direction of the dark, demonic pillar. This individual was entirely cloaked in the black robe, rendering their gender indiscernible. Should anyone glimpse the face beneath the robe, they would be astonished to discover that this figure belonged to the Celestial Demon Clan. Damn that Xiaoyao Sect for destroying our clan's stronghold. At this moment, his expression was grim, and inwardly, he cursed repeatedly, fearing that the adversary had dispatched a formidable high-ranking emperor. The absence of battle and the mere presence of a handprint indicated that even the 3 celestial demon emperors stationed here had shown no resistance. This individual was a great demon emperor named Soul Hunter, sent by Shui Wushang. Due to the insufficient manpower of the Celestial Demon Clan, the emperors could not act freely, necessitating the dispatch of this quasi-emperor-level great demon to assess the situation. With his formidable spiritual power, augmented by the concealment artifact bestowed by Shui Wushang, even a peak emperor could not discern his true identity, thus emboldening him to approach. I sincerely hope our clan's altar remains intact. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. He felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow. Should the altar be destroyed, he would likely face repercussions. Given the tyrannical nature of the true demon lord, he feared for his very life. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace, stepping forth to arrive not far beneath the celestial demon pillar, where the imperial aura gradually dissipated. The scene before him made his pupils constrict further. Chapter 46, Dominating the Eastern Region. The eternal trial space in the Eastern Region, the disciples of the Xiaoyao Sect unleashed their full combat prowess. each one shining brightly as they engaged in battle against the celestial demons across the region. What was termed a battle was, in truth, more akin to a one-sided slaughter inflicted by the disciples of the Xiaoyao Sect. The celestial demons throughout the eastern region were nearly annihilated by the relentless assault of the sect's disciples. Their terrifying strength and realm left spectators from the 5 regions in awe, prompting widespread astonishment. What sort of power could cultivate such an array of formidable prodigies? As for the celestial demons who escaped to other realms, they were intercepted by various factions that had come to offer assistance. Only a handful of weaker celestial demons remained for the powers of the Eastern Domain to deal with. After that, the disciples of the free and unfettered sect never reappeared, leaving no one to know from whence they came or where they had returned. Where do you think the free and unfettered sect truly resides? People shook their heads, unable to provide an answer, only able to speculate that the sect might be hidden somewhere within the Eastern Domain. This phenomenon rendered the free and unfettered sect even more enigmatic in the eyes of various factions, intensifying their curiosity about its origins. According to insiders, the emperor who had obliterated the celestial demons was not the same individual who had previously dealt with matters in Qingzhou. However, he exuded a similar aura of power. Currently, it is known that there are at least 2 powerful emperors within the free and unfettered sect, leading one to wonder if there are other formidable beings yet to emerge. Moreover, the numerous talented disciples of the sect each possess terrifying prowess. As for everything else, the crowd dared not continue the discussion but only ventured private conjectures. To them, the free and unfettered sect appeared extraordinarily mysterious and fearsome. Simultaneously, during these 3 days, a significant event unfolded in the Eastern Domain, astonishing the other 4 domains. The Taoist Heaven Sect declares its willingness to revere the free and unfettered sect. The Shao clan announces its intention to honor the free and unfettered sect as the divine sect. The Huanxian sect proclaims the Chun clan. Countless leaders of various factions express their allegiance, proclaiming the free and unfettered sect as the divine sect. At this moment, numerous powers within the Eastern Domain unconditionally submitted at the feet of the free and unfettered sect. Recognizing that this was the inevitable trend, the emergence of the divine sect also signified the advent of a grand era. Everyone believed that under the leadership of the divine sect, the Eastern Domain could once again bask in the glory reminiscent of the primordial age, perhaps even surpassing it. On another front, within the free and unfettered sect, in the rear courtyard, Lin Dong lounged on a recliner basking in the sun as usual. The Empress of Heavenly Fragrance had returned, skillfully giving Lin Dong a massage, surprising him with her adept techniques. Your skills have improved. You certainly have not been idle during this time, Lin Dong remarked, eyes closed, his tone infused with endless relaxation and contentment. Thank you for your praise, Sectmaster. Xuanxiang quickly replied, although her gaze towards Lin Dong was markedly different from before, now imbued with curiosity and admiration. She was already aware of the emergence of the free and unfettered sect as disciples in the Eastern Domain and felt immense gratitude toward Lin Dong. At that moment, a figure appeared at the courtyard gate. It was Tang Feijia, who silently awaited Lin Dong's summons. Just then, a notification from the system echoed in Lin Dong's mind, causing him to momentarily pause, as this reward seemed to arrive at the perfect time. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, dominating the Eastern Domain and instilling fear in the heavenly martial realm. The task rewards have been distributed. Please check your inventory. Beep. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, an eternal trial space. Beep. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, a transference array to the 5 domains. Accompanying these rewards were detailed descriptions. Eternal trial space. This allows your subordinates and disciples to enter trials, enhancing their cultivation within 10 breaths. The interior is unpredictable, with time flowing in mysterious ways. Once entered, it cannot be controlled, though death is not a consequence. The extent of enhancement depends on the trialist's overall performance. Note, currently, a maximum of 3 major realms can be enhanced. More realms will be unlocked after the host dominates the heavenly martial continent. The host currently has 20 opportunities for entry. Transference array to the 5 domains. This allows for instantaneous transportation to any location within the 5 domains. You may choose to teleport to a fixed point or allow for random transportation, with no restrictions on numbers and no resources required to activate. Note, it can be upgraded and will evolve based on the host's power status. The system truly understands my needs. These rewards are quite commendable, especially as I was contemplating how to enhance a group rapidly. Lin Dong found this rather intriguing. It was as if his desires were manifesting before him. He was preoccupied with how to swiftly elevate the realms of the lower-ranking elders within his sect, recognizing their hard work, even if unaccompanied by merit. Aside from the realm enhancement cards, he could conceive of no alternatives, and fortuitously, the considerate system provided a solution. This feature is indeed beneficial, though the limited number of entries is somewhat disappointing. Lin Dong sighed softly and inquired of the system. System, how can one obtain additional entries into the eternal trial space? Beep. Each time a disciple or elder is successfully recruited into the sect, an expansion of influence occurs. All of these actions can earn the host additional entries into the eternal trial space. Is that so? Then I shall not hesitate to take full advantage of this opportunity. A sly smile graced Lin Dong's lips, for if this were the case, it was akin to receiving gifts without cost. Beep. As long as the host completes tasks, rewards will be granted based on the host's abilities. This is not considered exploiting the system. Lin Dong nodded internally. The system was indeed astute and eloquent. To serve as such a modest system would be a waste of talent. Phasia, please enter. How have you fared with the task? After a lengthy pause, Lin Dong opened his eyes, his gaze penetrating as he turned to Tang Phasia, offering a gentle smile. Master, the task has been completed, and the Eastern Domain's Demon Clan stronghold has been destroyed. The disciples dispatched by the sect performed admirably, having eradicated the Demon Clan from the Eastern Domain. I have ordered their return to the sect. Tang Phasia bowed respectfully, reporting the circumstances in the Eastern Domain with utmost reverence. He also recounted the incident concerning the demonic pillar. Although he had destroyed the altar, he was unable to budge the towering demonic pillar despite 2 days and nights of relentless assault. With no other recourse, he returned to the Eastern Domain to assess the completion of the disciples' tasks and maintain vigilance there for an entire day. As the remnants of the celestial demon clan dwindled, he produced the sect's token and activated the rather intriguing group chat function. This feature proved to be both marvelous and convenient. Prior to his departure, he had added the outer disciples to the group, sending out a notification to inform them that their mission was accomplished, urging them to return to the sect so he could report back. Yes, our sect is aware of this matter. You have executed it splendidly, Lin Dong remarked, nodding in approval as he rose from the Grandmaster chair, stifling a yawn before continuing. That demonic pillar indeed possesses immense significance. It is entirely understandable that you could not shatter it. Despite its peculiar appearance, it is a divine weapon, an artifact of the demon lord of the celestial demon clan. Chapter 47. Entering the eternal space to enhance the cultivation of the disciples, it can summon powerful beings from beyond the continent of the celestial demon clan, allowing them to descend directly upon the Tianwu Continent, while simultaneously draining the blood and essence of our land, Lin Dong elaborated, his deep-set eyes flashing with an unusual glimmer at the conclusion of his statement. Upon hearing this, the Empress Tianxiang's pupils constricted, her movements momentarily halted. The notion of powerful demons from beyond the continent. Wait, did she just hear about the Divine King? What realm was that? If the myriad clans could not handle even the celestial demon clan within the continent, the consequences of such beings arriving from beyond would be unthinkable. Clearly, the Empress Tianxiang was unsettled by Lin Dong's revelation. However, it is not a significant concern. Even if they come, what of it? My Xiaoyao Sect shall eradicate them regardless. Lin Dong remarked with a light chuckle, his voice calm, yet laced with an undercurrent of authority, as if asserting the undeniable truth. At his words, the Empress felt a wave of relief wash over her. My original intention was not to hasten their return to the sect. Considering the disciples had just emerged into the world, perfectly poised to dominate the Tianwu Continent, Lin Dong continued, casually stretching his limbs. I did not expect that you had already commanded their return. Nevertheless, it is fortuitous. In that case, let them cultivate within the sect for a while longer, and then we shall have all disciples emerge together. This declaration took both of them by surprise. The Empress Tianxiang was astonished by Lin Dong's assertive proclamation of continental supremacy. As for Tang Phasia, he appeared somewhat alarmed, hastily kneeling before Lin Dong and bowing his head. Master, it is all my fault for taking the initiative. Please, punish me, he implored. Ah, it is of no consequence. I bear you no ill will. You have performed admirably, and you have indeed earned merit for this endeavor. Lin Dong reassured him. I had not intended for them to emerge so soon either. Your decision aligns perfectly with our sect's aspirations. The disciples' cultivation is still insufficient. A bit more training would serve them well. Lin Dong spoke gently as he approached Tang Feijia, helping him to his feet. This was a contributor to their cause. Lin Dong would never allow Tang Feijia to feel disheartened, and he would even consider bestowing rewards upon him. Master, are you truly sincere in your words? Tang Feijia stood there, a robust man now resembling a chastised child, utterly bewildered. Indeed, I previously mentioned that I would provide you 4 brothers with an opportunity. Lin Dong offered a faint smile, gently patting Tang Feijia on the shoulder, signaling him not to overthink matters. Coincidentally, the eternal trial grounds provided by the system came into play, perfectly suited for their cultivation enhancement. Go summon your 3 brothers, and also invite Yi Changsheng, Qin Tian, and Luo Yin to join us, he instructed, his hands clasped behind his back as he stepped forward, gazing upon the entirety of the sect with a tranquil demeanor. Noticing the lack of response, Lin Dong turned to see Tang Feijia frozen in place, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He playfully scolded, "Why are you still standing there? Go on." "Oh, all right. I appreciate the sect master," Tang Feijia replied. "Now, be swift, and remember to call them all," Lin Dong urged. "Yes, sect master," Tang Feijia affirmed before departing. Lin Dong turned back, continuing to survey the entire sect, a swell of pride rising within him. Look, this is the realm of Lin Dong. Spring Xiang stood rooted to the spot, gazing at Lin Dong's retreating figure, her eyes sparkling with admiration. After a while, a solitary, proud figure emerged behind Lin Dong, clad in a blue robe with a blue blade at his waist. "Sectmaster, do you require my assistance?" "Indeed, Elder Situ. I did not expect you to be the first to arrive," Lin Dong acknowledged with a nod and a gentle smile, having summoned Situ Feng through his thoughts. He was the first to be called forth by Lin Dong to the ancient goddess realm, tasked to safeguard the Xiaoyao Sect on the Tianwu Continent, and had been diligent in his duties. "You have worked hard during this time. As one of the elders of the Xiaoyao Sect, I wish to bestow upon you an opportunity," Lin Dong stated, recognizing Situ Feng's long-standing dedication. It was only fitting that he elevate his cultivation, especially as the Xiaoyao Sect would soon embark on a journey across the continent. Lin Dong intended for Situ Feng to remain in charge of safeguarding the Tianwu Continent. "It is an honor for Situ to contribute to the sect. I am grateful for the sect master's support," Situ Feng replied, momentarily taken aback before kneeling on one knee, realizing that all his countless days and nights of vigilance had been acknowledged by the sect master. "Rise, rise. You have earned this, and I shall entrust you with further tasks ahead," Lin Dong chuckled, shaking his head in amusement at his subordinate's penchant for kneeling in gratitude for what he deemed minor opportunities. Unbeknownst to him, the seemingly trivial chance he offered was incomparable to what others might toil for over countless millennia. This is the eternal trial space, filled with boundless opportunities, yet fraught with uncertainties. Should you succeed in the trials, your cultivation will experience a tremendous surge, Lin Dong explained, gesturing with a wave of his hand as a 3-meter-wide black void materialized in front of them, its depths unfathomable, as if it sought to consume all. "Opportunities and dangers coexist. This is the chance I present to you today. Do you dare to enter?" Lin Dong teased, pointing at the black void. Situ Feng scrutinized the void, then turned his gaze back to Lin Dong, his resolve solidifying. "Sect Master, I fear no challenge or peril," he declared, stepping forward without hesitation, plunging into the black void. "Hee, you have indeed lived up to my expectations in your training." Lin Dong gazed at the black hole, a faint smile gracing his lips as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "Master, sect leader." Suddenly, several figures soared into view, the first among them being Qin Tian. "Master, what is this?" Qin Tian scratched his head, casting a curious glance at the black hole. "Sect leader." "Master." Next arrived Luo Yin and Shi, followed closely by Yi Changsheng and Lu Shuer. The group shared expressions of intrigue, having sensed the unusual nature of the black hole upon their arrival. "This is the eternal trial space." Lin Dong provided a brief introduction to the eternal trial space, explaining that each individual would face distinct trials to enhance their cultivation and more. As they listened, Their admiration for Lin Dong reached new heights. Master, did you summon us here for the trials? A spark of battle intent flickered in Qin Tian's eyes as he rubbed his hands together, eager to begin. Yi Changsheng and Luo Yin mirrored his enthusiasm, all aware that Lin Dong would not call upon them without reason, clearly related to the enigmatic black hole before them. Just as Lin Dong opened his mouth to speak, a figure stepped forth from the black hole. The crowd looked up in unison. Elder Situ. It was indeed Situ Feng. His weathered gaze swept across the group before settling on Lin Dong. In the past, he had sensed nothing but emptiness in Lin Dong. Now, having ascended several realms, he still felt that same void in the presence of Lin Dong. He marveled at Lin Dong's formidable strength. If he could perceive Lin Dong's power, it would indicate a smaller gap between them. Yet, the terrifying reality was that he encountered only the unknown. Chapter 48. Situ Feng of the Divine Emperor Realm. The strength of several disciples soars Situ Feng. I am grateful for the sect leader's nurturing. He knelt on one knee in the void, his raspy voice resonating. Whereas he once exuded sharpness and brilliance, now his aura was subdued, and his eyes bore the weight of experience. No one knew what trials he had endured or what opportunities he had seized within the black hole. Breathing in the familiar air now intoxicated him, allowing the tension that had gripped his heart for countless years to finally dissolve. All right, rise. Share with the younger generation what lies within. Lin Dong waved his hand, a gentle force lifting Situ Feng to his feet. Given your current cultivation, it seems the trials and opportunities you encountered were formidable. The crowd gazed at Situ Feng with rapt curiosity, eager to glean answers from his lips. Inside, it is profoundly mysterious. Upon hearing this, Situ Feng hesitated before uttering those words. There is no concept of time within, only endless slaughter. I cannot ascertain how long I spent inside. Situ Feng began to recount his experiences, revealing truths that no one else could comprehend unless they had lived through it themselves. It is difficult to fathom what the eternal trial space truly is, a realm that can transform such a formidable ancient deity into a figure of profound solemnity. Very well. You may descend now and continue to guard the sect. Understood, Sect Master. I take my leave. With that, Situ Feng vanished in a flash. Sect Master, may I inquire how much the Elder Situ has ascended after entering? Luo Yin asked, curiosity evident in his voice, a question that resonated with everyone present. Elder Situ was at the pinnacle of the ancient deity realm before entering. Now he has reached the 5th level of the Divine Emperor realm. That amounts to 2 major realms and several minor ones, I presume. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. Heavens, that is utterly terrifying. They were all well aware of the cultivation realms beyond the Emperor level and understood the formidable nature of Elder Situ. Yet, what struck them as most alarming was Lin Dong. In their eyes, he was akin to a god, omnipotent and invincible. Lin Dong turned his gaze towards the group, his eyes deep and profound, and spoke in a measured tone. Though opportunities are abundant, within lies no time, only endless slaughter. It is not the will of an ordinary person that can endure such a trial. Do you still wish to proceed? The crowd fell silent for a moment. An immense opportunity laid before them. Clop, clop. They turned to see a figure step forth, and Lin Dong showed no surprise at this person's arrival. It was sure. His mask obscured his face, and he remained silent, his pitch-black pupils fixed on Lin Dong. It seemed he awaited Lin Dong's approval. With but a nod from Lin Dong, he would unhesitatingly plunge into the abyss. For him, slaughter was merely an everyday affair. He yearned for it, craved power. He was born of slaughter, and even if he were to perish within it, such was his fate. Go ahead. As Lin Dong's words fell, Shi's form transformed into a shadow, dashing into the void. And what of you all? Have you reached a decision? Lin Dong inquired, turning his attention to the others. He did not press them, for opportunities such as these were not to be taken lightly. If they chose to forego it, countless disciples of the Celestial Sect would seize the chance. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. Master, I shall also go. Qin Tian emerged, shaking his head and holding a battle staff, rushing into the void with fervor. Damn it, that fellow has outdone us. He muttered under his breath. Sect Master, I, Luo Yin, wish to go. Luo Yin bowed respectfully to Lin Dong, who nodded in acknowledgement. Senior brother, junior sister, I shall depart first. With a hearty laugh, Luo Yin thought to himself, Master, when I return, I will possess the strength to avenge you. He swiftly soared into the black hole. Master, I too shall venture forth. Yi Changsheng, who had been silent until now, moved without a hint of hesitation towards the void. I, Lu Shuer, wish to partake in the trial. Seeing this, Lu Shuer quickly bowed slightly in Lin Dong's direction. Changsheng, wait for me. She hurriedly chased after Yi Changsheng. She understood that her presence here was largely due to the influence of Yi Changsheng. Given her status and qualifications, such an opportunity was beyond her reach. She must seize this chance. Otherwise, with her current level of cultivation, she would be vastly outpaced by the prodigies of various sections. Yi Changsheng paused momentarily, standing still in silence, before he and Lu Shuer stepped into the black hole together. Lin Dong remained quietly in place, his expression neutral, his profound gaze directed at the black hole, as if he could perceive the scenes within. Observing that everyone had entered the eternal trial space, Lin Dong felt no surprise. These individuals were among his most valued disciples, possessing boundless potential and unquestionable character. This served as a trial for them. Should they choose not to enter, they would not only forfeit this opportunity, but also lose Lin Dong's esteem, relegating them to the status of ordinary disciples henceforth. Do you wish to join them? Lin Dong inquired, a curious expression crossing his face as he looked at Chuanxiang. Master, Chuanxiang dares not, she replied. Chuanxiang is merely a humble maid, unworthy of such aspirations. Chuanxiang averted her inquisitive gaze, diligently tending to the leaves in the courtyard. Ah, there is no need for such humility, Lin Dong chuckled softly. As long as you serve our sect faithfully, you too will have the opportunity for such fortune in the future. He was reminded of a saying, opportunities are given to those who are deserving. Even a small maid would have her chance someday. Thank you, master. Chuanxiang responded with excitement. This was an extraordinary opportunity to attain a realm beyond that of the great emperors. Very well, if there is nothing else, you may leave, Lin Dong gestured dismissively, and Chuanxiang respectfully withdrew. After a while, a foot emerged from the black hole, and Lin Dong looked up to see Shi. At that moment, Shi exuded a restrained yet formidable aura, as if he had stepped forth from a sea of corpses and a mountain of blood. His cultivation had advanced from the 5th level of the Holy King realm to the pinnacle of the Great Emperor realm, and the blood-weeping blade in his hand had attained the level of a divine weapon. He respectfully bowed to Lin Dong before swiftly departing. Lin Dong shook his head with a smile, not overly concerned, for he understood Shi's nature. Next, Qin Tian emerged, radiating an overwhelming battle intent. Wielding his war staff like a deity of war in the void, his fiery eyes blinked at Lin Dong, who instructed him to step aside. The 6th level of the Great Emperor realm, impressive. Stand aside, don't disrupt your senior brothers and sisters' entrance. That is not necessary. Just look at whose disciple I am. Qin Tian chuckled, moving to stand behind Lin Dong. His cultivation had progressed from the 1st level of the Holy King realm to the 6th level of the Great Emperor realm, and with his current battle spirit, he felt increasingly emboldened, confident in his ability to contend with even the peak of the Great Emperor realm. Soon after, several others entered and gradually emerged as well. Luo Yin stepped out of the black hole, equally brimming with battle intent, surrounded by swirling flames. Like a fire deity descended, he bore a heavy sword on his back. His cultivation rising from the 3rd level of the Holy King realm to the 7th level of the Great Emperor realm, surpassing even his master, Guchun. Disciple Luo Yin, I am deeply grateful for your cultivation, sect master. He bowed respectfully to Lin Dong and naturally retreated beside Qin Tian. Chapter 49. The 4 Divine Kings of the Tang family, the land of no return. Yi Changsheng stepped forward, his garments flowing elegantly. His sharp gaze reflected an inner sword energy, akin to a blade poised to unsheathe at any moment. With the chaos divine sword in hand, he embodied an invincible sword deity, his cultivation having ascended from the 6th stage of the Saint realm to the 6th stage of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Master. Simultaneously, a chill emanated from the black hole as Lu Shuer emerged, resembling an ice goddess. Adorned with a blue ice crown, her sapphire-like beautiful eyes sparkled. Her cultivation had risen from the 7th stage of the Saint realm to the 5th stage of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Thank you, Sect Master, for your guidance, Shuer. The two stood together in the void, a sight that was indeed pleasing to behold. Lin Dong nodded, sweeping his hand to retract the space. In an instant, the black hole vanished, and tranquility returned to the void. Thank you, Master, for your nurturing. Thank you, Sect Master, for your guidance." The group bowed in unison to Lin Dong, their expressions filled with utmost reverence. Upon closer inspection, the youthful exuberance on their faces had faded, replaced by a newfound gravitas. Each individual's growth unmistakably evident. "Excellent. It seems you have all seized this opportunity well." Lin Dong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his profound gaze sweeping over those present. "You may depart now and devote time to diligent cultivation within the sect. In the near future, my carefree sect shall emerge and dominate the Tianwu realm. I hope that by that time, you will bring glory to my carefree sect. I eagerly await your performances. Yes, we shall not disappoint the sect master's earnest cultivation. We will strive to bring honor to the sect." The group echoed in unison, bowing deeply before departing together. Lin Dong watched them leave, his expression calm, their achievements aligned with his expectations. Before long, four figures soared into view, the four young masters of the Tang family. "We, the four brothers, pay our respects to the sect master. Come forth." This is Lin Dong succinctly introduced the matter before allowing the four to enter the eternal trial space. Shortly after, the four emerged simultaneously, each having attained the third stage of the Divine King realm. Meanwhile, in the land of no return, territory of the Celestial Demon Clan, Demon Hall. This was an extraordinarily magnificent hall, within which sat a terrifying figure exuding an overwhelming demonic aura. One could discern its imposing stature, adorned with a pair of horns and massive demonic wings extending from its back. Ha ha ha. The terrifying figure opened its crimson eyes. Within those eyes, countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood materialized. Those with wavering will would likely lose their sense of self in an instant. The demonic figure slowly rose, a chilling, ominous voice emanating from its lips. "My cultivation has been restored. The grand endeavor is complete." The voice reverberated throughout the entire territory of the Celestial Demon Clan. Accompanied by an overwhelming and pure bloodline pressure, countless members of the clan halted their actions. "Congratulations, my lord, on the successful completion of your grand endeavor." In the entire realm of the Demon Clan, apart from the 5 divine kings who need not kneel, no one else stood upright. Countless members of the Demon Clan sank to their knees, including numerous ancient gods and powerful beings of divine rank. They gazed deeply inward, fervently and devoutly sensing the aura that enveloped them, for this was their demon lord. With the awakening of their demon lord and the restoration of his peak power, the resurgence of war was inevitable, and the triumph of that war would undoubtedly belong to them. At that moment, the Demon Clan would reign over myriad races, feasting on an unending supply of blood and sustenance. This continent's essence is exquisitely delectable. It is simply perfect for cultivation, the Demon Lord remarked with insatiable greed, continuously absorbing the energy transmitted through the Demon Pillar. This energy represented the essence and bloodline power of the Tianwu Continent. "Ha," he cackled. "I never anticipated I could return to my former glory, if I continue to cultivate in this manner. Stepping into the realm of the Divine Emperor may not be beyond my reach." He rose to his feet, his demonic form standing tall, the proud resonance of his voice echoing throughout the grand hall. Even he had not foreseen that after his fall from the divine sovereign realm, he would still have the opportunity to ascend once more, and perhaps even formally enter the divine sovereign realm, with aspirations to eventually attain the divine emperor realm. This was a remarkable cultivation method he had stumbled upon during an unexpected incident, cultivating through the absorption of the essence and bloodline power from weaker continents. He recalled his youthful days among the stars, brimming with ambition, having ascended to the rank of divine king at a tender age, leading his clan into battles far and wide. The future had seemed limitless as he sought to break through to the divine sovereign realm, yet unexpectedly, his insufficient foundation led to a fleeting ascent, causing him to plummet instantaneously. This resulted in irreparable injuries to his path, leaving him likely unable to advance further in his cultivation throughout this lifetime. A once prominent prodigy of the Demon Clan seemed destined to fade into obscurity. Subsequently, he employed every conceivable method to restore his status as a divine sovereign, yet success eluded him. Thanks to that ancient tome, he recalled how he had inadvertently discovered a peculiar method of cultivation within an ancient text, one that allowed him to cultivate by absorbing the essence of the continent. Through experimentation, he found that it indeed facilitated the healing of his injuries and the restoration of some of his power. Thus, He sought out shattered continents and weak stars, invading them to absorb their essence for cultivation, until he stumbled upon a complete continent, inhabited by races that were exceedingly feeble. This was the Tianwu Continent. Confident that after consuming this continent, he would regain his peak power and perhaps even transcend to the rank of divine emperor. He led the demon clan in an invasion of Tianwu. However, the myriad races of Tianwu rose in resistance, and the world itself rejected him. The will of the heavenly path descended, and the Son of Heaven struck him down, leaving him gravely injured. Similarly, the will of the heavenly path of the Tianwu continent was also severely injured by him, causing the very level of the world to diminish. That battle was nothing short of catastrophic, with mountains and seas collapsing, a calamity referred to by the world as the Great Cataclysm of Antiquity. Cursed Tianwu will. Once I consume you, my cultivation shall undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Later, he discovered that his kin, by absorbing the essence and bloodline of the inhabitants of the Tianwu continent, could continuously transform themselves into beings of that land, enabling them to coexist there without facing rejection. Thus, he utilized numerous subordinates to transport his fateful divine weapon, the celestial demon pillar, into the continent and meticulously arranged the altar. This battle became known as the Great Cataclysm of Antiquity. The celestial demon pillar continuously absorbed the bloodlines and essence of the celestial martial continent, aiding in his cultivation and the restoration of his injuries. To this day, his cultivation has been restored to the level of a divine sovereign. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks resonated through the hall, accompanied by 3 voices from outside, laced with a hint of demonic resonance. We, Yimei Koamo, and Liamo, extend our congratulations to the Lord on his emergence. With a mere wave of the demon lord's hand, the hall doors swung open instantaneously. There stood 3 figures, enveloped in boundless demonic energy, at the entrance. They were the 3 divine kings of the celestial demon clan, King Yimei, King Kuamo, and King Liamo. The 3 figures stepped into the hall, 2 men and 1 woman, an elder, a middle-aged man, and a captivating demoness. They bowed respectfully to the demon lord and took their seats beside him. Why are only the 3 of you here? Where are the other 2? The demon lord's tone revealed a hint of displeasure. What does it mean that they do not come to pay their respects upon my emergence? Do they truly believe I have perished after so long in seclusion? His voice turned icily cold. Chapter 50. The 5 Divine Kings of the Celestial Demon. The demon lord descends upon the celestial martial realm in response. My lord, Yi Luo and Qi Yin are currently in seclusion. The enchanting woman spoke first. She was none other than King Yimei, the only female divine king of the celestial demon clan. With her alluring figure and seductive voice, she unconsciously swayed her serpentine waist as she spoke. The demon lord's dark eyes turned towards her, and upon recognizing the speaker, his tone softened significantly. A peculiar glimmer flickered in his blood-red gaze, and a smile graced his lips. After 1,000,000 years, I never imagined Yimei would remain as youthful as ever. The captivating woman wore thin, light armor that concealed only the most crucial areas, her snow-white skin exposed to the air, accentuating her delicate waist. Hee. King Yimei giggled, her laughter like the rustling of flowers, casting a flirtatious glance at the demon lord. Thank you for your compliments, my lord. You 2 remain as striking as ever. The 2 men beside them feigned ignorance, quietly sipping their tea, patiently awaiting the demon lord's deliberation on serious matters. The demon lord felt a surge of fiery emotion and, with a wicked smile, remarked, after 1,000,000 years of absence, let us share a drink tonight. King Yimei cast an enchanting gaze at the demon lord, giggling. Very well, I shall comply with your wishes. Upon hearing this, the demon lord forcibly suppressed his inner turmoil and turned the conversation to serious matters, stating, Excellent. Your arrival is fortuitous. Who among you shall recount the recent developments in our 2 factions' confrontations? The group exchanged glances, and their eyes collectively fell upon the elder. Then allow this old man to speak, he said, his voice grave and steady, as he did not shy away from the task. His eyes gleamed like those of a wolf, and with his cane in hand, he was the most senior figure present, wielding a degree of authority. In recent millennia, there has not been a single truly significant war, only skirmishes of varying scales. My clan stands on equal footing with the myriad clans of Tianwu. Neither side can overpower the other. Recently, under your decree, our forces have retreated back to the demon lair. He began with a few trivial matters before gradually arriving at the crux of the issue. For 100,000 years, the land of no return has seen the emergence of additional demon lairs, located beyond our territories and serving as a necessary passage to the land of no return. Both sides tacitly acknowledge the demon lairs as training grounds for our young prodigies, generally avoided by those of divine status. One divine king from the myriad clans has vanished without a trace. Now, only 4 divine kings remain, slightly inferior to our clan, yet we must not be careless. He paused, casting an obsequious glance at the demon lord. However, with your esteemed presence, these divine kings are of little consequence. Other than that, there have been no significant changes. Very well, I have a general understanding of the situation. The demon lord supported his face with one hand, listening in silence. After he finished, his crimson eyes sparkled with an enigmatic light. Master, since you have emerged from seclusion, when shall our clan launch an attack to seize the continent? Noticing the demon lord's prolonged silence, a robust middle-aged man inquired with a domineering tone, his demonic aura overwhelming. This matter is already known to me, but preparations for the attack are still necessary. The demon lord shook his head, disapproving of the robust man's suggestion. We have waited for 10 million years. My Tianwu clan is not short on time. You speak wisely, my lord. Having emerged from seclusion today, I find myself somewhat fatigued. Let us discuss this matter further on another occasion. Now then, do you have anything else to convey? If not, you may take your leave. The demon lord rubbed his forehead and waved his hand dismissively. Yes, my lord. The two promptly took their leave, with Yi Mei casting a flirtatious glance at the demon lord as she withdrew with an alluring grace. The grand hall returned to its tranquil state. The demon lord sat upon his throne, contemplating future paths of cultivation. As for the tribesmen of the Tianwu clan, they were merely tools to assist him in reaching the pinnacle. I cannot yet venture to the Tianwu Continent for cultivation. After a long pause, he slowly uttered this thought. As a member of the Tianwu clan, renowned for his brutality and bloodlust, he possessed an equally cunning disposition. What if it still remembers my aura? All my efforts over the past million years would be rendered futile. He was still reluctant to take the risk of venturing to the Tianwu Continent, at least not until his clan had established dominance over the land. The damned will of Tianwu would undoubtedly prevent him from stepping onto the continent. Why do only 4 of the 5 Tianwu pillars resonate with the primal bloodline power? Suddenly, the demon lord paused, sensing an anomaly, his tone laced with uncertainty. Could it be that there has been a disturbance on the Tianwu continent? This is unacceptable. The primal power is far too crucial for him. It is his current resource for cultivation, and he must ascertain the situation without fail. Upon contemplating this, he waved his hand, and a vivid scene materialized before his eyes, revealing the grand hall of the demon palace in the demon state. Lord Demon Master, what brings you here? As the image flickered, Blood Wushang appeared before him, his demeanor respectful, yet tinged with a hint of trepidation. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Blood Wushang inwardly lamented. He was aware that the destruction of the altar would eventually come to the attention of the Demon Master, likely many years hence. He harbored confidence that he could restore it before the Demon Master discovered the mishap and laid blame upon him. However, he had not anticipated the Demon Master's swift arrival. Why I have come, you already know in your heart, the Demon Master replied coldly, devoid of any emotion. This was a technique left by the Demon Master upon the heavenly demon pillar, enabling him to project his image onto the heavenly martial continent. Yet, it was merely a projection, aside from the ability to speak and witness events transpiring on the heavenly martial continent. It bore no other functions. Moreover, he was incapable of wielding any power. Speak, what significant events have transpired on the heavenly martial continent of late? The altar we erected has been destroyed, and my heavenly demon pillar can no longer absorb any energy. The Demon Master's tone was frigid, suggesting that should he fail to provide a satisfactory answer, Blood Wushang's life would be forfeit. After a brief silence, Blood Wushang hastily bowed and spoke. Lord Demon Master, the matter is as follows. A hidden sect has emerged on the heavenly martial continent. He proceeded to recount the significant occurrences on the heavenly martial continent. Initially, he had successfully infused 4 heavenly demon pillars, yet unexpectedly, an elusive sect known as the Xiaoyao Sect had arisen. He elaborated on how the Xiaoyao Sect dispatched formidable warriors and prodigies to disrupt his grand designs for the Heavenly Demon Clan. Blood Wushang intended to assert that, given time, he could subdue the Xiaoyao Sect. Wushang, have you been in this position for too long, unable to deal with a few mere insects? However, he was abruptly interrupted by the Demon Master's impatience. In the Demon Master's eyes, Blood Wushang's incompetence was evident. He could not even manage a handful of insignificant foes. Regardless of their status as emperors or saintly kings, they were merely insects in his sight. My lord, please do not be enraged. Wushang dares not observing the situation. Blood Wushang hastily knelt, prostrating himself on the ground. The Demon Master's indifferent voice continued, lacking any trace of emotion. Originally, after this matter, I intended to bestow upon you an opportunity. However, it seems that shall be rescinded. After a brief pause, the Demon Master continued, considering your years of guarding the Heavenly Demon Pillar for me, I shall grant you one chance. I will allow you 3 years. Should you fail to accomplish this task, then it would be time for your position to be reassigned. As the Demon Master concluded, Blood Wushang felt a chill envelop his body, trembling uncontrollably. Yes, Lord Demon Master, I am grateful for the opportunity to redeem myself. I shall certainly fulfill the task. He dared not defy the Demon Master's command, nor did he harbor any doubt regarding the Demon Master's capability to annihilate him in an instant. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he finally dared to raise his head, cold sweat streaming down his brow, soaking his back. The projection of the Demon Lord had departed without him noticing, leaving him alone in the hall. He was acutely aware of the Demon Lord's intentions. The cost of sending a true deity into the Tianwu Continent was exorbitant. Even the Demon Lord found it hard to bear, especially since the Tianwu Continent still required his guardianship, which explained why his life was spared. Curse it, his complexion was exceedingly grim. The recipient of his unspoken grievances unknown, yet his heart seethed with resentment. After a considerable time, he resumed his usual demeanor. Summon my orders. He approached the throne, his expression as frigid as ever, speaking with an icy tone. A figure soared in from outside the palace. It was Hunter Soul, who had narrowly escaped with his life. My lord, I am here. He hastily knelt before Shui Wushang, bowing respectfully. Within a day, summon all powerful beings of the great Demon Emperor rank and above from my clan to the Demon Palace for a council. Chapter 51. The Clash of Gods and Demons, the Divine Sovereign against 7. Understood, my lord. I shall attend to this immediately. Hunter Soul, upon receiving the command, quickly took his leave, anxious not to provoke Shui Wushang further. The hall returned to silence, and Shui Wushang sat calmly upon the throne. Upon closer inspection, his hand resting on the armrest exerted a slight pressure, distorting the throne's armrest, which was comparable to an imperial weapon. This was a testament to the turmoil within Shui Wushang's heart. It is time to unleash that batch of hidden powerhouses. A peculiar smile emerged on Shui Wushang's face as he spoke of this. Regaining his former demeanor of absolute control, he ceased his movements. My life, it seems, you cannot take from me. A confident, sinister smile spread across his face. After 1,000,000 years, he certainly had a few trump cards up his sleeve. He firmly believed that with this group of formidable beings mobilized, the task would be effortlessly accomplished. Tremble, myriad races of the Tianwu Continent. This was his singular opportunity. Should he fail again, no matter the cost, what awaited him would be death. Thus, he must exert every effort and utilize all his hidden cards. At the Xiaoyao Sect, Lin Dong reclined in a grand chair, stretching languidly out of boredom. Ah, what a remarkable talent emerges from the realm of no return. Feeling a twinge of ennui, Lin Dong casually perused the realm of no return. To his surprise, he stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. Let me see which elder is nearby. I shall have them bring this young man into the sect. As the current sect master, it was far more prudent for him to delegate the task of accepting disciples to the sect's powerful members. Is Elder Yi in the vicinity? Then let him handle it. In the starry sky, a figure streaked across the celestial expanse, pausing momentarily in the vastness of space. Ah, sect master. A message has arrived. A soft exclamation echoed, reverberating through the boundless cosmos. The individual was none other than Yi Tiangong, a core elder of the Xiaoyao Sect. Is it to recruit a disciple from the realm of no return? Yi Tian quickly examined the message sent by Lin Dong, momentarily taken aback. He was keen to observe this small realm of the unreturned, curious about what prodigies could possibly captivate the attention of the sect leader. Such youth, yet able to single-handedly confront multiple true gods. He is indeed a remarkable talent. I wonder if he has a master. Let us observe further. For his potential is undeniably impressive. His consciousness probed a certain area of the unreturned realm, and even he found himself in a state of uncertainty. Oh, is that divine bone? Indeed, it is someone worthy of the sect leader's notice, possessing divine bone, a peculiar bloodline, and the qualifications of a divine emperor. Such potential is certainly deserving of my personal attention in taking on a disciple. In the realm of the unreturned, within the 9 stars demon abyss, an unprecedented battle erupted. Have you heard? The god of Hao is once again engaged in combat with the true gods of the demon clan. Let us go? We must witness it. The god of Hao is extraordinary, slaying true gods as easily as one would a chick. He is truly my idol. God of Hao, I wish to marry you. Whoa, bro, don't be ridiculous. When was the last time you even shaved? And you want to marry the god of Hao? In these few days, a significant event transpired within the 9 stars demon abyss. A young human prodigy emerged, navigating the abyss alone, slaughtering countless formidable beings of the demon clan. Several factions within the 9 stars demon abyss sent out 4 true gods to encircle him. Unexpectedly, this prodigy single-handedly dispatched the 4 true gods of the demon clan, departing with the name Xiaoyao left in his wake. Upon hearing this news, the abyss trembled. The 9 demon factions dispatched numerous true gods to pursue Xiaoyao, determined to eliminate this prodigious human. Upon hearing of this, myriad races quickly sent forth countless true gods to intercept, resolutely vowing to protect this prodigy from being besieged. Countless true gods clashed in battle. Never before had the 9 stars demon abyss witnessed such a grand scale of warfare. Within the abyss, a human true god was locked in combat with a true god of the demon clan. I shall not allow you to proceed to the valley of fallen gods unscathed, nor shall you have the opportunity to lay a finger on the god of Hao. The human true god unleashed a divine technique, blocking the path of the demon true god. Haha, if you can stop me, can you also contend with our hundreds of true gods? The demon true god cackled with abandon, speaking without restraint. Humph, spare me your prattle. We, the myriad races, will not allow your demon clan to succeed. Within the 9 stars demon abyss, countless such scenes unfolded, all aimed at alleviating a fraction of the pressure on the god of Hao. Meanwhile, at the Valley of Fallen Gods, this was the primary battleground of the abyss. Here, numerous battlefields were established, with countless divine beings engaged in chaotic combat. Among the fiercest clashes was a central battlefield. The young man in white, stained with blood, faced 7 adversaries alone, his bloodied attire swirling as he wielded his war spear, embodying an undefeated war god, fighting with fervor. Ha ha ha, is this all you've got? Xiaoyao brandished his war spear, fending off attacks from all directions. Have you all forgotten to eat? Why is each of your strikes so feeble? Beneath the watchful gaze of 6 venerable deities, Xiaoyao boldly vanquished a celestial demon god. Is there truly no one left in your demon clan? Come at me. I, your elder Hao, am ready to take on 10. His laughter resonated across the battlefield, his clear voice imbued with an air of overwhelming dominance. Bravo, Divine Hao. The might of Divine Hao is unparalleled. Let him obliterate these demon spawn. Esteemed spectators, please rise. The myriad of spectators erupted in jubilant cheers upon witnessing the spectacle. Damn it, where are our warriors? The celestial demon deities were filled with a sense of frustration, appearing as though they had consumed an inordinate amount of bitterness. At that moment, 3 formidable presences converged upon Xiaoyao. Goodness, they truly have arrived. Xiaoyao glanced up amidst the fray, his expression tinged with a modicum of gravity. Youngster, I've heard tales of your arrogance. 3 figures, embodying the pinnacle of divine might, swiftly approached, seemingly affirming Xiaoyao's prior words. The speaker was a middle-aged demon warrior, cloaked in dark smoke, who suddenly appeared before Xiaoyao and unleashed a punch. The divine demon fist. Xiaoyao hastily defended himself, countering with a punch of his own, their fists colliding. As he felt the raw power behind the adversary's strike, he could not help but curse inwardly. Goodness, a half-step to the divine realm. This was utterly devoid of martial virtue. He was propelled backward, crashing into a cluster of mountains. Is that all you've got? The demon warrior dismissed Xiaoyao's trajectory with a contemptuous flick of his wrist. Ouch, that hurt terribly. Xiaoyao grimaced as he struggled to rise, feeling as though his entire being was on the verge of disintegration. Where did this divine realm powerhouse come from? That punch was devastating. For one of his stature, such a blow had inflicted internal injuries. It was sheer bullying, an exalted being of the divine realm intimidating a mere trifling deity. The divine realm focuses primarily on physical prowess, lacking subdivisions, save for the half-step divine and peak divine stages. Through the refinement of divine energy, when one's body is entirely transformed into a divine form, they attain the peak divine state. Those who have partially refined their bodies into divine forms are referred to as half-step divine. I shall not indulge your madness. Xiaoyao smirked mischievously, retrieving a remarkable treasure from his garment. This compass, known as the Luo Xian Divine Compass, was a gift from his master. My master truly cares for me. This item is remarkably useful. With the aid of divine energy, it allowed him to teleport to any location within the demon abyss. In previous encounters, he had utilized this very device to evade pursuit and retaliate against several celestial demon gods. You all continue your battle. I shall take my leave. Xiaoyao chuckled, unwilling to charge into a battle he could not win. He was no fool. If it is you who forsake the martial way first, do not blame me for declining to engage any further. He summoned a surge of divine energy, swiftly channeling it into the compass. Farewell, I shall depart. You may continue your fight, and I extend my gratitude to the myriad of allies for their support. As his words faded, his figure gradually vanished from sight. Chapter 52. As the old saying goes, experience comes with age. The countenance of the 10 formidable members of the celestial demon clan shifted dramatically. Damn it! This brat has escaped once again. One of the celestial demon true gods thundered in fury, his face ashen. Simultaneously, the voice of Xiaoyao resonated across the battlefield. I shall take my leave now. You may continue your battle. My heartfelt gratitude to the myriad clans for their assistance. This was a transmission stone deliberately left by Xiaoyao, for he felt it was ungracious to flee without notice. If he did not inform them, there would be no support for him in the future. God Hao has departed once more. We shall retreat as well. Demon wretches. I too shall take my leave. Goodness, their faces are turning an envious green. Hey, don't hit me. I have no interest in your demon women. The gods of the myriad clans mercilessly mocked the celestial demon clan while retreating amidst the fray. The celestial demon gods, seething with rage, intensified their assault, their already dark faces glowing ominously like charcoal illuminated with green light. Emerging from a desolate area within the demon cave, Xiaoyao intended to swiftly depart. However, a robust voice resonated in his ear. Young one, I find your bloodline somewhat familiar. Do you have any relatives beyond this realm? He turned to see a middle-aged man clad in white robes standing a short distance away. Who are you? Surely you have mistaken me. What do you mean by familiar bloodline? The middle-aged man in white slightly furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently upon him as he continued. Could it be that you belong to the Sure family of the divine martial world, a bloodline lost to the outside? What divine martial world? Xiaoyao felt perplexed. But upon hearing the latter part of the statement, his expression faltered. I am a native of the unreturning land. A fleeting, inscrutable emotion crossed his eyes. Yet he maintained his composure. Upon hearing this, a strange look flickered across Yi Tian's face, and he murmured to himself, Is that so? Are you certain you have no relatives or kin within the vast cosmos? He inquired with a serious demeanor. Senior, I am indeed a person of the unreturning land. You must have mistaken me. Xiaoyao replied with conviction. However, I have scanned this area with my divine sense and found no other bloodlines akin to yours. My apologies. I may have misjudged. Acknowledging Xiaoyao's assertion, Yi Tian nodded, albeit with lingering suspicion, and slowly turned to depart, leaving Xiaoyao with a solitary, proud silhouette. Could this individual truly be aware of my lineage? Xiaoyao contemplated as he watched Yi Tian's figure recede into the distance, a tumult of thoughts swirling within him. Should I reveal my true identity to him? And perhaps inquire about the Sure family? Ultimately, he resolved to follow Yi Tian with haste. Perhaps he could glean the truth of his origins from this individual. Senior, please wait for me. Upon hearing Xiaoyao's voice call from behind, a subtle smile graced Yi Tian's lips. The bait had been taken. He slowly turned around, looking at Xiaoyao with a puzzled expression. Young brother, do you have any further inquiries? Senior, could you share with me the circumstances of the Shi family in the divine martial world? Shi Hao approached Yi Tian, scratching his head shyly, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Oh, seeing that we are fated, I shall indulge you with a tale. As he spoke, Yi Tian began to walk and narrate. Concerning the Shi family in the divine martial world, I am not well versed in the details, but I possess a modicum of knowledge. From here on, consider my words as a story. My name is Yi Tian. I am carefree by nature, reveling in the exploration of the cosmos. Shi Hao promptly followed, listening intently. During one of my travels across the continent, I inadvertently encountered a human named Shi Tianzhou. We took to each other instantly, forming a profound bond and spending several months in each other's company. He often lamented that he had a grandson yet to be born. However, due to pressing matters, he was unable to return to his clan to meet his cherished grandson. This became a lingering regret in Shi Tianzhou's heart, which I remember distinctly. Afterward, we parted ways, and it has been over a century since. At this point, Yi Tian paused, casting a glance at Shi Hao's bone age. You share a common bloodline with Shi Tianzhou. Your lineage is closely related, and your ages are quite similar. Could it be that you are his grandson? Upon hearing this, Shi Hao felt as if struck by lightning. Standing there in a daze. Is what you say truly accurate? He was beginning to believe the words of this man. His master had once mentioned that he was found, and that his bloodline was shrouded in mystery. Could he indeed be the one the man spoke of? Is he a member of the Shi family in the divine martial world? Of course, as a dignified emperor-level cultivator, I have no reason to deceive you. Yi Tian halted, his expression turning serious as he clasped his hands behind his back. Do you think I would bother with a mere child like you if I had not sensed your connection to an old friend? With a cold snort, Yi Tian turned his gaze towards the distance. Shi Hao inhaled sharply, his heart overwhelmed with shock. This man was an emperor-level powerhouse, 2 realms beyond his master. Senior, please do not take offense. It was merely a slip of the tongue on my part. I apologize to you. Seeing this, Shi Hao hastily bowed, offering a respectful gesture to Yi Tian. Humph, considering your connection to an old friend, I shall not hold it against you. Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively, adopting an air of superiority. Yes, you are right, Senior. Please calm your anger. You are magnanimous. Shi Hao responded cheerfully, unconsciously scratching his head, appearing quite earnest. I am grateful for your kind words, Senior. I express my heartfelt thanks. Regarding this unfamiliar family, Shi Hao's emotions were complex, tinged with curiosity. If you would be so kind, Senior, could you inform me of the location of the divine martial world? He wished to visit once he had attained a certain level of cultivation. This is a knot in his heart. From childhood to adulthood, he has always yearned to understand why his family so ruthlessly abandoned him when he was so young. It might be possible, but given your slight frame, you may not even reach the divine martial continent. Yi Tian cast a glance at Shi Hao, delivering an unceremonious blow to his aspirations. You would likely perish on the way. Before Shi Hao could utter a word, Yi Tian continued speaking to himself. However, in light of my acquaintance with your grandfather, I might consider accompanying you. There is no need, esteemed elder. Once my cultivation reaches a certain level, I shall make my own way there. Are you certain? That place may be beyond your reach for a lifetime. I am certain. You need only to reveal its location to me. Shi Hao shook his head defiantly, proclaiming his resolve. Very well, just ensure you do not come to regret this decision. Yi Tian paused, feeling somewhat exasperated. This lad is not following the expected script. Shouldn't he be begging for a journey to the divine martial world? He casually mentioned a position in the starry sky, transmitting the information into Shi Hao's mind. Thank you, esteemed elder. I am deeply grateful for your kindness today. After receiving the information, Shi Hao promptly bowed deeply to Yi Tian. Seeing Shi Hao's demeanor, Yi Tian's mind sparked with inspiration. He waved his hand and laughed heartily. Rise, young one. I find you quite agreeable. How about this? I shall grant you an opportunity. Esteemed elder, I cannot accept such a generous offer. Upon hearing this, Shi Hao's heart leaped with joy, and he feigned modesty. Do not worry. Consider me as your elder. I have a connection with your family lineage. Yi Tian waved his hand, signaling Shi Hao to refrain from excessive formality, as they were akin to kin. My surname is Yi. You may call me Elder Yi. Very well, Elder Yi. My name is Shi Hao. You may refer to me as Hauer. Shi Hao quickly complied, finding the title Elder Yi quite pleasant to utter. Excellent. Allow me to guide you to this place of opportunity. With that, Yi Tian began to walk ahead. Understood. I shall follow your lead, Elder Yi. Xiaoyao hurriedly kept pace, albeit lagging half a step behind Yi Tian. By the way, do you belong to any sect or faction? In response, Elder Yi, I have a master, but I have not joined any sect. Would you be interested in aligning with a particular faction? If it suits me, I would not be opposed. Good, then let us proceed. Upon receiving Xiaoyao's response, a peculiar expression flickered across Yi Tian's face. He waved his hand, leading Xiaoyao away. He mused inwardly, what a clever lad, nearly slipped through my fingers. Fortunately, Yi Tian is sharp-witted. As the old saying goes, the old are indeed seasoned. However, this lad may very well belong to the Shi family. Had I known, I would not have attempted to deceive him. What a fortunate coincidence. Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Chapter 53. The Heavenly Mechanism Emperor, a great calamity approaches. In a picturesque courtyard, an elderly man clad in a flowing white robe sat beneath a tree. Before him lay a chessboard, suggesting he was engaged in a solitary game against himself. With each move, the old man's expression grew increasingly solemn, as the dynamics of the game shifted with every placement of a piece. Should an outsider catch sight of this venerable figure, they would undoubtedly exclaim, the Emperor of Destiny. For this man was none other than the esteemed ancestor of the Destiny Pavilion, whose name had resonated across the continent for millennia. His mastery of the art of fate had reached an unparalleled level, rendering him privy to all matters of the realm, even those beyond the grasp of the mightiest emperors. Though he possessed only the pinnacle of quasi-emperor cultivation, he had yet to ascend to true emperor status, yet the world revered him as such. Over time, he had gradually withdrawn from public view, retreating into seclusion. You have arrived? Suddenly, the Emperor of Destiny's eyes flickered, and he inscribed a character on the board, seemingly conversing with himself. I am yet to conclude this game. Please, sit for a while. At that moment, a figure emerged from the void, Long Chun, a true deity of the human race. Ah, you appear entirely unfazed by my arrival, Long Chun remarked, turning to the Emperor of Destiny and nodding towards the engrossed elder. Noticing the Emperor's silence, he chose not to intrude further. I envy you. Since your retreat, you seem to have little to occupy your time. He then strolled over to a nearby pavilion, preparing tea for himself, indicating his familiarity with the elder's habits. After a considerable interval, the Emperor of Destiny placed a piece on the board, and the white side faced utter defeat, with all forces annihilated. The Emperor's murky eyes remained fixed, scrutinizing every detail of the board. Is it the same outcome once more? He murmured, a slight frown creasing his brow. Destiny, you must be aware of the purpose of my visit. Long Chun spoke calmly, observing the situation. Wait a moment. Suddenly, the Emperor's pupils constricted, followed by a glimmer in his gaze. With a swift gesture, the game reverted to the previous state. He meticulously examined every nuance of the board, leaving no detail unexamined. No, something is amiss here. The Emperor's attention sharpened as he fixated on a particular section of the board. Despite the overall stillness of the white pieces, there was an area brimming with potential. Ha ha ha, a chance of survival amidst certain doom? The Emperor of Destiny laughed heartily. Perhaps this was indeed a glimmer of hope for them. That is certainly preferable to a fate of utter annihilation. He had played this game for countless years, always encountering the same outcome. Yet recently, he had felt compelled to play anew. To his astonishment, today he had finally uncovered that sliver of possibility. What madness are you indulging in now, Destiny? Long Chun inquired, perplexed. What would a battle maniac like you know? Do not disturb the gravitas of my undertaking. The Emperor of Destiny retorted dismissively, gradually making his way to the pavilion to take a sip of tea. Only the Emperor of Destiny would dare speak so to Long Chun, the strongest among the myriad races of the continent. Who else would possess such audacity? Do not speak ill of him, nor dare to utter disparaging remarks behind his back. Indeed, few would confront him so openly. Long Chun's expression darkened slightly, and he remained silent, allowing the Emperor of Heaven's mechanism to speak as he pleased. Were it not for his current need of the Emperor's assistance, Long Chun, as a dignified true god, would have no reason to endure the presence of this mere quasi-emperor. Yet, he acknowledged the Emperor's abilities, otherwise he would not have sought him out. I am aware of the purpose of your visit, the Emperor of Heaven's mechanism said, turning away while holding a teacup in one hand and resting the other behind his back, speaking leisurely. It pertains to the impending calamity on the continent, does it not? Several days ago, the demon clan convened a grand assembly, and you are likely aware of it. He continued without waiting for Long Chen's response. The leader of the demon clan issued a decree to launch an offensive against the myriad races of the continent in 1 month. A great catastrophe looms, and the situation appears dire. However, but what? Do share, Long Chun interjected, his pupils narrowing as he expressed his impatience. This old man certainly enjoyed keeping others in suspense. When would he change his ways? He took a sip from his teacup to steady his nerves and then drained it in one go. Humph, the foremost powerhouse among the myriad races. Yet you are so easily unsettled, the emperor remarked bluntly. Long Chun lowered his head in silence as the emperor continued, yet amidst this despair, a glimmer of hope has miraculously emerged, transforming 10 deaths into 1 life. Perhaps that glimmer of hope has surfaced in the eastern region. It likely pertains to that particular force. He paused, a flicker of light igniting in his murky gaze as he turned to Long Chun and added, indeed. The emperor's strategic game was monumental, with the continent serving as a board, the myriad races as the white pieces, and the demon clan as the black pieces. Are you suggesting that this glimmer of hope is connected to? Long Chun gasped, locking eyes with the emperor as they both simultaneously uttered the name. Xiaoyao Sect. Upon speaking, a profound silence enveloped them. Heaven's mechanism, what do you know of the Xiaoyao Sect? After a long pause, Long Chun inquired. The emperor of Heaven's mechanism shook his head. I possess little knowledge of this force. It is shrouded in mystery, as if it emerged suddenly in the eastern region. Even you do not know? Then surely, no one else does. Long Chun felt a slight shock in his heart, realizing there existed matters unknown even to the emperor. Both men shared a deep curiosity about the newly arisen Xiaoyao Sect, which had displayed overwhelming strength from its inception, dispatching numerous prodigies and obliterating an entire domain of the demon clan with a mere show of force. Given your capabilities, can you discern the origins and whereabouts of the Xiaoyao Sect? Long Chen's gaze held curiosity as he regarded the silent emperor. I can attempt to do so. The emperor of Heaven's mechanism replied after a moment of contemplation, nodding towards Long Chun. He understood the implication behind Long Chen's inquiry. A great calamity looms, and with each new ally, the myriad races of the continent gain a glimmer of hope. The Emperor of Fate slowly closed his eyes. Peng Shikala. Esteemed readers are all remarkably handsome. Chanting an obscure ancient incantation, his hands moved in intricate patterns, forming an arcane seal. The Emperor of Fate felt himself standing amidst the cosmos, traversing the vastness of existence. Suddenly, countless mists manifested before him. He tirelessly pushed aside the fog, and upon doing so, he beheld the essence of chaos, vague and indistinct. In an instant, he felt as though he were ensnared in a quagmire, unable to advance a single step despite his fervent struggles. A suffocating sensation enveloped him, prompting him to swiftly withdraw his consciousness. As his awareness returned, the Emperor of Fate was about to speak, when a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips, splattering the unsuspecting Long Chun, who found himself drenched in crimson. Long Chun. Chapter 54. Stepping into Freedom. The first step to dominating the heavens. Long Chun had anticipated that the Emperor of Fate would utter something significant given his previous demeanor. His curiosity piqued. He approached to listen, only to be taken aback by the sudden turn of events. He promptly employed his divine power to wipe the blood from his face, instantly restoring his original appearance. Emperor, are you all right? He rushed forward, eager to assess the Emperor's condition and uncover what he had just witnessed. His curiosity reached a fever pitch. The Emperor of Fate lay on the ground, gripping Long Chun's hand tightly, his lips quivering as he attempted to articulate something. Yet no words escaped. Emperor, what has transpired? Seeing this, Long Chun quickly summoned his divine energy, channeling it into the Emperor's body to mend his wounds. How could this be? Long Chun's words slipped out, his heart filled with profound astonishment. Even you cannot foresee this? At this, the Emperor of Fate lost consciousness upon the ground. Long Chun struggled to comprehend that there could still be events on the continent beyond the foresight of the Emperor. What manner of being is the Freedom Sect? His heart surged with shock and curiosity, for he was well aware of the Emperor's capabilities. The path of fate had been cultivated to perfection, just a step away from ultimate enlightenment. Yet, the will of heaven would not permit it. He might never ascend to the status of an emperor in this life. He was destined to remain at the threshold of imperial status, Yet his prophetic abilities were unparalleled. All could be foretold, save for the will of heaven itself. Long Chun assisted the Emperor of Fate onto a bench in the pavilion, his mind racing with thoughts. I do not know what the Emperor foresaw, nor have I ever witnessed him in such disarray. In his current half-conscious state, it was evident that he had glimpsed a profound terror at the Freedom Sect. Elder Yi truly is a remarkable talent. Lin Dong had been observing with his divine sense since Yi Tian accepted his disciples. He had not anticipated that this individual was genuinely strong, having expended tremendous effort to achieve his prowess. Shirho successfully persuaded the individual to return to the sect. Shirho, your presence evokes memories of that unparalleled figure from the ages. Lin Dong stretched languidly, bidding farewell to Elder Yi Tian, who had just come to report. The name Shirho stirred a multitude of thoughts within Lin Dong. It was also the name of a protagonist from a novel he had read in a past life, one he had rather enjoyed. Who possesses such audacity to probe into my Xiaoyao sect? Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, his gaze directed towards the great array outside. He was curious about the identity of this individual capable of infiltrating their domain. He refrained from taking action, for it was unnecessary. The intruder would be severely injured or meet their demise from the backlash of the array. Quite intriguing. Is it the path of heavenly mechanisms? This ability is indeed commendable. Perhaps I shall nurture a few disciples of this caliber. His eyes seemed to penetrate the boundless void, perceiving the distant intruder. Li Xuanji, the foremost diviner of the Tianwu Continent, titled the Emperor of Heavenly Mechanisms, Cultivation, Peak, Quasi-Emperor. Long Chun, the paramount powerhouse of the Tianwu Continent. Guardian of the Realm, Cultivation, First Level, True God. He accessed the system panel to examine their information. The foremost diviner and the strongest among the myriad races of the continent, this diviner possesses considerable skill. Lin Dong mused, recognizing the potential of this diviner's capabilities. After all, to reach this place was no small feat. They were indeed a talent worth considering for inclusion into the sect, perhaps establishing a hall of heavenly mechanisms within Xiaoyao Sect. However, as for the top powerhouse, I shall pass. He is merely a true god who has inherited another's divine essence. Upon seeing Long Chun, Lin Dong discerned the secret behind him. Although Long Chun was a practitioner at the true god level, his realm was not attained through personal breakthroughs. Rather, it was achieved by refining the divine essence of others. Such a powerhouse is of little use. Xiaoyao Sect requires individuals with innate potential. Lin Dong shook his head, expressing his disdain. With such cultivation, even the disciples tasked with menial duties in Xiaoyao Sect would surpass him. The hallmark of breaking into the true God realm is the condensation of a divine essence. However, there exists an alternative method, achieved by refining another's divine essence, thereby directly becoming a true God. Both methods have their merits and drawbacks. The self-condensation of a divine essence is significantly more challenging, requiring gradual cultivation. Yet, the potential gained is boundless. Conversely, breaking through the refinement of another's divine essence allows one to immediately reach the realm of the original owner of that essence. The drawback is that one becomes shackled by the original owner's limitations, halting their cultivation for life. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Lin Dong's mind, drawing his thoughts back. Beep. The system has issued a quest: dominate the Tianwu Continent, become the foremost power of the realm, and take the first step towards establishing the supreme force of the multiverse. Should the host complete the quest, substantial rewards await. So a quest has been issued as well. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong chuckled softly, a glint of sharp brilliance flickering in his eyes. Indeed, the disciples of the free and unfettered sect should emerge into the world now. With that thought, he contemplated issuing the order himself, yet deemed it more prudent to delegate the task to the elders. With a few strands of divine thought, he summoned several individuals to his side. In less than 3 breaths, they arrived with haste. C2 Feng pays my respects to the sect master. We, the 4 brothers, extend our greetings to the sect master. The visitors were none other than the 4 young masters of the Tang family and C2 Feng. All 5 bore expressions of palpable excitement. Sect master, have you summoned us for a task to assign? Having recently elevated their ranks, their powers had indeed grown. Yet they found themselves at a loss as to how to utilize their newfound strength, merely awaiting Lin Dong's commands within the sect. During this period, they had begun to grasp a fraction of the sect master's burdens. How lonely it is to be invincible. Indeed, excessive invincibility carries its own sadness. Ah, quite right. Lin Dong replied with a light laugh as he observed their eagerness. Our sect has decided that in 3 days, all disciples beneath the emperor of the free and unfettered sect shall emerge. I have summoned you to assign you the task of guarding the 5 domains. Understood, sect master. We shall fulfill our duties with utmost diligence. The 5 rejoiced at the prospect of finally having work to do. Ah, but do not rush. I have not yet completed the assignment. You are to inform all disciples of the sect to make the necessary preparations. In 3 days, they shall depart through the teleportation arrays of the 5 domains, venturing to various locations across the Tianwu Continent. They are to elevate the name of our free and unfettered sect. As he concluded, Lin Dong's demeanor exuded an unparalleled authority. Yes, sect master. We shall attend to this immediately. The 5 respectfully bowed and promptly withdrew. Since we are to emerge, it is time for the flow of time to return to its normal pace. With a wave of his hand, Lin Dong retracted the encompassing range of the time and space tower back within its confines. Only within the tower could one experience the effects of accelerated time. In the next moment, the sect master's token materialized before him. Simultaneously, several directives were issued, one of which was intended for all disciples, ensuring that none, even those in secluded cultivation, would miss the announcement. Upon concluding their retreats, they would be able to access the information. He dispatched all disciples beneath the emperor level of the free and unfettered sect. Their mission was to depart through the teleportation arrays of the 5 domains, employing every means possible to amplify the prestige of the sect across the Tianwu Continent. Now, we take the first step towards stepping out of the free and unfettered sect and dominating the vast universe. Having accomplished this, Lin Dong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the entire sect. As for those disciples above the emperor level, Lin Dong had his own plans for them in the future. His dark robes billowed dramatically as he gazed down upon the sect. Meanwhile, countless disciples of the free and unfettered sect, observing the actions of their superiors, turned their attention to the radiant sect token. They eagerly extended their divine senses into it, and a stream of information flooded into their minds. Upon absorbing the contents of the message, the disciples erupted with exuberance. Wonderful! The sect master has issued a task. We can finally leave the sect. To expand our renown, let us proclaim the illustrious name of our Xiaoyao Sect. I shall not betray the cultivation bestowed upon me by the sect. I will ensure that the Xiaoyao Sect's prestige resounds across the heavens. Countless disciples were filled with exuberance, eager to finally showcase their martial prowess outside the sect. Most of them were without any considerable influence, having been nurtured solely by the sect. The sect was their home, and all that they possessed was granted by it. Finally, the opportunity to repay the sect had come, and they were determined to meet its expectations. After a brief moment, a voice of immense authority reverberated through the air. As per the command of the sect master, I, Elder Situ, have come to convey the sect master's decree. 3 days hence, all disciples of the Xiaoyao Sect shall emerge. To exalt our name. Situ Feng's voice echoed throughout every corner of the Xiaoyao Sect. The content of his message was quite similar to what Lin Dong had announced, primarily aimed at informing more disciples. We, the disciples, shall dutifully heed the sect master's command and exalt the name of Xiaoyao. Upon hearing this, the disciples were overwhelmed with excitement and responded eagerly. 3 days swiftly passed. Chapter 55. Reemergence. Tremors in the divine realm. Elder Situ has declared that once the grand formation is activated, we shall be able to depart the sect. Indeed, the Tianwu Continent will become our stage. We have awaited this day for far too long. Countless disciples gathered before the 5-domain teleportation array, all anticipating its activation. Suddenly, a radiant barrier shot skyward, illuminating the entirety of the Xiaoyao Sect. It's open. It's open. Brothers, I shall go first. One disciple shouted enthusiastically as he rushed into the grand formation. At last, we can leave the sect. I can hardly contain myself. I'm going too. Me as well. One by one, disciples began to teleport away to various locations across Tianwu. Seeing the luminous barrier, an overwhelming number of disciples hurried toward the 5-domain teleportation array. In the alchemy hall, Luo Yin was bidding farewell to Gu Chun. A few days prior, he had sought Lin Dong's permission to explain the reason for his departure from the sect, allowing him to emerge early. Yenner, Gu Chan gazed at his disciple with a hint of concern in his voice. Master, worry not. With my current strength, navigating the Tianwu Continent will pose no difficulties for me, let alone that minor blood slaughter pavilion. Luo Yin confidently patted his chest. Very well. I shall not hinder you any longer. Go forth. Ultimately, Gu Chun acquiesced to Luo Yin, waving his hand. Yes, master. The teleportation array is now open. I shall take my leave. Luo Yin respectfully bowed to Gu Chun and vanished from sight. It is time for me to return to the valley as well. I must seek an audience with the sect master. With that, Gu Chun made his way toward the back courtyard of the Xiaoyao Sect. Ancestor, who would have thought that Teng'er has become successful? Wang Tong emerged from the time and space tower, clenching his fist, his excitement palpable. Lu Schweder glanced at the luminous barrier and gently spoke. Changsheng, let us depart as well. Very well. We shall converge in the divine realm and join forces with Luo Yin. Beside him, Yi Changsheng nodded, taking a step forward, while Lu Schweder joined him. Together, they swiftly entered the teleportation array. Their relationship had returned to its original dynamic of brother and sister. Throughout the Xiaoyao Sect, countless similar scenes unfolded. Disciples emerged from their seclusion, making their way toward the teleportation array leading to the 5 domains. This day on the Tianwu Continent was destined to be tumultuous. In the divine realm, at the imperial clan of the Xiao family, within a quaint courtyard reminiscent of ancient Athens, the surroundings were breathtakingly beautiful, abundant in spiritual energy. Lush with flora, and filled with the sweet melodies of birds. A small pond nearby was graced with floating petals, shrouded in mist. In the pond, a stunning celestial maiden exuded an aura akin to an ice mountain snow lotus, playfully splashing water as her skin glimmered like jade, radiating a soft sheen with every inch. The enchanting woman slightly rose, her pristine gown soaked, clinging closely to her figure, accentuating her exquisite curves. Grandmother, what kind of medicinal bath is this? The ethereal maiden inquired, her voice carrying a hint of curiosity. Your Highness, this was sent by young Master Yi from the Yi family. A voice echoed from the distance, responding to her. Oh, understood. You may leave now, grandmother, the beautiful maiden replied nonchalantly. Father wishes for me to become acquainted with Yi Xingchen from the Yi family, does he? With a graceful gesture, she let her cloak slip from her shoulders, revealing her delicate skin. Suddenly, a rift in the void appeared, and a young man clad in black robes was thrust forth, landing in the pond. What in the world is this faulty teleportation array, tossing me into such a place? He exclaimed, quickly regaining his footing and locking eyes with the enchanting maiden. Welcome to paradise. What a breathtaking beauty. The young man's gaze roamed, unable to resist stealing glances. Goodness, how radiant. He felt 2 streams of warmth surging from his nose, as blood began to flow uncontrollably. Unbelievable. After a moment of stunned silence, the celestial maiden finally reacted. Ah, you scoundrel, she exclaimed, hastily crossing her arms in front of her chest. Please, don't scream, the young man in black urged, rushing forward to cover her lips with his hand. I assure you, this was an accident. Do you believe me? They found themselves in an unexpectedly intimate encounter, preventing her from calling for help. The maiden, unable to move, shook her head and then nodded slightly. At that moment, Luo Yin felt as if he had jumped into the Yellow River and could not wash away this predicament. This insufferable teleportation array. He vowed to endure it again in the future. Indeed, this young man in black robes was none other than Luo Yin. He wished to speak further. A voice echoed beside him. Who are you, and why have you intruded upon the Xiao family? Upon seeing the visitor, the woman began to struggle violently. Yet her efforts proved futile. Luo Yin raised his gaze and beheld an elderly matron. Furthermore, you have taken our imperial princess hostage. I advise you to release her at once. Otherwise, when our emperor arrives. The old woman stood at a distance, her murky eyes fixed on Luo Yin, her heart filled with astonishment. Who was this individual, so remarkably young? He had managed to seize the imperial princess, and even she could not discern the depth of his cultivation. She hoped this person would spare the princess for the sake of the emperor's reputation. Ah, I assure you, this is all a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? Luo Yin replied with a hint of exasperation. The arrival of the emperor would be of no consequence. He remained unperturbed. At that moment, a voice, authoritative and commanding, resounded. Who dares to wreak havoc in the Xiao family and abduct my daughter? The voice was deafening. imbued with an overwhelming imperial aura that enveloped the surroundings. Young man, the emperor of the Xiao family is here. You would do well to reconsider. The elderly woman spoke again, her gaze towards Luo Yin laced with pity. With the emperor's presence, she harbored no concern for her imperial daughter. What of the emperor? Aren't we all emperors in our own right? Luo Yin felt a surge of frustration within. A comparable imperial aura emanated from him. Since they refused to believe his words, he would let his strength speak for itself. Both their eyes widened in disbelief as they regarded Luo Yin. How could this be? It was as though they were witnessing an extraordinary phenomenon. This young man appeared to be less than a century old. Was he truly an emperor? The elderly woman was so taken aback that she collapsed to the ground, rendered motionless. The imperial pressure that had dominated the area dissipated almost instantaneously. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Luo Yan's aura surpassed that of the Xiao family emperor. Then, a towering figure emerged from the horizon, as if transcending the bounds of time itself. An immense imperial aura radiated from this figure, enveloping the surroundings in its might. The newcomer was none other than the Xiao family emperor, Xiao Xianfeng. Upon sensing the aura of the young man, Xiao Xuanfeng's pupils constricted. 7th level of the emperor realm. He couldn't have misjudged. This young man's cultivation surpassed his own. When had the continent given rise to such a youthful emperor? Why had he not received any indication of this? Friend, let us speak calmly. What is the matter? Seeing the situation, he hastily cupped his hands in salute, eager to continue, but was interrupted by Luo Yin. Luo Yin set down the woman and swiftly ascended into the sky. Enough of the pleasantries. Let us engage in battle. As his words fell, an array of imperial flames enveloped him. Unbeknownst to him, the woman he had released gazed at his figure in a daze, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. In an instant, Luo Yin charged towards Xiao Xianfeng, who had no choice but to passively defend against his onslaught. At that moment, Luo Yin recalled the command of the sect leader and spoke aloud. I am Luo Yin, a disciple of the Xiaoyao Sect. You may refer to me as the Flame Emperor. Today, I stand here to engage in discourse with the emperor of the Xiao clan, to elevate the name of my Xiaoyao Sect. His words, imbued with unparalleled imperial might, reverberated throughout the divine realm. A strange imperial aura emanates from the direction of the Xiao clan. If I am not mistaken, that is indeed an emperor of the Xiaoyao Sect. Indeed, Elder Yao, you heard correctly. That emperor is indeed from the Xiaoyao Sect and refers to himself as the Flame Emperor. The Xiaoyao Sect truly lives up to its reputation as a divine sect. How many more powerful beings remain hidden? In an instant, countless titans within the divine realm were stirred, turning their gazes toward the Xiao clan. If their memories served them right, this marked the third emperor to emerge from the Xiaoyao Sect in name. Their hearts swelled with profound curiosity and reverence for the Xiaoyao Sect. Meanwhile, in the southern region, at Cunyan City, Chapter 56, the disciple of the Xiaoyao Sect displays might, shaking the continent, the Zhao family. Within a hall adorned with a few chairs and a tea table, the void split open. A young man clad in a yellow robe stepped forth. Where am I? His aura was restrained, and his small eyes darted about. Wherein we transported here at dawn? Why has it turned dark upon arrival? The young man pondered silently, extending his divine sense. So, this is an underground chamber. Who has the leisure to construct such a place? From his recent exploration of divine sense, he discerned that this was indeed an underground chamber, connected to a bedroom. Impressive. Truly remarkable. You all know how to enjoy yourselves. Suddenly, the young man's eyes sparkled, as if he had discovered a new world. Within the bedroom, it appeared that a splendid play was unfolding. He swiftly concealed himself within the void, gradually approaching the bedroom. Positioning himself above the chamber, he sought the optimal vantage point. This may very well become my magnum opus. He retrieved a recording stone from his storage ring, carefully capturing the scene. This young man, known as Jean Defa, was also a disciple of the Xiaoyao Sect. The sect leader only mentioned fame, not the means to achieve it. His eyes twinkled mischievously as he chuckled. He had a penchant for documenting life and peculiar occurrences. Little did he realize that his actions would benefit the entire continent. Countless individuals would engrave his name deeply into their memories. His name would resonate throughout the continent, and even the universe. The following day in Cunyan City, a man strolled along the streets when a stone brushed against his foot. Do I hear the cries of a woman in distress? He paused, a surge of righteousness swelling within him as he scanned his surroundings. Is that the sound from this recording stone? Ultimately, his gaze lingered on the stone he had just kicked, curiosity compelling him to approach and examine it. Hiss! Upon closer inspection, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The image depicted two protagonists, a beautiful woman and an elderly man. The man's methods were exceedingly brutal, while the woman seemed to endure inhumane torment, wailing in agony. He quickly tucked the stone into his bosom, intending to examine it further that night. Wait, is this the ancestor of the Zhao family? Suddenly, his movements halted. Recalling the man in the image, he felt a flicker of recognition. He seemed to have seen him somewhere before, likely the ancestor of the Zhao family from one of the city's four great clans. By heavens! Which mischievous child threw this at me? What is this? That wicked one, throwing so many stones at me. A rain of stones began to fall from the sky, causing the crowd on the street to scream in chaos. Hiss! Isn't this the ancestor of the Zhao family and his daughter-in-law? A man, intrigued, picked up a stone to look at it, exclaiming in astonishment. What is this? Let me see. By heavens, it truly is. Hearing this, another man curiously leaned in for a glimpse, his mouth emitting sounds of wonder. Indeed, the ancestor of the Zhao family still appears remarkably vigorous. Children, what are you staring at? Go play elsewhere. The crowd, witnessing the spectacle, also began to pick up the stones scattered on the ground to inspect them. Goodness! Hiss! Suddenly, exclamations arose in rapid succession. Who just said that the one throwing stones is wicked? I wholeheartedly disagree. I too disagree. Throw more, I enjoy watching. I mentioned before that the ninth son of the Wang family resembles the ancestor of the Wang family, yet you insisted on the generational resemblance. Now it seems, be cautious with your words. One must be wary of speaking ill. Curiosity enveloped the onlookers as they examined the stone in their hands, wondering which notable figure had recorded this moment. Jean Defa? A voice, tinged with confusion, murmured. The crowd looked up to see a man intently studying the surface of the stone. Noticing this, they collectively turned the stone over. On the reverse side, several large characters were distinctly engraved, imprinting themselves deeply in their minds. Xiaoyao Sect, Jean Defa. On the third day, at the Zhao family. Father Liener, tell me what is going on. A middle-aged man, clutching a stone, shouted angrily at the two before him. What is contained within? Lang, allow me to explain. The stunningly beautiful woman, adorned with willow-like eyebrows, stepped forward to grasp the man's hand. This woman was none other than his wife, named Pan Liener. Leave me be, you shameless wretch. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, forcefully casting the woman aside. Father. He turned to the elderly man beside him, whose face was clouded with anger, crying out in despair. What have you done? Are you truly going to tell me that my son is my brother? In addition, across the Tianwu Continent, countless disciples of the Xiaoyao Sect display their prowess. Amidst the four great forbidden areas of the continent, a sword cultivator emerges, having single-handedly slain several quasi-emperors. With the might of a quasi-emperor, he boldly contends against an emperor, ultimately departing with a treasured artifact in hand, leaving behind the illustrious name of the Xiaoyao Sect and Yi Changshem. Within a relic of an emperor, an imperial weapon soars forth as numerous saints vie for its possession. Suddenly, a shadow materializes, effortlessly seizing the imperial weapon amidst the chaos of attacks from countless saints, and then departs gracefully, leaving behind the name of the Xiaoyao Sect and the Dark Knight. A young man, wielding a world-breaking claw, appears and vanishes like a wisp of smoke. Countless ancient families and grand sects are disrupted, with their imperial weapons lost, and a note left behind that reads Xiaoyao Sect, Ghost Hand No. 6. In an instant, the reputation of the Xiaoyao Sect reverberates anew, but this time, it extends beyond the eastern region to encompass the entire Tianwu Continent. The Flame Emperor actually battled the Xiao family emperor for 3 days and nights without yielding nothing. It is the Flame Emperor's terrifying prowess that has the Xiao family being thoroughly outmatched. The Xiaoyao Sect, truly worthy of being a divine sect unexpectedly. So many powerful beings emerged in the eastern region last time, and that was not their full strength. Now, their disciples are scattered across the continent. What is most alarming is that all their disciples are prodigies above the great saint level, with countless quasi-emperors, and the strongest among them reaching the 7th level of emperor. What then must their sect's ancestors be like in terms of cultivation? His countless factions watch with keen interest. This sect is simply too enigmatic. It seems no other force on the continent can rival it. Given the strength of the disciples dispatched by the Xiaoyao Sect, they could easily annihilate any faction on the continent. Leaders of various factions ponder how fortunate it would be to send their offspring to the Xiaoyao Sect, as that would surely elevate their own status. Simultaneously, they are filled with curiosity regarding the sect's standards for accepting disciples. However, they are indulging in fanciful thoughts. The Xiaoyao Sect currently lacks for disciples, and its standards have risen dramatically. Without the stature of an emperor, entry into the Xiaoyao Sect is but a distant dream. Even if one were to gain admission, it would only be as an outer disciple. Lin Dong has set a modest goal for the future, for the average disciple of the Xiaoyao Sect to attain the level of an emperor. This must be achieved. As for grander aspirations, they remain unspoken. Concurrently, countless powerful emperors across the continent are also observing closely. Chapter 57. The Tianwu Pavilion bows down. The era of gold approaches. Several emperors gather, attempting to deduce the nature of the Xiaoyao Sect's disciples, each wearing a grave expression. How can this be possible? One emperor opens his eyes, shaking his head gravely. There is a veil of mist surrounding them. I cannot discern anything. Shall we investigate the Xiaoyao Sect? Suggests an inquisitive emperor. The group of emperors exchanges glances, their minds made up. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated in the ears of the esteemed emperors. I advise you to cease your inquiries and refrain from attempting to delve deeper into the affairs of the Xiaoyao Sect. The crowd was taken aback. The name of a figure surfacing in their minds. The Emperor of Heavenly Mechanisms. Otherwise, the consequences shall be beyond imagination. My words conclude here. Consider your actions wisely. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the emperors shifted dramatically, exchanging glances filled with unease. Simultaneously, across the Tianwu Continent, the high-ranking officials of various factions wore expressions of grave concern. They all sensed that a great calamity was imminent. The age of golden prosperity had dawned, with countless prodigies emerging and hidden forces revealing themselves. The great calamity approaches. What shall we do? The Emperor of Heavenly Mechanisms once proclaimed that this calamity would bring certain death. Could it be that the continent truly harbors no hope? Perhaps the Xiaoyao Sect. The major factions of the continent were engulfed in a tumultuous undercurrent, a storm brewing. At the same time, numerous forces were responding to the winds of fate, declaring their allegiance to the Xiaoyao Sect. Among them was the renowned medicinal sect of the divine domain, the Medicine King's Valley. Yet, what no one anticipated was the announcement from the Emperor of Heavenly Mechanisms, expressing his willingness to regard the Xiaoyao Sect as supreme. How can this be? Why would the Emperor of Heavenly Mechanisms submit to the Xiaoyao Sect? This action instantly stirred the entirety of the Tianwu Continent. The Emperor of Heavenly Mechanisms was reputed to possess foresight, understanding the past. The foremost sage of the continent willingly acknowledging the Xiaoyao Sect as superior. Did he foresee something? Contemplating this, countless leaders of various factions declared their allegiance to the Xiaoyao Sect. Many emperors were left in astonishment, their minds racing with speculation. What could the Emperor of Heavenly Mechanisms mean by this? In the Xiaoyao Sect, Lin Dong stood in the rear courtyard, his profound gaze shifting, perceiving all that transpired across the continent through the grand array. In recent days, he too had been observing the Tianwu Continent. Seeing the performance of his disciples, Lin Dong nodded to himself. They have not tarnished the illustrious reputation of the Xiaoyao Sect. Every disciple, having traversed the temporal array for cultivation, possessed no lower than the Great Sage realm. All were above the Great Sage level. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, is it? Lin Dong felt little intrigue towards this establishment. However, the talent of the Emperor of Heavenly Mechanisms did pique his interest slightly. As for witnessing so many forces submit to the Xiaoyao Sect, this was well within Lin Dong's expectations. These leaders can discern the shifting tides and know where to align themselves. They are indeed cunning old foxes. Lin Dong felt little turbulence in his heart regarding this. Not to mention these factions, the entire continent had long been within his grasp. Those who do not submit now will inevitably bend the knee in due time. And what if they refuse? Then they shall vanish from this world forever. As Lin Dong observed all that unfolded on the continent, he felt a lingering sense of incompleteness. It still lacks a certain thrill. A tempest would be most welcome. Lin Dong felt that under the current circumstances on the mainland, the true potential of the disciples of the Xiaoyao Sect could not be fully realized. Only with sufficient fuel can the fire blaze brightly. In the Demon Palace of Tianma Prefecture, Humph. I was just lamenting my inability to locate your Xiaoyao Sect. To my surprise, you have presented yourselves. Bloodless, seated at the head of the grand hall, spoke with a cold chuckle. Shadow demon. He then called out into the void. A chilling voice echoed from the emptiness. At your service. A figure clad in a black robe emerged, enveloped by the laws of the demonic path. I entrust you with a task. Lead the demons to the mainland to specifically hunt down the disciples of the Xiaoyao Sect. Bloodless eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light as he spoke icily. Understood, my lord. The figure in black vanished into the void in an instant. Bring forth my command. Assemble the entire army. After a long silence, Bloodless uttered a few more words. In 3 days, the army shall advance early to attack the myriad races of the mainland. In the Tianji pavilion, Tianji, have you truly made up your mind? Long Chun gazed earnestly at the Emperor Tianji, inquiring. Indeed. I have already announced it to the mainland. Do you think there is any path of retreat left? Emperor Tianji stroked his beard, his murky eyes gazing into the distance. Since that is the case, I shall return to the Realm Alliance to make preparations. I will take my leave now. We shall meet again another day. With that, Long Chun vanished from the spot. A great calamity approaches. This is the sole hope for the mainland. After a long pause, Emperor Tianji spoke again, as if to himself. Is it not also my only hope? Meanwhile, in the divine realm, in a refined chamber of the Listening Wind Tower, Yi Changsheng and Lu Shui'er had convened. The two enjoyed tea while discussing recent events, waiting for Luo Yan's arrival. Changsheng, have you heard? Lu Shui'er smiled at Yi Changsheng. Recently, in the divine realm, everywhere one goes, one can hear the name of senior brother Luo Yan. Haha, I have indeed heard. That lad has become quite the figure. Yi Changsheng remarked with a teasing smile. We've been kept waiting here for quite some time, haha. Just as Yi Changsheng was about to continue, he caught sight of a figure outside the door. Ah, the great figure arrives. We were just speaking of you. A shadow clad in black swiftly approached them and unceremoniously took a seat. Gulp, gulp. Luo Yan picked up one of the teacups on the table and drank deeply. What great figure? What were you discussing? Nothing much. Have you located the headquarters of the Bloodslaughter Pavilion? Yi Changsheng chuckled, inquiring. He had not forgotten their purpose for this mission, which was to annihilate the headquarters of the Bloodslaughter Pavilion in vengeance for himself and Elder Gu, under the guise of disciples of the Xiaoyao Sect. He still recalls that it was during the pursuit by the Bloodslaughter Pavilion that he encountered his revered master. This incident could also serve to elevate the reputation of their Xiaoyao Sect. After all, the Bloodslaughter Pavilion is notoriously infamous within the divine realm, being a formidable imperial force in its own right. It was an opportune moment to strike at them. Of course, but Luo Yan smiled confidently, though a hint of gravity tinged his tone. But what? Yi Changsheng inquired eagerly. It's just that their power is quite formidable, boasting 5 emperors, 3 high-ranking and 2 low-ranking. With my current strength, I can only contend with 4 emperors, and I cannot guarantee their defeat, Luo Yan replied. What does that matter? Are you underestimating your elder brother? Yi Changsheng responded, thumping his chest with bravado. Leave the 2 low-ranking emperors to me. As for those beneath the emperor rank, let Shui'er handle them. Shui'er smiled slightly at this, indicating her readiness. Rest assured, brother Luo Yan. Indeed, brother and sister, the responsibility now lies with you, Luo Yan acknowledged, slightly moved by their camaraderie, secretly vowing to remember their kindness. Then let us depart. With that, the group stepped into the void, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 58. The Annihilation of the Bloodslaughter Pavilion, the ancestor of Xiaoyao Sect? In the divine realm, within the divine continent, at the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion. Let me tell you, as a disciple of the Xiaoyao Sect, a significant event transpired just a couple of days ago. You are aware of the Bloodslaughter Pavilion, are you not? This notorious force, with 5 emperors among them, was utterly uprooted by the disciples of Xiaoyao Sect in the span of half a day. Gasp. The surrounding patrons inhaled sharply, but none interrupted the elder's discourse. The elder, beaming with pride, continued, can you believe it? Merely 3 disciples of Xiaoyao Sect managed to obliterate this fearsome force. They were the Flame Emperor, the Sword Deity, and the Ice Goddess, who collectively descended upon the headquarters of the Bloodslaughter Pavilion. What an explosive scene it was. Speaking of the Flame Emperor, he single-handedly battled 3 of their ranks. Cough, cough. This elderly figure, exuding an ethereal aura, recounted the valor of the Xiaoyao disciples. Countless patrons listened intently. Oh dear, I'm parched, my throat feels a bit hoarse. As the listeners were engrossed, the the elder suddenly broke into a fit of coughs. "Young man, quickly bring this esteemed gentleman 3 jugs of fine wine." A handsome young man promptly ordered, and soon 3 jugs of exquisite wine were delivered. The atmosphere was electric, with the bustling tavern filled with fervent patrons. "Here they are, young master, your 3 jugs of fine wine." In recent times, taverns across the continent have been thriving, with tales of the Xiaoyao Sect disciples spreading like wildfire. Storytellers everywhere animatedly recounted their exploits, spitting verses in excitement. "The wine has arrived. Please continue your tale, esteemed sir." The handsome youth waved his hand, laughing heartily. The elderly figure before me gestured, indicating that the wine had arrived, allowing the tale to continue. This venerable man was a frequent patron of the Wanxiang Tower. In recent days, he had often visited to partake in libations, yet he never brought any coin, and the regulars were well acquainted with him. His murky eyes sparkled at the sight of the fine wine. "Ah, young man, you possess wisdom beyond your years and a promising future. Allow this old man to replenish his spirit," he remarked with a nod of satisfaction towards the youth. He hastily uncorked the wine vessel and took a hearty swig. "Ah, splendid wine. Exquisite, truly exquisite." After finishing his drink, he noticed the expectant gazes of those around him. Where was I?" Suddenly, the old man paused, scratching his head, his face unflustered as he continued. "This wine is rather potent. I seem to have forgotten a few details. Senior, the Flame Emperor single-handedly battled the esteemed Emperor." "Oh, indeed. You are quite astute, young one." The Flame Emperor faced 3 adversaries, vanquishing them with ease. When the Emperor of the Xiao clan arrived to assist, the pressure was significantly alleviated, allowing the Flame Emperor to swiftly eliminate a member of the Blood Fiend Pavilion, and together with the Xiao clan's Emperor, they subdued 2 more. The Sword God was Invincible, wielding the prowess of a quasi-emperor, single-handedly contending against 2 empires, annihilating one. The Ice Goddess unleashed a strike of eternal night ice, instantly freezing the entire mini-realm of the Blood Fiend Pavilion, shattering it to pieces, leaving no emperor capable of escape. In the end, the Blood Fiend Pavilion met its demise, besieged by the combined might of numerous factions. Just as the elder was nearing the conclusion of his narrative, he perceived a commotion outside the tavern. Suddenly, a young server rushed in, his expression one of utter panic. "Celestial demons. There are celestial demons." He looked at the crowd, his lips trembling as he uttered those chilling words. After speaking, he hastily ascended the stairs to gather his belongings. The patrons were momentarily stunned. "Oh, the celestial demons have arrived. Run for your lives." A woman was the first to react, her scream piercing the air. "What? Celestial demons? Don't block my way." Observing the chaos, the crowd snapped out of their stupor and fled in all directions, the scene erupting into pandemonium. Yet, the elder, exuding an air of ethereal tranquility, strolled outside. So many celestial demons, 9 great saints, and 3 holy kings, is it?" He gazed up at the darkened sky, where numerous individuals were engaged in battle against the celestial demons. It seems it is my turn to take the stage," the elder mused, hands clasped behind his back as he approached the void. "Such promising disciples in this sect. As their ancestor, I cannot lag behind." Indeed, this elder, with an otherworldly demeanor, was none other than the esteemed Xiaoyao ancestor, the Taoist of leisure. "Little demons, daring to emerge and sow chaos. Witness as I eradicate you all today." The ancient voice of the Taoist resonated through the heavens, emanating the formidable aura of a peak great saint. The crowd, upon hearing his voice, felt a flicker of recognition, yet had no strength to turn and look. A sinister voice echoed, "Hee, old fool, instead of lying in a coffin, you emerged to flaunt your strength." A gaunt man from the Celestial Demon clan approached, cackling ominously. It appears you are unaware of my formidable power." The carefree Taoist smirked disdainfully, extending a hand towards the emaciated man before him. The lean man let out a sinister chuckle. "You old ghost, I am eager to see." In an instant, the massive claw lunged forth, yet the next moment, his grin froze in place. As the colossal paw approached within 3 feet of him, it erupted with the aura of a quasi-emperor, instantly crushing him to oblivion. Quasi-emperor? This revelation startled the nearby members of the Celestial Demon clan, who had anticipated a mere sage-level presence. They stared in terror at the carefree Taoist. The Taoist grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. To the eyes of the powerful celestial demons, he appeared as a demon himself. Confusion filled their minds as they struggled to discern who the true demon was. One thought lingered in their minds. This is the sixth elder. Flee! You shall not escape the grasp of my hand. The carefree Taoist emanated his quasi-emperor prowess, instantly pressing down upon the dozens of celestial demons. Puff, puff, puff. 8 great demon saints exploded like watermelons, showering the sky with a rain of blood. 3 great demon kings spewed blood violently, forced to crawl in the void. I am the ancestor of the carefree sect, the carefree Taoist. Today, I shall slay your celestial demons to honor the spirits of my countless kin. With a flick of his sleeve, boundless laws of power surged forth, overwhelming the 3 great demon kings. In an instant, the 3 great demon kings were reduced to ashes. A resonating hum echoed through the heavens and the earth. As the onlookers looked up, a gust of bloody wind and rain assaulting them. Excellent. Our great master is here. We are saved. A man shouted, suddenly realizing the situation. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to the figure in the sky. Wonderful. It is the carefree sect. Kill, kill, kill. Annihilate these demon wretches. Under the leadership of the carefree Taoist, the crowd, invigorated as if fueled by some elixir, rampaged against the celestial demons. Before long, the battlefield was devoid of celestial demons. We are grateful to the elder of the carefree sect for coming to our rescue. Wait, wasn't that elder the gentleman we just saw? Indeed, it truly is that gentleman. I never imagined such a powerful figure was in our midst. The crowd hurriedly expressed their gratitude, only to discover that the one who intervened was indeed the same gentleman. He had just proclaimed himself the ancestor of the carefree sect. Could it be true? Curiosity stirred within them, though they refrained from voicing their inquiries. The carefree Taoist smiled kindly and waved his hand. Ah, there is no need for such formalities. It was merely a trifling effort. Fate brings us together. But I must now assist those displaced, common folk. With that, the carefree Taoist prepared to leave, his words lingering in the air. May we meet again in this world of chance. I am a disciple of the carefree sect. Who dares impersonate my sect's ancestor here? At that moment, a man's voice rang out, halting the carefree Taoist's departure. Chapter 59. Merely as sovereign, I shall attain the status of emperor in mere moments. Upon hearing these words, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. What could this mean? Could it be that this esteemed elder was indeed an impostor? A wave of astonishment washed over everyone. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared on the horizon, 2 men and 1 woman. The men were strikingly handsome, while the woman exuded grace and composure. One of the men clad in gray stepped forward. May I inquire, esteemed friends, if anyone has been impersonating a senior member of our sect here? He bowed respectfully to the crowd, maintaining an air of dignified authority. What senior? One man questioned, his brow furrowed in confusion as he glanced around at the others, seemingly asking if they had heard anything. Indeed, young brother from the Xiaoyao Sect, you must have misheard, another chimed in. We would never dare to impersonate a senior from your esteemed sect. You must be mistaken. Ah, quite right as the crowd began to murmur their denials. There were a few who remained silent. After all, the Xiaoyao Taoist had just intervened to save them. It would be ungrateful to forget such a favor. So they opted to feign ignorance. Is that so? The gray-clad man responded thoughtfully, exchanging glances with his companions, their expressions revealing a hint of bewilderment. Then let us depart. Perhaps it was indeed a misunderstanding. However, it is peculiar that our Xiaoyao sect, so formidable, would have anyone bold enough to impersonate our venerable ancestor. With that, the trio prepared to leave. It was no wonder they felt this way. In recent times, they had encountered numerous individuals masquerading as disciples of the Xiaoyao sect for deceitful purposes. This was the first case of someone claiming to be an ancestor. Not only had they deceived innocent maidens, but they had also brazenly engaged in swindling. For such impersonators who tarnish their sect's reputation, they had a policy of eliminating them without hesitation. Who says this old man does not know what he is doing? It was I who spoke earlier. I am indeed the ancestor of the Xiaoyao sect. The aged voice of the Xiaoyao Taoist resonated, halting the trio in their tracks as they turned back. Could it be that there was someone so fearless as to impersonate their sect's ancestor? Upon seeing that the speaker was an elderly man, the 3 exchanged glances and shook their heads in disbelief, finding no familiarity in his visage. May I inquire, esteemed elder, What proof do you possess to substantiate your claim as our sect's ancestor? If you cannot provide any evidence, do not blame us for taking action." The gray-clad man spoke with irritation, suspecting the elder to be yet another fraud. Although they were merely at the great sage level, they remained unfazed in the presence of someone at the quasi-emperor level, for they had allies to call upon. "When did you young ones come to my sect that you do not even recognize me?" The Xiaoyao Daoist stepped through the void, gracefully hovering above the crowd. "Elder, why have you emerged?" one man whispered, as the others felt a sense of anxiety. The Xiaoyao Daoist waved his hand dismissively, signaling that all was well. "I have been in the sect for quite some time and have never encountered our ancestor. I have only heard tales of his reclusive existence." The man continued, his tone tinged with skepticism. "Moreover, this mission only involved our disciples venturing out. There was no mention of the ancestor returning." Seeing the elderly man so resolute, they harbored some doubt within themselves. "Have you not heard of me?" The carefree Taoist was taken aback. It was no wonder these disciples were confused. "If that is the case, it is excusable. Do you recognize this?" The carefree Taoist produced a black token from his robe. This was something Lin Dong had insisted on giving him before his departure. The three individuals' pupils constricted upon seeing the token. This was, sensing the Tao rhythm emanating from the token, they hurriedly bowed and knelt, speaking in unison, "We, the disciples of the carefree sect, pay our respects to the ancestor." They had seen this token's description before. The description stated, "Upon seeing this token, one sees the sect master." None among them expected that this gentleman was indeed the ancestor of the carefree sect. Onlookers felt a pang of regret, having missed the opportunity to align themselves with a powerful figure. "Ah, rise. You are able to recognize this token. Thus, you are not entirely blind to greatness." The carefree Taoist smiled faintly. The three shook their heads, not daring to rise. "Disciples meant no offense to the ancestor. We humbly request your forgiveness. It is of no consequence. I understand that you all act for the glory of our sect. I bear no ill will. Rise." With a wave of his sleeve, a gentle force lifted the three to their feet. He held no grievance against these disciples. It was merely that his existence was shrouded in mystery. These disciples had only requested verification and did not act with arrogance. Moreover, he had been traversing the continent, eliminating those who dared tarnish the sect's reputation, which was commendable. "It seems I must find a moment to have my esteemed disciple erect a statue in the sect," he mused inwardly, to prevent these disciples from remaining oblivious, even to their own ancestor. Another male disciple, filled with curiosity, inquired, "However, ancestor, why is your cultivation not as high as that of senior brother and the others?" The carefree Taoist turned his back to the crowd, hands clasped behind him. "What do you understand? I am currently cultivating amidst the mortal realm, suppressing my true power. Should I wish to break through, I could attain the status of an emperor in mere moments." He spoke with an air of confidence, embodying the demeanor of a venerable elder. As his words fell, his aura surged dramatically, exuding an imperceptible imperial majesty. The scene unfolded so swiftly that the onlookers were caught off guard, collapsing to the ground. This aura is indeed that of an emperor. Can one truly break through at will? This is simply outrageous. The crowd lay bewildered on the ground, immobilized. Not only them, but even the carefree Taoist himself felt somewhat dazed. What on earth? He stood there, stunned. Had he truly broken through to the level of an emperor merely by uttering it? Could it be that he had grasped the legendary principle of words manifesting reality? At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "Master, are you surprised? Is it unexpected?" Hearing that familiar voice, the carefree Taoist paused. Wasn't this the voice of his esteemed disciple? "How was this round of assistance, my disciple?" Lin Dong's voice echoed once more. Upon hearing this, the Taoist of freedom instantly comprehended that this enhancement in his cultivation was the handiwork of his disciple. It was through this very method of his disciple that he had transcended from the great sage realm to the semi-emperor realm. "I am utterly delighted, my disciple. You truly are remarkable," he hastily responded in his heart. "Of course, I must elevate your prestige to the utmost in public." Lin Dong's voice resonated again in his mind. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the sky. The Taoist of freedom was taken aback and quickly gazed upward. "The tribulation has arrived. My dear disciple, what shall I do?" He felt an overwhelming urgency and called out to Lin Dong, his tone laced with trepidation. The sky was enveloped in ominous dark clouds, accompanied by ominous rumblings of thunder. Gigantic lightning serpents danced within the clouds, as if brewing a cataclysmic thunder tribulation. It is merely a trivial thunder tribulation. I can extinguish it with a mere gesture. Lin Dong's commanding voice resounded. As soon as he spoke, the dark clouds in the sky began to recede slowly. The Taoist of freedom quickly responded, "This tribulation I can dispel with a wave of my hand." With that, he pretended to wave his arms as though he were indeed dispersing the tribulation. "Ha ha ha, I ask you, who in this world can comprehend my might?" The Taoist of freedom laughed heartily and transcended through the void, leaving the onlookers with a glimpse of an unparalleled sage. What did I just witness? Did I just bear witness to the birth of a great being? Father, your son has made his mark. I have purchased wine for the ancestor of the Taoist sect. With such cultivation, the ancestor has likely surpassed the continent itself. After a considerable time, the gathered crowd gradually rose, each person expressing their astonishment. On the other side, at the Taoist sect. Chapter 60, The Emergence of the Taoist Sect. Dominating the continent. This level of cultivation should suffice for my master for some time. When he returns, I shall elevate him further. Should I send him into the eternal space? Lin Dong withdrew his consciousness, a subtle smile gracing his face. The timing of the emergence of the demon clan is quite fortuitous. Lin Dong realized that a multitude of demons had surged forth from the continent, prompting him to scan the entirety of the realm. It was then that he fortuitously discovered his master and decided to extend a helping hand. Just as well, my sect's disciples have had few opponents. The winds of opportunity have finally arrived. Lin Dong smiled faintly. At present, all factions across the continent remained in seclusion. No one dared to contest the Taoist sect's prominence, nor did anyone dare to provoke them. They were all acutely aware of the terrifying might of the Taoist sect. The emergence of the demon clan provided the perfect opportunity for them to take action. Do you think that by remaining hidden, this matter does not concern you? It would be wise for you to submit obediently, otherwise. A slight smirk played upon Lin Dong's lips. His gaze extended beyond the continent, encompassing the vastness of the cosmos. This Tianwu Continent was merely the starting point for the Taoist sect. Should they refuse to comply, they would ultimately face annihilation. Then today, let the Xiaoyao Sect officially emerge into the world. Lin Dong waved his hand, partially shutting down the protective formation of the sect. Instantly, an ancient and formidable aura surged forth, akin to a primordial beast awakening, rapidly spreading from the eastern region across the entire continent. Countless disciples of the Xiaoyao Sect halted their actions, turning their gazes toward the direction of their sect. Our sect is about to make its appearance. The disciples sensed an unusual presence. What an ancient aura! Is another great sect emerging? Numerous powerful beings across the Tianwu Continent turned their attention to the eastern region, their expressions a mix of curiosity and solemnity. They too felt the ancient and terrifying energy. Boom, boom, boom. For heavenly gates rose into the air from a certain void in the eastern region, ascending toward the clouds, with stairways appearing that connected to the earth. Behind the heavenly gates, divine light shimmered, and ethereal mist enveloped the surroundings, revealing majestic peaks standing tall, interspersed with ancient and elegant pavilions, and magnificent palaces that seemed to flicker in and out of sight, a scene reminiscent of the celestial realm. On the plaque of the most resplendent palace, two large characters were prominently engraved. Xiaoyao. The entire Xiaoyao sect gradually materialized before the eyes of the world. Simultaneously, countless extraordinary phenomena appeared in the sky. Gods and demons bowed in reverence. The four divine beasts, vermilion bird, azure dragon, white tiger, and black tortoise, simultaneously manifested from the four cardinal directions. All gods paid homage. The heavenly Tao conferred blessings, and myriad celestial phenomena unfolded, as if to celebrate the emergence of the Xiaoyao sect. Xiaoyao. It is indeed the emergence of the Xiaoyao sect. What is the origin of this Xiaoyao sect? Even the ancient divine sect would not warrant such a response from the heavenly Tao. Indeed, the blessings of the heavenly Tao and countless phenomena, such a terrifying spectacle, are all in honor of the Xiaoyao sect's emergence. Countless individuals were captivated by this scene, and when they realized the astonishing display was from the Xiaoyao sect, the entire Tianwu Continent erupted like a bomb dropped into a tranquil lake, as discussions about the Xiaoyao sect ignited among the masses. Numerous emperors gazed upon the four heavenly gates, their eyes reflecting astonishment. In the aura emanating from the gates, they sensed an overwhelming divine might. This was the kind of aura only divine weapons could exude. Such a potent divine presence must be of considerable caliber. With this display, for divine weapons were at stake. They dared not reveal a hint of greed in their eyes, for this was beyond anything they could possess. Meanwhile, in various strongholds of the demonic faction across the Tianwu Continent, dozens of heavenly demon emperors gazed toward the eastern region, their eyes filled with deep trepidation. They had all received a directive to encircle and eliminate the disciples of the Xiaoyao Sect. What should be done? The heavenly Tao is quite considerate, orchestrating such elaborate displays. Yet I find it rather enjoyable, Lin Dong remarked, observing the myriad phenomena in the sky, somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated the heavenly Tao's arrival, nor the multitude of extraordinary occurrences it had brought forth. Indeed, this greatly enhanced the prestige of the Xiaoyao Sect's emergence. He understood why the heavenly Tao had come, for the contributions of the Xiaoyao Sect to the continent were immeasurable. The disciples of the Xiaoyao Sect have vanquished numerous members of the celestial demon clan, effectively healing the wounds of the heavenly Tao and alleviating its hidden afflictions. This display of power has drawn the attention of the heavenly Tao itself, which has come to commend the emergence of the Xiaoyao Sect. With this thought, Lin Dong waved his hand, conjuring a towering, ethereal figure that seemed to have descended from the annals of time, towering above the 9 heavens, visible to the entire continent, instilling fear in the hearts of all who beheld it. The visage of this figure remained obscured, yet it exuded an air of sovereign authority, radiating a magnificent divine power, as if a celestial deity were gazing down upon the mortal realm. "I am the master of Xiaoyao," Lin Dong proclaimed, his voice resonating throughout the entirety of the Tianwu Continent. "Today, I hereby declare to the world that the Xiaoyao Sect has officially emerged. From this day forth, the Xiaoyao Sect shall dominate Tianwu, standing as the foremost power of the realm. Henceforth, Tianwu shall revere the Xiaoyao Sect. Should anyone dare to oppose, the disciples of the Xiaoyao Sect shall extinguish them." As his words echoed, the ethereal figure above the 9 heavens dissipated, while Lin Dong stood atop the peak of the back mountain, surveying the entire continent beneath him. "Let us first eradicate the celestial demon clan," he commanded with a wave of his hand, issuing several directives. Should these individuals remain disobedient, they would be treated as the deceased, for the dead do not resist. Simultaneously, as his voice faded, the entire Tianwu continent erupted in fervor. Goodness, the Xiaoyao Sect has quite the ambition. The status of the divine sect in the eastern region does not satisfy them, as they seek to dominate Tianwu upon their emergence. Do they believe that possessing a few powerful emperors will allow them to traverse the continent at will? To unify the Tianwu continent? Have they not consulted with the emperors of Tianwu, or the guardians of the realm? Let us not forget the myriad races of our continent, nor the ever-watchful celestial demon clan. Indeed, the Xiaoyao Sect speaks too boldly. Even I must concede to their audacity. In my earlier years, I was unaware of what it meant to face a rival, nearly succumbing to a throng of adversaries. To aspire for hegemony over the continent with their current strength is insufficient. Could it be they possess hidden power? Mark my words, the emperors will surely take action. They will not meekly submit. A shift in the balance of power is imminent. Meanwhile, across various locales of the Tianwu continent, damn the celestial demon clan. Countless disciples of the Xiaoyao Sect clashed with the celestial demon clan. At the very moment Lin Dong proclaimed their emergence, they momentarily stood stunned. Simultaneously, numerous disciples of the Xiaoyao Sect were ambushed, shadows weaving through the void, striking towards them. The Master's words echoed in their minds, igniting a fervent joy within them, their blood boiling with excitement as they fought with fervor. This is the dominance of the Xiaoyao Sect. Their hearts swelled with pride at being disciples of the Xiaoyao Sect. "I, disciple Lei Hao, shall faithfully obey the Master's command." With a thunderous roar, dark storm clouds gathered, amplifying the sound to the heavens. "O heavens, it is the thunder god!" someone exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 61. The Emperor's Might. The Divine Manifestation. Disciple Lu Tianyi, I shall faithfully adhere to the Lord's decree. It was Lu Sheng. Disciple Ru Jing, I shall faithfully adhere to the Lord's decree. It was the scholar swordsman. Disciple Jean Defa, disciple who may a cacophony of thousands of voices erupted, reverberating throughout the entire Tianwu continent. Goodness, how many formidable beings are there? 1,680 great saints, 666 holy kings, My word, countless individuals were left in awe. Not knowing the count was one thing, but upon enumeration, they were utterly astonished, rendered speechless. Among them, the great saints numbered in the thousands, while the holy kings reached into the hundreds. To cultivate such a multitude of prodigious disciples would require an unimaginable amount of resources. Wait, this is merely the great saints and holy kings. Could it be that boom? Boom, boom. Indeed, it was as if the thoughts of the crowd were echoed, as waves of terrifying energy surged skyward, emanating an overwhelming aura of Tao power. Disciple Yi Changsheng, I shall faithfully adhere to the Lord's decree. This formidable presence belonged to the sword god. Disciple Lu Shuer, I shall faithfully adhere to the Lord's decree. Ah, such a chilling aura, it was the ice goddess. Disciple Qin Pingan, Disciple Ying, Disciple Xiaowudi. The rising torrents of fearsome energy unmistakably belonged to those on the verge of becoming emperors. How many is that now? Someone numbly inquired. 99. And it shows no signs of stopping goodness. How many powerful beings does the Xiaoyao Sect possess? Surely, it cannot be merely this. Exactly 168 near emperors moments later. The individual who had just spoken again remarked, his expression rather dazed. Given this trend, is it possible that another wave of emperors is about to arrive? This cannot be, a man immediately interjected, but his words trailed off into silence. He stood frozen in disbelief, eyes wide with incredulity. For a presence imbued with supreme imperial might had emerged, swiftly followed by another, instantly engulfing the entire continent. It was the might of emperors. Dozens of ethereal emperor figures materialized in the void across the continent, bowing towards the Xiaoyao Sect. I recognize that one. It is the Flame Emperor. There are a total of 66 emperor-level powerhouses heavens, from whence do so many emperors originate. By the way, do we possess this many emperors among all the myriad races? At this moment, the hearts of the elders and powerhouses from various factions across the continent were profoundly stirred. They never anticipated that the Xiaoyao Sect possessed such strength. Perhaps it truly had the potential to unify the continent. These ancient foxes of 1,000 years chose silence. Their current strength was insufficient to compel them to take sides. They would await the opportune moment to declare their allegiance. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, the Alliance of Realms. This was the core of the myriad races on the Tianwu Continent, where countless powerful beings had formed alliances over millennia, united solely to resist the celestial demon race. Does anyone among you know of the Xiaoyao Sect? I do not know. Perhaps we could form an alliance with them to combat the celestial demon clan. What audacity! Since the era of the ancient deity's demise, for millions of years, who has dared to claim invincibility? Who among the continent has the audacity to declare supremacy? The myriad venerable elders and powerful beings of the Realm Alliance emerged from their seclusion, quietly observing the unfolding scene, their gazes flickering with intrigue. Merely relying on the strength of the Xiaoyao Sect's newly emerged warriors, it would seem insufficient to dominate the entire continent. Dragon God, what are your thoughts on this Xiaoyao Sect? An elder spoke, his gaze filled with enigmatic intent as he looked towards Long Chun amidst the crowd. Upon hearing this, all present turned their contemplative eyes towards Long Chun. Everyone in attendance possessed cultivation above the quasi-emperor level, with many being true emperors. Nearly half of the continent's strongest beings were gathered here, alongside numerous others resting deep within the Realm Alliance. All were eager to discern how the foremost powerhouse of the myriad races perceived the Xiaoyao Sect. Long Chen pondered for a moment before responding. This Xiaoyao Sect is indeed shrouded in mystery, brimming with formidable warriors, and their leader possesses an unfathomable strength, even beyond my comprehension. However, you inquire of me, yet you have sought the wrong individual. With a casual wave of his hand, he continued nonchalantly, I am merely a guardian deity, wishing for the peace of the continent, indifferent to the rivalries among your factions. In the future, I shall seek to ally with the leader of Xiaoyao, should he refuse. And if the Xiaoyao Sect can vanquish the celestial demon clan, what harm is there in my submission to him? Upon finishing, he gazed towards the horizon, lost in thought. Once, he had been the continent's most exceptional genius, intent on traversing the path of divinity. Yet, as his master approached the end of their days, being the previous guardian deity of the continent, he realized that the myriad races could not be without a god. Thus, he reluctantly merged his divine essence, becoming the new guardian deity of the continent. His sole desire was for the peace of the continent, allowing him to cultivate diligently. Everything else, including the role of guardian deity, was of little consequence to him. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the crowd shifted, and an oppressive silence enveloped the gathering. How could this be? Even Long Chun could not perceive the strength of the leader of the Xiaoyao sect. Could it be that his power surpasses that of Long Chun? Boom. Gasp. The crowd lifted their gazes towards the heavens, as if witnessing something terrifying, their expressions constantly shifting. At that moment, another colossal phantom materialized, enveloping the entire continent with its overwhelming divine might. I am the deity, Xiaoyao, disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. Bearing the command of the sect leader, disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, heed my call. The phantom spoke, its resounding voice echoing throughout the entire Tianwu Continent. This aura was one they could distinctly perceive. A true divine realm expert. An even more powerful true deity than Long Chun. This presence was countless times stronger than his. 7th level of the true divine realm. Long Chun slowly articulated those words. Upon hearing this, the crowd was seized by a profound shock. No longer daring to underestimate the Xiaoyao sect. Heavens, a high-ranking true divine expert, merely a disciple within the Xiaoyao sect. Had he not spoken it himself, one would have to kill me before I believed it. How many formidable individuals does the Xiaoyao sect conceal? Surely, with merely this disciple's prowess, they could sweep across the continent. The crowd felt a sense of relief. To kneel before such a divine sect was not a source of shame. Before long, the ethereal figure spoke once more. Amidst the present chaos, the 5 domains of the continent are plagued by the celestial demon clan, leaving the populace in despair. A sin beyond forgiveness. As the sovereign of the martial realm, it is our duty at Xiaoyao sect to dispatch our disciples to eradicate the celestial demon clan in unison with the myriad races of the continent. As the words echoed, the apparition dissipated, and the entire continent erupted into fervor once again. Indeed, it is worthy of a divine sect, aiming to annihilate the celestial demon clan at the first strike. This act of Xiaoyao sect, I wonder if it is meant to use the celestial demon clan as a warning. A man spoke with a hint of disdain, yet in the next moment, he could utter no more, for his lifeless body had already been severed, while a chilling voice resounded from behind him. I know not whether you show respect, but in my grasp, you are worth less than a mere poultry. A figure emerged from the void, cloaked in black robes. This individual was none other than a disciple of Xiaoyao sect, known as Dark Knight. Unaware of your own mortality, you dare to slander our sect from behind. With a disdainful kick, Dark Knight sent the man's head flying, his expression grave as he roared towards the heavens. Annihilate the celestial demon clan, for the peace of our continent, and to elevate the name of Xiaoyao. As his voice faded, a resounding chorus erupted across the continent, as countless disciples united in a fervent onslaught against the celestial demon clan. Across various locales, immense numbers of celestial demon clan warriors emerged, continuously besieging the disciples of Xiaoyao sect, yet they were met with a fierce counterattack. Meanwhile, within the celestial demon clan, several terrifying auras soared into the sky from Demon State. Chapter 62. 3 individuals annihilate Demon State, ruthlessly assault the true demons in the Grand Hall of the Demon Palace. Clap, clap, clap. Simultaneously, hundreds of soul tokens shattered before his eyes. Damn it! Why does the Xiaoyao sect possess so many powerful beings? Even true gods of such caliber exist. Should they arrive, it would spell disaster. Blood Wushang stood in the hall, his expression one of terror, his heart tumultuous with dread. Surely, even the arrival of that true god would be enough to sweep through their demon state. This cannot stand. I must report this matter to the Lord of Demons immediately. The consequences are too dire to contemplate otherwise. Suddenly, Blood Wushang raised his head sharply, his countenance grave. Damn it, they have arrived so swiftly. He fixated on the void beyond. An emperor at the pinnacle dares to come here. Are they bringing us provisions? He scoffed coldly, stepping forth to ascend to the heavens. Disciples of Xiaoyao sect, heed my call, by the command of our sect leader. We are here to annihilate the celestial demon clan of Demon State. At that moment, a demonic voice resounded, carrying with it overwhelming imperial might that struck fiercely. In the void, a dark blade of light sliced through, emanating an inexhaustible aura of malevolence, poised to strike fiercely at the myriad demons of the celestial demon clan. Stepping forth from the abyss, Shi advanced with a gaze that disregarded Shui Wushang, directly charging downward. Damn you! How dare you ignore me? Shui Wushang exclaimed in fury, preparing to intercept Shi's path. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed, "Who dares obstruct my way? Step forth." Before him loomed a surge of divine power, blocking his advance. He could only watch helplessly as Shi plunged into the celestial demon clan. Simultaneously, a multitude of terrifying presences erupted, revealing dozens of celestial demon emperors. Shi engaged in battle with the group, akin to a wolf infiltrating a flock of sheep. The blade of light descended, sending several emperors flying. While the boundless force of the Tao ravaged the land of the continent, mercilessly decimating the celestial demon clan, countless demons fell beneath this devastating strike. A clear voice resonated through the air. "Hee, old demon, your opponent is me." A young man clad in white emerged, wielding a battle spear, exuding an extraordinary aura as he stood amidst the void. Shui Wushang halted, his expression grave as he regarded the figure before him, a sense of familiarity washing over him, as if he had encountered this person before. Before Shui Wushang could speak, the young man declared, "I am Qin Tian, a disciple of the free and unfettered sect, here by the command of my sect leader to annihilate the celestial demon clan of Tianwu Prefecture." His resonant voice echoed across the skies, the overwhelming imperial might permeating the entire celestial demon clan. Qin Tian, brandishing his spear, charged forth from the void. "Hee, demon spawn, your uncle Qin has arrived." In an instant, Qin Tian conjured countless clones, surging towards the celestial demons, while his true self targeted several celestial demon emperors. This scene unfolded with the swiftness of lightning, occurring in the blink of an eye. Observing the two unleash their formidable prowess, Shui Wushang's eyes blazed crimson as countless celestial demons perished in an instant. Enough with the idle chatter, let actions speak. With a sinister expression, he brandished a scythe of death and lunged toward the opposing Shihao. "Very well, let actions speak." Saying this, Shihao sheathed his spear, charging forward unarmed. "Kik." Seeing this, Shui Wushang's expression turned cruel, a sinister laugh escaping his lips. Yet, in the next moment, his laughter was cut short. He was propelled backward by Shihao's terrifying fist, soaring high into the heavens, blood raining down in torrents. "Fortunately, I didn't kill him with a single punch." Shihao raised his head with a look of disdain, gazing at Shui Wushang above. This old demon was far too weak. However, it seems this old demon's mouth has gone awry. Why is he cackling? He recalled Shui Wushang's earlier kind warning. Otherwise, Shihao genuinely feared that a swing of his spear might pin him to the void. After striking with his fist, he almost obliterated him. Then there would be no fun left. In this continent, there was hardly anyone capable of fighting. It was a rare find. He certainly could not afford to let him perish by his own hand. Upon this realization, Shihao hurriedly rushed forward to catch Blood Wushang, delivering an 81-segment explosive slam, each strike landing with brutal force. Blood Wushang screamed in agony as he plummeted through the air, expelling his internal organs and devoid of any resistance. Yet, at this moment, his mind was remarkably clear. He recognized Shihao. It was him, the formidable being of the 7th level of the true God realm. In that instant, he felt the overwhelming aura of Shihao, and the pain coursing through his body brought an acute clarity, dawning upon him the gravity of the situation. How dull. Perhaps it is time to grant him relief. Shihao mused, casually unleashing a powerful gust that obliterated Blood Wushang, a divine essence slowly materializing in the void, only to be shattered by the force of his strike. Typically, a true goddess soul is nurtured within their divine essence, receiving the sustenance of divine power, thereby growing stronger. This is why it is often said, "As long as the divine essence endures, the true God shall not perish." The shattering of the divine essence signified that Blood Wushang had no chance of revival. The once mighty leader of the celestial demon clan, a true fiend of unparalleled strength, had met his demise. Shihao called down to the two combatants below, "Sure, Qin Tian, I shall return to my cultivation. This place is now entrusted to you." With that, his figure vanished in an instant. It would be far more beneficial to cultivate in the eternal realm. When he returned to the land of no return, his master would surely be astounded. Only the two battle maniacs remained below, sweeping through the remnants of the celestial demon clan. The great Tao resonated, and a rain of blood began to fall from the heavens, staining the ground beneath the celestial demon clan. "Ah, demon, the leader has fallen. Flee." In that moment, the Celestial Demon Clan realized the loss of Blood Wushang, and chaos erupted as they scattered in panic. Shi wielded the blood-weeping blade, striking down countless lives among the celestial demons. His devouring demon body absorbed an abundance of blood, as well as the cultivation energy from Blood Wushang, causing his own aura to ascend step by step, reaching a critical threshold. It was as if, at that moment, all he needed was an infinite influx of divine energy to instantly become a true god. What a truly terrifying individual, Qintian remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. While continuously wielding his staff, each thrust leaving a trail of devastation among the celestial demons. In the divine domain, within the Alliance of Realms, countless powerful beings gazed in astonishment at the scene before them. Once again, 3 individuals have taken action the last time we eradicated the Bloodslaughter Pavilion. It was through the efforts of 3. Now, the obliteration of the Celestial Demon Province is similarly achieved by 3. I cannot fathom how the Xiaoyao Sect cultivates such prodigies. These 3 are each more extraordinary than the last. Setting aside the god of Hao, that Blade Emperor from the Xiaoyao Sect is utterly terrifying. Invincible among his peers, even peak emperors cannot withstand his single strike. Such prowess would likely overwhelm even those 3 heavenly emperors. Indeed, the Blade Emperor slays emperors as easily as one would slice through vegetables. And that lad with the staff, conjuring a million avatars, thrusting with his staff, my heavens. They began with a resounding impact, resolving matters that had perplexed the ancestors of countless races for millennia, leaving them in disbelief. Could it truly be this simple? How remarkable it is that the youth of the myriad clans have emerged as heroes. I never anticipated that I, old Mo, would have the privilege of witnessing the annihilation of the Celestial Demon Clan and the resurgence of the myriad clans within my lifetime. The crowd was filled with immeasurable excitement, countless elders weeping profusely, their bodies trembling with fervor. Indeed, 3 individuals. The Xiaoyao Sect has dispatched 3 to resolve the crisis in the celestial demon state. An elderly man stared blankly at the scene before him, tears streaming down his face, trembling uncontrollably, on the verge of collapsing when a middle-aged man rushed to support him. Don't be afraid, Elder Xiao. The Xiaoyao Sect is not turning against us. They are merely dealing with the Celestial Demon Clan. I am simply overwhelmed with emotion. You young ones understand nothing. Go play elsewhere. The elder's expression darkened, and the carefully cultivated sentiments dissipated in an instant. Today's youth truly lack understanding. The elder shook off the middle-aged man's hand, who could only chuckle awkwardly from the sidelines. I am Long Chun. All clans of the continent, heed my command. Assist the disciples of the Xiaoyao Sect in the eradication of the Celestial Demon Clan. At that moment, a voice of immense authority resonated, reverberating across the continent, returning the thoughts of the people to the present. Chapter 63. The Day of Demon Slaughter. The Fury of the Demon Lord. It is the guardian dragon Long Chun. Do not hesitate, charge forth. Today marks the day of demon slaughter. Today, I shall risk this old body of mine to slay a few of these demon spawn and contribute to the continent. Friends, may we meet again in the future. In their excitement, they momentarily forgot to assist, each person stunned in place until Long Chun reminded them. Regaining their composure, they exchanged glances before vanishing from sight. This might well be their final farewell, as they could fall in battle at any moment. Charge! Together with the disciples of the Xiaoyao Sect, let us eradicate the celestial demons and restore a clear sky to our Tianwu. They have ravaged our homeland. Let us unite to exterminate this damned celestial demon clan. Meanwhile, various factions across the continent dispatched their strongest warriors to join forces with the disciples of the Xiaoyao Sect in the annihilation of the celestial demon clan. In the northern region, at the stronghold of the Celestial Demon Clan, a terrifying battle erupted. The sky was stained a deep crimson, and torrents of blood rained down as the earth trembled with the fall of several celestial demon emperors. Countless figures filled the void. Among them were Yi Changsheng, Luo Yan, and Lu Shuer, who fought with unparalleled ferocity. Yi Changsheng faced a celestial demon emperor. Annihilation of despair. He swung his sword, unleashing a gray streak of sword light that struck the celestial demon emperor, instantly rendering his body riddled with countless wounds, cleaving him into innumerable pieces, bringing about his demise. Second one down, he murmured softly as he charged towards another celestial demon emperor. This marked the second emperor he had faced. Just previously, he had slain one with his quasi-emperor prowess, an act that defied the heavens. Luo Yin was also in the void, battling two emperors simultaneously. Incinerate all. Flames danced in his hands, transforming the entire sky into a sea of fire. No, what kind of flame is this? I cannot accept this. One of the celestial demon emperors was caught off guard, ignited by a flicker of flame, and in an instant, his entire form was engulfed in fire, reduced to ashes by the imperial blaze. In a heartbeat, Luo Yin charged towards the remaining celestial demon, who could barely withstand a moment before succumbing to Luo Yan's might. Lu Shui'er descended like a goddess of frost from the heavens. With each graceful gesture, numerous great demon emperors were encased in ice and shattered within moments. She had long lost count of how many formidable foes she had vanquished. Divine seal of 1,000 miles. She radiated an aura of glacial energy, transforming her surroundings into a realm of eternal winter. In an instant, countless celestial demons were frozen, and with a mere wave of her delicate hand, they were obliterated, their numbers dwindling rapidly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This ice goddess is indeed formidable. She is breathtakingly beautiful, exclaimed the onlookers below, their bodies stiffening in awe, collectively drawing a sharp breath of cold air. Except for the tranquil eastern region, chaos erupted across the four corners of the continent, with innumerable battles igniting. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The land of the continent reverberated with a continuous hum, each tremor signifying the fall of a powerful being. Countless strong warriors perished, including emperors who could not escape their fate. The war on the Tianwu Continent raged on, led by the Xiaoyao Sect, as myriad races rose in defiance, slaying countless celestial demons. Many powerful beings from various races also fell in the fray, resulting in a grim toll on both sides. The earth was stained crimson with blood, and the void shimmered with an endless hue of scarlet. Across the continent, numerous celestial demons fled, pursued relentlessly by the myriad races and disciples of the Xiaoyao Sect. The strongholds of the celestial demons were shattered, their altars obliterated by relentless assaults. Witnessing this scene, countless mighty beings were incensed, intensifying their pursuit of the celestial demon clan. In the divine realm, at the Lin family estate, within a picturesque courtyard, the situation on the continent is settled. It is apparent that the Xiaoyao Sect will dominate. What are your contemplations, Emperor Lin? Emperor Lin, why not join us on the path to the land of no return? I shall refrain from accompanying you. You too may proceed alone. 3 ethereal figures sat together, their expressions grave, as if deliberating significant matters. These 3 individuals were not ordinary. Should anyone glimpse them, they would surely be astonished. 3 emperors of the Tianwu Continent had gathered. Were they not discussing something of great import? These 3 were none other than the illustrious emperors of the Tianwu Continent, Emperor Lin, Emperor Yi, and Emperor Chu. Each emperor was a prodigy who overshadowed an entire era. Their titles were earned through unparalleled prowess. Emperor Lin, have you truly made up your mind? Are you certain about remaining on the continent? With your pride, how can you willingly submit to another? One of the figures spoke, disbelief lacing his tone. No need for further words. Our paths diverge, and I, Lin, shall not accompany you to the land of no return. The figure clad in white spoke slowly, his tone devoid of sorrow or joy. Then, I shall take my leave along with Emperor Chu, so as not to disturb you further. That figure replied again, nodding towards another. Both bid farewell simultaneously. Farewell. Emperor Yi departed first. The figure known as the Emperor of Chu paused momentarily. Emperor Lin, may fate allow us to meet again. Farewell. His gaze held a hint of profound meaning as it rested upon Emperor Lin. The 2 phantoms dissipated into the void, leaving Emperor Lin alone, lost in contemplation. In the unreturning realm, the territory of the celestial demon clan, who dares to disrupt my grand designs? A furious roar echoed through the heavens, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the entire domain. Countless members of the celestial demon clan were forced to the ground, trembling in fear, their bodies betraying them as blood gushed forth. Even the 5 divine kings were not spared, rendered immobile beneath the immense weight. As for Yi Mei and Kuei Mo, who had just concluded their discourse and were in deep meditation, they were abruptly interrupted by the oppressive force. Both coughed up blood simultaneously, collapsing to the ground. Damn it! Who could provoke such wrath in our Lord? Yi Mei exclaimed in disbelief, a flush of crimson spreading across her enchanting visage, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The other two divine kings, likewise engaged in seclusion, were forcibly interrupted, blood spurting forth, their essence waning perilously close to a fall from grace. The members of the celestial demon clan were engulfed in terror, bewildered by the reason for their lord's furious outburst. Within the demon hall, could it be the Xiaoyao Sect that Wushang mentioned? After venting his anger, the demon lord regained some composure, reflecting deeply. The destruction of the 5 altars indicated a significant occurrence in the Tianwu Continent, one that perhaps even Wushang could not prevent. This matter is grave. It pertains to my lifeblood. The demon lord stood within the hall, his expression shifting between shadow and light. This was related to the primal force of the Tianwu Continent. And now that he was cultivating through this very essence, it was indeed his lifeblood. Unless he ventured forth personally, his heart would remain unsettled. It appears I must employ that trump card, while simultaneously testing if I can absorb the primordial essence for cultivation within the Tianwu. The demon lord pondered for a moment, solidifying his decision. This was a contingency plan he had laid out a million years prior. He had refined a clone, a vessel of the Tianwu human race, utilizing the primordial essence and bloodline of the Tianwu continent for cultivation. This clone had reached the pinnacle of the ancient god realm over millions of years. His intention was to cultivate both bodies simultaneously, merging upon breaking through to the divine emperor stage. Now was the time to ascertain the strength of that clone while allowing it to venture into Tianwu for further cultivation. How dare you disrupt my endeavors? Once I descend upon Tianwu, I shall annihilate you all. A flicker of crimson light danced in the demon lord's eyes. With the prowess of his clone at the ancient god realm, such an undertaking in the diminutive Tianwu continent would be a certainty. On the other side, at the Xiaoyao Sect, Chapter 64, Elevating Subordinates Cultivation, the birth of 2 divine emperors within the grand hall of the sect. Lin Dong sat at the head seat, while a dozen figures stood below. These individuals were the elders and guards summoned by Lin Dong, who had previously been recruiting talents for the sect. At the time of the emergence of the Celestial Wanderer sect, Lin Dong issued a directive to inform all elders and guardians, both within and beyond the Tianwu continent, to immediately return to their homeland. Welcome back, everyone. I appreciate your tireless efforts during this period of travel, Lin Dong intoned with an air of authority. The rear courtyard, his sanctuary, allowed him to be at ease, yet here he was required to embody the gravitas of a sect leader. He paused briefly before continuing. The purpose of gathering you all is to present an opportunity. Upon hearing this, the assembled individuals were overtaken with joy, hastily expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Sect Master. They refrained from inquiring about the nature of this opportunity, yet they understood that whatever the Sect Master offered would undoubtedly be of great significance. Indeed, this is the eternal trial space. For the guardians and inner elders present, this is your chance. Step inside, Lin Dong stated, gesturing towards a black void that materialized in the air, beckoning 6 guardians and 6 inner elders to enter the eternal space. Without further elaboration, Lin Dong, having summoned these elders to obey his every command unconditionally, adhered to his principle of rewarding merit. The 12 did not hesitate, obeying Lin Dong's directive as they swiftly entered the black hole. As for the 6 of you, I shall bestow upon you an elevation in cultivation, Lin Dong remarked, his penetrating gaze shifting to the 6 individuals within the hall. The group paused in astonishment before their expressions transformed into sheer elation. The sect master intended to enhance their cultivation? They remained silent, rooted in place, awaiting Lin Dong's next instruction. Without uttering another word, Lin Dong waved his hand, activating the system to utilize cultivation enhancement cards. System, grant these 6 individuals an elevation in their cultivation, with each using 2 realm enhancement cards. Ding! The host successfully used realm enhancement cards for others. In an instant, the auras of the 6 surged dramatically, prompting them to sit cross-legged without delay. The 4 elders at the peak of the divine monarch realm were filled with joy, as they sensed their realms had broken through into the divine emperor realm, ascending rapidly to the pinnacle of divine emperor. Simultaneously, core elders Yi Tian and Su Lui also experienced a surge in cultivation, stepping into the divine lord realm and advancing towards its zenith. You too, venture beyond the stars to undergo your tribulation. Do not devastate the Tianwu continent. Lin Dong's voice resonated with calm authority. Boom, boom, boom. Before his words could fully dissipate, a series of thunderous sounds erupted, resonating across the heavens. The sky was filled with the echoes of thunder, as both of their cultivations simultaneously ascended to the divine sovereign realm. Understood, Sectmaster. Exchanging a glance, the two stepped into the starry expanse to face their tribulation. In an uninhabited region of the cosmos, each took a position in their respective star domains. As terrifying tribulation clouds began to coalesce above them, brewing a cataclysmic storm of annihilation. This was the tribulation belonging to those who had comprehended the profound principles of the great Tao, manifesting as they ascended to the divine sovereign realm. With a resounding clap of thunder, a colossal bolt of tribulation lightning descended upon them. Yi Tian ascended against the tempest, wielding the profound laws of the great Tao, relentlessly striking at the cataclysmic thunder tribulation, shattering one bolt after another as they descended. On the other side, Su Luoyi mirrored this determination as a woman. Her combat prowess was equally formidable, standing resolutely against the thunderous tribulation. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of the starry sky, countless ancient beings opened their eyes, revealing depths of terror as they witnessed the collapse and rebirth of countless stars, all directed towards a singular location. That precise point was where the two from the Celestial Wanderer sect faced their tribulation. That direction leads to the Divine Wilderness star domain. How could such powerful beings emerge from the Divine Wilderness star domain? Indeed, such a diminutive star domain likely possesses few divine emperors. How could it give rise to two divine sovereigns? Those unfamiliar auras, could they be the resurgence of ancient beings striving for a breakthrough? Sigh. Two divine sovereigns may still be insufficient. May they awaken swiftly, for our time is dwindling. In the depths of the star domain, whispers echoed, traversing the boundless expanse, sharing their thoughts. At the Celestial Wanderer sect's Grand Hall, Lin Dong sat in the foremost position, feeling rather bored as memories flickered in his mind. It seemed this was his second visit to this Grand Hall for deliberations. Following this meeting, the elders had all elevated their cultivation, poised to lead their disciples into the vastness of the starry sky for training. In a fleeting moment, the four elders utilizing the experience cards had completed their breakthroughs, standing respectfully within the hall. A reminder, perhaps these summoned individuals have long been absent, and everyone has forgotten them. The four esteemed elders at the pinnacle of the divine sovereign realm, Xiao Se, He Chao, Yu Jun, and Wei Tianqing, had all exited the eternal space along with the 12 others. Among them, 6 were sect guardians, Duan Yuanji, He Ming, Tang Yun, Luo Tianwei, and Mo Yin, and Han Changyu. Their cultivation had ascended from the peak of the Emperor realm to the second level of the Divine King realm. The other 6 comprised 2 inner sect elders, Ji Wuhui and Bai Zhan, and 4 outer sect elders, Chu Fengsheng, Zhou Yuan, Hui Dao, and Mu Yunkai. The outer sect elders had elevated from the peak of the true God realm to the second level of the Divine Lord realm, while the inner sect elders had ascended from the peak of the ancient God realm to the second level of the Divine Emperor realm. An ancient God realm insect? Lin Dong's profound gaze surveyed the distance, seemingly perceiving everything within the continent. Master, shall we send a few of us to extinguish that demon's true form as well? Bai Zhan stepped forward with a respectful gesture, proposing the idea. Indeed, the 4 guardians shall proceed to eliminate this avatar. As for the true form, let the 4 outer sect elders handle that. Lin Dong nodded, not declining the suggestion, agreeing that it was prudent to eliminate one before the other. As for the demon clan in that forsaken land, it would be best left for the disciples of the Celestial Wanderer sect to resolve in the future. 8 figures departed, leaving only a few within the Grand Hall. Enough, you few may also take your leave. Lin Dong gestured with his hand, indicating for them to exit. Rest for a while, and I shall assign you new tasks thereafter. Yes, Master, we take our leave. Several individuals hurriedly bowed and swiftly departed. Only Lin Dong remained in the Grand Hall, gazing up at the starry sky, as if envisioning 2 scenes of tribulation. At that time, when he ascended to the Divine Emperor, he did not undergo tribulation, likely due to the system shielding him from it. Perhaps it is time for me to level up as well, he mused internally. He had initially intended to journey through the cosmos before making his breakthrough. But now that his subordinates had reached levels comparable to his own, it was indeed the right moment for him to elevate his cultivation. He felt no concern about revealing his true strength, for with the system, no one could delve into his depths. All they would perceive was an expanse of nothingness. System. Does ascending to the Ancestor God realm require tribulation? Lin Dong inquired, curiosity piqued. The Divine Emperor needed to undergo tribulation, yet he was uncertain about the Ancestor God's requirements. His understanding of the cultivation secrets of the Ancestor God was somewhat limited. Ding. In response to the host, the Ancestor God does not require tribulation. The Divine Emperor's previous tribulation has already garnered the universe's recognition. The Ancestor God has begun to transcend the universe gradually, comprehending the essence of the cosmos. Upon successful understanding, the Ancestor God becomes equivalent to a universe beyond the reach of cosmic intervention. Chapter 65. Ascending to Ancestor God, the Demon Lord descends upon Tianwu. Is it truly so? Lin Dong reflected, his suspicions confirmed. He had surmised that typically, one would undergo tribulation upon reaching full comprehension, as his cultivation had already reached its zenith in this world. It was time to step into another realm entirely. System, please utilize a realm enhancement card for me and impart all the secrets of the Ancestor God, he promptly requested. He was left with only a few enhancement cards, and the difficulty of obtaining rewards from the system had begun to escalate. Breaking through to Ancestor God was sufficient. This realm was already the pinnacle within this universe. Ding. The host has successfully used a realm enhancement card. Lin Dong felt a surge of immense information flood into his mind, and he instantly grasped it all. In the next moment, his cultivation soared dramatically, transitioning from the pinnacle of Divine Emperor to Ancestor God, halting only upon reaching the peak of Ancestor God. I did not expect such hidden talents in the cosmos. With a few ancient relics still around, Lin Dong remarked with a smirk, speaking softly to himself. In that fleeting moment, his consciousness briefly swept across the entire universe, detecting several auras aligned with his own realm. However, some of those auras were slightly weaker, likely lower-tier Ancestor gods. Lin Dong brushed off his attire, murmuring to himself, "This chair is too hard. Nothing beats the comfort of a Grandmaster's chair." In an instant, he vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, in another part of the universe, an ancient, weathered being opened his eyes, a hint of suspicion crossing his features. A sense of trepidation surged within him, as if he were being watched by some presence. This feeling was unfamiliar to him, having not surfaced for countless epochs. Since ascending to the Ancestor God realm, he had not encountered such an experience. Thus, a sense of doubt crept into his mind. Perhaps he had become overly sensitive during this period. I hope this is merely a figment of my imagination, he pondered gravely. After all, at their level of cultivation, such inexplicable sensations could not arise without reason. They must herald the onset of significant events. Alongside him, several ancient beings also opened their eyes, sharing the same sentiment, only to close them once more in an instant. Meanwhile, in the southern domain, the avatar of the Demon Lord descended. Alas, how terrifying! He paused, gazing toward the horizon, a tremor of unease lacing his words. What level of power does that aura belong to? Just moments ago, he had hastened from the land of no return. A dreadful rumble resonated beyond the endless starry expanse, unleashing an invisible pressure that enveloped the entire star domain, rendering him immobile, as though time and space had come to a standstill. Fortunately, it was but a fleeting moment before a supreme entity intervened, dispelling the oppressive force that burdened the weaker beings. Thankfully, this pressure is not directed at us. Have we arrived? After countless millennia, Tianwu, I have returned. As the Demon Lord stepped onto the Tianwu Continent, he was met with no hostility from the consciousness of Tianwu, chuckling ominously. This delectable source of power. He stood still for a moment, savoring the essence. This familiar sensation. I never anticipated Tianwu would have fallen to such a state. A fleeting glimmer of inscrutability crossed his eyes, his tone tinged with arrogance. The decline of Tianwu was indeed his doing, and it might yet transform into a desolate land in the future. I shall see who dares to thwart my ambitions. With a cold snort, the Demon Lord expanded his consciousness, rapidly uncovering the events transpiring across the continent. Indeed, it is this carefree sect. Let us see if I don't. His expression twisted into one of malice, but before he could finish his threat, his words caught in his throat. He found himself simultaneously targeted by several powerful auras, rendering him stiff and immobile. This is the aura of a divine king. How could this be? Wait, that aura belongs to a divine sovereign. A wave of terror washed over him, disbelief etched across his features. Impossible. How could there be a divine sovereign in Tianwu? Along with 4 divine kings? Could there be other formidable beings lurking as well? This chilling thought surged through him, causing his body to tremble. No. I must alert my true self to flee immediately. With this thought, he resolved within. He was merely an avatar. At worst, he could perish. But if his true self were to die, it would mean true demise. At once, he focused his mind, unleashing a terrifying beam of demonic light that severed the locks of several pursuers. This was a technique bestowed upon him by his true self. He had not anticipated its necessity. Still possessing some tricks, Situ Feng murmured in surprise, intercepting the attack and preventing any harm to the continent. As Situ Feng and the 4th young master of the Tang family attempted to detain the demon lord, they received communication from several individuals. Since it was the sect master's directive, they refrained from further inquiries. They then resumed their vigilance over the 5 regions of the Tianwu Continent. Fortunately, they did not pursue us. The demon lord stepped forth from the Tianwu Continent into the land of no return, casting a wary glance over his shoulder. He had not anticipated the sheer terror that the Tianwu Continent harbored, akin to a den of dragons and tigers. I must swiftly inform my true self, so he can prepare for what lies ahead. With haste, the demon lord soared towards the domain of the demon clan, while simultaneously channeling his thoughts to relay the urgent message to his true self. Upon receiving the news, the reply came forth. Merely a deity and a few divine kings. I have my own plans. There is no need for excessive alarm. Suddenly, a cacophony of terrifying presences erupted before him. It was the location of the demon hall. My friend, let us discuss this matter. It's a misunderstanding. I am certain there exists some miscommunication between us. A voice of demonic resonance echoed, laced with a hint of panic. 5 figures surged into the sky, unleashing a torrent of profound laws, while 4 of them relentlessly bombarded the demon lord. However, the 4 disregarded his attempts at reasoning, their assault continuing unabated. The demon lord's expression darkened, struggling to withstand their onslaught. Damn it, are these not 4 divine lords? Why did the avatar speak of them as mere divine kings? Could it be that the avatar has been deceived? Am I being manipulated? His heart raced with shock. Why did such formidable beings exist in the Tianwu Continent? And why had they not revealed themselves before now? A sharp pain surged through his lower body. You have gone too far. Do you truly believe I can be trifled with? He bellowed in fury, feeling an unbearable humiliation. Something vital felt irretrievably lost. And although he could potentially recreate it at his level, the disgrace was irreparable. With the awakening of the ghost blade, the sorrow of the gods, Zhou Yidao drew a long blade from his waist and swung it, unleashing a terrifying arc of blade light, the essence of the blade's path aimed at the demon lord. This is bad. I cannot evade it. The demon lord sensed the speed of the blade's light, scrambling in panic, acutely aware that he could not withstand this lethal strike. As the blade light sliced through, just as he feared, he was sent hurtling backward, propelled into the depths of the endless cosmos, shattering countless lifeless stars. The confrontation plunged into the starry void, leaving no witnesses to the event. On another side, in the land of no return. Chapter 66. The Demon Lord, crushed in an instant. The situation in the land of no return. The Demon Lord's avatar, far from the void, stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Before he could comprehend the situation, 4 powerful auras locked onto him. This is not good. The 4 divine kings are closing in. He fled in another direction, only to be met by a horrifying essence that obliterated his path. In a fleeting moment, Old Duan, you truly lack restraint. You have reduced him to mere dust, and we haven't even had a chance to intervene. Han Changyu, arriving on the scene, gazed at the now empty void, his hands itching with frustration. I could not help myself. Duan Yuanji responded with an exasperated wave of his hand, feigning innocence. Besides, I only exerted a mere fraction of my strength. It is he who is too weak. Am I to be blamed for that? Let us be swift in our return, for we are uncertain whether the sect leader has further tasks for us, suggested Mo Yin, stepping aside to mediate. Indeed, Brother Mo is quite perceptive. One of the companions acknowledged. Let us return to the sect, another declared. All 4 nodded in agreement, expressing their unanimous consent. In unison, their figures vanished from sight, leaving the void in serene stillness. In the land of the unreturning, within the territory of the heavenly demon clan, 5 heavenly demon kings stood atop a mountain peak. Their expressions were grave, gazing deeply into the starry expanse, each harboring secret thoughts. It appears our master is in grave peril. I wonder how he has attracted such formidable adversaries. After a prolonged silence, a voice imbued with alluring charm shattered the tranquility. Night Charm leaped into the embrace of the grand demon, her enchanting visage tinged with a hint of sorrow, further enhancing her allure. The demon lord has been in seclusion for millions of years and only recently emerged. It is unlikely he has ventured beyond our territory to provoke these powerful beings. The grand demon stiffened, wrapping an arm around Night Charm's waist, seeking to comfort her. Do not be too distressed, my dear. Trust in the demon lord's prowess to navigate this calamity. Allow me to take you below to rest, he uttered, lifting Night Charm and swiftly departing. What is your perspective on this matter, Hunter of Demons? Spoke one of the heavenly demon kings, his gaze deep and contemplative. After a moment of silence, Hunter of Demons clasped his hands in respect towards the king and then spoke thoughtfully. The emergence of such powerful beings is inexplicable. We are situated in the innermost depths of the divine wasteland, where such entities should not appear. I am perplexed by this sudden occurrence. Given the demon lord's confrontation with these adversaries, he may not return to the clan for some time. Our clan cannot afford to be leaderless for even a day. It may fall upon you to oversee matters. Regarding other matters, I dare not presume, he concluded, casting a respectful glance towards the Grand Elder. This individual was the most senior member of the Heavenly Demon Clan, second only to the Demon Lord, possessing strength at the 9th level of the Divine King realm. Long ago, he was deemed the most likely candidate to become the Demon Lord, but with the current Demon Lord's sudden emergence, he lost that opportunity and was relegated to the position of Grand Elder, second only to one, above countless others. Indeed, Xiao, what is your opinion? The vengeful spirit inquired, nodding in satisfaction as he shifted his attention to the remaining Heavenly Demon King. I share Hunter of Demons' sentiments. I implore the Grand Elder to take charge of the situation, Xiao responded, bowing respectfully. Haha, I too hope the Demon Lord resolves this matter swiftly and returns to guide us, the Grand Elder remarked. I still have my own cultivation to attend to. Upon hearing this, the vengeful spirit replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes, his gaze shimmering with an inscrutable light. Oh, perhaps it would be better if he perished out there. It would spare the Grand Elder from intervening. This Demon Lord has served for endless ages. It is time for him to yield his position. In the land of the unreturning, among the myriad clans, 5 figures, 4 men and 1 woman, stood as the leaders of the diverse tribes. They emerged from the abyss, their gazes drawn towards the depths of the starry sky. The aura of the Demon Lord has returned after millions of years. The Demon Lord has awakened, and I fear that a great war is imminent. The other 4 auras are equally terrifying, as if they are assaulting the Demon Lord regardless of their intentions. They are buying time for our myriad races, the 5 murmured softly, communicating across the vast expanse of the void. In the Tianwu Continent, half a month swiftly passed. The battles across the continent drew to a close, as the Xiaoyao Sect and the myriad races joined forces to besiege the Celestial Demon Clan, slaughtering countless celestial demons, leaving only those fleeing throughout the land. On one side of the continent, although the Xiaoyao Sect had numerous young powerhouses emerging, many heroes from the myriad races had met their end. They had survived for countless ages, their lifespans nearing their limits, all in an effort to contribute to the continent, thus finding a sense of completion. As for the disciples of the Xiaoyao Sect, they traversed the land, tirelessly eradicating the remnants of the Celestial Demon Clan. Brother Luo, have you discovered more remnants of the Celestial Demons? Lu Shui turned her beautiful eyes towards Luo Yin, who hovered in the void nearby. Upon hearing this, Yi Chongxing remarked, judging by junior brother's expression, it seems highly likely. Luo Yin's lips curled into a slight smile as he said, indeed, ahead in a mountain range, there is a large number of celestial demon remnants, with the strongest among them being 2 emperors and several demon sovereigns. Let us proceed together. There are several sects within the mountains, and the situation is dire. With that, Luo Yin stepped into the void ahead. Lu Shui and Yi Chongxing exchanged a glance. Both smiling faintly, they followed suit, entering the void to join Luo Yin. In the divine domain, at the Phoenix Falls Valley, the damned demon clan. I shall cleave you at this moment. The war raged on, the cries of battle deafening, with countless lives perishing alongside the celestial demons every moment. A shadow darted past, a demonic claw piercing through a man's chest, pulling back to reveal his heart grasped in the hands of the celestial demon. Ah, so delectable. The taste of fresh blood with that. He devoured the heart in one bite, his face reflecting sheer ecstasy. Ah, cursed celestial demon, the man stared vacantly at the scene, his body succumbing to weakness as he fell from the void. Kill, damned celestial demon, I will slay you, a rugged voice boomed. A middle-aged man, wielding a cleaver, struck down fiercely, instantly severing the head of the celestial demon, its face still frozen in a moment of delight. Ha ha, little demon spawn, come down with me. Is there anyone to save us? I am the sovereign of this continent. Disciples of the Xiaoyao Sect, come and rescue us, everyone. Hold on. Believe that help will arrive. Countless voices echoed through the mountains, a myriad of emotions swirling in the minds of the people. Disciples of the Xiaoyao Sect, Luo Yin, here to eradicate the remnants of the celestial demon clan. Disciples of the Xiaoyao Sect, Yi Chongsheng, disciple of the free and unfettered sect, Lu Shuer. Three voices echoed through the mountains, momentarily leaving the crowd in stunned silence, which swiftly transformed into overwhelming joy. Chapter 67. The Might of the Flame Emperor. The shock of Lung Yanran, the disciples of the free and unfettered sect have arrived. What splendid news! Salvation is at hand. Luo Yin and his companions made their simultaneous entrance, positioning themselves at three different points in the arena, their formidable presence enveloping the surroundings. The Flame Emperor is here. You remnants of the celestial demons dare not wreak havoc any longer. Luo Yan's commanding voice resonated throughout the area, immediately targeting the formidable adversaries of the celestial demon clan. Yi Chongsheng and his companion were equally resolute as they charged towards their respective opponents. What a relief! It is the Sword God, the Flame Emperor, and the Ice Goddess. Brothers, hold strong. We have hope. Little sister-in-law, for your sister's dying wish, I shall survive and protect you well. A surge of boundless strength ignited within the hearts of the crowd. It was the primal instinct for survival. As long as they could endure, salvation awaited them. Onward, brothers. United in spirit, they drove the celestial demon clan into retreat. Witnessing this, the celestial demons began to waver, their resolve faltering. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the mountains. Junior sister, splendid news. We are saved. A handsome young man cleaved a celestial demon with his sword, then turned to gaze at a woman not far from him. The woman stood frozen, her beautiful eyes fixated on the sky, with striking features and a captivating visage. She donned a fitted light blue short dress, her long hair cascading down to her waist, a slender waist and long, fair legs accentuating her grace. Lung Yanran, what is my junior sister doing? The young man, perplexed by his junior sister's demeanor, was none other than Xiaoyao, the outer sect's senior brother of the Xiaoyao Sect. Having lost his father at a young age, he lived with his mother and uncle, who often reminisced about his father, Xiaolai, thus naming him Xiaoyao. He had suffered from a heart condition since childhood, hindering his ability to cultivate properly. As for the woman, she was his junior sister, Lung Yanran. No, I must be mistaken. Lung Yanran stared blankly at the figure above. At this moment, her heart trembled. How could this be? The silhouette before her mirrored one from her memories. She could hardly believe it. The Flame Emperor, revered across the continent, was none other than Luo Yan. The very man who once held a marriage pact with her had ascended to the rank of an emperor, having been brought to the Xiaoyao Sect by her master. She had only left the eastern region less than 3 months ago. How could he have possibly become an emperor in such a short span? Not good. My junior sister is in danger. Suddenly, Xiaoyao's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in alarm. He noticed the celestial demon approaching dangerously close to Lung Yanran. Junior sister, be cautious. Filled with urgency, he swiftly disengaged from the celestial demon he was battling and rushed forward. The celestial demon lunged towards Lung Yanran. Its claw aimed menacingly at her left chest. If that claw landed, it could very well pierce her heart, unless her defenses were sufficiently formidable. Clang! A sound reminiscent of steel grinding echoed through the air, as a claw was thwarted mere inches from the frostbitten beauty, cold Yanran, by a sword. In that critical moment, Xiaoyao arrived just in time, wielding his sword to defend her, vanquishing the formidable demon. Junior sister, what are you doing lost in thought? Xiaoyao bellowed as he approached cold Yanran. In the midst of battle, He could not fathom why his junior sister remained dazed amidst the peril of life and death. Had he not intervened, she would have surely met her demise. Now, having rescued her so heroically, he believed she would no longer spurn his affections. "Brother, it's him," cold Yinran managed to utter, her lips trembling with emotion, unable to regain her composure. "Who?" "Junior sister, we should focus on the fight," Xiaoyao urged, perplexed and anxious. "Luo, it's Luo Yin. What Luo Yin? Is it that useless one?" Xiaoyao replied hastily, confusion clouding his mind. He had heard cold Yinran speak of Luo Yin before, a mere failure. He could not understand why she mentioned him now. "Xiaoyao Sect, Luo once again," cold Yinran spoke, her words trailing off. Wait, was she referring to? No, that disciple of the Xiaoyao Sect was also named Luo Yin. At this realization, Xiaoyao's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be? As the thought crossed his mind, fear gripped him, and he turned his gaze towards cold Yinran. There stood Luo Yin, displaying unparalleled valor as he battled against two emperors high above in the heavens. How could this be? The cries of the surrounding crowd echoed in his ears. Emperor Yin. Emperor Yin. He felt as though struck by lightning, frozen in place. Luo Yin. Emperor Yin. I dared to covet the woman of the Emperor Yin. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his heart. Xiaoyao coughed up blood, plummeting from the void. "Brother, what's wrong?" Cold Yinran exclaimed in alarm, rushing to embrace Xiaoyao. Yet, she found him devoid of any life force. True to his name, he appeared to have been frightened to death. Indeed, such causality was far beyond what a king could withstand. "Brother, may you journey well." Tears welled in cold Yinran's eyes as she sorrowfully closed Xiaoyao's eyelids. "Once the war concludes, I shall see you laid to rest." Having completed her solemn task, she turned away, leaving him among the fallen. Had Xiaoyao still been alive, he would surely have remarked, "The fool was I all along?" As for our Luo Yin, he remained unaware of the terror his reputation invoked. Capable of frightening a man to death, he continued his battle against the demon emperor amidst the heavens. Flames descend from the 9 heavens. Luo Yin unleashed countless orbs of fiery energy, hurling them toward the 2 demon emperors, the forces within exploding, leaving the emperors to defend themselves passively. At that moment, he recalled Xiao Xianfeng. Not long ago, when Xiao Xianfeng had come to offer support, he had not blamed Luo Yin. Instead, he had invited him for a visit. Xiao Xianfeng had expressed that both he and his daughter held great admiration for Luo Yin. This is quite awkward. It seems that Luo Yin must comply with the request with utmost respect. He is well aware that the other party likely has an interest in him, desiring him to become their son-in-law. What other choice does he have? Having seen everything, he must take responsibility. Concurrently, a certain figure emerges in his mind, and an involuntary smile graces his lips. It is none other than Xiao Linger, the first woman to ignite such excitement within him. Their initial encounter nearly led to an earnest revelation. How could he remain unmoved? Throughout, his thoughts lingered on another woman while his body engaged in a serious battle against 2 formidable emperors. Everything below held no significance to him. Even with the awareness of Lung Yinran's presence, he felt no emotional stir. Since his emergence from the eternal trial space, he has undergone a transformation, no longer needing to prove anything to others. As for the past, let it drift away with the wind. Once the fierce battle concluded, the 3 shattered the void and departed. Throughout this, Luo Yin remained oblivious to the familiar figure watching him from below. Lung Yinran gazed at Luo Yin's departing silhouette, wanting to speak yet uncertain of her standing. Indeed, he is now a revered disciple of the Xiaoyao Sect, the Flame Emperor, she murmured with a bittersweet smile, finding some solace within herself. With mundane matters such as mine, he has likely forgotten all. Meanwhile, in the divine realm at the Chen family estate, a dark and windy night enveloped the surroundings. Duan Liuda and his canine companion, Ha, stealthily navigated the void. Ha, come, let us seize him, Duan Liuda urged, leading the way with his small, darting eyes. Why have you brought me here, old Six? Ha questioned, shaking his head in confusion. Duan Liuda paused in his tracks, turning to Ha with a serious tone. Just yesterday, I overheard the arrogant ancestors and descendants of this clan belittling our Xiaoyao Sect, slandering our reputation while they cower in their ancestral grounds. Who can tolerate this? I, Duan, shall be the first to act. We will eradicate them. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of wisdom shone in Ha's clear eyes as though he were contemplating something profound. Ha, Do not forget our mission, Duan Leota reminded him once more. Who dares to speak ill of my master and our sect? I shall be the first to oppose it, Erha replied, his eyes lighting up as if he were just awakening, albeit with a slight delay. Let us go, old six. Watch me obliterate them, he declared fiercely, taking a determined step forward. Their mission involved eradicating the pests plaguing the continent, uprooting them entirely. No, that was Duan Leota's task. Erha had merely been persuaded by Duan Leota to join him, making it easier to execute their plans. This was a combination of benevolence and intimidation. Without some display of force, it would be challenging to command respect. I, the Sect of Freedom, possess the power to rescue the continent. But I shall only extend my aid to those who profess allegiance to our sect. As for those who slander and belittle us from the shadows, let them fade into the annals of time. I refer specifically to certain self-righteous factions, perched high and mighty, their arrogance soaring to the heavens. As the hound took its first step into the void, its countenance transformed into a fierce visage, baring its teeth incessantly. This reaction stemmed from overhearing the entire aristocracy disparaging the Sect of Freedom. The scions of these noble families were engaged in discussions, branding our sect as their enforcers. They merely awaited the annihilation of the celestial demon clan by our hands, ready to emerge and mock us once more. The words of others echoed similar sentiments. Given such circumstances, do not blame your great-grandfather for taking action. Did I deceive you, old Duan? Duan Leota, upon witnessing this scene, gleaned some understanding. He brandished a suona, which he promptly played. As the notes resonated, shut the doors and unleashed the hound. With a grand gesture, Duan Leota ensnared the entire Qin family within a formidable formation. A woo! The hound howled, extending a paw that transformed into a colossal claw, descending upon the multitude of young aristocrats gathered in a pavilion. Who goes there? Not good. We're under attack. Flee. What a monstrous grandfather. Save me, the young aristocrats scattered in a frenzy, their faces etched with terror as they cried out. They desperately employed their trump cards, treasures bestowed upon them by their elders, but to no avail. The giant paw loomed over them, crashing down with a thunderous roar, leaving behind a massive imprint in the earth, replete with imperial might. As for those scions, their souls fled in terror, returning to the dust from whence they came. Who dares approach? A voice, commanding and authoritative, resonated through the air as a middle-aged man arrived from the distance, accompanied by a multitude of figures. The hound remained silent, its expression fierce, its form swelling to an immense size, resembling a small mountain. Oh! The hound unleashed a sonic roar, imbued with terrifying resonance, reverberating across the entire region. Not good. Brace yourselves on monstrosity. The figures were caught unprepared, instantaneously obliterated by the sonic wave. The space was devoid of any standing figures. Only ruins of broken beams and shattered pillars remained. The Chun family reduced to mere rubble, all perished beneath that mournful howl. Humph! Who dares to look down upon me? There are no humans here. Your great-grandfather is no mere mortal. The hound proudly lifted its head, speaking with arrogance. Where has old Six disappeared to? The hound searched its surroundings, realizing that Duan Leota had vanished once more. Where could that fellow have gone? Suddenly, it cast its gaze afar, a glimmer of intelligence illuminating its eyes, for old Six's aura lingered in that direction. Every time at such moments, old Six would mysteriously disappear, claiming to seek some treasure, yet never revealing anything for inspection. Who are you, daring to intrude upon the ancestral grounds of the Chun family? A distant, furious voice echoed through the air. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura of terror enveloped the entire Qin family estate. I am your grandpa Duan. You little rascal, how dare you disregard martial ethics? A chilling scream erupted from Duan Leota, resonating with unimaginable despair. Yet, that ominous presence slowly dissipated. Old Six, you are too ruthless. I must go and see what transpired. Upon hearing the scream, Erha felt a sudden chill run through his body. Thus, a prestigious lineage that had endured for millennia met its untimely demise at the hands of a man and his dog. The following day, who could have done this? This is terrifying. A time-honored family, protected by powerful beings, was annihilated without a trace. Who could be the formidable force behind this? Those claw marks. They resemble those of a dog. Could it be some ferocious beast? They even desecrated the ancestral graves. This method feels eerily familiar. The crowd buzzed with speculation, each voice adding to the cacophony. Amidst the throng, a man in green robes stood trembling. Mu brother, why are you shaking? Did yesterday's exertion take its toll? At that moment, a man in blue robes approached and patted the shoulder of the man in green, speaking earnestly. Do not rush matters regarding the documents. I can discuss with your sister-in-law to alleviate your burdens. That is not it. The green-robed man shook his head and stammered. Yesterday, the Qin family sent word to me, speaking ill of the Xiaoyao Sect. An immediate hush fell over the crowd, all eyes turning toward the man in green. Those present were powerful figures, and the exchange between the two was not easily concealed. I understand now. I heard that the Li family suffered a similar fate, their ancestral graves swept clean, leaving not a blade of grass. In recent times, numerous factions within the divine realm had mysteriously vanished, facing the same grim fate. A collective realization dawned upon the gathered crowd, stirring a profound sense of dread within their hearts, fostering a deep-seated reverence for the Xiaoyao Sect. By the way, I heard the sound of a Suona from the Qin family last night, and the next day, they were eradicated. Could the Suona be a signal? Yes. I heard it the day before the Tianwu Sect was destroyed too. Indeed, the neighboring Qingyun Sect experienced the same. As the crowd engaged in animated discussions, a common thread emerged. Wait, everyone, quiet down and listen closely. That sound seems familiar. A man shouted, urging silence. Instantly, the atmosphere grew still. The crowd closed their eyes, straining to listen. From the distant east, a series of Suona notes floated through the air. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It was indeed the sound of the Suona. A chill ran down everyone's spines as they exchanged terrified glances, succumbing to fear and fleeing in disarray. Chapter 69, Platinum Level Summoning Card. Divine Tower of the Great Path in the distance. A child stood atop a hill, skillfully playing the Suona. Mother, how did I perform on the Suona? After a long pause, the little boy ceased his actions and turned to the beautiful woman beside him. His lively eyes blinked eagerly, as if awaiting her praise. You played splendidly, my dear. I hope that one day your music will resonate throughout the continent. The woman replied with a gentle smile, affectionately ruffling the boy's hair. Hee. Thank you, mother. The boy chuckled delightedly, waving his Suona with unwavering determination. I will certainly strive to improve. Unbeknownst to him, the sound he had just produced had sent countless formidable beings of the divine realm fleeing in terror. Mother, what is that? Darling, do not point. That is a deity. At that moment, a majestic ethereal figure appeared above the continent, emanating an overwhelming aura. I am Sidufeng, an elder of the inner sect of the Free and Easy Sect. Today, I am here to convey the command of our sect leader. The figure spoke with an authoritative and commanding voice, its resonant tone echoing across the land. By the decree of the sect leader, our disciples, alongside the myriad races, have thoroughly vanquished the celestial demon clan. We hope that under our guidance, the continent will flourish in peace and prosperity. However, should any sect dare to provoke our authority, they shall meet the same fate as the celestial demon clan, vanishing from the Tianwu Continent. With these words, none dared to oppose him. Simultaneously, the pillars of the celestial demon clan across the 5 regions shattered into ashes. From this moment forth, the celestial demon clan would be relegated to history. The era of the Free and Easy Sect's dominance had begun. In the backyard of the Free and Easy Sect, Lin Dong reclined on a sunlit armchair. Suddenly, a system notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest. Dominate the Tianwu Continent and become the foremost power. Rewards have been issued. Please check your account. That was swift. The task is already complete. Lin Dong stretched lazily, having thought he had just awakened from a deep slumber. Yearning to relax once more before rising again. Let me see what rewards I have received. He hastily checked his rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving the following rewards. Qualification to enter the eternal purgatory space 10 times. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving 5 realm enhancement cards. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving 1 upgrade card for the 5-region teleportation array. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving 5 platinum level summoning cards. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving an upgrade to the sect's loyalty identity token. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a reincarnation secret realm. The eternal trial space is now accessible. allowing one individual to enter, with the potential to elevate 5 major realms at once. The speed within the temporal tower is now accelerated 1,000-fold. 1 year outside equates to 10,000 years within. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a Great Tao Divine Tower. The 5-region teleportation array upgrade card upgrades the 5-region teleportation array to a starry sky teleportation array, enabling instantaneous transport to any location within the continent and the cosmos. Platinum level summoning card, capable of randomly summoning a powerful being ranging from divine sovereign to ancestral god. Loyalty of the sect. The sect token can perceive a disciple's loyalty. Should their loyalty fall below 70, the identity token will automatically detach and notify them of their expulsion from the sect. Upgrade of identity token. Each month, the token can be protected 5 times, capable of withstanding attacks from adversaries whose cultivation is within 5 great realms. Mystical Realm of Reincarnation, a trial space for disciples to refine their hearts amidst worldly affairs. Upon entering, they assume various roles, experiencing a myriad of lives. This serves to enhance their life experience, allowing them to taste the full spectrum of human existence. Successful trials can augment spiritual strength, temperament, perseverance, and more. Tower of the Great Path, encompassing the complete 3,000 laws of the Great Path. Those who have yet to comprehend these laws can enter the tower and instantly grasp a perfect law. Those already familiar with the Great Path will find themselves able to achieve completeness in no time, possessing multiple perfected laws. Individuals will naturally comprehend the laws suited to them. With no adverse effects, the term 3,000 Great Paths is merely a collective reference, encompassing all the grand paths of the universe. This plethora of rewards left Lin Dong utterly astonished. He was familiar with the 10 qualification and realm enhancement cards. The 5 domain enhancement card proved quite useful. It was similar to the previous one, only expanded to encompass the vastness of the starry sky, allowing future disciples to venture forth into various regions for training. The level of the summoning card had also been elevated. Now, its cultivation could command respect throughout the starry expanse, perfectly suited to safeguard the sect. Indeed, the loyalty of the sect is a commendable asset. As the sect attracted more individuals, the complexity of their hearts would inevitably increase. Lin Dong believed that those disciples who lacked loyalty should be dispensed with. The upgrade of the identity token was reassuring. It would provide security for disciples during their training excursions. The mystical realm of reincarnation was also advantageous. Most disciples of the Xiaoyao Sect had been immersed in rigorous training without exposure to the intricacies of human relationships. Thus, this reward arrived at a fortuitous time. As for the opening of the eternal trial space, Lin Dong had been prepared for it, having previously been informed by the system. The 10,000-fold flow rate is quite remarkable. Once the eternal realm is opened for some disciples to cultivate, it would be akin to training for 10,000 years while only a year passes in the outside world. As for the Grand Tower of the Great Path, it was indeed an extraordinary tool. The Tower of the Great Path is a magnificent treasure. It essentially serves as a means to mass-produce emperors. An average of emperors is merely a matter of time. Regrettably, this reward was not bestowed before their emergence. Lin Dong shook his head slightly, feeling a tinge of disappointment. He sensed that the previous batch of rewards had fallen short of expectations, lacking the grandeur he had hoped for. However, achieving the status of an emperor was no simple feat. It required not only the perfection of the Great Path's laws, but also the recognition of the heavenly Tao of this realm, with the trials of thunder serving as the testament to one's ascension. Though one does not instantly become an emperor, achieving perfect comprehension of the Great Path's laws is tantamount to embodying a quasi-emperor. Note, I may not recall if I have previously mentioned this setting, so allow me to clarify. Saints comprehend laws, great saints achieve perfection in these laws, and quasi-emperors realize the laws of the Great Path, attaining perfection to ascend as emperors. In this case, there is no need to worry about those disciples with humble beginnings. Indeed, the flow of time is still favorable, and the summoning cards are quite commendable, along with this powerful Grand Tao Divine Tower. Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction. Overall, these rewards are quite remarkable. They truly reflect the significance of the main quest, yielding such generous rewards upon completion. Previously, Lin Dong harbored some doubts, fearing that the system might be entirely depleted, concerned that it would not be able to present any worthwhile rewards. Now, It appears that the system still possesses an abundance of treasures, which can be gradually extracted. System, be considerate. However, Lin Dong had to acknowledge that the system's service was indeed attentive, as these rewards were particularly suited for the rapid development of the current Xiaoyao Sect. Ding. The host is overly complimentary. Oh, by the way, can the system designate summon characters? Suddenly, Lin Dong's eyes brightened as he inquired, wishing to summon a deputy sect master, thereby allowing him to adopt a more hands-off approach. Otherwise, when he ventures into the starry skies, there would be no one to manage the sect in his absence. Currently, the sect requires someone capable of presiding over its affairs. Summoning one would be just right. And Lin Dong felt reassured that whoever the system brought forth would be entrusted with future management. Ding. In response to the host, it is possible to designate the type of summoned character. System, please utilize all 5 platinum-level summoning cards to summon them to the Eternal Realm, specifying a candidate for the Deputy Sect Master. Additionally, use all other rewards this time, excluding the qualifications and realm enhancement cards for the Eternal Space. Chapter 70. For Divine Emperors and One Ancestral Deity. Mass production of Emperor's Lin Dong's figure flickered, and he reappeared in the backyard of the Eternal Realm. Due to the arrival of such powerful beings as the Divine Emperors and Ancestral Deities, it would likely overwhelm the Tianwu Continent. Thus, summoning them to the Eternal Realm was indeed the better choice. Ding. The host has successfully used 5 platinum-level summoning cards. Summoning in progress, summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 peak Ancestral Deity, Deputy Sect Master Gu Tianxing, and 4 peak Divine Emperors, Core Elders, Zhao Wujia, Jin Deshuai, Jian Wuhan, and Kuang Tian. Ding. The host has successfully upgraded the 5 domains teleportation array, allowing instantaneous transfer to any location on the continent or within the starry skies. The sect's loyalty and identity token upgrade has been successfully utilized. The reincarnation secret realm has manifested, and the 10,000-fold flow rate is now operational. The Grand Dao Divine Tower has manifested in both Tianwu and the Eternal Realm. My luck is quite favorable. 1 ancestral deity and 4 divine emperors. Lin Dong felt a sense of satisfaction, having struck gold once, and the cultivation levels of the other 4 elders were sufficient. 5 figures stepped forth from the horizon, standing suspended in the void, exuding an invisible pressure that engulfed the Eternal Realm. At the same time, dozens of elders cultivating in the Eternal Realm simultaneously opened their eyes, stirred by the commotion. For peak divine emperors, this is overwhelmingly powerful. No, I must strive to cultivate diligently, lest I fall behind in my own cultivation. With a slight sigh, the group nodded in agreement, closing their eyes once more to immerse themselves in their training. Hiss! Once again, several formidable predecessors have returned. Their aura is overwhelmingly terrifying. The aura is akin to that of the 2 predecessors from a few days ago, equally fearsome. I must enter seclusion for cultivation, striving to catch up to the prowess of my venerable seniors. Countless disciples below were stirred, gazing at the 5 figures in the sky with admiration, setting a lofty goal in their hearts. These disciples possessed extraordinary talents, all boasting cultivation levels above the Saint King realm, having been secretly nurtured by Lin Dong in the Eternal Realm. The 5 figures reappeared, standing directly before Lin Dong. Gu Tianxing, Zhao Wuji, Jin Deshuai, Jian Wuhan, and Kuang Tian. We pay our respects to the sect master. They spoke in unison, bowing respectfully to Lin Dong. The dignified and composed Gu Tianxing, the imposing Zhao Wuji, the exceptionally handsome Jin Deshuai, the stern-faced Jian Wuhan, and the fervently restrained Kuang Tian. There is no need for such formalities. Lin Dong nodded slightly, speaking in a calm tone. By the way, what shall we do about the whereabouts of the elders? Just as Lin Dong was about to dismiss them, he pondered inwardly. His intention was for the elders to oversee Tianwu, gazing upon the stars. However, the Tianwu continent was not particularly suitable for their cultivation. Only the Eternal Realm was truly appropriate for them. Yet, the Eternal Realm exists independently of the universe, rendering them unable to observe the outside world while within it. Aside from him, the master who could directly disregard the barriers of the realm, others would find themselves isolated. System. Is there a place within the Eternal Realm suitable for these elders to cultivate, while also keeping an eye on the starry sky and the situation in Tianwu? Not knowing, Lin Dong could only inquire of the system. Ding. Responding to the host, the 4 divine halls of the Eternal Realm meet the host's requirements. The 4 divine halls are located beneath the main hall of the sect. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong felt a surge of delight. He had suspected that such a place existed within the Eternal Realm, but he had simply not discovered it. Asking the system was the solution. Elders, henceforth, you shall oversee the 4 divine halls in the Eternal Realm, safeguarding the Tianwu Continent and the starry sky. All right, you may depart now. I have matters to discuss with Tianqing. Lin Dong issued his instructions to the group, waving them off. Yes, Sect Master, we take our leave. Meanwhile, at the Xiaoyao Sect, a buzzing sound resonated through the sky, and an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. A radiant tower descended from the heavens, floating above a peak of the Xiaoyao Sect before settling down steadily. The tower was colossal, soaring into the clouds, exuding an ancient and weighty aura. Its surface adorned with mysterious patterns that emanated the essence of grand laws, instilling awe in those who beheld it. What is that? Countless disciples rushed over, their curiosity piqued by the towering edifice. At that moment, the air before the tower shimmered, and the figures of Yi Changxing and Lu Shuer appeared simultaneously at its front. It is the senior brother and senior sister. They must know the purpose of this tower. Dear fellow disciples, this tower is known as the Tower of Grand Principles, a treasure of our Xiaoyao Sect for enhancing cultivation. Yi Changxing proclaimed loudly, gradually elucidating its significance. The tower encompasses a complete 3,000 laws of the Great Tao. Those who have yet to comprehend these laws, upon entering the tower, can instantaneously grasp a singular perfect law, thus transforming into a formidable sage. Those who have not yet attained the status of a quasi-emperor may, in mere moments, achieve the pinnacle of quasi-emperor cultivation, while those who possess an understanding of multiple Tao laws can attain the entirety of those laws in their complete form. What an astonishing feat! The laws of the Great Tao can be understood in an instant, leading to the attainment of quasi-emperor status. Gu Chun stood nearby, equally astounded by the revelation. To be elevated to the full status of a quasi-emperor in an instant is a feat that could only be accomplished by the sect leader. Is it possible that the means by which the sect leader elevates one's cultivation is this very method? No. The sect leader's ability to directly elevate someone to the level of an emperor must be an even more terrifying capability. The sect leader's prowess is truly miraculous. Nay, it is a wonder that even the divine cannot fabricate. It is utterly omnipotent. A few days prior, while attending to matters at the Medicine King Valley, I must ensure to recruit several outstanding disciples. I shall not disappoint the sect leader's expectations. To achieve quasi-emperor status in an instant is simply too fearsome. This great Tao Divine Tower is indeed a remarkable entity, a true marvel against the heavens. At the utterance of these words, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence, as everyone present was left in awe. How splendid! Does this mean we need not cultivate anymore? We can simply enter and attain quasi-emperor perfection? Oh my goodness! My mother no longer needs to worry about my lack of cultivation. Junior brother Cohen, hurry back to the sect. There is something extraordinary here. In the next moment, the crowd erupted with excitement, a fervor palpable among the disciples as they notified their close companions to return to the sect. This sacred ground is open to disciples of the outer sect and above. With a token, one may enter. Junior brothers and sisters are welcome to give it a try. Finally, Yi Changxing smiled gently, signaling for everyone to proceed. As for the disciples of lesser standing, do not be disheartened. If you strive diligently in your cultivation and contribute to the sect, you may ascend to the outer sect and enjoy greater resources for cultivation. In the future, the sect will issue tasks. The more contributions you make, the more opportunities you will have to elevate your status. Yi Changxing himself was equally shaken. It was indeed his master who summoned him, and these instructions were relayed to him by Lin Dong, who also guided the disciples into the tower for their cultivation. Once the token bears information about this tower, further explanations will be unnecessary. Regarding the distribution of cultivation resources, this system was also conceived by Lin Dong. Disciples may enjoy certain benefits, but not excessively, as this will encourage their enthusiasm for cultivation. In essence, it is designed to motivate them. Additionally, many facilities and mechanisms within the sect are allocated according to the disciples' ranks. The duration of each disciple's cultivation time within the tower is determined by their status, dictating how many days they may enter for cultivation each month. The Eternal Realm is accessible to disciples of Divine King level and above. Upon reaching the Divine King realm, Cultivation begins to require the passage of time. A single period of seclusion for training may extend to 10,000 years. The 10,000-fold flow rate is perfectly suited for their use. While cultivating within these facilities, they enjoy a 10,000-fold flow rate. Yet their bone age will not increase 10,000 times, nor will their lifespan decrease 10,000-fold. The flow of bone age and lifespan will remain consistent with the external world. Simultaneously, the recruitment of miscellaneous disciples no longer emphasizes innate talent, but rather focuses on character, perseverance, and various other qualities. All disciples must undergo rigorous assessments, striving to distinguish themselves among their peers, progressing step by step from outer disciples to inner disciples. Chapter 71. The Surge of Enlightenment and the Ascendance of Emperors, a Continental Shock. Senior brothers and sisters, we shall proceed inside first. Apologies, junior brother Kuan. For your wasted trip, I shall take my leave ahead. I hope you enter the outer sect soon. I understand completely. You are looking out for my best interests, sharing the good fortune with me at the earliest opportunity. I will diligently cultivate and strive to become an outer disciple as soon as possible. The surrounding disciples felt an immense surge of excitement, swiftly entering the tower one after another. Simultaneously, those unable to enter, the miscellaneous disciples, secretly vowed to exert themselves in their cultivation. Most of them were disciples who had not yet reached the threshold of becoming quasi-emperors. They aimed to close the gap and return to the sect to enhance their skills. How splendid! This way, I, Wang Tong, shall have the opportunity to ascend to emperor. Amidst the crowd, a familiar figure clad in blue quivered slightly with excitement to become the first emperor in the illustrious history of the Wang family. Senior brother, senior sister, I shall enter as well. He greeted Yi Changsheng and swiftly entered the tower. Everyone else offered their respects to Yi Changsheng and Lu Shuer. Indeed, go ahead. The two nodded with smiles. Changsheng, let us also proceed inside. Lu Shuer spoke, noticing that most had already entered, and it was their turn. All right, Shuer, we shall enter. Yi Changsheng nodded and entered the tower alongside Lu Shuer. Upon entering the tower, Yi Changsheng discovered that Lu Shuer was no longer beside him. Oh, the ambience of the Tao is so profound. As Yi Changsheng stepped forward into the tower, he was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming essence of the Tao. Before him lay an endless expanse of vast starry rivers, the boundless power of the great Tao wrapping around him entirely. He instantly felt his aura surging, his comprehension of the Tao's principles accelerating at an astonishing rate. How terrifying! This speed is extraordinary. I can hardly bear it. My cultivation is skyrocketing. In an instant, he perceived the perfection of three Tao principles within himself, simultaneously reaching the pinnacle of quasi-emperor. Is this truly a breakthrough to quasi-emperor perfection? Yi Changsheng was deeply astonished. He had only taken 2 breaths. It was all over in less than 3 seconds. Suddenly, a terrifying force of attraction seized him. In a whirl of cosmic transformation, he found himself back outside the tower. Boom, boom, boom. Just as he was about to speak, multiple resounding booms echoed above him. Yi Changsheng looked up to see several dark clouds of tribulation gathering in the skies, with several individuals undergoing their tribulations. This group of junior disciples is simply extraordinary. They are already attaining enlightenment. Yi Changsheng could not help but marvel at these prodigies. Oh no, my tribulation is approaching as well. Suddenly, he sensed himself locked in by a potent aura, an overwhelming presence of destruction enveloping him. Boom, boom, boom. Above his head, a mass of thunderclouds began to form rapidly, its size several times greater than that of his fellow disciples. Lightning dragons danced within the storm, and a terrifying bolt of tribulation thunder descended upon Yi Changsheng. A mere thunder tribulation dares to hinder my ascent to emperorhood? Yi Changsheng charged towards the lightning, wielding his sword across the vast sky. With a single stroke of immeasurable sword light, he shattered the colossal tribulation that loomed over him. Simultaneously, torrents of formidable tribulation lightning surged forth, resembling enormous dragons intent on consuming Yi Changsheng. 10,000 swords to the ancestors. Yi Changsheng conjured countless swords of law, surging upward to confront the tribulation. Hiss! This tribulation is terrifyingly powerful. Indeed, our senior brother is exceptional. Even the tribulation he faces is several times larger than those faced by other disciples. Kuan, I shall take my leave. I must cultivate in the time-space tower. Zong, wait for me. Let us go together." Countless disciples gazed in awe at the scene before them, their hearts shaken. The pinnacle of quasi-emperorhood, an unattainable height for many. After achieving enlightenment, one would possess the continent's supreme combat power. They marveled at the might of their sect leader, who possessed such extraordinary means to alter fate itself. Meanwhile, on the Tianwu Continent, it is the sword god. His strength is unparalleled. He has actually overcome such a terrifying tribulation. Indeed, those who practice swordsmanship are formidable. He boldly entered the storm and dispersed the tribulation with sheer force. How many have ascended? The 18th. There may still be more. The people of the continent stared blankly at the horizon, witnessing a sky filled with tribulation as dozens achieved enlightenment and ascended to emperorhood. Their initial shock had evolved into a profound numbness. The spectacle was awe-inspiring. Who had ever witnessed such grandeur? This was the simultaneous tribulation of 18 emperors. Far beyond mere numbers in the annals of time, never had there been such a magnificent and grand scene. Even during the golden age before the ancient times, such an occurrence had not been seen. It was truly a defiance of the heavens. Only a sect like the Xiaoyao Sect, a divine lineage from ancient times, could orchestrate such a grand event. To witness such a monumental moment, the multitude felt extraordinarily fortunate, their lives enriched. Perhaps under the guidance of the divine sect, the continent will indeed surpass the glories of the ancient era. Indeed, as all things awaken, spiritual energy thickens, and the laws of the great Tao cease to suppress. Even divine power is gradually on the rise. All of this is thanks to the divine sect. Even the emperors of the continent could not help but gaze in awe, their remaining pride dissipating completely. All emperors were recognized by the heavenly Tao. As those closest to the great Tao, they sensed the unprecedented future of the continent. It was likely that, in due time, an unparalleled golden age would descend. At this moment, in the backyard of the eternal realm, only Lin Dong and Gu Tianxing remained. "Ah, Tianxing, you should understand the reason for your retention by this sect leader," Lin Dong remarked, his gaze fixed upon Gu Tianxing, a faint smile adorning his lips. "Tianxing comprehends. Please instruct the sect leader," Gu Tianxing replied earnestly. "Very well, since that is the case, I shall speak plainly," Lin Dong stated with a serious demeanor. "Firstly, I shall assign you several tasks, as I have just contemplated a few matters." Observing this, Gu Tianxing listened intently. The first task involves the establishment of the sect system, including the mission hall, the punishment hall, and the allocation of cultivation resources for the disciples. Secondly, a city of leisure shall be erected at the foot of the mountain in the future. Thirdly, we must recruit a new batch of disciples. For the vastness of the starry sky cannot be conquered by our current numbers alone. Moreover, the most crucial matter at hand is waging war across the cosmos. Our goal at the Xiaoyao Sect is to become the foremost power in all realms. As for the conquest of the cosmos, we can first gather the disciples for a period of secluded cultivation, after which we shall venture from Tianwu into the uncharted territories and dominate a star domain. You need only oversee this. These responsibilities shall be entrusted to you, and any additional matters can also be refined under your guidance. Lin Dong reclined in his grand chair, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianxing stood frozen in place, not yet uttering a word. Lin Dong rose from his seat and continued to speak to himself. "Tianxing, during this period, the management of the sect will be in your capable hands. Though this task is formidable, I have great expectations for you and believe that you shall accomplish it splendidly." Lin Dong approached and patted Gu Tianxing on the shoulder, embodying the demeanor of a leader who recognizes the potential of his subordinate. "Rest assured, sect leader, I pledge to fulfill these tasks," Gu Tianxing responded, somewhat taken aback yet resolute. He had not anticipated such trust and significance placed upon him by the sect leader, who immediately assigned him such vital responsibilities. In his heart, he silently vowed to fulfill the tasks set before him and to honor the trust the sect leader had bestowed upon him. Suddenly, Lin Dong's gaze shifted, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Chapter 72. Summoning the 5 Divine Emperors, the Celestial Taoist of Leisure, not bad at all, 66 Divine Emperors. The newly emerged Divine Tower, combined with the Tianwu Continent and the Eternal Realm, has given rise to such a multitude of emperors. Observing this scene, Lin Dong felt immense satisfaction. The Eternal Realm lies beyond the cosmos. Those who ascend will not face the tribulation of thunder. In the future, It shall be commonplace for each disciple to attain the rank of emperor. By the way, those disciples who fought on the continent shall be awarded some rewards. The auxiliary disciples may receive an opportunity to enter the divine tower, and the rest shall be left to your discretion. Speaking of disciples, we are somewhat lacking in elders within the sect. System, utilize 10 golden summoning cards. Lin Dong nearly overlooked this matter and promptly summoned several individuals to assist Gu Tianqing. After all, as the vice sect leader, it would be unreasonable to lack a few subordinates, and they could help alleviate his workload. Ding! The host has successfully used 10 golden summoning cards. Summoning in progress. Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 peak elders of the Divine Lord Realm. Yining, Fong Yingjia, Tian Xiao, Qin Feng, and Luo Qi, as well as 5 peak core elders of the Divine Emperor Realm. Yuan Tua, Xiao Mo Xian, Ouyang Xiao, Shimin Luo Shui, and Bai Fei Yan. 10 figures materialized in the sky, 8 men and 2 women. The men exuded maturity and composure, while the women's beauty was striking. Each bore the insignia of the Xiaoyao Sect at their waists, and a formidable aura enveloped the area. The disciples below gazed upward, their expressions rife with excitement and speculation. The return of 10 elders hinted at impending significant events within the sect. Could it be that they were about to break through the Tianwu Continent and conquer the cosmos? In the blink of an eye, the 10 figures vanished, only to reappear in front of the courtyard. We pay our respects to the sect master. The 10 elders bowed in unison, showing deference to Lin Dong. There is no need for such formalities, Lin Dong replied, his gaze sweeping over them before settling on Gu Tianqing. This is the vice sect master of our Xiaoyao sect. The elders were taken aback, hastily bowing to Gu Tianqing. We beg your pardon, vice sect master, for our lack of recognition. They sensed the immense depth of his cultivation and were astonished to learn of his esteemed position. Indeed, it is of no consequence. Ignorance is excusable. There is no need for such formalities, Gu Tianqing said with a gentle smile, dismissing their concern. The sect master has only recently appointed me to this role, and I shall require your assistance in the future. Very well, esteemed elders, you may retire for now. Tianqing and I have important matters to discuss, Lin Dong instructed. Yes, sect master. We take our leave, they replied. Afterward, Lin Dong shared some confidential matters with Gu Tianqing and then instructed Sidu Feng to familiarize him with the sect. Following this, Lin Dong sent a message to the 4 young masters of the Tang family, summoning them back to guard the 4 heavenly gates. With a flicker, Lin Dong reappeared in the rear courtyard of the Tianwu Xiaoyao Sect. He gestured grandly, and a figure emerged. It was his master, the Xiaoyao Daoist. Speaking of the venerable ancestor of the Xiaoyao Sect, the Xiaoyao Daoist stood with the demeanor of a storyteller. He paused, sensing something amiss. What brings you here, my dear disciple? The Xiaoyao Daoist blinked in surprise, noticing Lin Dong beside him. Master, please have a seat. Why the excitement? Where is my master's wife? Lin Dong asked with a serene smile, conjuring a grand chair and a cup of tea beside him. My disciple, mentioning that matter irks me, the Xiaoyao Daoist remarked, taking a seat without hesitation. You truly lack understanding, my dear disciple. Just as I was passionately recounting the glorious tales of our Xiaoyao sect, you abruptly interrupted me. You have no idea, when I tell stories, the gazes of those young ladies below me are filled with longing and admiration. Yet here you are, dragging me here without a word. Isn't that akin to a scoundrel's behavior? Then he proceeded to scold Lin Dong, his words laced with reproach for disrupting his moment of glory. In this realm, only he dared to speak to Lin Dong in such a manner. Had it been anyone else, they would not even be worthy of the grass atop a grave. Master, I intend to venture beyond Tianwu and explore the cosmos. Lin Dong chuckled, swiftly shifting the topic. So I wish to inquire if you would be interested in accompanying me? He cast a glance at the Xiaoyao Daoist, eager to discern his thoughts. Upon hearing this, the Xiaoyao Daoist paused, contemplating for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. The cosmos? I have yet to fully traverse Tianwu. There are many who still care for me on this continent. You may go on your own. I shall not accompany you. Very well then, I shall embark alone. Lin Dong responded, not at all surprised. It was likely that his master would only venture into the cosmos once he had grown weary of the continent. By the way, disciple, you are not fulfilling your duties as sect leader adequately. Suddenly, the Xiaoyao Daoist's expression turned serious as he glared at Lin Dong. Lin Dong was taken aback by his words, But before he could speak, the Xiaoyao Taoist continued, "My disciples outside do not even recognize me. When will you erect a few statues in my honor?" Lin Dong had initially thought he was about to voice something significant. It turned out to be this matter, which was quite trivial. "It's not a big deal. Perhaps we shall forego the statues, but I assure you that henceforth, every disciple of the Xiaoyao Sect will recognize you." Lin Dong chuckled, waving his hand as he issued several commands. He transmitted the information of the Xiaoyao Taoist along with that of the elders, such as Gu Tianxing, into the tokens so that every disciple would be familiar with them. "Rest assured, from this day forth, the first piece of information every new disciple receives upon acquiring their token will be to recognize you. That is more like it, lest these youngsters fail to recognize greatness. By the way, I almost forgot the important matter. Master, do you have enough cultivation?" Lin Dong chuckled and quickly added, "Master, allow me to enhance your cultivation once more." Simultaneously, he communicated with the system within his mind. "Use 5 realm enhancement cards for my master." Lin Dong had no intention of sending his master into the eternal space. After all, he was an old man and should not be subjected to hardship. Just a few realm enhancement cards would suffice, as the divine sovereign level of cultivation would allow him to enjoy himself for a while. Before the Xiaoyao Taoist could respond, the aura surrounding him began to surge upwards. That familiar sensation returned. This obedient disciple truly understood matters. He was indeed a filial student. The Xiaoyao Taoist thought to himself, a smile of enjoyment spreading across his face as he closed his eyes. Suddenly, the divine energy surrounding him surged wildly. Countless streams of divine essence continuously drawn into his consciousness, as a divine core gradually took shape within his mind. Simultaneously, an aura emanating from him resonated with the realm of true divinity, swiftly enveloping the entire Tianwu Continent, and yet this aura continued to rise. It felt akin to soaring through the skies. The presence of the carefree Taoist ascended to the heavens, striving to breach the very fabric of the cosmos. Cultivation, in this lifetime, seemed an impossibility. How delightful it is to have an extraordinary disciple, as upgrading felt as effortless as eating or drinking. Upon witnessing this, Lin Dong waved his hand, isolating the carefree Taoist in another realm. He was not yet prepared to reveal the Tianwu Continent so soon. His disciples were still inexperienced and required time to grow before they could venture into the cosmos. Meanwhile, on the Tianwu Continent, countless individuals gazed in the direction of the carefree sect, their faces etched with astonishment. They found themselves enveloped by an overwhelming pressure, immobilized, or prostrating themselves upon the ground. Moments later, as the pressure dissipated, the crowd was drenched in sweat, some even trembling in weakness. "Goodness, I nearly lost my breath. That direction leads to the carefree sect. It is a true divine being. How terrifying. The Emperor's ascendance frenzy is not yet over. Could it be time for the disciples of the divine sect to ascend? I wonder which of our seniors has broken through. Come on, your legs have gone weak from fear. Get up, you disgrace. You are a mighty emperor. Can you not muster some courage?" The crowd, still shaken, spoke with palpable relief, having survived yet another ordeal. They had all endured the cataclysmic thunder tribulations, which had yet to abate, and now faced the might of divine ascendance once more. After these events, the carefree sect had become a sanctified presence in the hearts of the people of the Tianwu Continent. If only my son could enter the divine sect, even as a menial disciple, it would be splendid. You are dreaming. Your ancestral grave smokes daily, and you probably won't have that fortune. With my extraordinary talent, even serving as a guard would be beneath me. My son Wang Tung has truly achieved greatness, managing to join the divine sect as an outer disciple. Goodness, I never expected the Wang family's Wang Tung to be so accomplished. I wonder if young Master Wang is betrothed. My daughter is 18. My daughter is divorced, with 2 children. Quick, bring substantial gifts. Our family intends to propose to the Wang family." Upon hearing this, a clan leader was filled with excitement and hurriedly instructed the steward to prepare gifts for the visit. "Clan leader, you must be mistaken. Hasn't the young lady been married to the Zhao family's son for several years? What do you know? A divorce is a divorce. I command you to go." "Understood, clan leader. I shall go at once." The steward quickly complied, hurrying away while muttering, "But the young lady has 2 children. I believe with her beauty." The clan leader felt assured of success, already planning the wedding in his mind. Today's youth seem to favor such endeavors. Given the conditions of his daughter and the allure she exudes, it is likely that young Master Wang would find it difficult to resist. Rumor has it that the guards of the Divine Sect possess cultivation at the Emperor level. I have decided to become a guard there. It would be far more useful than my current predicament with this old ancestor. I know a disciple from the Carefree Sect who claims that even Emperor-level cultivators may not gain entry to the Divine Sect. I believe you would be fortunate to be allowed to do menial tasks there. If I could join the Carefree Sect, I would not mind even performing the most humble of duties. Do not forget the previous tribulations of the path of enlightenment. You may not even be considered worthy to perform menial tasks now, and you dream of being an emperor of waste management. Wretch! How dare you mock me? Countless individuals engaged in conversations from afar. During this period, the people of the continent bore witness to the emergence of countless prodigies from the Divine Sect. A fervor swept across the land. With multitudes aspiring to join the Carefree Sect, they yearned profoundly, believing that even the most humble role within the Divine Sect would be a privilege. Even emperors aspired to perform menial tasks there, for it was a pathway to divinity. Countless individuals sought to visit the Carefree Sect, yet they were halted before the celestial staircase. All awaited the day when the Carefree Sect would open its doors to disciples. Meanwhile, in the Divine Star Realm, the cosmos is filled with innumerable star domains, each vast beyond measure, housing countless celestial bodies and continents. The Divine Star Realm, separated by several star domains from the Divine Wilderness Realm, stands as the most formidable among 10 surrounding realms, rumored to be overseen by a divine emperor. The Taitsong Divine Sect has existed for countless ages, reigning as the sole hegemonic force among the 10 star domains. All surrounding realms are under their dominion, drawing countless powerful beings to this location. Numerous divine monarchs and formidable divine lords reside here, and it is said that hidden among them are titans of the divine emperor level. Within a grand and magnificent temple, 6 divine thrones are arranged in a hierarchy. The highest position holds 1 throne, followed by 2, and then 3 at the lowest rank. On these 6 thrones, 6 ethereal figures convene, indistinguishable in gender, their identities shrouded in ambiguity. Recently, 2 newly ascended divine emperors have emerged from the divine wilderness realm. What are your thoughts on this matter? A commanding voice resonated, emanating from the figure seated upon the highest throne. This individual is none other than the Taitsong Divine Emperor, the founder of the Taitsong Divine Sect, and the most powerful among the 10-star realms, possessing a cultivation level at the 4th stage of the Divine Emperor realm. The remaining 5 individuals are also divine emperors of the Taitsong Divine Sect, awakened by the recent tribulation to discuss plans. Divine Sovereign, I believe they have not reported to our sect for some time, possibly unaware of our existence. We should send someone to negotiate an alliance. After a brief silence, one figure spoke first, his voice resounding with authority. This individual is known as the Flame Divine Emperor, a senior member of the Taitsong Divine Sect, with a cultivation level at the 3rd stage of the Divine Emperor realm. This individual of formidable strength must serve our sect. Should they refuse, we shall resort to traditional methods. What is your perspective? As the Flame Emperor concluded his statement with a disdainful snort, he directed his gaze towards a deity below. I have no objections. You may proceed as you see fit, replied the deity, known as the, who also expressed his contempt with a cold huff, choosing silence thereafter. Originally, he was not a member of the but was ensnared by their underhanded tactics, compelled to swear allegiance for a millennium. He was the sovereign of the, one of the 10 surrounding star domains. Millions of years prior, he ascended to the rank of deity within the. However, several powerful beings approached him, demanding his submission to the. As the foremost champion of the, he could not endure such an affront and swiftly annihilated his assailants. Months later, the and the arrived, again demanding his compliance. Both were more powerful than him. He had intended to flee, but they had already laid a trap, capturing his loved ones to coerce his allegiance. With no other option, he acquiesced to their demands and took the oath. Their traditional methods referred to this coercive tactic. In his heart, he scorned their approach. Over time, it would likely invite catastrophic retaliation. Every star domain had its guardians, and those dispatched would collaborate with their local forces, leaving one to relay messages, or failing that, to alert their headquarters. Their strengths and talents were similarly acquired, subjugating everything around them through sheer might. Refusal meant annihilation. He had no desire to partake in their vile machinations. He merely sought to live quietly for a millennium before relocating to another star domain. A voice resonated once more within the Grand Hall. Master, I believe it prudent for us to deliberate this matter further. This remark came from another deity of the second tier, revealing his cautious nature. This individual, known as the, was also an elder of the, possessing a third-level deity cultivation. Whether those two deities hail from the remains uncertain. It is unlikely that such power exists there. That is of no concern. I, the Master, align with the Flame Emperor's viewpoint. Let us proceed accordingly. The raised his hand, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Very well, we shall adhere to the sect master's decision. After a moment of silence, the others promptly acquiesced. Thus, let us dispatch several powerful beings to investigate whether those two deities reside in the and ascertain if they are willing to collaborate with us. Convey my command to send 4 powerful beings to gather intelligence on the whereabouts of those two deities. The commanding and authoritative voice of the echoed once more as he gestured grandly, issuing numerous orders. In truth, he had already formulated a plan. Consulting the others was merely a formality, as he still required their assistance. He remained indifferent to whether those two deities were inclined to cooperate. All right, you may all depart. The spoke again, and his ethereal form vanished first. As the remaining phantoms departed, the hall stood desolate, devoid of any presence. In the rear courtyard, only Lin Dong remained. Chapter 74. Elevating the Cultivation of Disciples, the Chaotic Azure Lotus System. How many realm enhancement cards do I have left? Ding. The host currently possesses 7 realm enhancement cards. Then I shall save them for future use. Reclining in the Grandmaster chair, Lin Dong contemplated his next course of action. As for the carefree Taoist, after transcending to the realm of Divine Sovereign, he had gone off to indulge himself. Indeed, let me bestow upon them an opportunity, as a form of reward. With a sweeping gesture, several individuals materialized before him. Yi Changsheng, Lu Shui'er, Luo Yin, Qin Tian, Shi Hao, and Shi. The group paused momentarily, and upon seeing Lin Dong, they quickly bowed. Disciple pays respects to Master. Disciple pays respects to the sect leader. They then stood quietly to the side, awaiting Lin Dong's instructions. They were well aware that Lin Dong summoned them for a specific purpose. After a brief interlude, the last to make an entrance were the dog, Ha, and Duan Leota. Ha, hurry and dig. There are treasures to be found. Duan Leota exclaimed excitedly, wielding an iron shovel. Oh, Ha responded enthusiastically. Pause in motion. Wait, where did my precious find go? Suddenly, both man and dog froze, sensing something amiss. They gazed around in confusion, their actions suspended mid-air. Ha maintained a digging posture, as if unearthing something. Old Lu, brandishing the imperial weapon shovel, flung a clump of earth towards Shi Hao. Whoa, that's an ambush. Shi Hao shouted, swiftly dodging, fortunate to have his agility. Both the man and dog were covered in dirt. Lin Dong, witnessing the scene, could only helplessly rub his forehead. How did Ha end up with this rascal? Considering their antics, were they perhaps engaged in some form of excavation? Ah, this is the rear courtyard, the Master's aura. Suddenly, its eyes gleamed with recognition as it caught a familiar scent, turning to see Lin Dong and scampering over, eager to leap onto his lap. Hey, wait, Ha. You're far too filthy. Keep your distance. Lin Dong expressed his disdain, waving his hand. Instantly, the dirt on Ha vanished, its fur gleaming, before it bounded to Lin Dong's feet. Ah, now that's more like it. Lin Dong, observing the transformation, affectionately patted the dog's head, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The others stood respectfully nearby, amusedly watching, awaiting Lin Dong's command. Well, your performance in the continental battle was commendable. Lin Dong's gaze swept over the gathered individuals, nodding in approval. I have summoned you today to offer a reward, an enhancement to your cultivation. Lin Dong had been attentive to their contributions. What he termed a reward was, in truth, an opportunity for them to advance, ensuring their cultivation would be fortified. These individuals are those with whom Lin Dong has formed a closer bond since his arrival in this world, or those who exhibit significant potential. The recent reward includes the opportunity to enter the eternal space 10 times, a perfect chance for their advancement. As for the other disciples, the achievement of becoming a quasi-emperor is also regarded as a reward. The arrangements for the remaining disciples will be entrusted to Gu Tianqing. Given the overwhelming number of disciples within the sect, Lin Dong finds it impossible to attend to each one personally. Disciple expresses gratitude to the sect master and master for their generous rewards. Upon hearing this, the individual's eyes brightened, filled with joy, as they bowed respectfully to Lin Dong. This is splendid. We can enhance our cultivation once more. Lin Dong's voice resonated again, calmly stating, moreover, it is my hope that you will become the main force in the future battles across the stars. And I trust you will serve as exemplary models for the younger disciples of our sect. Yes, disciple will faithfully adhere to the teachings of master and sect master, and will surely lead by example for the sect. Good, you may proceed. With a wave of his hand, Lin Dong conjured a spatial black hole before them. Yes, sect master, master. The individuals understood the significance of this phenomenon and swiftly dashed into the black hole. Charge, charge, charge. I'm coming for the treasures. Woof. Duan Liota and Er Ha, a man and his dog, excitedly followed suit, unaware of the true nature of the black hole, simply driven by the momentum of the others. Hee, I hope those two won't be frightened to death once they enter. Seeing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile, amusement flickering in his heart. Moments later, the group emerged. Yi Changxing and Lu Shuer had reached the 3rd level of the Divine Monarch realm. Duan Liota and Er Ha attained the 1st level of the Divine King realm. Luo Yan achieved the 5th level of the Divine Monarch realm. Qin Tian reached the 5th level of the Divine Monarch realm. Shi Hao attained the 8th level of the Divine Monarch realm. Ji reached the 8th level of the Divine Monarch realm. Well, since you have returned, you may depart. Yes, sect master, master. The group bowed deeply and hurriedly withdrew, leaving Yi Changxing alone in the hall. Changxing, do you seek something from your master? Noticing that Yi Changxing had not yet left, Lin Dong inquired. Indeed, master. Yi Changxing respectfully bowed. Lin Dong nodded. Speak, what is it? Disciple has searched far and wide across the continent, yet has not caught a glimpse of my parents. I beseech you for your assistance. Changxing spoke earnestly, his tone laced with urgency. In recent days, he and Lu Shuer had scoured various locations in the continent in vain, seeking traces of his parents. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow and asked Yi Changxing, Oh, do you possess any tokens from your parents? Present them to me, and I shall see if we can uncover their whereabouts. His interest piqued, for he had nearly forgotten this matter. The reason he had refrained from intervening earlier was that, barring unforeseen circumstances, he believed Changxing's parents were likely still within the Tianwu Continent. In the future, Yi Changxing could continue his search independently. In the present moment, it seems that an unforeseen event has transpired. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Yi Changxing, with his cultivation, to be at a loss. This is the jade hairpin my mother left for me, master. Would you be so kind as to try this? Yi Changxing revealed a jade hairpin in his hands, presenting it to Lin Dong with both palms. This precious item was often worn by his mother, who eventually bequeathed it to Yi Changxing, claiming it was a gift for his future daughter-in-law. Though he already had someone in mind, the time was not yet ripe for such a gesture. Master, please give it a try, he urged. With a wave of his hand, Lin Dong took hold of the hairpin. There was no harm in attempting. If it proved futile, he could always trace it back through bloodlines. As he closed his eyes, a vivid scene unfolded in his mind. Interesting, the chaotic azure lotus? After a while, Lin Dong opened his eyes, a smile gracing his features as he slowly uttered a few words. Master, have you found them? Seeing his master's expression, Yi Changxing felt a surge of excitement, yet a hint of apprehension lingered in his heart. Rest assured, your parents are safe. There is no need for undue worry. Lin Dong replied with a smile, his gaze carrying a profound meaning as he looked at Yi Changxing. They are not ordinary. They have ventured into the starry skies. What? They have gone to the starry skies? How can this be? How did they manage to do that? Yi Changxing was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the revelation. In his memories, his parents were the most ordinary of individuals within the Tianwu Continent. For over a decade, he had been oblivious to any peculiarities. Could it be that they had concealed everything, and he, Yi Changxing, was actually the son of a hidden powerhouse? It was well known that to leave the Tianwu Continent, one must possess at least the strength of an emperor. Thus, Yi Changxing's astonishment was entirely justified. In his recollections, his parents only possessed the realm of kings, lacking the extraordinary abilities to traverse beyond the continent into the starry skies. Lin Dong shook his head, responding, As for all your questions, it is best to keep them to yourself for now. The specifics of the situation cannot be disclosed to you at this moment. When the time comes and you grow stronger, The opportunity will naturally present itself, and you may inquire about your parents then. With that, he waved his hand, signaling Yi Changsheng to take his leave. He himself was not fully aware of the intricacies. Only Yi Changsheng's parents held the key to such knowledge, and it would be best for him to seek it out himself. Understood, master. I take my leave, Yi Changsheng replied with a respectful bow, turning to withdraw slowly. In the starry skies. Chapter 75. Darkness approaches. Gathering at Yaowang Valley in the vast, boundless expanse of the cosmos, two figures traversed, each step crossing countless celestial bodies. One figure, slender and graceful, was a woman. The other, a middle-aged man, exuded an ethereal presence. Who goes there? Suddenly, the woman spun around, emitting a cold snort, her delicate brows furrowing as her sharp gaze scrutinized the surroundings. What is it, Chino? The man's expression grew serious, equally on guard. After a considerable time, the surrounding starry sky remained enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any movement. There is nothing to worry about. I merely sensed an unseen presence observing us. Though it could have been a mere illusion, the woman responded, shaking her head and redirecting her gaze as she continued her aimless journey. Chinger, is it truly safe to leave Changsheng alone on the continent? The voice of the man behind her echoed, tinged with concern. Rest assured, Tianqiao, the Tianwu Continent holds opportunities for Changsheng. I have foreseen his path. Although he will face tribulations during this journey, great fortunes shall follow the trials. As she mentioned Yi Changsheng, the woman's exquisite visage illuminated with a tender smile, yet a shadow of worry flickered in the depths of her beautiful eyes. These two were none other than Yi Changsheng's parents, Yi Tianqiao and Lu Qinger. Changsheng is destined for greatness. His future is boundless, however. Darkness is poised to return, and the time for him to cultivate is limited. I hope he matures swiftly. Lu Qinger paused, her expression growing gravely serious. Darkness evoked trepidation, instilling fear within her heart. In her previous life, she had endured that great calamity, where countless formidable beings intervened to seal away the darkness. She herself had perished in that cataclysm, only to be reborn amidst chaos multiple times. Now, the darkness stirred once again, threatening to descend anew. She must hasten her cultivation to acquire the strength for self-preservation. Lu Qinger offered a gentle smile to Yi Tianqiao and spoke softly, Come, Tianqiao. I am aware of a sacred place that is ideal for your swordsmanship training. Indeed, the man replied solemnly, nodding as he matched Lu Qinger's pace. In the Valley of the Medicine King, within a resplendent hall, two seats occupied the highest positions, one of which stood empty. The other seat was taken by a middle-aged man clad in blue robes. This individual, known as Lin Dong, was the current master of the Valley of the Medicine King. Today shall mark the rise of our valley. No one can thwart this destiny. At this moment, Lin Dong wore a triumphant expression, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Could it be that today was his fortuitous day? Ha ha ha, Master Lin, congratulations. A hearty laugh resonated from outside the hall, breaking his reverie. Do not forget us, your friends. When the benefits arise, a middle-aged man entered the hall, cupping his fists in salute to the seated figure. Before the blue-robed man could respond, a chorus of laughter filled the air. Ha ha ha. We are truly fortunate to have borrowed Master Lin's prestige to meet a divine being in person. An elderly man entered, stroking his beard with a smile. Giggle, congratulations, Master Lin, on possessing such prowess to invite a divine being to our doorstep. A captivating woman sauntered in, her figure swaying gracefully as she chuckled lightly. Several figures simultaneously entered the hall, offering their congratulations to the man in blue robes. Instantly, the hall transformed into a vibrant and joyous gathering. Ah, Master Mo, please. No need for such formality. Do take a seat. Old Mr. Qi, you jest. Ah, Madam Bai, it has been quite some time. Your charm remains as captivating as ever. Everyone, please make yourselves comfortable. There is no need for formality. Outside the hall, a steady stream of guests arrived, each offering their congratulations to Lin Dong, who sat at the head of the table, too lazy to shift in his seat, responding with clasped fists to the well-wishers. The guests paid no mind. After all, they were all astute individuals, and today, Lin Dong, the Valley Master, held the greatest authority. Word had spread that a formidable figure from the Xiaoyao Sect was visiting the Medicine King Valley, inviting allies to make their acquaintance, likely drawn by the valley's alchemists. It seemed that the Medicine King Valley was poised for significant advancement, aligning itself with the esteemed sect, promising an ascent to great heights. Indeed, Valley Master Lin, who would have thought you concealed your connections so well, knowing a powerful figure from the divine sect? You must introduce us. We are eager to be acquainted. At that moment, a rotund middle-aged man approached, his cheeks quivering with each step, beaming as he spoke. Master Qian, please, do not say such things. Please take your seat. I must step out to await the arrival of that esteemed individual. I apologize for my inadequate hospitality. With that, Lin Feng descended from his seat, stepping outside to await the arrival of a distinguished guest. At this moment, his palms were clammy, and his heart raced with excitement. Days prior, a powerful consciousness had descended upon him one night, the overwhelming imperial presence nearly shattering him. The message was clear. This individual was an elder from the Xiaoyao Sect's alchemy hall, summoned by the sect master to recruit disciples. He was instructed to gather all disciples from the valley for a grand alchemy competition. Moreover, he was to notify the allies of the Medicine Valley to assemble. The sect master would arrive in 7 days to select candidates. His heart surged with joy. While he understood the recruitment of disciples, the invitation to allies puzzled him. Yet, he paid little heed to the specifics, simply following the elder's directives, for the power of the individual was too formidable to resist. That overwhelming imperial presence left no room for rebellion in his mind. Securing an alliance with the Xiaoyao Sect was his primary concern. Today marked the 7th day. He anticipated the arrival of the esteemed figure. Suddenly, Lin Feng's pupils constricted, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost respect. He has arrived. He gazed towards the heavens, sensing the familiar aura approaching. Before him, the void above shattered, revealing a figure cloaked in black, stepping forth. In an instant, the black-clad figure appeared at the entrance of the grand hall. Elder of the divine sect, please enter. How may I address you? Lin Feng, upon witnessing this, quickly nodded and bowed with a smile. I am surnamed Gu, the figure replied lightly, a hint of weariness evident in his tone. Very well, Elder Gu, please follow me. Lin Feng paused, finding the voice oddly familiar, but he dismissed the thought and led the black-clad man into the hall. Ah, esteemed guests, I appreciate your patience. This is Elder Gu from the divine sect, Lin Feng announced with a hearty laugh, stepping back slightly to allow the elder to enter. I have encountered the venerable elder of the divine sect. The individuals present promptly rose to their feet, respectfully clasping their hands together. Their expressions imbued with curiosity as they gazed upon the figure clad in black robes. Lin Feng guided the black-robed man to another seat at the head of the assembly, bowing slightly as he declared, "This position has been reserved for you." Ah, it appears all of you are familiar faces, the black-robed figure acknowledged with a nod, his weathered gaze sweeping across the gathered assembly. He slowly uttered a few words, "So everyone is here, which is fortunate, as it saves me the trouble of searching for each of you." His voice, resonating with profound weariness and endless experience, belonged to a middle-aged man, leaving the assembly momentarily stunned and perplexed. This cannot be. How can you still be alive? Suddenly, Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. This cannot be true. His countenance was fraught with terror as he stumbled backward, collapsing onto the ground, murmuring incoherently. Chapter 76. The Powerful Begs for Mercy. The Saint King Pill. Ah, it has indeed been a long time since I have seen you all, the black-robed man remarked, gradually removing his hat to reveal a visage chiseled like a blade, with cascading white hair. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence before erupting into chaos. Lord Ancient Valley Master, how can you still be alive? It is the Ancient Pill King. Brother Gu, did you not perish? Several figures sprang to their feet, their expressions alight with excitement as they gazed at the black-robed man. Meanwhile, a number of others appeared terrified, trembling uncontrollably. How could this be possible? They had personally extinguished the sacred soul of Gu Chun. Why was he still alive, now elevated to the esteemed status of an elder of the divine sect? Oh, this is the matter concerning my esteemed elder brother and his few companions, Gu Chun said, stifling his wrath as a cold smile crept across his face. Indeed, this man was Gu Chun, who had been biding his time, holding back his murderous intent until this moment. He had come to settle old scores, and, concurrently, to recruit some disciples for the Pill Hall. Disciples were exceedingly scarce within the Pill Hall, which served as the sect's production facility. A lack of personnel was simply untenable. The ability of the disciples to freely access pills, or sweets, depended entirely on their diligence and effort. At that moment, Lin Dong believed that Gu Chen, as an elder of the pill hall, could not afford to appear weak, thus he had utilized a realm enhancement card on him. Gu Chen's tireless contributions to the sect, laboring day and night in alchemy, had not gone unnoticed by Lin Dong, serving as a token of appreciation for his dedication. You claimed that the Valley Master had succumbed to madness, and that you sought to liberate him from his torment, remarked an elder in crimson robes, directing a sorrowful gaze at Lin Feng. I never imagined that you, Lin Feng, would possess such a ruthless heart, conspiring to slay your own master. All eyes turned towards Lin Feng, who sat on the ground, alternating between laughter and tears, appearing utterly deranged. Meanwhile, several individuals cast their gaze upon the trembling figures before them. No wonder the Mo family has produced so many talents in recent years. It all makes sense now. Indeed, who would have thought these four would stoop so low as to ambush Elder Gu? I am ashamed to have associated with such individuals for so long. I share the same sentiment. The gathered crowd, astute as they were, quickly grasped the situation within mere exchanges. Their discourse was laced with disdain and indignation, hastily distancing themselves from the implicated parties. It was undeniable that the rise of these factions in recent years was underpinned by such connections. Indeed, Lin Feng had seized the opportunity while Gu Chen was concocting elixirs, collaborating with others to severely injure him. Afterward, Gu Chen's spirit fled, only to be pursued by members of the Blood Fiend Pavilion. He narrowly escaped by taking refuge within a bracelet, where he remained in slumber for several years, eventually drifting to the Eastern Domain. The bracelet underwent numerous transfers, nurturing his sacred soul for decades before encountering Luo Yin. Throughout this perilous journey, fraught with danger and near-death experiences, he lost count of the trials he had endured. And what of you? Must I summon you to present yourselves? Gu Chen's gaze fell upon several individuals in the assembly, his icy stare sending shivers down their spines. He commanded Lin Feng to notify their allies precisely because it was not solely Lin Feng who had acted against him. Several guests of Lin Feng had also joined in the attack. Rather than seeking them out one by one, he preferred to ensnare them all at once. For figures moved simultaneously, one of whom was the head of the Mo family. They emerged from the hall, visibly trembling, their legs quaking uncontrollably. Elder Gu, I was mistaken. We were misled by Lin Feng's deceit. In a moment of folly, I implore your magnanimity to spare our lives. Indeed, for the sake of our past, we beseech you to grant us mercy. The individuals fell to their knees before Gu Chen, their legs giving way, as they prostrated themselves in a plea for clemency. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers could not help but feel a pang of astonishment. It was hard to believe that several esteemed ancestors of significant sects would disregard their dignity and status, groveling on the ground like wretched animals. Once this incident spreads, the entire divine realm would likely tremble at the revelation. However, if it were known that they had offended an elder of the Xiaoyao Sect, many would deem the annihilation of their sect a mild response, merely a few worthless lives, a just recompense to quell the fury. Haha, my dear junior brother. At that moment, Lin Feng erupted into laughter, drawing the attention of the crowd. You not only stole my yunshi, but also appropriated the legacy bestowed upon me by my master. I do not regret taking your life. My only regret is not eradicating the root of the problem. As he spoke, he struck the top of his head with great force, opting for self-destruction. With a gasp and a spurt of blood, Lin Feng convulsed, spitting forth crimson droplets. Unable to inflict sufficient harm upon himself, he awakened in pain, not fully perishing. Ultimately, he chose to self-detonate, seeking an end to it all. With a mere wave of his hand, Gu Chen rendered the terrifying self-detonation of a Saint King utterly inconsequential before him. Brother, why resort to such measures? Witnessing this spectacle, a tumult of emotions surged within him. Initially, he hesitated to act against his own elder brother, for they shared a profound bond. Yet, he could not entirely escape the mantle of enmity. Now, with his brother's demise, he found a peculiar reprieve, sparing him the burden of taking action himself. However, he was taken aback to discover that the motives behind his brother's assault stemmed from such trivial matters. Brother, you still fail to comprehend our master's intentions. Alas, it is all in the past. Let it dissipate like smoke. In a fleeting moment, Gu Chen shook his head and redirected his gaze toward the others, coldly remarking, Humph. Spare you? You ought to understand that with every gain comes a corresponding consequence. The others, witnessing his demeanor, fell to their knees in terror, incessantly pleading for mercy. They were not yet ready to embrace death. Who among those who had attained such cultivation would willingly perish in such a manner? You conspired with my brother. Thus, you shall accompany him to the underworld. There, you may find companionship on the road to the Yellow Springs. Gu Chen's expression hardened. Unlike the previous four, these individuals had already sealed their fates by betraying him for their own gain. A formidable imperial might suddenly bore down upon them, rendering them as fragile as watermelons, causing them to burst in an instant. A gust of wind swept through, carrying the scent of blood that permeated the grand hall. With a flick of his sleeve, the chamber returned to its previous state, as if nothing had ever transpired. Due to my personal grievances, I cannot allow you all to journey so far without recompense. Gu Chen's gaze swept across the assembly as he spoke slowly. This is a token of my appreciation, a reward for your presence here. With a wave of his hand, dozens of pills materialized in the hall, filling the air with a rich, fragrant aroma. Each of the attendees received a Saint King pill, a byproduct crafted by Gu Chen himself, effortlessly conjured by his imperial prowess. These pills, intended for elevating cultivation, were of no use to the disciples of the sect, merely discarded like refuse within his storage ring. It seemed more fitting to bestow them upon these elders, granting them an extension of life. This is the Tongtian Saint King pill. Heavens, could I be mistaken? So many Tongtian Saint King pills. The Tongtian Saint King pill. Is it not the one that can instantly elevate a Saint King by a minor realm? Indeed, it is that very pill. As the gathered crowd beheld the pills, their eyes sparkled with excitement, rising in astonishment, all exclaiming in unison. Chapter 77. The Alchemy Competition. The Phoenix Goddess, the Tongtian Saint King pill, is notoriously difficult to concoct. Even a powerful practitioner at the Saint King level requires a full month to refine it, consuming immense spiritual and law power. When administered to cultivators below the Saint King realm, it can instantaneously raise them by a minor level. Do not be modest. Take them freely. I also hope for a lasting alliance between you all and the Medicine King Valley. With a flourish of his hand, the Saint King pills soared forth, each one appearing before the attendees. These individuals are familiar faces, once allies in times past, their lifespans drawing to a close. And Gu Chen could not bear to see them depart in such a manner. Let this be a means to cultivate some goodwill with the Medicinal King Valley. How could I possibly accept this? I must express my gratitude to Elder Gu. Should there be such fortunate circumstances again, do call upon us, an elder remarked. Since Elder Gu has made such an offer, I shall graciously accept, another elder replied. I shall not be overly polite then. In the future, should there be any matters concerning the Medicinal King Valley, the Go family will be the first to step forward, a third elder chimed in. The group, filled with excitement, rubbed their hands together, courteously clutching the elixirs before them, fearful that they might vanish in the next moment. Initially, they had considered declining the offer, for they were powerful beings who had encountered myriad gifts throughout their lives. However, this reward was of such rarity, a Celestial King pill, of which there was no market to be found. The allure was immense, appearing to them as a treasure beyond valuation. In their possession, this pill equated to a second life. Most of those present were elderly or middle-aged, finding it increasingly challenging to ascend to another realm. With this pill, their chances of success would significantly increase, potentially extending their lifespans by several hundred or even 1,000 years. Elder Hua, the future of the Medicinal King Valley shall rest in your capable hands, Gu Chen said, shifting his gaze to the venerable elders seated beside him. This man was highly respected, having just confronted Lin Dong, a formidable presence within the Sacred King realm and a master alchemist. Gu Chen felt reassured, entrusting the valley to his leadership. Elder Gu, well, never mind, Elder Hua began, hesitating. He had intended to persuade Gu Chen to remain, but upon recalling Gu Chen's current status, he refrained from expressing it. Elder Hua, no need for further words, Gu Chen replied with a faint smile, waving his sleeve. By the way, I have allocated these resources for you. Consider it a token of my goodwill. A storage ring appeared before Elder Hua, who gasped as he probed within, discovering a mountain of resources and elixirs. Train more outstanding disciples, and I shall return to recruit some in the future. Before Elder Hua could refuse, Gu Chen vanished in an instant. He was off to the square to seek disciples, mindful not to forget the arrangements set forth by the sect leader. As for those resources and elixirs, they belonged to him personally. Elder Hu shook his head, gazing at the Celestial King pill, his pupils dilating in astonishment. Elder Gu is truly benevolent, gifting such a precious elixir so readily. Oldly, am I dreaming? Slap me, will you? I need to confirm this is real. I have lived so long, and never have I encountered such an unreasonable demand. Ouch, that hurts. Indeed, this is real. With this elixir, I can regain my strength. I need not fear death, at least for a few hundred years. Laughter erupted in the gathering, as the elders appeared as jubilant as children, all present feeling an exhilarating sense of disbelief and joy. Truly, the divine sovereign is extravagant, presenting the Holy King pill with such generosity. Hold on. This pill is likely not as simple as it seems. It possesses a trace of Tao power. If a peak Holy King were to refine it, they might instantaneously become a quasi-emperor, remarked the Elder of Fire, prompting the crowd to turn and listen. No one dared to question the elder's words. A moment of silence was followed by a chorus of gasps as the realization of the opportunity struck them. A quasi-emperor, what an extraordinary chance. In the Valley of the Medicine King, the plaza was alive with the fervor of a grand alchemical competition. Go, Senior Sister Taimei. Brother Yi, your alchemical prowess is so impressive. I adore it. I believe the esteemed readers are the most remarkable of all. Countless disciples filled the square. All were either eliminated or unqualified to participate. They scrutinized one another, wary of any lurking spies. The alchemical competition was in full swing, now on its seventh and final day. During this time, disciples showcased their unique talents, with miraculous phenomena of pill creation occurring frequently, though some faced disastrous failures. Now, only about 100 remained, each focused intently on their respective alchemical furnaces. At this moment, the true finals were just beginning. Who do you think will concoct the highest grade pill? I wager it will be Dan Mayer. From the looks of it, she is likely to produce a half-holy pill, perhaps even using a fragment of the laws of heaven and earth. I believe it will be Yi Yuan. After all, he is the foremost genius of the Medicine Valley. Judging by his demeanor, he seems poised to refine a holy pill. I must say, I find Ling Han quite promising as well. Several elders at the judging platform discussed animatedly, each supporting a different prodigy. Among them, a striking young woman and 3 handsome young men captured considerable attention. As anticipated, the enchanting young woman successfully refined a superior half-holy pill, while the other 2 disciples produced exquisite half-holy pills as well. However, the crowd's gaze was firmly fixed on another figure, Yi Yuan. This disciple was currently crafting a holy pill, astonishingly wielding such power despite being at the level of a mere revered one. With a powerful shout, Yi Yuan declared, "Pill, emerge, calamity awaits." A streak of radiant light shot into the sky, accompanied by a thunderous roar. It was a singular lightning tribulation. The spectators were left agape, utterly astonished. Young Master Yi was undeniably impressive. His creation could only be a holy pill, securing his victory in this competition without a doubt. How formidable it was for a revered one to concoct a holy pill. Holy pills possess spirit, and their emergence is heralded by lightning tribulations. They are classified into 4 ranks: low, middle, high, and top, as well as 4 grades: inferior, medium, superior, and exquisite. A single lightning tribulation signifies a low-grade holy pill. 2 tribulations indicate a middle-grade holy pill, and so forth. Exquisite pills, however, attract multiple tribulations, with 3 tribulations designating a low-grade exquisite holy pill, and 9 tribulations for a top-grade exquisite holy pill. Quite a promising talent. Allow me to see if there are any other prodigies among them. Gu Qin also made his way to the square, his gaze lingering only briefly on the thunder tribulation before shifting to a corner. Oh, the elixir crafted by this young lady is undoubtedly remarkable. Her technique is remarkably proficient. His eyes narrowed as he focused on a figure clad in crimson. Momentarily taken aback, he smiled gently and remarked, a fire phoenix and the bloodline of a phoenix? He discerned the woman possessed the bloodline of a phoenix. In her hands, she wielded the true fire of the phoenix, which contained subtle hints of the laws. Moreover, a lingering soul presence enveloped her, reminiscent of his own apprentice's situation. In a corner stood a woman in red attire. Upon closer inspection, the young lady had bright eyes and pearly teeth, her long skirt dancing in the breeze, and her snow-white arms gracefully manipulating the flames. Her exquisite profile captivated many men, who cheered her on with fervor. It was evident that she was quite popular in the valley. The woman in red appeared utterly engrossed, her focus unwavering as she refined the elixir before her. Her name was Jiang Kellen. The promised phoenix goddess has been arranged. Kellen, have you lost your mind? Are you creating a sacred elixir? This is no ordinary grade. If you continue like this, you may lose control and squander your efforts. A voice echoed in Jiang Kellen's mind, tinged with incredulity. Noticing Jiang Kellen's prolonged silence as she remained absorbed in her task, the voice sighed in resignation. Very well. This shall be the last time I intervene for you. I intended to write less about the Medicine King Valley, but recalling the Phoenix Goddess compelled me to elaborate a bit more as I contemplated the ensuing plot, which is beginning to take shape. Chapter 78. A bet between two. Another sacred elixir emerges at the judging platform. That lad Yi Yuan is truly exceptional. He has not disappointed my expectations. The elderly man in the purple robe, who had previously favored Yi Yuan, was now grinning with satisfaction. I believe it would be prudent to conclude the competition early. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan will emerge as the victor. Seeing the silence from the crowd, the purple-robed elder proposed again, his beard nearly lifting with delight. Perhaps we should wait a while longer. Ending the competition prematurely may not be wise. The outcome remains uncertain. What if an unexpected contender emerges? An elder in a black robe stroked his beard and spoke leisurely. He was the one who had previously supported Ling Han. Let us wait a little longer. The top 100 rankings have yet to be established. A venerable voice chimed in, that of the oldest elder present, Tianwu Song. The others fell silent for a moment, all agreeing with the elder's words. Setting aside the question of concluding the event, as for the sacred elixirs, aside from Yi Yuan, who among the disciples of the Medicine King Valley can concoct such a potion? The purple-robed elder spoke again, puffing out his chest and casting a disdainful glance at the elder in black. I simply do not believe it. Does old Mo dare to wager against me? What shall we wager? The old man in the black robe, upon hearing those words, felt a surge of interest within. If, before the conclusion of the grand tournament, any disciple is capable of refining a sacred pill, I shall bow 10 times, exclaiming loudly that I am but a grandson. The old man in the purple robe wore a confident expression, clearly believing he had the upper hand. He observed the dark countenance of the black-robed elder, who appeared reluctant to accept the wager. He continued, if you lose, there is no need for such theatrics. Simply allowing me to peruse that esteemed sacred pharmacopoeia for a few months will suffice. As he spoke, his beard seemed to lift skyward. Casting a provocative glance at the black-robed elder, he had long yearned to behold that sacred pharmacopoeia, if granted the opportunity. It might well elevate him to the status of a sacred pill master. Today, having finally stumbled upon a chance, he was determined to seize it. Humph. A wager it shall be. I fear you not, yet I already have a grandson, so let us alter the terms of our bet. The black-robed elder snorted dismissively, unwilling to show weakness. Upon hearing this, the purple-robed elder rejoiced, feeling assured of victory. Then let the wager of Elder Mo remain unchanged. As for mine, let Elder Mo devise it. In his mind, victory was already assured, and no amount of cunning could alter that. Let us make it daring. Should Elder Son lose, he shall run 10 laps around the arena, clad only from the waist up, wearing a woman's skirt, shouting, I am the great Sandy. Agreed. I shall abide by Elder Mo's arrangements. Then it is settled, to be witnessed by all esteemed elders present. The black-robed elder hastily acquiesced, wary of any possible retraction. Secretly contemplating, he believes he can acquire my pharmacopoeia so easily? Moreover, comprehension of the text is contingent upon one's insight. What difference would an additional decade of study make? If a disciple truly manages to refine a sacred pill, it will certainly be a spectacle worthy of attention. Humph, let him wait. He might gain, but I shall never incur a loss. Several hours passed. The sky gradually darkened, and few disciples remained in the square. The time is nearly upon us. Elder Son, please make the announcement. The head elder spoke, casting his gaze toward the purple-robed elder. The rankings had been determined, and there was no need for further delay. The outcome is sealed. Elder Mo should prepare the pharmacopoeia. Elder Son stated nonchalantly, his heart filled with joy. Humph. Elder Mo snorted, his expression unchanged. Elder Sun slowly made his way to the center of the stage, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, "I hereby declare the conclusion of this grand tournament." Before he could finish, the sky erupted with a series of thunderous roars. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of thunder drew the attention of all present, compelling them to look up. What is happening? The sacred pill is emerging. Goodness. There's a dark horse. It's Jiang Xianzi. In the arena, a woman clad in red was in the midst of forming a core, surrounded by a tempest of calamity clouds hovering above her. Everyone present recognized Jiang Kellen. Not only was she beautiful, but her innate talent was remarkable. Based on her previous performances, she seemed only capable of refining pills of the Zun level. No one anticipated she had concealed her true capabilities so deeply, eluding the scrutiny of all present. In the next moment, Jiang Kellen stepped forward, ascending against the heavens, as if dancing in the void, resembling a celestial being from a painting. This is the second thunder tribulation. Is there truly a disciple capable of refining a holy pill? The elderly figure in a black robe exclaimed in surprise, casting a glance filled with schadenfreude towards Elder Sunday. A splendid performance was unfolding, and he was eager to observe how things would transpire. The thunderous roars reverberated in the ears of the purple-robed elder, akin to a series of slaps harshly landing upon his face, leaving him with a fiery sting. This is impossible. He could scarcely believe that a disciple could indeed succeed in refining a holy pill. Could he truly be forced to don a feminine gown, running about while proclaiming himself a fool? No, the girl had yet to form her pill. She still needed to endure the thunder tribulation. As long as he declared the event concluded, it would be as though she had not succeeded, and he would not be defeated. With this thought, he prepared to make his announcement. The time has not yet come. The competition continues. A voice of authority echoed through the venue, interrupting his incantation. This is the old Valley Master. I must not be mistaken. The elders at the judging panel turned their gazes in unison, exclaiming in astonishment. We, the elders, pay our respects to the old Valley Master. The crowd hurriedly bowed to Gu Chun, not daring to defy his command. Simultaneously, the hearts of those present were filled with varied emotions. Some were filled with skepticism. Hadn't the old Valley Master perished long ago? Why was he present here today? Enough. Continue. I shall merely take a stroll. Yes, old Valley Master. As for Elder Sun, his face shifted in hues of pale and flushed, swallowing hard with trepidation. What a predicament! If he were to fulfill the wager, what dignity would remain for him? And how could he establish authority before the disciples of the valley in the future? Elder Sun, so many elders are watching. Do not forget the wager, Elder Mo remarked, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he approached to offer a reminder. Humph, do I require your reminder? Elder Sun retorted stubbornly. The other elders could not help but shake their heads and chuckle at his response. Gu Chun ambled nearby, observing the alchemical progress of each disciple. Before long, the thunder tribulation dissipated. Jiang Kellen descended gracefully like a celestial maiden, her beautiful eyes fixated on the holy pill in her hand. I have succeeded. I have refined a holy pill, she murmured softly. Indeed, Kellen, you have triumphed. That voice resonated again in Jiang Kellen's mind. All of this is due to Senior G's guidance. Otherwise, with Kellen's current strength, it would have been improbable to form a pill. In no time, I shall refine the Nirvana pill for you, Senior. Jiang Kellen smiled radiantly, responding inwardly. You show some conscience, remembering this matter. Senior's affairs have always been etched in Kellen's heart. Alas, I truly do not comprehend what this humble medicinal valley could possibly offer to alter your fate. Why are you exerting yourself so? Perhaps there truly is something? Suddenly, Jiang Kellen sensed an unusual commotion around her. Why have so many elders gathered there? Could it be that this disciple has resorted to cheating? Amidst the murmurs of the disciples in the arena, she lifted her gaze and noticed a significant absence of elders at the judging platform, with only a scant few present. As she observed, several elders hurriedly approached from a distance. Typically, only a single elder would be dispatched to assess the quality of the elixirs. Why then were so many elders convening today? Could it be that Elder G had been discovered? A shock coursed through her, yet her countenance remained unruffled. Humph, with this group of old men, lacking even a semi-emperor among them, how could they possibly uncover my identity? Indeed, Elder G possesses formidable abilities. One wonders what could have provoked such a commotion. At this moment of heightened scrutiny, several elders, radiating an imposing aura, advanced towards Jiang Kellen. Chapter 79. The scene becomes overly intense. Recruiting disciples for the alchemy hall. Why do you tremble so violently, elder son? Hurry along, Elder Mo remarked with a gentle smile, stroking his beard. Elder Mo, do not rejoice too soon. The elixirs have yet to be examined. It is possible that this disciple has cheated, came the response as figures approached. Led by Elder Mo and Elder Sunday, disciple Jiang Kellen pays her respects to the esteemed elders, Jiang Kellen declared, maintaining her composure as she greeted them. This disciple, may I have a look at your elixir? I wish to ascertain its quality, Elder Sun stated, stepping forward to seize the elixir from Jiang Kellen's hand. Do not be hasty, Elder Sun. I believe it would be best for the other elders to conduct the examination, Elder Mo interjected, grasping Elder Sun's hand to prevent any inadvertent destruction of evidence. Allow me to handle it, a white-robed elder said, prompting nods of agreement from the others. This elder belonged to the discipline hall and was known for his integrity. He was the most suitable choice for the inspection. The white-robed elder took the elixir, scrutinizing it meticulously. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. This elixir is indeed a sacred pill, specifically a low-grade inferior sacred pill. Upon hearing this, a weight lifted from Jiang Kellen's chest. She inwardly sighed in relief. Fortunately, I was not discovered. Yet, she remained puzzled as to why the elders had not yet departed. All the elders present turned their gaze towards one individual. Jiang Kellen looked up to see an elder staring intently at her, his gaze sharp as a blade, as if he wished to pierce her through. What was this? She felt a wave of confusion. Why did this elder regard her with such intensity? She had merely been practicing alchemy in the usual manner. The elder in question was none other than Elder Sunday. Damn that little girl, and that old fool Mo. They shall pay for this. Elder Sun's expression fluctuated between shades of green and white, his heart brimming with resentment. What is it, Elder Sun? Are you perhaps contemplating breaking your promise? Elder Mo's voice interjected. Humph, I shall honor my wager without your prompting, Elder Sun retorted, sweeping his sleeve as he slowly made his way toward the arena's edge, each step weighted with gravity. Upon reaching the perimeter, Elder Sun halted in his tracks. He stood still for a long time, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Old Elder Sun, I never expected to see you in such a predicament. Elder Mo, witnessing the scene, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. At last, he had seized an opportunity to make a grand statement. His eyes sparkled with delight. He yearned for even greater enjoyment. I, Elder Mo, declare that today Elder Sun has entered into a wager with me. Elder Sun must fulfill his end of the bargain right here in the square. Utilizing his cultivation, he amplified his voice to resonate throughout the entire medicinal valley. It is Elder Mo and Elder Sunday. Everyone was aware that these two elders were sworn adversaries, often clashing like this. What wager could it possibly be? The disciples present were not particularly surprised by this unfolding scene. However, curiosity arose among the crowd regarding the nature of the wager. What? Is Elder Sun going to showcase his talents? I must see this. Goodness, what is Elder Sun doing? Countless curious gazes were directed towards the spectacle that had now captured everyone's attention. Elder Sun made his move, dramatically waving his hand. His upper robe vanished, revealing a pink gown below. He pranced about like a bashful maiden, his ample figure bouncing with each step. Simultaneously, he shouted, I am the great Shabi. I am. A profound silence enveloped the area. The multitude of disciples wore expressions of utter bewilderment, frozen in place. The scene was simply too outrageous. Then, a wave of commotion erupted. Ugh, I can't take it. My eyes are tainted. I can't bear to watch. I've gained a new perspective. Who would have thought the two elders possessed such creativity? Haha, you're finished. I just saw you laughing. Are you not afraid of offending Elder Sun? Do not slander me. I was merely elated because I found a partner a few days ago. They say kissing leads to pregnancy, and I kissed her once. The next day, she bore me a plump little boy. Indeed, the ancients do not deceive. Ah, brother, words cannot express my sentiments. I wish you double happiness. This, of course, was merely a minor episode in the grand competition. Everyone returned to the judging platform. The time has come. The competition concludes. Elder Sun, please make the announcement. The elder seated at the head spoke with a calm demeanor. Yes, Elder Tian. Elder Sun's face darkened, yet he reluctantly approached the stage. Would it not have been better to end this sooner, sparing me such humiliation? I hereby declare the conclusion of this grand competition. Those ranked in the top 100, please gather. He could only feel the burning sensation of embarrassment, with myriad peculiar gazes focused upon him. With a flick of his sleeve, he vanished from the scene. How utterly disgraceful. He could not endure remaining there any longer. Well, it could be worse. Even in my absence, the valley continues to produce prodigious talents. Gu Chen remarked as he approached the square from a distance. He had been observing the disciples and had indeed noted some exceptional individuals. As for the earlier spectacle, he had witnessed it but chose not to comment further. One can only sigh inwardly, how splendid it is to be young. I am Gu Chen, an elder of the Dan Hall of the Carefree Sect, here to recruit disciples for the Dan Hall. As the disciples gathered, Gu Chen's calm voice resonated throughout the area. Those chosen by the light, you are indeed fortunate, for you hold the potential to become disciples of our sect. With a grand gesture, 100 beams of light enveloped the assembly of over 100 individuals. What? We have the chance to become disciples of the divine sect? Is this for real? Did I hear that correctly? Those are disciples of the divine sect. I am among the 100. Why wasn't I selected? Grandfather, are you joking? Your grandson is destined for greatness. My hand, why do you tremble? I was so close to seizing the opportunity. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in astonishment. The disciples exhibited a spectrum of emotions. Some were elated, while others were disheartened. The elders of the valley also displayed expressions of surprise. They had not anticipated that after the old valley master's disappearance for several centuries, he would re-emerge as an elder of the divine sect. These disciples were indeed fortunate, as they had the chance to join the divine sect. Being selected does not guarantee immediate entry into our sect. You must pass a series of assessments before officially becoming disciples. Those who were not selected should not lose heart. There will be future opportunities to join our sect. Simply dedicate yourselves to your cultivation. At this moment, Gu Chen's voice rang out once more. I shall not say much more. I will now take you back to the sect for your assessments, and we shall speak further after. Are there any disciples who were selected but wish not to proceed? Step forward now. For a brief moment, silence enveloped the crowd, with no one daring to step forward. The divine sect had not yet opened its doors to disciples. This opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime chance for them. No one would willingly forfeit it. Very well, if that's the case, prepare yourselves. I shall lead you away. Nodding, Gu Chen waved his hand, enveloping the 100 or so individuals, and they vanished from sight. Unless unexpected circumstances arose. Gu Chen anticipated that he would accept over 50 disciples from the selected 100. The remaining individuals watched them depart, their hearts filled with profound regret. The opportunity lay right before them. Why had they been unable to seize it? In the distance, a pair of companions quarreled over this matter, their argument escalating. It's all right, brother Fan. You're not a disciple of the divine sect, and Tai Mei still likes you. A female disciple from the Medicine Valley consoled the handsome young man beside her. How can you say that? If you hadn't insisted on visiting my home 7 times the other day, I wouldn't have trembled and caused the furnace to explode. The handsome young man retorted, his hand dismissively gesturing. You dare blame me? I haven't even mentioned you. Brother Wong from next door is far superior to you. Yet you spend your days practicing that bamboo stick technique. Upon hearing this, the female disciple's eyes filled with disdain as she scrutinized the young man up and down. I never expected you to be this kind of person. Chapter 80. The divine realm is inferior to the foot of the mountain. Talents of the Xiaoyao Sect in the blink of an eye. Gu Chen had led the 100 or so individuals to the foot of Carefree Mountain. We have arrived. This is the base of our sect. The voice of Gu Chen resonated, awakening the thoughts of the disciples. Have we arrived so soon? In less than 3 breaths, they found themselves here. They hastily surveyed their surroundings, only to see countless figures seated around them. These individuals merely opened their eyes to glance around, seemingly accustomed to the situation, before closing their eyes once more. Could they be fellow practitioners? However, their positioning seemed rather precarious. Oh well, this was typical for newcomers. A lesson would suffice. The disciples of the Medicine Valley looked up and discovered mist swirling through the mountains, revealing a celestial ladder before them. Upon the ladder stood 4 heavenly gates, behind which resplendent divine light shone, shrouded in ethereal mist. Towering peaks could be faintly discerned, along with countless magnificent palaces that appeared to stretch into the clouds, presenting a scene of celestial grandeur. Is this the divine sect? These disciples had never set foot in this place, having only heard of the divine sect's illustrious reputation. To witness it today was indeed an eye-opening experience, confirming its legendary status. Ah, The spiritual energy and the power of intent are so rich. I can't endure it any longer. I must break through. As they absorbed the atmosphere, numerous individuals around them achieved breakthroughs, some even experiencing successive ascensions. To think that the spiritual energy was so abundant at the foot of the mountain, it was unimaginable what the cultivation effects would be like inside. Such a paradisiacal realm could only be orchestrated by the divine sect. This only intensified their yearning to join the celestial sect. Consider it a fortunate opportunity bestowed upon them, Gu Chun mused quietly, hands clasped behind his back as he observed the unfolding scene. Yet, he felt a sense of curiosity as to why so many had gathered at the mountain's base. Hey, old man, and you lot of youngsters. That position belongs to my Azure Dragon sect for cultivation today. At that moment, a voice laden with ill intent echoed from afar. Ah, the Azure Dragon's people have arrived. They've finally gotten a chance to cultivate at that position, but I doubt they will relinquish it easily, though their ancestor is of the Emperor realm. This elder is equally unfathomable. Let us watch the drama unfold. The surrounding individuals glanced over, whispering among themselves, I wonder what those few are discussing. Hearing this, Gu Chun felt perplexed and shifted his gaze. He spotted a group of individuals clad in azure robes approaching, each exuding an aura of sanctity. The one speaking was a man leading the group. He pointed at Gu Chun and declared, "That old man refers to you. You newcomers wishing to cultivate must line up outside. Otherwise, do not blame my Azure Dragon sect for being impolite." As he spoke, the man caressed his left arm, revealing an imposing azure dragon etched upon it, an apparent symbol of status. "Do you know who I am?" Gu Chun raised an eyebrow, inquiring. He felt a sense of doubt. This was the foothill of my celestial sect. When did it become the territory of the Azure Dragon sect? Upon arriving here, he had noticed a multitude gathered at the base, but he chose not to voice his thoughts. It was unexpected that this group of individuals sought trouble and found it with him. "I care not who you are. Be you an esteemed ancestor of a sect. Such titles hold no weight here. If you are a dragon, you must coil." The man with dragon-like arms spoke disdainfully. "I care not for your status as a sovereign or an ancestor. It is of little consequence." In recent days, they had encountered many like him, who initially strutted with arrogance, only to bow their heads submissively before the Qinglong sect after receiving a sound thrashing. There was no alternative, with an emperor ancestor backing them. Such arrogance was to be expected. Is that so? I am no ancestor, but what if I were an elder of the Xiaoyao sect? Gu Chun replied with a smile that held a hint of irony. The elder of the Xiaoyao sect is of no significance. Wait, isn't that the name of the divine sect? The man reacted swiftly, abruptly halting his words. If you are an elder of the divine sect, I shall bow my head and apologize. As he spoke, the man's pupils constricted suddenly, and his tone shifted. It was no wonder he felt intimidated. During his speech, he caught sight of the token hanging diagonally from Gu Chun's waist, prominently inscribed with the 3 characters of the Xiaoyao sect. Great Master of the Divine Sect. I am but a lowly creature who fails to recognize greatness, and I did not intend to offend you. I implore you to overlook my transgression. With that, he softened his legs and slid to his knees before Gu Chun, hastily bowing his head in supplication. Just as Gu Chun was about to respond, the man shouted loudly. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, without a moment's pause. This left Gu Chun somewhat bewildered. Even the cultivators nearby, who had been observing, could not suppress their laughter, secretly giving him a thumbs up in admiration. It was evident that this dragon-armed man was exceedingly adept at this routine. However, one must possess talent and discernment in this line of work. Otherwise, it was unlikely one would survive to this day. What are you still doing standing there? Kneel down. Do you not see the great master of the divine sect? Seeing the crowd in a daze, the dragon-armed man turned and urgently urged his companions to kneel. Little did he know how unfortunate his day would be, as he had just stepped out and stumbled upon a formidable obstacle. In rapid succession, over a dozen individuals knelt down in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the elder of the divine sect. We did not mean to offend. Please do not hold our minor misdeeds against us. This lad indeed possessed some talent. What transpired here? Why have so many gathered in this place? Speak to this elder." Gu Chun addressed the dragon-armed man with a calm demeanor. The dragon-armed man was taken aback by his words and slowly recounted the events. Since the Xiaoyao sect had emerged from seclusion, they sought to pay their respects to the divine sect, only to find themselves halted at the foot of the mountain. They discovered the extraordinary nature of this place. Not only was the spiritual energy abundant, but the laws and principles were profoundly rich, even rumored to possess divine energy, resembling a sacred ground for cultivation. To cultivate at the foot of this mountain was several times more potent than in the hallowed grounds of the divine realm. Countless individuals from across the continent rushed to this locale for cultivation. Ancestors from various sects emerged from their seclusion overnight, and emperors traversed the void to arrive. In such a sacred place for cultivation, it was no wonder that they desired to dwell here and cultivate for a lifetime. It was not surprising to find an ancestor of a major sect every 10 paces or an emperor every 100 paces. Regarding the allocation of territory, it is determined collectively by several esteemed emperors, with each faction taking turns to cultivate, dedicating one day to their training. Today, it happens that it is the turn of the Azure Dragon sect to practice in this very location. There stood Gu Chun, silent and contemplative. It became clear to him why he had not sensed anything unusual. The environment he cultivated in his sect was infinitely superior to this one. After a prolonged moment of reflection, Gu Chun nodded, his gaze sweeping over the members of the Azure Dragon sect who remained kneeling before him, pondering how best to address their situation. The members of the Azure Dragon sect felt a wave of anxiety wash over them at this sight. Gu Chun remained silent, momentarily at a loss for a solution. He mused, surveying the multitude around him, an idea suddenly sparking in his mind. This young man, after all, possessed talent. It would be a pity to eliminate him. Such talent ought to be harnessed effectively. Our sect has graciously provided a space for the cultivators of this continent. You should express gratitude rather than exhibit such arrogance. Do you understand? Gu Chun declared, his arms crossed behind his back, his tone resolute. Understood, esteemed sir. They replied in unison. In light of your restraint from causing harm, I shall grant you an opportunity. You are to maintain order here, patrolling for a full 12 hours each day, with no time permitted for other pursuits, including rest or cultivation. As he spoke, an intangible imperial might emanated from Gu Chun, enveloping the members of the Azure Dragon sect. You shall continue this duty until my sect sends personnel to take over. Can you fulfill this task? We assure you it will be completed. Do not allow me to witness any abuse of power. Otherwise, the existence of your Azure Dragon sect will be rendered unnecessary. Now, go summon all members of your sect to participate in the patrol. If anyone resists, let them come to confront me. The man with dragon-like arms felt the pressure dissipate and joy surged within him. He promptly thumped his chest in response. Rest assured, esteemed elder of the divine sect. This responsibility rests upon the Azure Dragon sect. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once. Rising, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling immensely relieved. It was fortunate that he had heard tales of how members of the divine sect would hang their tokens at their waists. He had observed closely and thus managed to preserve his own life. The assembled crowd was equally astonished that the members of the Azure Dragon sect had managed to survive unscathed. Chapter 81. The trial begins. The first challenge, the heart ladder well. It seems you are quite perceptive, Gu Chun remarked, nodding in approval of the young man. As the base of the continent's foremost divine sect, it was imperative to maintain order. Thus, he had chosen to spare the Azure Dragon sect. Were it not for the current shortage of personnel within the sect, he would have annihilated this Azure Dragon sect without hesitation. No wonder the deputy sect master had mentioned the necessity of constructing a grand city at the foot of the mountain. It is evident that such a project is indeed warranted. The sect is currently deliberating on the establishment of the city, assigning disciples and trusted families to manage the affairs. It is believed that before long, a city will arise in this very place. It seems you have all reaped considerable rewards. Your cultivation is complete. So let us commence today's trial. Gu Chun had finished attending to matters on that side. In the blink of an eye, he observed that all the disciples had completed their training and were now awaiting his arrival. Indeed, Senior Gu, the disciples replied, their hearts filled with admiration for him. They had witnessed the earlier scene, which had sown a seed within them, a desire to become powerful. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Gu Chun gazed at the ladder shrouded in mist and spoke. Very well, this is the ladder of heart training, a path for refining the mind. Upon stepping onto this ladder, you will enter a realm of illusions. Various phantoms will manifest, each as tangible as reality, testing each individual according to their unique circumstances. Only those who successfully navigate through the hundredfold illusions shall reach the summit. It is the steadfast in mind and the resolute in spirit who will prevail. This is the first trial. Those who ascend this ladder shall be granted the status of outer disciples of our sect. At the same time, he communicated with the identity tokens to initiate this trial for the disciples. Upon hearing this, excitement surged within the crowd, as they had been eager to participate. The outer disciples, it was rumored, were often mighty emperors, and many formidable beings had sought their favor in vain. Now, the opportunity lay before them. How could they not feel exhilarated? Finally, Gu Chun turned, surveying those present, and continued, "This is the first stage of the trial. Only by passing this stage will you qualify for the next." The initial challenge had been determined long ago by Lin Dong. Most of the previous cohort had successfully ascended this ladder to join the Xiaoyao Sect. This was precisely why the ladder of heart training had been positioned at the four corners of the sect upon its establishment. Go forth, as alchemists. This trial poses little difficulty for you. By the order of seniority, all present were his juniors. In truth, Gu Chun harbored great hopes for them, wishing for their inclusion in the Xiaoyao Sect, both to serve the sect and to fulfill the expectations of their elders. Upon hearing his words, the crowd rushed forward, hastily approaching the ladder. Dozens of them, with expressions of anticipation, simultaneously stepped onto the ladder. Once they entered, they vanished in an instant, entering the realm of illusions. Successful candidates would be transported to the summit of the ladder, while those who failed would be safely returned to the base of the mountain. In the next moment, a young man was the first to pass through the initial trial and entered the second challenge. The trials were progressing steadily. As for you, carrying what you should not, you are unable to ascend the ladder. Gu Chen's voice resonated as his gaze fell upon Jiang Kellen. She found herself stuck before the ladder, unable to advance a single step. A jolt of alarm surged through Jiang Kellen. Had Senior Ji been discovered? No wonder, after the elder's appearance. No matter how she called out, Senior Ji had remained unresponsive, as if in a state of seclusion. This was indeed the elder's doing. "Senior Gu, may I inquire if, upon passing the trial, I could bring Senior Ji into the sect with me?" Jiang Kellen asked softly. "Allow this elder to ponder the matter. You may proceed with your trial." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen contemplated for a moment. This young lady was indeed a prodigy, a person of profound loyalty and sentiment. She bore a resemblance to his disciple, Luo Yan, and Gu Chun was reluctant to let such potential slip away. Seeing his hesitation, Jiang Kellen spoke again. "Elder Ji is also an adept alchemist, previously a master at the imperial level. If the divine sect is in need of personnel, might it be possible could Elder Ji join me in the sect?" Her voice held a hint of stubbornness, seeking Gu Chen's affirmation. She could never abandon Elder Ji, even if it meant forfeiting her chance to enter the divine sect. Elder Ji was of paramount importance to her, serving as both mentor and friend, having helped her through countless trials. "Enough, my dear girl. You are as stubborn as a mule. I shall grant your wish. Go on and pass your trial." Gu Chen shook his head with a light chuckle, a hint of exasperation in his tone. In the two of them, he saw reflections of his past with his own disciple, feeling a pang of reluctance to separate them. As for her position, he had already decided. The Pill Hall was currently recruiting dozens of disciples, and she would serve as their steward. "This little phoenix shall be entrusted to me. Rest assured, I shall not harm her." A ring flew from Jiang Kellen and gently landed in Gu Chen's hand. "Wonderful. Kellen expresses her gratitude to the elder." Jiang Kellen beamed, stepping onto the heavenly ladder and ascending. Gu Chen's consciousness delved into the ring. Before him lay a tiny phoenix, its eyes closed, as if in slumber. The essence is somewhat diminished, the soul fragmented, and it has entered a state of profound seclusion. Gu Chen murmured. This phoenix bore extraordinary injuries, as if it had endured a great calamity. Could it be the legendary phoenix undergoing rebirth? Curiosity stirred within Gu Chen, and he crushed a sacred pill in his hand to nourish and restore the creature. "Elder of the divine sect, may we partake in the trials?" At this moment, a voice rang out from the crowd. Gu Chen turned to see a man inquiring. Yes, yes. Might we also be allowed to participate in the trials? We wish to join as well." As one individual spoke, many others followed suit, their eyes brimming with anticipation. After all, these were disciples of the divine sect. An identity coveted even by emperors, laid bare before them. This opportunity must not be squandered. Listen closely, everyone. There is no need for excessive excitement. In due time, our sect will be expanding its recruitment, and an announcement will be made for all to hear. You will all have the chance to partake in the assessments. Gu Chun stroked his beard and spoke calmly, filled with immense pride. His gratitude towards the sect leader swelled within him, thankful for the opportunity granted to him. It was this chance that allowed him to become an elder of the Pill Hall, and he vowed to diligently practice alchemy for the sect's benefit. Splendid news. The Divine Sect shall soon commence its recruitment. Indeed, everyone has the opportunity to participate, relying solely on their own abilities. I am determined to join the Divine Sect and become one of its disciples. Upon hearing these words, the crowd of cultivators erupted in excitement, the news spreading like wildfire. In an instant, the foot of the mountain was abuzz with this revelation. Brother Wang, the village's blind fortune teller, truly has remarkable foresight. A well-groomed young man spoke up. He predicted that the Divine Sect would soon begin recruiting disciples, and it appears that he was right. He turned to a poised young man standing beside him, his excitement palpable. Brother Imo, he also mentioned that I would be able to join the Divine Sect. If I succeed in becoming a disciple, I shall certainly bring back a beautiful bride to warm his bed. The poised young man declared, equally thrilled. Chapter 82. The Terrifying Heart Ladder. Conclusion of disciple recruitment. In a corner of the crowd, a young man lifted his head, his gaze fervently fixed on the mountain peak. I, Yixingchen, shall undoubtedly join the Divine Sect, the young man proclaimed. Dressed in a flowing white robe, he possessed striking features, with dragon-like brows and phoenix-like eyes, exuding charm and elegance. This white-clad youth was named Yi Xingchen, a prodigy of the Yi family, a saint-level cultivator, and a top talent in the divine domain. Brother Yi. She is merely a fleeting beauty. Why go to such lengths? Your Yi family has ventured into the realm of no return, your power diminished to naught. Yet you are willing to remain for her. A young man clad in black and white robes remarked, shaking his head with a wry smile. Ji Kuan, what are you? A fervent practitioner, know of love? Do you comprehend its essence? Yi Xingchen retorted disdainfully. At these words, Ji Kuan closed his eyes and entered a meditative state, choosing not to engage with Yi Xingchen. You foolish infatuated fool. Do you truly believe I lack understanding? I have long seen through the worldly illusions, dedicating myself solely to cultivation. As for the young man in black and white, Ji Kuan, he had secluded himself in intense training for 20.5 years, successfully breaking through to the saint level, making him a top contender in this realm as well. Yet, he still fell short of the Divine Sect disciples and aspired to join the Carefree Sect instead. Unable to surpass them, he sought to become one of their disciples, setting that as his goal. Liner, just wait. Isn't it merely a Divine Sect disciple? I, Yi Xingchen, can achieve that too. Recently, Yi Xingchen had sought Liner's hand in marriage, only to be gently rebuffed by Uncle Xiao, who had always favored him. This rejection stemmed from the fact that he was not a disciple of the Divine Sect. Moreover, Liner had developed feelings for a talented disciple of the Divine Sect. Upon hearing this, he resolved to cultivate diligently, determined to join the Divine Sect. Once within its ranks, he would surely defeat that disciple and prove his own strength. Meanwhile, after responding to the inquiries, Gu Chen arrived at the mountain gate. There, he gazed down at the heavenly ladder, patiently awaiting the arrival of these disciples. Senior brother, it was the senior sister who ascended on her own. It has nothing to do with me. I beg you, spare me, grant me my life. A young man surnamed Wang, upon entering the 66th layer of the heavy illusion, was overwhelmed with terror and began to weep uncontrollably. He found himself in a dream, held captive by a strikingly handsome man. Two formidable blades poised menacingly at the throats of his brothers. Terrified, he stumbled back, vanishing in an instant. Elder, spare me. I am aware of your identity. I, too, hail from the sacred Dan Hall. Elder, you secretly sent me back. Before he could finish his plea, the elder kicked him away. In truth, the elder had long since betrayed them. There was no alternative. The rewards from the Medicine Valley were far too enticing. I never anticipated it, my dear senior brother. Your life is indeed valuable. Selling you has granted me a tome of sacred medicine. No, it cannot be. Senior brother, how are you still alive? We shall review the sacred tome together. Cough. This person had traversed the 99 layers of illusion, where, driven by greed, he had betrayed his brothers, only to be stabbed in the back by one of them. Today, he could forsake his brother for profit. Tomorrow, he would betray his sect for the same reason. A mere misstep would be deemed a failure. Splendid. I have succeeded. At that moment, a disciple triumphantly passed the trial, being teleported to the celestial ladder. With the first disciple's success, many others soon followed suit. Meanwhile, Jiang Kellen hastened forward, successfully navigating through the 100 layers of illusion. A total of 53 disciples emerged before the mountain gate, having proven their tremendous willpower and unwavering resolve, free from any distractions. They were eligible to become miscellaneous disciples of the Xiaoyao Sect. Those who entered the top 100 or were selected by Guchan possessed qualifications surpassing the holy tier and would not be forsaken due to their potential. Standing before the celestial gate, their joy was palpable. They had triumphed. "Little girl, your ring." Guchan turned to Jiang Kellen, waving his hand to return the ring to her. Seeing that the trials were nearly complete for the others, Guchan focused his thoughts and closed the trials. The celestial ladder, once closed, became a formidable challenge, 100 times more difficult than before its opening. It was likely that no one could ascend the celestial gate. With a gentle smile, he began to speak. "Congratulations on passing the trials. Even if you cannot succeed in the upcoming challenges, you may still become miscellaneous disciples of my sect. Now follow me." He walked slowly ahead, guiding them into the mountain gate. The disciples closely followed, invigorated by the powerful aura that enveloped them. They sensed their realms beginning to shift, having just recently broken through. Truly, it was the divine land that the world yearned for. Here, cultivation surpassed even the strength of the divine realm by several folds. In the next moment, they stood frozen in astonishment, for the scene before them was overwhelmingly breathtaking. Amidst the ethereal mist, countless celestial birds soared through the sky, majestic peaks rose high, and magnificent palaces dominated the surroundings. Was this a realm of immortals? All present were prodigious disciples from the sacred valley of the divine realm, having experienced imperial-level powers and witnessed countless wonders. Yet, they had never encountered such a breathtaking spectacle. Powerful, overwhelmingly powerful. Imperial-level forces seemed insignificant in comparison, hardly worthy to be mentioned, perhaps even less grand than a humble latrine here. No wonder the divine sect produces such exceptional talents. In such a formidable environment for cultivation, even a stray dog could ascend to imperial status without any effort. The thought that this would be their future place of training filled their hearts with immense excitement. This second trial is within this towering test spire. Those who can conquer the 3 upper levels may become outer disciples of our Xiaoyao sect. At this moment, Gu Chen's voice resonated, drawing everyone's thoughts back. He pointed towards the colossal tower that pierced the clouds and declared, "This tower assesses various attributes, including innate talent, temperament, and combat prowess. The challenges here are quite formidable. Should anyone fail to succeed, do not be disheartened. In the future, there will be further opportunities for assessment, allowing even the outer disciples to ascend from the ranks of the miscellaneous disciples. As for inner disciples and core disciples, one must pass specific tests to attain such status. The sect treats each disciple fairly. As long as you diligently cultivate, there is a chance for advancement." This trial and promotion mechanism was established after deliberation among the deputy sect master and the elders. The current recruitment for the Pill Hall disciples serves as a preliminary test of this new approach. Those prepared may now enter the tower to commence their trials. As his words fell, several figures swiftly entered the tower. "Elder Gu, may I bring my ring with me for the trial?" At this moment, Jiang Kellen stepped forward and inquired softly. "Certainly, you are already a disciple of the sect." Gu Chen nodded and replied, "Whenever it awakens, communicate with it and then bring it to see me. I will arrange its position." "Understood, Elder Gu." Jiang Kellen smiled gently, her expression radiant as the dawn, and she gracefully followed the others into the tower. In the blink of an eye, the trial concluded, transporting them into the Pill Hall. As Gu Chen had anticipated, over 50 disciples were recruited this time. Among them were 5 outer disciples, including Jiang Kellen, Yi Yuan, and Ling Han. The rest were miscellaneous disciples. This reflects the considerable difficulty of the trial tower, which demands well-rounded talents. Successfully passing the trial signifies that the individual possesses comprehensive abilities, thus receiving the sect's advanced resources for cultivation. However, it is likely that these miscellaneous disciples, with about 2.5 years of cultivation, will also have the opportunity to rise to outer discipleship. As for the heart-refining ladder, most participants ascended it. All present were alchemists, individuals of great willpower, endowed with a soul more substantial than the average person, thus facing no significant issues. Of course, There were exceptions among those with ulterior motives. They were subsequently transported to the base of the mountain. Even if they did not become disciples of the divine sect, their journey had been immensely rewarding. Their cultivation had continuously advanced, and they had indeed experienced a broader world. Xiaoyao Sect.